In the realm of Huachuan, nestled within the Dragon Ridge Mountains of the Qingzhou Range, lies an expansive canyon-Longxi gorge extending for hundreds of miles. The canyon's flanks are steep and perilous, with deep ravines crisscrossing the landscape. Towering cliffs rise abruptly, their summits lost in the clouds, and the walls are adorned with grotesque rock formations, while vines and grasses flourish. At the canyon's base, the Longxian stream courses through, its waters rushing with a thunderous roar. The banks are lush with verdant vegetation, where towering trees stand sentinel. Exotic flowers and unusual herbs abound, creating a vibrant tapestry of life, and rare birds and beasts occasionally make their presence known. This natural sanctuary is renowned as the Valley of Medicinal Treasures. At this moment, upon a sheer cliff, a slender, agile youth clad in green garb is foraging for herbs that he moves with. The grace of a swallow and the agility of a monkey, his fingers like hooks and his feet as steadfast as nails. To him, the cliff face is as level as the ground, and he deftly leaps and climbs, occasionally placing the gathered herbs into a woven basket slung across his back. His demeanor reflects not toil, but rather an enchanting rapture in his task. The youth is named Gongsun Yan, a scion of the Gongsun clan's collateral line. The ancestral home of the Gongsun family is situated in the eastern part of Huachuan at Looming Mountain, where generations have practiced medicine, establishing a notable legacy in the healing arts. Most family members engage in medical professions, with several serving as court physicians, while many others operate as practitioners or herbal merchants in the populace. Upon reaching adulthood, clan members are dispatched across Huachuan to practice medicine, with a number serving as medics in the military, particularly those from the collateral branches. Gongsun Yan's father, Gongsun Yan, was assigned to the distant town of Guishe to practice medicine shortly after reaching maturity, where he aided his elder brother in managing a pharmacy for many years. 3 years ago, he enlisted in the military as a battlefield medic. Influenced by his family's legacy, Gongsun Yan has been immersed in the medical field from a young age, mastering various healing techniques and diligently studying medical texts. He has also acquired skills in identifying and foraging medicinal herbs, delving into their properties, pharmacology, and preparation methods. His exceptional intelligence, coupled with remarkable perseverance and dedication, has allowed him to embody the demeanor of a healer by the tender age of 12. Suddenly, a frantic voice pierced the air from the dense forest below the cliff, interrupting Gongsun Yan's herb gathering. He looked down to see his family servant, Zhongrun, rushing toward him, waving his arms. "Master, master, something terrible has happened. Your father is in trouble." Gongsun Yan promptly halted, his body nimble as he swiftly descended the cliff, reaching Zhongrun in the blink of an eye. "Uncle Zhong, what has happened to my father?" he inquired with concern. "Your father has been injured and brought back. I know not the details. Madam has sent me to urge you to return at once," Zhongrun replied. A pang of anxiety gripped Gongsun Yan as he hurried homeward, with Zhongrun hastening alongside him. Zhongrun, a servant of the Gongsun household, was not a mere bondservant. He was a man whom Gongsun Yan had once saved while practicing medicine years ago. After recovering, he insisted on serving the Gongsun family as a gesture of gratitude, and despite Gongsun Yan's humble refusals, he remained as a trusted domestic. Zhongrun is known for his integrity and reliability, earning the respect and trust of the Gongsun family over the years. The two hurried along the path, covering what typically takes over 2 hours in less than an hour, returning to Guishui town. Guishui town is surrounded by mountains to the east, west, and north, while the south faces the water, deriving its name from the Guishui River that flows through. The town is modest in size, with a crossroad dividing it into 4 distinct regions: northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest. The permanent population is merely a few tens of thousands, though not densely populated. It serves as a bustling thoroughfare at the eastern entrance of the Longxi Gorge. Thanks to its unique advantages as a natural medicine valley, Guishui town has gained renown in Huachuan country as a significant hub for medicinal herbs. Upon entering the town, Gongsun Yan and his servants swiftly traversed it, heading towards their home in the northeastern corner. At that moment, within the confines of Gongsun Yan's home, his father Gongsun Yan lay on the bed, the upper part of his body swathed in blood-stained bandages, his complexion a pallid gray, eyes tightly shut and his breath faint. A middle-aged man, over 40, was checking his pulse. Gongsun Yan's mother, Feng Shi, with reddened eyes, held her youngest son Gongsun Sheng in her left arm and her youngest daughter Gongsun Yao in her right, anxiously standing by. The two children had tear-streaked faces, silently gazing at their father. The room was enveloped in a heavy stillness. "Second brother, how is my husband's condition?" Feng Shi inquired. The man waved his hand dismissively. Offering no reply, he retrieved a pair of scissors from the cloth bag he carried and began to gently cut away the bandages enveloping Gongsun Yan's wounds. At that moment, Gongsun Yan, perspiring profusely, entered the room and saw his father lying on the bed, his brow furrowed in distress. His second uncle, Gongsun Rui, was cautiously unwrapping the bandages from his father's wounds. Gongsun Yan approached quietly, on the verge of asking a question, when Gongsun Rui raised his head. Silencing him with a stern gaze, he then glanced towards his mother, who subtly shook her head, signaling him to remain silent. Gongsun Yan had 4 siblings. Both parents were alive. His elder brother, Gongsun Zheng, and younger sister, Gongsun Ying, remained with their parents in the ancestral home. His second brother, Gongsun Rui, had long been assigned by the family to practice medicine in Guishui town. While also managing a pharmacy in his youth, Gongsun Rui had served as a military physician. After concluding his military service, he returned to Guishui town to continue his medical practice. The requirements for military physicians in Huachan country mandated 3 years of service in peacetime and extended to 5 years during wartime. At this moment, as Huachan country was engaged in conflict with a neighboring Chanyuan country, Gongsun Yan's term of service was correspondingly lengthened. Seeing his second uncle examining his father's injuries, Gongsun Yan promptly fetched the family's spare medicine box from the living room, brought over a small table, and systematically laid out the medical instruments and medicines beside his uncle. Gongsun Rui cast a glance of approval at Gongsun Yan, then waved his hand, indicating that Feng Shi and the children should step aside before commencing to tend to Gongsun Yan's wounds, leaving Gongsun Yan to assist. After a while, beads of sweat began to form on Gongsun Yan's forehead, and his breathing grew labored. Gongsun Yan, his eyes red with anxiety, fixed his gaze on his father, hesitating to speak. Observing this, Gongsun Rui immediately halted his actions and turned his gaze towards the table. Gongsun Yan swiftly picked up a porcelain vial labeled Mysterious Immortality Powder and handed it to his uncle. Gongsun Rui shook his head slightly, saying, "Your father is extremely weak and cannot endure full anesthesia. The Mysterious Immortality Powder is unsuitable. We can only use local anesthesia. Bring me a bowl and some liquor." Without delay, Gongsun Yan rushed to the living room to fetch a bowl and some distilled liquor. Gongsun Rui then retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe and carefully measured out a minute quantity of powdered medicine into the bowl, meticulously dissolving it with the liquor. This substance is extracted from the viscera of pufferfish found in the Guishui River, and although it is exceedingly toxic when diluted in minute quantities and applied externally, it can serve as a local anesthetic, explained Gongsun Rui. Is it the Zue San Sheng that is incurable? Gongsun Yan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this medicine must be handled with utmost caution, and overdose could lead to paralysis. Having said this, Gongsun Rui carefully took up a wolf hair brush and meticulously applied the prepared Zhe San Sheng to Gongsun Yan's wound, waiting a moment before gently probing the injury with a small pestle. Noticing Gongsun Yan's breathing becoming steady, Gongsun Rui proceeded to gather scissors, tweezers, and other instruments to cleanse the wound. He first delicately removed the blood-soaked bandages adhering to the surface. As the bandages were gradually peeled away, the injury began to reveal itself. Gongsun Rui's brow furrowed deeply. It was evident that this was a hand injury, and it had not been treated promptly, the bandaging shockingly crude, with the wound already beginning to fester. Employing a variety of tools such as a scalpel, flat blade, scissors, and tweezers, Gongsun Rui incised the wound, excising necrotic tissue and removing decayed flesh and clots. After thoroughly cleansing the wound with saline, he performed a series of debridement procedures, striving to realign the fractured bone using orthopedic techniques, and then applied his family's traditional decay, removal, and muscle regeneration ointment and tendon and bone reattachment salve. Subsequently, he carefully bandaged the area, securing it with a curved splint. From his pouch, he retrieved a medicinal pill, instructing Gongsun Yan. Immediately dissolve this in water and administer it to your father. Change the dressing once daily thereafter. Understood, second uncle. I will remember, Gongsun Yan responded, accepting the pill and promptly handing Gongsun Rue a towel to wipe his brow before preparing the medicine to administer to Gongsun Yan. Observing Gongsun Yan's breathing gradually stabilizing, Gongsun Rue and Gongsun Yan gently withdrew from the bedroom, in the living room. Feng and others were anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing the two emerge, they hurried to greet them, inviting Gongsun Rue to take a seat and serving tea, inquiring, "Second brother, you have worked hard. How is the situation with Xianggong?" Gongsun Rui's expression was grave as he pondered for a moment before responding. "The situation is not promising. Please tell me, who brought the third brother back, and what exactly transpired?" It turned out that Gongsun Rue had been out on an early morning consultation and rushed back upon hearing the news. He had yet to inquire into the details of Gongsun Yan's injury. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and the two young boys wept profusely. Feng choked back her emotions as she recounted. This morning, Yinner went to the valley to gather herbs. About an hour after his departure, we heard shouting outside the courtyard. When Zhongren went out to check, he found two soldiers bringing Xianggong back on a pack horse, stating he had been injured at the front. After helping us carry him into the room, they hurriedly departed, advising us to seek immediate medical attention for him. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Rui's brow furrowed in deep concern as he fell into contemplation. Gongsun Rue, having served as a military physician for 3 years, had gained a fundamental understanding of the inner workings of the army. Although the nation was not in a state of war at the time, he gleaned various insights from the veterans. Typically, a military physician was not required to be on the front lines. Most remained in the rear to tend to the wounded, with only a few circumstances necessitating their presence in battle. Furthermore, it was customary for military physicians to don distinct attire, often white robes, which afforded them a degree of protection even in the face of enemy forces. Both sides generally accorded preferential treatment to medical personnel, adhering to an unwritten agreement. However, in times of fierce conflict, collateral damage could occur. Gongsun Rue was perplexed by the severity of his younger brother's injuries. Was the battle with the Chongyuan kingdom so intense that even those dedicated to saving lives were not spared? The civilian populace, however, seemed to enjoy a peaceful existence. If the situation were truly dire, the army would not have dispatched someone to escort a lowly military physician back home. Gongsun Rue pondered this conundrum deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Feng Shi and stated, "My brother's pulse is weak, short, and feeble, indicative of severe energy depletion. Ordinary remedies may prove ineffective, but preserving his life is paramount. I shall send someone to our family. If we can procure the treasured 9 deaths resurrection herb, there may be a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Feng Shi's expression darkened, and she was overtaken by sorrow. She rose and bowed respectfully to Gongsun Rue. Her voice laced with anguish as she replied, "I am deeply grateful for your concern, dear brother." Gongsun Rue began to respond, but was interrupted by a faint sound emanating from the bedroom. He rushed inside, followed closely by Feng Shi and Gongsun Yan. On the bed, Gongsun Yan's complexion remained ashen, yet his eyes opened, albeit appearing fatigued and lifeless. Upon seeing his elder brother and Feng Shi enter, he moved his lips weakly, casting a glance at Feng Shi as he uttered indistinct words. Feng Shi leaned closer to hear him. "I was injured by General Xiang. His brother, General Wei Wu, is gravely wounded and has succumbed. Please, do not attempt to save me, or else our family will suffer dire consequences." After delivering this fragmented message, Gongsun Yan gasped for breath, his spirit seemingly drained. Feng Shi felt as though struck by lightning upon hearing his words. Shaking, she turned to recount Gongsun Yan's statement to Gongsun Rue and the others, her expression a mixture of grief and indignation. Gongsun Rue, taken aback, gazed at Gongsun Yan with bewilderment. Gongsun Yan blinked slowly, his eyes filled with sorrowful understanding. In that moment, he comprehended Feng Shi's words to be true. After a brief reflection, the pieces fell into place. General Xiaolong's brother, General Wei Wu, had been gravely injured on the battlefield while under Gongsun Yan's care. Alas, the injuries were too severe, and despite all efforts, he had passed away. The deep bond between the two brothers had led General Xiaoyang to an uncontrollable fury, resulting in his attack on the military physician, General Wei Wu, known as Shangguan Hu, and General Xiaorong, Shangguan Bao, were the sons of the illustrious General Shangguan Wu Jia, who held the esteemed title of Duke of Wuan in the Huqing Kingdom. Wielding significant influence in the court, he had 5 sons and 3 daughters, Shangguan Xiong, Shangguan Shu, Shangguan Hu, Shangguan Bao, and Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Hu was the most favored son of Shangguan Wu Jia. Upon seeing his father regain consciousness, Gongsun Yan hurriedly rushed outside to fetch warm water and towels. Feng Shi gently wiped his face, removing the grime, while Gongsun Xing and Gongsun Yao anxiously observed their father. Gongsun Dian gazed affectionately at Feng Shi. His eyes filled with remorse. He then turned his attention to his siblings, fixating on Gongsun Yao. The youngest son, Gongsun Sheng, was merely 7 years old, while Gongsun Yao was only 3. When Gongsun Dian had left home, Feng Shi was on the verge of giving birth, and Gongsun Yao had yet to be born. Today marked the first meeting between father and daughter. Witnessing this poignant scene, Gongsun Rui sighed quietly, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, and slowly returned to the parlor, where he sat in silence, sipping tea. Gongsun Rui calmed his mind and contemplated deeply. Wounding one's own military physician was a grave taboo, a scandal within the army. Although it was likely that Shangguan Bao had initially injured Gongsun Dian in a fit of rage, the deliberate act of sending him home indicated a more complex situation. Undoubtedly, there were strategists within the military advising him. Should the family succeed in saving Gongsun Dian's life, they would be accused of harboring private interests and failing to heed the call of duty. Conversely, if Gongsun Dian were to succumb, the Gongsun family would be branded as incompetent in healing, lacking the ability to revive life, and would face accusations of malpractice. For the Shangguan family, this maneuver was a double-edged sword. Shangguan Wu Jia was notoriously protective of his kin, and to mask the family's tyrannical behavior within the military, he would certainly hold the Gongsun family accountable. It was likely that the third brother had also grasped this implication, hoping to shield the family from blame, thus fostering a desire for death. The more Gongsun Rui pondered, the more alarmed he became. Anxiety gripped him, rendering him restless and uneasy. The unfolding of events was beyond his control, and the urgent matter at hand was to inform the family. He swiftly rose and said to Zhongren, "I must write to inform the family of this situation. You tell my wife to notify me immediately of any developments." With that, he hurried away. Days passed in a blur as Gongsun Yan exerted every effort to heal their father, yet the results were disheartening. Although the wounds showed slight improvement, the internal injuries grew increasingly severe. Each day, Gongsun Rui would come to visit. From the pulse readings, it was evident that Gongsun Dian's condition was dire. After several agonizing days, the family was consumed with anxiety, yearning for good news from their kin. On this day, nearly half a month had passed since Gongsun Dian was brought home. Gongsun Rui entered the courtyard with heavy steps and addressed Feng Shi and Gongsun Yan, saying, "The family has sent word." He then handed Feng Shi a finely crafted bamboo tube. From within, she withdrew a piece of silk, which, upon unfurling, revealed 6 large characters: "Follow heaven's will, do your best." Upon reading this, Feng Shi's face turned ashen, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, her hands trembling slightly. Gongsun Yan quickly took the silk to examine it, his complexion instantly paling. The family seemed to be forsaking their father, fearful of impending misfortune. The household was suddenly engulfed in despair. Gongsun Rui approached, gently stroking Gongsun Yan's head, saying, "Yenner, take good care of your mother. Alleviate your father's suffering as much as you can. Should anything arise, come find me swiftly." With that, he turned and staggered away. Gongsun Yan gazed at his second uncle's departing figure, his heart heavy with sorrow. He understood that his second uncle had exerted every effort, yet their branch of the family remained a side lineage, thus insignificant in the eyes of the main lineage. The family would never offend the noble family on their behalf. In the days that followed, Gongsun Rui visited intermittently, often bringing precious medicinal herbs or medicines for Gongsun Dian to consume. However, there was no sign of improvement in his condition, and he knew that without a miracle, Gongsun Dian was merely enduring the passage of time. Gongsun Yan was also aware of his father's grave injury, which was unlikely to heal. So he instructed Uncle Zhong to procure some animal milk and other liquid foods to sustain Gongsun Dian's life, administering medicine regularly to alleviate his suffering. Madame Feng, knowing her husband's days were numbered, concealed her sorrow, mustering the strength to care for her children beside Gongsun Dian, striving to impart the warmth of home to him. The two young children were well-behaved, quietly accompanying their parents, creating a serene atmosphere of familial bliss. As over a month passed, despite everyone's diligent efforts to treat and care for him, Gongsun Yan's condition continued to deteriorate. One day, as Madame Feng and Gongsun Yan attended to Gongsun Yan as usual, their eyes met, and he blinked several times, his lips slightly moving. Gongsun Yan immediately leaned down to listen. Second uncle, Gongsun Yan managed to utter. Gongsun Yan comprehended at once and promptly replied, rushing out to fetch him. Before long, Gongsun Rui arrived at the bedside, extending his hand to feel Gongsun Yan's pulse. After a brief moment, his expression darkened as he looked at Gongsun Yan and asked, "Does third brother have something to say?" He leaned closer. "Return to heaven," Gongsun Yan articulated through trembling lips. "The return to heaven pill?" Gongsun Rui exclaimed in astonishment. Gongsun Yan blinked in affirmation, prompting Gongsun Rui to rise and signal for Madame Feng and Gongsun Yan to join him outside. In the living room, Gongsun Rui addressed Madame Feng and Gongsun Yan. "Third brother wishes to leave a final message and desires the return to heaven pill. This pill is known to revive severely ill patients, restoring the functions of organs and the oxygen and blood supply systems, seemingly reinvigorating them, both externally and internally. However, this is merely the last burst of energy within the body, lasting for a brief period. Once the effects wane, life inevitably concludes." In the living room, Gongsun Rui cast an inquiring glance at Madame Feng and Gongsun Yan. Upon hearing this, Madame Feng was overwhelmed with grief, tears streaming down her face. Her lips trembling and unable to articulate her feelings. Gongsun Yan's eyes reddened as his fists clenched tightly. "Given the situation, perhaps we should honor third brother's wishes." Gongsun Rui sighed. After a moment of hesitation, Madame Feng reluctantly nodded in agreement. Gongsun Rui instructed Zhong Run to keep the two children in the living room. He, along with Madame Feng and Gongsun Yan, entered the bedroom, retrieving a small red pill from the medicinal gourd and handing it to Gongsun Yan. Gongsun Yan glanced at his father and then at his mother, silently accepting the pill with both hands and administering it to his father with water. In just a short while, Gongsun Yan's complexion began to flush, his breathing steadied and strengthened, and the murkiness in his gaze began to brighten. He gestured for Madame Feng to assist him in sitting up. Gazing at Gongsun Rui, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, second brother. Your efforts are truly appreciated." Gongsun Rui, with a melancholic expression, waved his hand and sighed. After a moment's pause, Gongsun Yan sorrowfully remarked, "After 3 years of military service, I have achieved nothing and instead brought calamity upon our family. Please convey to our elders that I can no longer fulfill my filial duties in their presence. I hope they can forgive me and treat Feng Yi and her children kindly." Feng Yi is the given name of the Feng family. Alas, it is not your fault. Fortune and misfortune are decreed by fate. There is no need for you to blame yourself, third brother. I shall personally explain the situation to our parents and elder brother." Gongsun Rui comforted with a sigh. Turning to Feng Yi, Gongsun Yan spoke with deep affection, saying, "You have endured much hardship these days. From now on, you will have to care for the children alone. Please take good care of yourself." Feng Yi, with tears welling in her eyes, nodded in agreement. Gongsun Yan then beckoned Gongsun Yan to come closer, gently stroking his head. "You have learned about medicine quite well, but you still lack experience. If you wish to practice medicine in the future, you must learn from our elders and gain more experience." He paused momentarily and continued, "However, given the fate that befell our father, I hope you take this as a lesson and strive to master your own destiny." Gongsun Yan nodded vigorously, tears brimming in his eyes. Gongsun Yan turned once more to Feng Yi, stating, "When I pass, I wish to be buried here. Simply and without adding further burdens to the family. Please return with the children." Feng Yi nodded while weeping. Then, he directed his gaze to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Go fetch Uncle Zhong and the others." Gongsun Yan hurried to the living room to summon Zhong Ren along with his younger siblings. As soon as the two little ones entered the room, they rushed to their father. Gongsun Xing choked back tears, asking, "Father, are you feeling better?" Gongsun Yan replied with a smile, "Much improved. Xinger has grown. You should learn from your brother and help your mother more." Gongsun Xing nodded earnestly, his eyes reddening. Gongsun Yan then smiled at Gongsun Yao, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "You are my father," Gongsun Yao shyly responded. Chuckling softly, Gongsun Yan said, "Yao has grown so much. Do you like seeing your father?" "Yes." Gongsun Yao exclaimed joyfully, "Father, please don't leave again. Both my brother and I miss you." Pouting, Gongsun Yao added. Gongsun Yan's expression turned bittersweet as he smiled wryly, saying, "This time, father shall never leave again." He patted her head and caressed her cheek. gesturing for Gongsun Shang to take his sister away, his gaze lingering on them as they exited the room. Turning his attention to Zhong Run, Gongsun Yan expressed, "Thank you, Brother Zhong, for all your hard work over the years." "Sir, you flatter me. It is my duty," Zhong Run quickly replied. Gongsun Yan had always opposed Zhong Run referring to him as Sir, preferring the title Mr. after my passing. "I kindly ask you to perform one last task. Escort my wife and children back to the family. After that, you shall be free. Thank you for everything you have done for us." Gongsun Yan continued. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Zhang Ren responded gravely. Gongsun Yan seemed to release a heavy burden, exhaling deeply, then fell silent. Upon witnessing this scene, Gongsun Rui signaled for Zhang Ren and Gongsun Yan to step outside, leaving only Feng Shi to accompany him. In the parlor, Gongsun Yan invited his second uncle to take a seat and serve tea, while the others stood in silence. After a while, approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, Feng Shi entered the parlor with traces of tears on her face. Gongsun Yan promptly approached and inquired, "Mother, how is father?" "Your father? He has fallen asleep," Feng replied sorrowfully. Hearing this, Gongsun Rui rose and entered the bedroom, followed closely by Gongsun Yan. Inside the chamber, Gongsun Yan lay peacefully on the bed, his countenance serene. Gongsun Rui approached, took his hand, and carefully felt for his pulse, also checking his breath. He then shook his head gently, lowered Gongsun Yan's hand, and covered his head with a blanket. Turning to Gongsun Yan, he led him to the living room and addressed the others, saying, "Our third brother has departed. Let us prepare for the final rites." After a brief pause, he added, "Let us honor the wishes of the third brother." Everything was kept simple. Early the next morning, the funeral would commence, and I too must return to make arrangements. Upon finishing his words, Gongsun Rui staggered out of the room, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. The crowd responded with mournful voices. Fortunately, the Feng family had been mentally prepared. They steeled themselves to set up the mourning hall at home and to prepare Gongsun Yan for his final rites. Before long, Gongsun Rui also sent his eldest son, Gongsun Yi, to assist with the arrangements and to bring along all necessary items for the funeral and mourning attire. At the break of dawn the next day, precisely at the hour of Yin, they set forth for the funeral. Gongsun Yan, accompanied by his mother and younger siblings, donned the coarse linen mourning garments and led the procession, supporting the coffin at the front. As they stepped out of the courtyard, they beheld numerous figures standing along the road. For those whom Gongsun Yan had once treated in his earlier days had come to pay their respects upon hearing the news. It was likely that Gongsun Rui had inadvertently leaked the details while preparing the funeral supplies. Witnessing this scene, Gongsun Yan and his mother were profoundly moved. The so-called vicissitudes of life reveal the warmth and coldness that one perceives within oneself. It is human nature to seek fortune and evade misfortune. Many individuals delight in enhancing prosperity, yet an equal number take pleasure in exacerbating others' misfortunes. However, how many are there who, in times of adversity, offer timely assistance akin to sending coal amid the snow? The unexpected upheaval at home inevitably stirred a multitude of emotions within the young Gongsun Yan. A group of individuals meandered along, soon arriving beside a small hill on the outskirts of the town, where Gongsun Rui had long since arranged for the burial site. After a simple interment and a ceremonial observance, as dawn gradually broke, the attendees began to disperse. Gongsun Yan, along with his mother and Uncle Zhong, stood in silent reverence before the grave of Gongsun Yan, reluctant to depart. As the autumn breeze suddenly swept in during the 9th hour, leaves fell languidly, creating a desolate scene. Observing his mother embracing his younger siblings, weeping softly, Gongsun Yan felt a profound sense of sorrow. Evoking memories of his father's dying admonition, it is best to master one's own fate. In this moment, he resolved to pursue a career in medicine. Yet his conviction to heal and serve humanity began to waver. The Huaqin kingdom has long been governed by the principles of propriety, and the mourning customs dictate that children must observe a period of filial piety for 3 years upon the death of a parent residing beside the grave. In exceptional circumstances, this can be simplified, but at the very least, a mourning period of 36 days must be observed, while the young may remain at home in mourning. Upon returning home, Gongsun Yan first spent 3 days at the mourning hall with his mother and siblings, honoring his father's spirit and receiving the condolences of family and friends. Subsequently, he assisted his mother in sorting through his father's belongings and helped Uncle Zhong manage various affairs in preparation for the return to the family. In the residence of Gongsun Yan, there exists a wealth of medical literature, most of which was transcribed by Gongsun Yan during his youth from the family library. Additionally, Numerous records of Gongsun Yan's medical practices and insights into patient care are among these invaluable relics. If Gongsun Yan aspires to inherit his father's legacy and achieve success in the medical field, these heirlooms are undeniably precious. Gazing upon the tomes and reflections bequeathed by his father, Gongsun Yan is overwhelmed with sorrow. His father, a man of resolute character and unwavering dedication, relentlessly pursued the perfection of medical techniques and the utmost efficacy of remedies, embodying the compassionate spirit of a healer, alleviating suffering and aiding the distressed. In his quest to save lives, his father often toiled tirelessly, traversing great distances, and even bravely took to the battlefield in times of national crisis, yet ultimately met with such a tragic fate. All of this left a profound shadow on the young Gongsun Yan. For the first time, he felt an acute sense of powerlessness over his destiny, causing a wavering in his long-held resolve to practice medicine. The passing of his father rendered the family devoid of financial support. With his younger siblings still in their infancy, Gongsun Yan suddenly found himself the pillar of the household. Engulfed in a sense of bewilderment and even trepidation, at such a tender age, it was evidently impractical for him to venture into the medical profession. Though his uncles could offer some assistance in the short term, their help would not sustain them indefinitely. Gongsun Yan resolved that once the mourning period concluded, he would seek employment in the family business, managing the herbal trade, and even possibly serving as a medical assistant. He was confident that, while he might not yet qualify as a physician, he could competently handle various related tasks. Unbeknownst to him, half a month had passed since he began his mourning. One day, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion outside the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Zhang rushed in, addressing Feng Shi, "Madam, several military officers have arrived outside, requesting our presence to hear a proclamation from the military administration." Proclamation? Feng Shi exchanged a surprised glance with Gongsun Yan before stepping outside. There stood several soldiers and an officer. Feng Shi recognized two of them as the soldiers who had escorted Gongsun Yan back. The mayor of Qingzhou town and other officials were also present, surrounded by many townsfolk, while Gongsun Yan's uncle and his family hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news. Upon seeing Feng Shi and the others emerge, the officer approached and inquired, "Are you the wife of Gongsun Yan?" "Indeed, I am," Feng Shi replied cautiously. "I am El Xiansa, an inspector from the military administration. I am here to deliver the judgment against Gongsun Yan." He then produced a roll of white cloth. Unfurling it to commence the reading, Gongsun Yan, male, 34 years of age, a native of Looming Mountain in Yuqing, currently residing in Longshan, Qingzhou town. During his tenure as a military physician, Gongsun Yan neglected his studies, displayed an improper attitude towards his duties, and adopted a lackadaisical demeanor, often indulging in solitary revelry, which led to a significant decline in his medical skills, causing substantial losses to the military and the nation. Furthermore, he frequently consumed medicinal materials for personal use, wasting vast amounts of military supplies. Gongsun Yan, abusing his professional position, frequently interacted with injured soldiers, feigning kindness and concern, thereby creating a detrimental influence among the troops. After the crime was exposed, Gongsun Yan openly confronted the commander, putting himself in peril. His treacherous intentions laid bare, and his rebellious spirit was exceedingly audacious, leading to irreparable consequences. Following the incident, Gongsun Yan showed no remorse and succumbed to illness out of guilt, inciting great indignation among the soldiers. It has been decreed that his son shall take his father's place in the military, with the hope that he may redeem his father's sins through merit. From the Ministry of Military Affairs of the Huaqin Kingdom, September of the 27th year of Jichong, Gengzi. Upon concluding the reading, the proclamation was handed over to the Feng family, and it was ordered that this proclamation be displayed publicly for 10 days to inform the populace. Preparations were to be made for Gongsun Yan, who would leave with us tomorrow morning. After El Xiansa finished speaking, he departed with the town leader and others. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay and gradually dispersed. Holding the proclamation, Feng was at a loss, her shoulders trembling, her expression one of helplessness, with tears of humiliation brimming in her eyes. Gongsun Yan stood beside his mother, fist clenched and eyes reddened. Gongsun Rui had been astonished when El Xiansa read the proclamation. The charges against Gongsun Yan were truly unprecedented, a bizarre account in the annals of Huaqin history. After the reading, his mind was blank, standing there in a daze until the crowd began to thin, at which point he regained his senses and approached the scene. Gongsun Rui took the proclamation from Feng's hands and scrutinized it, his anger igniting. His younger brother had merely dedicated his free time to studying medicine. willingly risking himself to test remedies and diligently caring for the wounded. Yet now, he was branded with various crimes. Truly, how easily can one fabricate accusations? After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Rui understood that to extricate themselves from this predicament, they must endure humiliation and seek a compromise. Surveying the area and noting the absence of outsiders, he quietly addressed Feng and Gongsun Yan. Sister-in-law, Yin will be taken away tomorrow, so prepare yourselves promptly. With a sigh, he raised the proclamation and continued, as the saying goes, the people should not contend with the authorities. We shall abide by their wishes and affix this proclamation to a wooden board, displaying it at the entrance. He then approached Gongsun Yan, gently patting his head, saying, Yin, I understand your frustration, feeling unjust for your father and lamenting your fate. Yet, such is reality. Fairness is a luxury for the weak. You are still young, and in time, you shall comprehend. Prepare yourself, if you need anything. Do not hesitate to seek us. Your mother and I will return now. Gongsun Yan bid farewell to his uncle's family alongside his mother. And the four of them returned indoors while Zhang Ren hurried to find a board to post the proclamation. In the living room, Feng gazed at Gongsun Yan, sorrowfully saying, Yan, it is we who have wronged you, forcing you to endure hardship at such a tender age. Mother, do not speak thus. I know this is not your fault. Father has been wronged. Besides, is it not said, a man of worth should take up arms? Joining the army is also a means of experience and may help alleviate our family struggles. Gongsun Yan reassured his mother. It is rare for Yan to possess such understanding. Yet it is a predicament beyond anyone's control. Which family would willingly send their underage child to the battlefield? Then he continued, once you enter the military, exercise utmost caution. Our family holds no power or influence, and having offended the noble family, we bear the weight of suspicion, making us vulnerable to mistreatment. At this point, tears welled in Feng's eyes, flowing uncontrollably. Gongsun Yan hurried to console her, saying, Mother, do not worry. I shall proceed with care, speaking little and working diligently. Nothing untoward shall occur. Mother, you and the others must also be vigilant on your journey back to Yinqing. We cannot foresee how grandfather and uncle will treat you. Gongsun Yan shifted the topic, expressing his concern. With your second uncle and Uncle Zhong to look after you on the road, there should be no issue. Yet with father gone and the family in disarray, it is uncertain how we shall be received upon our return. Feng also shared her worries. That night, the mother and son engaged in deep conversation until midnight, when Gongsun Yan finally succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng remained awake throughout the night, preparing bundles, water bags, change of clothes, and other necessities for Gongsun Yan's departure, even sewing a sleeve pocket and placing the last 2 taels of silver they possessed within it. At dawn the next day, as the sky began to lighten, Gongsun Yan rose early, calling his younger brother to wake as well, dressing his sister, and assisting his mother in preparing breakfast. The family sat together in silence, sharing a meal of reunion. His younger siblings were particularly well behaved, eating while keeping their eyes fixed on their brother, as if to etch his image into their hearts. Soon after, Gongsun Rui arrived with Gongsun Yi to bid farewell. He pulled Gongsun Yan aside, producing a small package from his bosom and handing it to him. Your second uncle cannot offer much assistance, but here are 10 taels of silver for you. Use it for your journey and for expenses in the army. After all, a poor family makes for a rich journey, and the costs will not be insignificant. Second brother, I cannot accept that. I have already prepared enough funds for Yan. Feng interjected, quickly retrieving the long robe she had set out for Gongsun Yan and extracting 2 taels of silver from the sleeve pocket. In Huachin Kingdom, 10 taels of silver equated to 2 years' income for an ordinary family, a considerable sum, and Feng felt the weight of this generosity. Gongsun Yan also adamantly refused, stating, Second uncle, Mother, I do not require funds for my journey. Though I am said to be serving in my father's stead, it is akin to being dispatched as a soldier. They will escort me to the barracks regardless of any funds I possess. Once on the battlefield, money is of no use. There is nothing to spend it on, and it only increases the risk of theft. Both Gongsun Rui and Feng were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, astonished by his mature reasoning at such a tender age. However, upon reflection, Gongsun Rui admired his sharp and meticulous thinking, turning to Feng and saying, Since Yin does not require it, let us give it to his siblings instead. In a few days, you will return to the family, and you will need considerable funds for the journey home. Seeing Feng about to decline once more, he firmly pressed the pouch into her hands, declaring, It is settled. Once something is given, it cannot be taken back. He then addressed Gongsun Yan, Be cautious in the military, Speak little and act wisely. I have heard there are family members serving as military medics. Seek their counsel often. Rest assured, I will ensure your mother and siblings return to the family safely. Yes, I am grateful to you, Uncle Heir, responded Gongsun Yan. As the daylight waned, Feng hurriedly helped him out of his morning attire, replacing it with proper clothing and ensuring he was neatly dressed, with his package and water pouch prepared. Gongsun Yan discreetly returned 2 coins, ready to set off at a moment's notice. Shortly thereafter, a series of sharp knocks echoed from outside the courtyard, causing the group to adopt solemn expressions. Aware that the time for parting had arrived, Gongsun Yan rose and silently bowed deeply to Gongsun Rue, then did the same for Uncle Zhang, before turning towards the door, followed closely by Feng and the others. At the entrance, Inspector El Xianzi awaited them with several soldiers who were holding horses. El pointed to one of the soldiers and addressed Gongsun Yan. This is Bai Zhanyong, the leader of the 39th Squad of the Bingyin Army. You are to accompany them to the front lines immediately. With that, El Xianzi turned and rode away with 2 soldiers. Bai Zhanyong gave a slight nod to Gongsun Yan and, along with 4 other soldiers, led the horses out of town, with Gongsun Yan closely trailing behind. By this time, the sun had risen fully. After walking a distance, Gongsun Yan could not help but glance back, where he saw his mother holding his younger siblings, still standing there. Their frail figures appeared especially helpless and desolate, overwhelming Gongsun Yan with sorrow, and he could not restrain his tears. Years later, although Gongsun Yan would endure the vicissitudes of life, this poignant scene remained etched in his memory, serving as an enduring motivation for him to grow stronger. The 6 of them departed from Guishui town, and upon mounting their steeds, Bai Zhanyong helped Gongsun Yan onto a horse behind him, advising him to hold on tightly as they galloped away. Bai Zhanyong and his group had just set out on a mission to supervise and escort. The basic unit of the Huaqin army was structured according to a system of 10, with 5 men forming a small group, and Bai Zhanyong serving as the leader. They had brought 7 horses, 2 of which were pack animals, tasked not only with escorting Gongsun Yan back to Guishui town but also with transporting some medical supplies. Inspector El Xianzi had come directly from the capital with 2 bodyguards. After leaving the town, the 6 men and 7 horses rode northward at a swift pace, needing to traverse the central region of Huaqin before reaching the borders. Huaqin is bordered by the sea to the east, connects with the low-lying country of Ailu to the south, adjoins the Xiasu kingdom to the west, and shares a boundary with the Changyuan kingdom to the north. All 4 are vassal states of the Jishui kingdom. However, Huaqin and Changyuan have long been at odds, with their borders spanning thousands of miles and frequent conflicts occurring. As they traveled, they made brief stops at relay stations to rest and replenish supplies or change horses, journeying for over 10 days. Upon reaching the last relay station near the border, the group chose not to enter. Instead, they arrived at a nearby small town. Although it was close to noon, the town was eerily quiet, with only a few small shops open, and the proprietors were mostly elderly, infirm, or homeless veterans, engaging in minor trades primarily with border soldiers and passing merchants. Upon entering the town, Bai Zhanyong and his companions led their horses to a modest tavern, where an elderly man, upon seeing them, hurried forward with warmth, exclaiming, "Ah, Bai Yi has arrived. Please come in. What brings you gentlemen to my humble establishment today?" As he spoke, he took the horse's lead and secured it, casting a furtive glance at Gongsun Yan, who was trailing behind. "Greetings, Boss Liu. We are merely passing through on official business and thought to indulge in a cup of wine," Bai Zhanyong said as he walked. The modest establishment had only 3 tables, with a low ceiling and antiquated furnishings, yet it was tidily arranged. The group settled at a table by the window. Boss Liu promptly brought tea and cups, pouring for everyone while inquiring, "What would you gentlemen like to eat today? We still have 2 legs of lamb available. Shall I prepare them?" "Ah, indeed. Please serve 2 roasted legs of lamb, sliced into 6 portions, along with 6 bowls of rice wine. Prepare other dishes as you see fit. It should suffice, for we have tasks ahead and cannot indulge excessively," Bai Zhanyong replied. "By the way, where is Xiao Jilin?" Bai Zhanyong inquired. "Alas, with the outbreak of war, he has returned to his hometown. Many young souls in the town have fled, leaving only us old fellows who cannot venture far." Boss Liu lamented before heading to the kitchen to make preparations. "Let us quench our thirst with some water," Bai Zhanyong suggested, pushing a teacup toward Gongsun Yan. Gongsun Yan remained silent, lifting the cup to take a small sip, finding it not too hot, and began to drink slowly. In recent days, Gongsun Yan had scarcely exchanged words with Bai Zhanyong and the others, merely trailing in their footsteps, entering the relay station, dining, resting, then continuing their journey. Though the travel was arduous, he showed no signs of fatigue. Typically, escorting military supplies is a lucrative endeavor. Families often bestow gifts to ease their loved ones' suffering, and encountering well-off convicts could yield a small fortune. Yet, Bai Zhanyong and his companions found themselves burdened with Gongsun Yan, a naive youth who was not only stingy, but also accompanied them to the relay station for free meals, feigning ignorance with an air of indifference that left them both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, their journey had incurred little expense, and Bai Zhanyong remained untroubled by it. However, Bai Zhanyong held a certain admiration for Gongsun Yan. Despite his youth, he remained composed in the face of adversity, navigating situations with poise and displaying an unperturbed demeanor beyond his years. If this young man could endure some trials, he would surely achieve greatness in the future. With a kind demeanor, he addressed Gongsun Yan. I perceive your resentment and wariness towards us, yet there are many matters you remain unaware of. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, in truth, we vigorously sought this assignment. The late physician Gongsun treated us well, among us 5. He saved the lives of these 2, gesturing to 2 of his companions. Physician? Gongsun Yan murmured, his gaze filled with confusion. Ah. You may not be familiar with the military's personnel structure. Our Bingyin army originally had 10 military physicians. Your father and Mr. Duanmu were among them, while the other 8 were medical attendants, with additional individuals serving as aides and laborers. You are not a true military escort this time. You are likely to function as a medical attendant, assisting other physicians with their duties, Bai Zhanyong explained patiently. Gongsun Yan responded with an acknowledging sound, lost in contemplation. Bai Zhanyong continued, this time escorting your father home. If we had hastened our journey, we could have arrived in less than 10 days. However, considering his injuries, excessive jolting along the way might prevent him from reaching home. Thus, we deliberately slowed our pace. Upon arriving at Guishui town, the 2 of them immediately took your father home while the 3 of us went to procure medicine. He then gestured towards the 2 men, introducing them. This is Li Jin, and this is Yushiri Yang. The 2 men seated to the right of Gongsun Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Gongsun Yan quickly rose and bowed respectfully, saying, Thank you, brothers. After stepping away from the table, he turned back to straighten his attire and, with great solemnity, bowed to everyone, saying, Thank you all. I shall forever remember your kindness. Bai Zhanyong and the others also rose to return the gesture. As everyone settled back down, the atmosphere began to grow more amiable. At that moment, Boss Lu gradually brought out dishes and wine, and the group wasted no time in enjoying the feast. Gongsun Yan picked up a roasted lamb leg, tore off a piece of meat, and began to eat. He raised a wine bowl, first inhaling its aroma, then taking a delicate sip. He savored the slightly sweet flavor before drinking a larger gulp, prompting hearty laughter from the others as Gongsun Yan showed a hint of embarrassment. Bai Zhanyong chuckled heartily. The brothers in the army are accustomed to being boisterous. How can you be so elegant in your manner of eating? However, this is merely watered wine, with a low alcohol content. If it were spirits, your way of drinking would be more spirited. He then added, unless in special circumstances. Alcohol is typically prohibited in the camp. We are about to return to the barracks, and this is merely to relax the brothers a bit. The 6 men continued to eat, drink, and converse. In a short while, their bowls were empty, and Li Jin implored Bai Zhanyong, Brother, we are soon returning to the camp. Such opportunities are rare. Let us have another bowl. Indeed, brother, let us have another bowl. Since it is just watered wine and 1 tea hinder our duties, Yushiri Yang chimed in, with the other 2 agreeing. Bai Zhanyong hesitated for a moment before replying. It is not that I wish to deny you. You know how the law enforcement team reacts. If they discover we are drinking during a mission, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, we are still some distance from the border, and the alcohol content is low. A bit of jostling on horseback will dissipate the effects. However, you may have just 1 more bowl. Upon hearing this, the group rejoiced, calling out, Boss Lu, bring us 6 more bowls of watered wine. Bai Zhanyong added, and prepare 6 portions of dry rations. In the army, there are only 2 meals daily, breakfast and dinner, served at the hours of Si and Shin. Bai Zhanyong anticipated that by the time they arrived at the barracks, they would have missed the meal times, hence the request for provisions to take along. The 6 men continued their revelry. Bai Zhanyong whispered to Gongsun Yan, before we set out, the Northern Military Office instructed us to relay any changes regarding your condition to the General's office in the capital and to remain on standby. Upon the passing of the esteemed Gongsun Yi, we were promptly informed of the news. To afford you some time, we delayed reporting for a few days. The general's residence summoned officials from the military and political affairs department merely to demonstrate the impartiality in handling this matter. We remain oblivious to any ulterior motives the military might harbor. Thus, you must remain vigilant. Gongsun Yan, with a somber expression, nodded slightly and then inquired, "Are there any members of the Gongsun family among the medical personnel of the Northern Army?" "Indeed, there is one physician named Gongsun Yan, but—" Bai Zhanyang hesitated before shifting the topic. The current military doctor is Duanmu Xianjun, who was previously a deputy physician. It is said that he had some discord with Gongsun Yi, so exercise caution. Furthermore, the general who injured your father, General Bao, has a fiery temperament. Should you encounter him, it is prudent to avoid him and proceed with care. Gongsun Yan nodded in acknowledgement, silently committing the information to memory. Although Bai Zhanyang refrained from explicitly mentioning Gongsun Yan's matters, Gongsun Yan was keenly aware that there was surely something amiss with this individual. As time pressed on, Bai Zhanyang summoned Boss Lu to settle the accounts. The group of 6 gathered provisions and hastily mounted their steeds, setting off toward the northern frontier. Huaqin is a modest nation with a land area of approximately 30 million square li. The nation comprises 4 military corps, categorized as Central, South, West, and North, with each corps consisting of 10 to 30 armies. Among them, the Central Corps is the largest, boasting 30 armies and over 3 million soldiers, directly controlled by the king. Responsible for the capital's garrison, maritime security, mobile field operations, quelling rebellions, and maintaining oversight of the other corps, the remaining 3 corps are tasked with frontier defense and cultivation, stationed at the southern, western, and northern borders respectively. The Jinbei Pass, located within the Double Python mountain range, serves as the headquarters for the Northern Army. This corps has 20 armies, approximately 200,000 soldiers, deployed along a front line stretching nearly 5,000 li in the northern expanse, second only to the Central Corps in scale. Upon their arrival at Jinbei Pass, the sky had already darkened considerably. The city walls soared over 10 zhang high, encompassing several dozen li. The banners of Huaqin and the Northern Army fluttered in the wind atop the battlements, while the watchtowers loomed high above. Constructed of black bricks and tiles with a somber gate that exuded an air of solemnity. From a distance, Jinbei Pass resembled a fearsome beast lying in wait, poised to strike at any moment. As Bai Zhanyang and his companions approached the city gate, the guards promptly came forward, meticulously inspecting the tokens they presented before allowing passage. Gongsun Yan entered the city alongside Bai Zhanyang, observing that the streets within were distinctly organized, with 2 principal roads running east-west and north-south, each spanning 2 zhang in width. At the intersection of these thoroughfares stood a bell and drum tower, along with a watchtower. Patrols and enforcement teams frequently traversed the streets. Noticing Gongsun Yan's curiosity, Bai Zhanyang elaborated, "The pathways of this city are quite intricate. Beyond these 2 main roads, the other streets extend like a spider's web in all directions, scattered in a haphazard manner. The narrowest passages barely accommodate a single person, crisscrossing like a labyrinth, with winding and shadowy alleys that often culminate in dead ends. Entering such paths leads to cul-de-sacs, while the streets are dotted with hidden fortifications and arrow slits. All routes fall within shooting range, and for an unfamiliar visitor, there is but one path, toward doom. Should you venture here alone, be exceedingly cautious not to wander aimlessly." As Gongsun Yan marveled at the meticulous fortifications of Bianqing, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement while observing intently. The Northern Army's military and political office, located on the west street of the Bell and Drum Tower, faced south with its soaring eaves and intricate brackets exuding grandeur. The crimson gate adorned with golden nails was impressively striking. Flanking the entrance were several armored soldiers standing guard, and the atmosphere was thick with an oppressive air. Soon, 6 individuals led their horses to the front of the military and political office. Bai Zhanyang instructed the others to wait outside while he approached the guards with Gongsun Yan, saluting and presenting their military orders, which facilitated their entry. Upon entering the grand hall of the office, a soldier promptly arrived to guide them, leading the pair to the legal affairs department. Bai Zhanyang submitted the wax-sealed documents entrusted to him by El Xiansa from Guishui town. After a brief inspection, an officer dispatched the documents to the medical department for registration and processing of the entry papers. After a short while, the 2 reunited with the others, swiftly leading their horses toward the north gate. As they exited the encampment, dusk was settling in. The Bean Army camp lay several dozen miles from the northern town gate, and the 6 mounted riders hastened towards the camp. Outside the northern town gate, the landscape was barren with sparse trees. The grass and foliage turned yellow under the chill of autumn, and the desolate twilight evoked a somber atmosphere as they galloped forth. Seated behind by Zhanyong on horseback, Gongsun Yan gazed into the distance, where solitary graves dotted the undulating hills, overgrown with wild grasses. He could not help but feel a surge of emotion. On this ancient battlefield, countless souls had perished, their bodies wrapped in leather, their remains buried beneath the yellow sands. These graves not only marked the resting places of heroes but also entombed the shattered hopes of families and the longing of wives and children left behind. The Bean Army camp was situated at the foot of the Tianmen Ridge in the southern part of the Shuangmang mountain range. This range, a spur of the eastern Zheng mountain range, stretched from the Qingzhou coast in the east to the borders of the Xiasu kingdom in the west. The Shuangmang mountains consisted of two nearly parallel ranges, the southern Mang mountains within the territory of Huaqin and the northern Mang mountains within the domain of Changyuan, forming a natural barrier between the two nations. As the 6 riders approached the camp at the foot of the southern Mang mountain, dusk was approaching. Dismounting their horses about 50 zheng from the military camp, they led their steeds in an orderly fashion. Upon reaching 5 zheng from the gate, Bai Zhanyang produced the command token and Gongsun Yan's entry documents. The 5 presented their badges, and after verification by the gatekeeper, they were permitted to enter. Inside the camp, after exchanging greetings with Gongsun Yan, the others dispersed, while Bai Zhanyang guided him first to the military administration to present their orders, register, and receive identification badges, before proceeding to report to the medical department. The medical department was situated in a tranquil area deep within the camp. As Gongsun Yan followed Bai Zhanyang through the barracks, they encountered few soldiers along the way. Each barrack and inner section was guarded by sentinels, lending the entire camp an air of solemnity and silence. Occasionally, they encountered patrols, and after presenting their badges and explaining their purpose, they were promptly allowed to pass. As they walked, Bai Zhanyang provided Gongsun Yan with a brief overview of the camp's discipline and essential information, which Gongsun Yan silently committed to memory. As the 2 individuals continued their journey, they soon beheld a series of white wooden barracks encircled by a fence beneath the jungle, their stark brightness particularly jarring in the twilight. A sentinel stood guard at the entrance, inquiring upon their approach, "Is Corporal Bai here on business?" The military medical facility was a restricted area, generally off-limits to unauthorized personnel. "Ah, it's Ding Wei. I have brought him here to report," Bai Zhanyang responded, gesturing towards Gongsun Yan. After inspecting their identification badges, the sentinel granted them passage. Bai Zhanyang led Gongsun Yan to the foremost row of buildings. Upon entering, they encountered a fair-skinned man in his 20s. Bai Zhanyang immediately exclaimed, "What a coincidence, Dr. Gongsun. Your cousin has arrived." He pointed to Gongsun Yan and continued, "From now on, you 2 can grow closer as brothers." Addressing Gongsun Yan, he added, "This is your elder cousin, Dr. Gongsun Xian." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan promptly offered his respects, saying, "Younger brother Gongsun Yan pays his respects to elder brother." Gongsun Xian's demeanor was frosty. He merely nodded indifferently in acknowledgement. Observing this, Bai Zhanyang hastily inquired, "Is Officer Duanmu present?" Gongsun Xian remained silent, gesturing towards a room along the corridor before brushing past them. Bai Zhanyang and Gongsun Yan exchanged wry smiles, then approached the door of the indicated room. Bai Zhanyang came to a halt and saluted, declaring, "Report to the officer, Corporal Bai Zhanyang of the 39th Squad, escorting the exiled Gongsun Yan for reporting duty." At these words, Gongsun Yan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his face paling instantly. Throughout the journey, he had been treated with kindness by all. Nearly forgetting his predicament, there was a pause in the room, then a hoarse voice called out, "Come in." Gongsun Yan lowered his head and followed Bai Zhanyang through the door. Inside was Duanmu Xianjun, the medical officer of the 39th Army. The Duanmu family was another prominent medical lineage in Huaqin, their reputation slightly inferior to that of the Gongsun clan, yet their influence permeated the nation, with members serving as court physicians. At that moment, Duanmu Xianjun sat beside a table, his previously handsome face now clouded with concern. Upon their entrance, he scrutinized the 2 before dismissively waving his hand at Bai Zhanyang, saying, "You are no longer needed here. You may leave." As a mere corporal, Bai Zhanyang's rank was significantly lower than that of the medical officer. He acknowledged the command with a swift yes and promptly exited. The room fell into silence for a moment before Duanmu Xianjun suddenly bellowed, "Gongsun Yan, are you aware of your crimes?" Gongsun Yan stood motionless, his gaze cast downward. Offering no response, Duanmu Xianjun continued, "Do not presume that silence will absolve you. You are the son of a notorious physician, an exiled individual. Your father formed factions within the military, engaged in corruption, and openly opposed General Shangguan, disregarding the king's grace and the nation's welfare. In a fit of personal vengeance, he harmed the valiant general. Though he perished in fear of his sins, such transgressions are unforgivable. A father's debts must be repaid by his son. You shall bear the consequences of your father's crimes. Although Gongsun Yan had mentally prepared for the barrage of accusations leveled against his father, he was still taken aback by Duanmu Xinjuan's shamelessness and malice. With his father now deceased, he was left powerless against such unfounded slander. You hail from a family of criminals, inevitably bearing the indelible mark of a sinful lineage. Since you are here, commence your duties as a mere servant, and henceforth conduct yourself with utmost integrity within the military. Adhere strictly to the rules. Abstain from idle chatter and reckless actions. Form no alliances or clandestine connections, for you shall be subject to scrutiny and labor reform. Should you demonstrate genuine remorse and strive for redemption, I am not devoid of opportunities for you to atone for your sins and achieve merit. Thus, take heed of your conduct. With that, he appeared impatient and waved his hand dismissively at Gongsun Yan. He then summoned an assistant to escort Gongsun Yan away. The military hospital comprises 10 rows of single-story buildings designated for diagnosis, hospitalization, and medical purposes, numbered sequentially from south to north. Each row consists of east-west corridors with north-south rooms, and grand doors are symmetrically placed on all sides. Flanking the first room are 2 additional buildings. The eastern side houses the kitchen, while the western side comprises the storeroom and logistics. Accompanied by the assistant of the physician, Gongsun Yan first proceeded to the logistics section to collect his belongings and equipment before arriving at the far right room of the 10th block. The assistant gestured towards the room and informed Gongsun Yan, "You shall reside here henceforth, primarily tasked with waste disposal, transporting miscellaneous items, chopping wood, and cleaning the latrines. You must remain readily available for any additional duties, refrain from wandering outside, and avoid taking leave without permission." With that, he turned and departed. Gongsun Yan lingered at the doorway for a moment before entering. Upon stepping inside, he noticed that the room was already occupied, and its inhabitants regarded him with curious expressions. He promptly announced, "I am the new servant." The 3 individuals within the room appeared to be in their 20s, robust and vigorous. One of them, slightly older, appraised Gongsun Yan before inquiring, "Are you certain you are here to serve as a servant?" "Indeed." Gongsun Yan nodded emphatically. "It seems your family is truly in dire need of funds," the older man remarked, gesturing towards an available bed near the entrance. Gongsun Yan approached the bed, placed his belongings down, swiftly arranged the bedding, and then quietly sat down to consume his provisions. "Ah, young lad, you are aware of the military's regulations. I half expected you to go hungry." The older man jested, before introducing himself. "I am Li Tai, this is Zhao Fan, and that one is Wen Ge. What is your name?" "I am Gongsun Yan," he replied, returning to his meal in silence. Observing his demeanor, the others ceased their chatter and proceeded outside to fetch water and prepare for rest. Once Gongsun Yan finished eating, he too quickly washed up and retired to bed. Being but a youth, weary from traveling for 7 or 8 days, he fell into a deep slumber. Before long, the lights-out signal echoed through the camp, enveloping it in profound silence. The following morning, the wake-up call resounded, prompting everyone to rise, wash, and tidy themselves. As fellow servants, they were exempt from physical training. After a short while, Li Tai was summoned by the assistant and returned shortly thereafter with a sullen expression, addressing Gongsun Yan with a mocking tone. "You seem rather proud, thinking you possess some remarkable status, yet it appears you are merely a conscripted criminal." The other 2 individuals cast disdainful glances at Gongsun Yan, and Li Tai continued, "It has been decreed that from now on, you shall rise early each day to sweep the corridors and courtyard, clean the toilets after breakfast, gather the refuse, and chop firewood in the kitchen. In short, all the menial and laborious tasks here will henceforth fall upon your shoulders." After speaking, he exchanged knowing glances with the other 2. Gongsun Yan remained silent, rising to leave, inwardly sighing in resignation. Bai Zhanyong had fancied he would serve as a medical attendant. It appeared he had been overly optimistic. He first retrieved a broom from the tool shed and commenced his diligent cleaning. Thus began Gongsun Yan's tenure as a camp handyman. As time elapsed, Gongsun Yan's existence in the military encampment stretched into over a month, during which he endured considerable hardship. Each day, an unending array of dirty, strenuous tasks awaited him, alongside the constant need to transport various items, often leaving him dizzy and utterly exhausted. The physical toil was bearable, yet the mental strain left him feeling profoundly isolated. The personnel at the military medical office regarded him as a pariah, shunning him as if he were a plague, fearful of being implicated in his misfortune. Consequently, he seldom engaged in conversation, and any support was non-existent. Even the few other handymen frequently mocked him. Fortunately, his inner fortitude allowed him to persevere, though he realized that this solitary, helpless existence would persist for a considerable duration. During this time, through observation and interaction, he gleaned much about the military medical office. Since his father's departure, there were currently 9 medical officers, with Duanmu Xianjun having successfully attained the position of chief physician, promoting his confidant Feng Yun to assistant physician. The remaining 7 medical staff were from the original team, most of whom maintained only a lukewarm relationship with Duanmu Xianjun and showed no overt kindness toward Gongsun Yan. Particularly, Gongsun Yan's cousin, Gongsun Xian, kept a notable distance from him. However, the changes among the medical attendants, handymen, and logistics personnel were substantial. Upon assuming office, Duanmu Xianjun had systematically replaced all previous staff. Now, apart from the medical officers, the other personnel were unaware of Gongsun Dian's circumstances and even less so of Gongsun Yan's origins. One day, while Gongsun Yan was assisting in the kitchen with the transportation of corn and vegetables, a sudden influx of wounded soldiers rushed into the courtyard, the majority being carried in on stretchers. The handymen, including Gongsun Yan, recognized that there must have been a battle, and they promptly stepped aside to allow passage. The military medical office was abuzz with activity, everyone engaged in frantic efforts. Once the personnel responsible for transporting the injured departed, Gongsun Yan and his fellow handymen resumed their work. At that moment, a man in his 30s, possessing a refined demeanor, strode out of room 1. Clad in a white robe and exuding resolute determination, he stood on the steps, casting his gaze toward Gongsun Yan and the others. This man was one of the military physicians, Jiang Qi. Although the Jiang family's medical reputation was not widely known, they belonged to a prestigious lineage in Huaqin Kingdom. Indeed, their renown extended beyond Huaqin, reaching even the kingdom of Jishui and throughout the entire Qingzhou continent, where the Jiang family was regarded as one of the foremost noble families. Despite the illustrious reputation of the Jiang family, its descendants are not confined to a singular path of development. Rather, they traverse a vast and intricate array of pursuits, engaging with individuals from all walks of life, from noble ministers to humble tradesmen. Many have thrived on the battlefield, achieving renown, while others have dedicated themselves to the dissemination of knowledge or the practice of medicine. As Jiang Qi observed Gongsun Yan emerging from the kitchen, preparing to carry rice once more, he beckoned, "Gongsun Yan, come here." Heeding the call, Gongsun Yan approached, and Jiang Qi led him into room 1. Arriving at the door of Duanmu Xianjun, with a demeanor of respectful assertiveness, he announced, "Medic Jiang Qi seeks an audience with the esteemed official." "Oh, it is Mr. Jiang. Please come in." Duanmu Xianjun responded courteously. However, upon seeing Jiang Qi accompanied by Gongsun Yan, his expression darkened, and he inquired with suspicion, "What brings you here, Mr. Jiang?" "Recently, we have seen an influx of wounded soldiers, and today, numerous critically injured individuals have been brought in. My medical staff is insufficient, and I wish for this young man to assist." "Oh, this lad is frail and lacks strength. What purpose could he serve in your domain? I suggest you consider another individual. That Li Tai would be a much better choice," Duanmu Xianjun retorted, visibly displeased. "This young man is diligent and honest in his work. Hailing from a family of physicians, he is well-versed in the 4 examinations and possesses a foundational knowledge of herbal medicine. Furthermore, being a medical aid requires more than mere physical strength. I believe he is capable." Jiang Qi fervently defended Gongsun Yan and continued to advocate for him. "We are in extraordinary times, and the need for medical personnel is pressing. The priority at the military medical department is to treat the wounded. I implore you, Dr. Duanmu, to consider this matter with discretion." Duanmu hesitated, contemplating the situation for a moment before finally conceding. "Since you insist on him, I shall acquiesce. However, you are aware of his background. He will be under your supervision, and you shall bear all consequences. Is that agreeable?" "Absolutely," Jiang Qi replied without hesitation. "I must also clarify that once this tumult subsides, he will return to his duties as a servant." With that, Duanmu waved them away impatiently. Jiang Qi, maintaining a calm demeanor, led Gongsun Yan out, inwardly smirking. "Now that he is my medical aid, his fate is no longer his own." Gongsun Yan followed Jiang Qi to the logistics department to alter his status and receive his medical attire. before proceeding to room 6. At that moment, the ward was overflowing with patients, and the corridors were lined with makeshift beds filled with the injured. Jiangqi hastened to his treatment room, instructing Gongsun Yan to return to his quarters to change clothes. Gongsun Yan dashed back to the servant quarters, changed his attire, and tidied himself before promptly returning. Indeed, clothes make the man, for he transformed from a disheveled servant into a picture of elegance in his pristine white cap, coat, and trousers, exuding an air of competence. Upon entering Jiangqi's treatment room, he observed Jiangqi attending to a patient. Quietly, he stood by the side. Once Jiangqi had finished and sent the patient away, he turned to Gongsun Yan with a smile. Indeed, you are a scion of a noble family. I see your father's influence in you. Gongsun Yan bowed respectfully, replying, Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Jiangqi waved his hand dismissively and rose to lead Gongsun Yan outside. They hastily arrived at the infirmary of room 6, where 2 medical attendants were busily engaged. Upon seeing Jiangqi, they promptly stood at attention, greeting him. Greetings, Medic Jiang. Oh, you are all here. Allow me to introduce you, he said, turning to point at Gongsun Yan. This is Gongsun Yan, who will be serving as a medical attendant from today onward. Please ensure that he is well acquainted with the protocols within the barracks, and feel free to consult him on matters pertaining to medicine. You should divide the necessary tasks among yourselves. He then proceeded to introduce the 2 medical attendants to Gongsun Yan before turning to leave. As he departed, the 2 attendants murmured, Medic Jiang, take care, while casting curious glances at Gongsun Yan. Among them, the slightly taller one was named Su Xian, and the other was called Fong Ning. Feel free to consult him on matters of medicine. Su Xian questioned Fong Ning, noticing that he too appeared bewildered. He then blurted out to Gongsun Yan, are you certain you understand medicine? Su Xian nearly slipped by calling him grandson. For Li Tai and others had long held disdain for Gongsun Yan, often mocking and ridiculing him. They even bestowed upon him the nickname grandson based on the peculiarities of his surname, while his actual name was seldom known. Indeed, Gongsun Yan replied with a nod. Upon his affirmation, both attendants were taken aback, yet they refrained from further inquiry and instead began to familiarize him with the situation. After all, it was no trivial matter that Medic Jiang himself had introduced him to them. Such an honor was not bestowed upon just anyone. After a long and exhausting day, Gongsun Yan returned to his quarters quite late. Upon entering, he immediately encountered 3 faces filled with envy. Li Tai sneered, grandson. Who would have thought that beneath that small stature and stubborn demeanor, someone would actually take a liking to you? This pretty boy may seem dull, yet he is quite cunning. He must frequently seek to curry favor with Medic Jiang. When Gu chimed in sarcastically, do tell us, what underhanded tactics did you employ to secure the position of medical attendant? Zhao Fan added mockingly. All 3 secretly aspired to become medical attendants, for the remuneration was substantial, and it offered the opportunity to acquire invaluable skills that would benefit them once they left the barracks. However, there were certain prerequisites for being hired as a medical attendant. At the very least, one must have a basic understanding of bandaging and hemostasis, along with some knowledge of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, one's background would be scrutinized. Noticing the ill-natured remarks, Gongsun Yan chose not to respond. He fetched a basin to draw water and, after cleansing himself, returned to his room to rest. The 3, finding little interest in their jibes, each went about their evening routines before retiring for the night. Lying in bed, Gongsun Yan found it difficult to sleep. As he reflected on the day's surreal events, marveling at how he had suddenly transformed into a medical attendant, the abrupt passing of his father left many matters unresolved. And as he pondered this, he deduced that Mr. Jiang must have had a close relationship with his father, perhaps even a dear friendship. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a significant risk to bring him on as a medical attendant. Having endured the vicissitudes of life and the whims of others during this time, the young man's psyche had matured considerably. He resolved to seize this opportunity. Determined not to disappoint Mr. Jiang and to strive for a change in his own circumstances, as visions of the future danced in his mind, he unwittingly drifted into a peaceful slumber. That night marked the most restful slumber he had experienced since entering the barracks. Upon the break of dawn, Gongsun Yan arrived at room 6, commencing the task of tidying the infirmary and the corridor, examining the wounds of the injured, and preparing medical supplies and instruments, thus formally embarking on his duties as a medical attendant. In truth, the responsibilities of a medical attendant are far from trivial at times. They are even more arduous than those of menial laborers, with the mental strain surpassing that of mere manual tasks. However, the position comes with a certain prestige and a generous remuneration, alongside the opportunity to acquire a wealth of medical knowledge and skills, which explains why many choose to serve in the military as medical attendants. As time passed and he adapted to his role, Gongsun Yan gradually became proficient in his duties, managing various tasks with impressive organization. Occasionally, when the physician Zhang was overwhelmed, he would delegate the task of dressing wounds to Gongsun Yan, who executed these responsibilities with remarkable excellence, displaying evident mastery in his medical craft. In turn, Su Xian and Fong Ning began to accept Gongsun Yan, seeking his guidance on matters they found perplexing in medicine. Through their interactions, they discovered that Gongsun Yan not only possessed exceptional medical skills, but also a profound understanding of herbal medicine. He could readily identify various medicinal materials, articulate their properties, and was well versed in their origins, pathways, compatibility, and preparation methods, leaving them both in quiet admiration. Jiang Qi observed all of this with great satisfaction. Initially, he had summoned Gongsun Yan as a temporary measure, but unexpectedly, he had found a valuable assistant whose medical knowledge and skills were nearly on par with his own. Given time, it was certain that Gongsun Yan would evolve into a master of his craft. Although Jiang Qi's relationship with Gongsun Yan was not particularly deep, he held a certain admiration for Gongsun Yan's medical expertise and character. His decision to recruit Gongsun Yan was motivated both by necessity and by his disapproval of Duanmu Xinjuan's methods. Additionally, he was pleased to see Gongsun Yan's circumstances improve. Jiang Qi was a direct descendant of the Jiang family of Huaqin, a cousin of the current Prime Minister Jiang Qian, though this identity was unknown to outsiders. Naturally carefree, he excelled in literature, martial arts, and medicine, making him a standout even among his kin. His family had assigned him to military service as a physician to hone his skills. As autumn faded into winter, Gongsun Yan had been stationed at the border for nearly 2 months, although he had only served as a medical attendant for about 10 days. Despite the brevity of this time, he had earned the respect of those around him through his exceptional medical skills and steadfast character. The wounded spoke highly of him, and even the menial laborers, such as Li Tai, had ceased their cold remarks. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his situation was bound to improve. Gongsun Yan. Physician Jiang requests your presence. One day, while Gongsun Yan was tending to a patient, Fong Ning rushed over to summon him. After attending to the injured, Gongsun Yan hurried to Jiang Qi's medical chamber, finding Su Xian already present as Jiang Qi assigned tasks. He promptly paused at the doorway. Upon seeing him, Jiang Qi instructed Su Xian to return and prepare, then gestured for Gongsun Yan to enter. With a grave expression, Su Xian hastily exited the room, while Gongsun Yan approached Jiang Qi, who gazed at him with a complex expression. In a somber tone, Jiang Qi remarked, "I was just summoned by Medical Officer Duanmu, who informed me of an urgent task tonight. He instructed that I must bring 2 medical attendants along. This, in itself, is a commonplace occurrence. Yet he specifically stated that you must accompany us." After a brief pause, noticing Gongsun Yan's calm demeanor and lack of reaction, Jiang Qi silently commended his ability to remain composed. He continued, "I have already instructed Su Xian to join us. He is to prepare essential provisions and medical supplies for our journey. We shall divide these between us. Upon reaching the front lines, we should strive to remain together and avoid straying. Should an emergency arise, act judiciously and prioritize your safety. You may return now to prepare. We depart after dinner." After a moment, as though recalling something, he added, "It is now winter. Although this area is not frigid, the mountains can be quite chilly at night. Be mindful of keeping warm, wear additional layers, and if you have any extra clothing, bring it all along." Gongsun Yan nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly departed. Upon returning to his quarters, he promptly donned his attire, layering it with the uniform of a medical attendant. The previously slightly oversized uniform now fit him rather well. When he left home, he had assumed that the military would provide clothing upon arrival at the camp, bringing only a change of clothes for the journey. Little did he know that as a conscript, he would receive no provisions or compensation, let alone winter garments. Only later, upon being assigned the role of a medical attendant, did he receive a standard uniform. He was now truly without funds, lacking even a single warm garment. As the dinner bell rang, he quickly fetched his meal and, after dining, hurried to Jiang Qi's treatment room in room 6, where Jiang Qi and Su Xian awaited him. Noticing Gongsun Yan arriving empty-handed and lightly equipped, Jiang Qi couldn't help but frown, offering a wry smile. "You truly come unencumbered." Understanding that Gongsun Yan had not anticipated the hardships of military life, he turned and stepped into the inner chamber. Each treatment room in the medical quarters was equipped with an inner room where the attending medical officer resided. When Jiangqi emerged, he carried an additional bundle. He addressed Gongsun Yan. I have quite a few items to bring. Please assist me with this. He gestured toward a package on the table, saying, this contains provisions and a first aid kit. Let us each take one and set off. They arrived at the entrance of room 1, where they found Li Tai standing with a pack on his back, leading a pack horse laden with medical supplies. Upon their approach, Li Tai respectfully greeted, Good day, Medical Officer Jiang. Jiangqi nodded slightly, and they stood together awaiting Duanmu Xianjun. Before long, Duanmu Xianjun emerged with a somber countenance. Noticing the 4 of them present, he strode directly towards the main entrance, where the sentry promptly saluted, and the 4 followed suit. The group quickly formed a line and soon arrived at the central military barracks square, where numerous soldiers were already assembled, awaiting instructions from a lieutenant. Dressed uniformly in black, with sharp blades and sturdy crossbows, their armor gleaming, it was evident they were elite troops. Duanmu Xianjun led the 4 towards the lieutenant to report, then departed alone. The officer commanded the soldiers to place the horses in their halters, wrapping their hooves in cotton cloth to prevent any noise. He instructed them to line up on the side and wait. All 4 were dressed in white, making them particularly conspicuous. Once everyone had gathered, the officer addressed the centurion at the front of each squad, stating, Tonight, we have a surprise raid. The valiant general shall lead us personally. All formalities will be simplified, and we shall communicate through flags and signal flares. With that, he ceased further conversation and stood in silence. Thousands of individuals stood solemnly in the square, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Before long, news arrived from the scouts, prompting the officer to relay the information. Shortly thereafter, a young general, adorned in armor and wielding a sword at his waist, emerged amidst a throng of admirers. This was none other than the formidable General Shang Guanbao. Upon witnessing him for the first time since joining the army, Gongsun Yan felt an intense surge of animosity, his fists clenched tightly as his eyes bore into the general. Shang Guanbao was a towering figure, with a lean face, pronounced cheekbones, and a narrow brow. He strode confidently onto the elevated platform, his gaze sweeping over the assembled troops, and proclaimed loudly, Recently, the forces of the Shangyuan kingdom have repeatedly violated our borders, resulting in significant casualties. If we do not avenge this enmity, how can we guard our territory? Today, we shall launch a surprise attack on the Shangyuan kingdom, catching them off guard and teaching them a lesson. With a vigorous wave of his arm, he commanded, Let us advance. Thousands of soldiers moved out in an orderly fashion, and Gongsun Yan and his companions exited the military camp as the sun dipped below the horizon. The Bingyin army barracks lay at the foot of the Tianmen Ridge of the southern Mang Mountain, yet after departing the camp, they did not ascend the mountain but instead hurried westward along its base. Although the soldiers harbored doubts, the confidential nature of military affairs prevented them from voicing their concerns. Opposite the Tianmen Ridge was the Tongtian Ridge of the northern Mang Mountain, and between these 2 mountain ridges lay a natural valley known as Lianxin Valley, intersecting with the Grand Canyon of the Shuangmang mountain range. This valley represented one of the most crucial passages between the Huaqin kingdom and the Shangyuan kingdom, serving as a vital route for trade and commerce during peacetime. Its strategic significance was paramount, which is why many conflicts between the 2 nations had commenced from this very location. Initially, many speculated that the target of this surprise raid was the Tongtian Ridge, yet it soon became evident that this was not the case. The troops marched swiftly onward, showing no signs of slowing down or halting even as midnight approached. The frigid night enveloped them, the darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The advance relied entirely on the flickering light from the scout signal flares. With each arduous step, some soldiers began to falter. The intense pace took its toll, and even Li Tai and Su Xian found their strides laborious, while Gongsun Yan, having spent his youth foraging for herbs in the mountains with his father, appeared remarkably at ease. Upon reaching midnight, the troops took a brief respite before continuing their march. As dawn began to break, they arrived at a dense thicket at the foot of the mountain. General Shang Guanbao ordered the troops to conceal themselves within the forest and set up camp. The soldiers promptly erected their tents, gathered water nearby, and began boiling it while preparing their rations. Gongsun Yan and his companions removed their tents from the pack animals, sought hot water from fellow soldiers, and quietly consumed their provisions. None of them had brought any baggage, and after their meal, they simply lay down in their tents, fully clothed, and surrendered to sleep. After a night of relentless travel, everyone was utterly exhausted and slept soundly until the 6th watch of the morning, only to be roused by someone calling them. After finishing their evening meal, which was already at dusk, they promptly dismantled the tents, organized their belongings, and continued their journey alongside the rest of the group. Following this, they maintained a brisk pace, interrupted only by 2 brief rests along the way. Ultimately, on the 3rd day after departing the barracks, just as dawn approached, they ascended a ridge where a command was issued for the group to rest. Here, a garrison was stationed, with a small fortress established, and upon their arrival, they were quickly provided with water and supplies. At that moment, Jiangqi quietly remarked to Gongsun Yan, "Since we headed west after our departure, we are likely nearing the borders of the Xiaosu kingdom." Gongsun Yan was taken aback by this revelation. His knowledge of the geography of the Huachin kingdom was scant, leading him to reflect on the necessity of improving his understanding of meteorology and geography while traveling. In truth, Jiangqi's conjecture was indeed accurate. They had already reached the Hongya Ridge of the Nanmang Mountains, with the Wujin Ridge of the Changyuan Kingdom visible across the way. A mere 100 miles westward would lead them into the territory of Xiaosu. The reason Shangwan Bao and his companions chose this location as their target for a surprise attack was primarily due to the historical significance of Wujin Ridge, which had once been a rich source of black gold, boasting thousands of mines during its peak. In the past, many had illegally extracted black gold, creating numerous secret paths. One such route connected Hongya Ridge to Wujin Ridge. This area was characterized by steep mountains and sparse populations, and now that the mines had long been abandoned, the path was seldom traversed. While the assault on Wujin Ridge would be challenging, its defense was equally formidable. To ascend Wujin Ridge from Hongya Ridge, one first had to traverse a deep canyon and then navigate through the 5-mile-long Heishan Gorge. The stream within the canyon served as a natural boundary between the two nations, and during winter, the water flow was gentle enough to cross. Shangwan Bao, wary of potential ambushes in Heishan Gorge, dispatched scouts to investigate beforehand. The group rested during the day, with soldiers either lounging in the barracks or resting within tents. Gongsun Yan and his companions set up their own tent for rest, consuming their dry rations for breakfast as daylight broke, revealing the mountainous terrain in its entirety. Through a gap in the tent, Jiangqi gazed outside and murmured to himself, "As expected, this is indeed Hongya Ridge." He then turned to the others and whispered, "We are merely 100 miles from Xiaosu to the west. Beyond the canyon lies the Changyuan Kingdom. During this incursion, we must exercise utmost caution. Stay close to the group during our movements. Do not fall behind. It is likely we will not act during the day, so let us seize this opportunity to rest." With that, he fell asleep in his clothes. Gongsun Yan and the others quickly followed suit. As dusk fell, scouts reported no unusual activity across the canyon. Shangwan Bao promptly ordered all soldiers to stealthily position themselves by the canyon's edge and commanded a subordinate to lead 100 soldiers as the vanguard to ambush the opposite bank and swiftly seize the high ground on both sides of Heishan Gorge. Within less than an hour, news arrived that all was proceeding smoothly. Shangwan Bao immediately commanded the entire force to launch an assault on Wujin Ridge. The troops surged forward like a sharp sword, piercing swiftly into the darkness ahead. Gongsun Yan found himself wedged in the midst of his comrades, advancing through the ranks without any sense of direction. He followed closely behind Jiangqi, fording streams and traversing the gorge until they entered the Black Mountain Canyon. Shangwan Bao, accompanied by several subordinate generals and a strategist, was among the last to penetrate the depths of the canyon. They had scarcely traveled any distance when a thunderous cannonade echoed through the air, and an array of torches, pine resin, sulfur, nitrate, and branches rained down from the cliffs on either side, illuminating the gorge as if it were daylight. The sound of drums reverberated, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Shangwan Bao's countenance turned ashen. Sensing the peril, he bellowed, "This is dire. We are ambushed. The rear has become the front. We must retreat at once." Alas, it was too late. A formidable force from the Chaoyang Kingdom surged forth at the gorge's entrance, unleashing a torrent of arrows that fell like a tempest upon Shangwan Bao and his men. Instantly, Shangwan Bao concentrated his troops to break through toward their original path. At this moment, chaos engulfed the Huachin Kingdom as forces within the canyon, the ranks fragmented by flames. Many soldiers fell victim to arrows or were engulfed by the blaze. Jiangqi and his companions hastily dampened cloths to cover their mouths and noses, rushing to provide aid. They tirelessly attempted to staunch the bleeding and dress wounds. But the toll was grievous, and they scarcely had time to tend to the injured. Observing the dire situation, Jiangqi urgently instructed everyone, "Let us break through towards the main force. and do not fall behind. If that proves impossible, we must separate and trust in our fates." He then turned to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Take my pack. If you cannot find me later, keep it for yourself." With that, he sprang forward towards the canyon's entrance. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan and the others followed, but they were hindered by their lack of martial prowess, having to constantly evade arrows and flames, and soon found themselves lagging behind. The sounds of roaring and clamor from the direction of the gorge's entrance indicated the intensity of the battle. Gongsun Yan realized that even if he reached the mouth of the canyon, escape would be improbable, and his life was likely forfeit. In that moment, he steadied his thoughts, halting his frantic pace. Utilizing the flickering flames to survey his surroundings, he conceived a plan and swiftly retraced his steps. On his way back, Gongsun Yan encountered numerous soldiers who had succumbed to arrows. He approached a slightly shorter fallen soldier, checking for breath and pulse, only to discover that the man was deceased. Apologizing softly, he said, "Forgive me, brother, I must borrow your clothing for my escape." He then stripped the soldier of his black garments, donning them over his medical attire. Once clad in the black attire, he hastily slipped into the shadows of the canyon. Along the way, he gathered provisions, a water pouch, and a dagger left abandoned by others. Reaching the base of the cliff, he swiftly began to scale the rock face. Earlier, he had noted that near the mountaintop, a curtain vine hung in the vicinity, and from his experience in herb gathering, he surmised that a depression often lay hidden behind such vines. This spot was several dozen zhang above the ground, making it difficult to detect. Gongsun Yan moved with agility and stealth, quickly reaching the vine, where, indeed, a sufficient hollow awaited him, providing ample cover. He concealed himself there, peering down into the abyss, where the enemy had ceased their barrage of arrows. However, the flames within the canyon raged fiercer, nearly merging into a singular inferno. Clearly, the enemy continued to hurl incendiary devices into the gorge, and even the cliff he had just scaled glowed ominously in the fiery light. Fortunately, the thick smoke obscured visibility from the opposing mountainside. Gongsun Yan found a comfortable position, remaining utterly still. Above him, the sounds of enemy chatter wafted down from the ridge, and the shouts from the enemy atop the opposite mountain were distinctly audible. Both the Huachin Kingdom and the Changyuan Kingdom were vassals of the Jishui Kingdom, sharing a common language and script, albeit with slight regional accents, allowing Gongsun Yan to comprehend the discourse among the enemy ranks. At this moment, the cacophony of battle cries from the canyon's entrance gradually diminished, soon fading into silence. Gongsun Yan pondered whether Shu Guanbao and his comrades had broken through or if the entire army had perished. This operation had been shrouded in secrecy, with each march conducted with utmost caution, yet they still encountered an ambush, leaving scant hope for the Huachin soldiers' survival. Though still young, Gongsun Yan understood that there must have been a betrayal within the ranks, with someone leaking information to the Changyuan Kingdom. The flames within the canyon began to wane, with no voices heard, only the crackling of burning branches. After enduring a hail of arrows and the relentless fire, the gorge had transformed into a hell on earth, and the prospects for the Huachin soldiers to survive were grim. From the mountaintop, the commanding officer's voice echoed, ordering the soldiers to commence the battlefield cleanup at the appointed hour, searching for any remaining adversaries. Gongsun Yan shrank further into his hiding place, afraid to stir. In the fortress at the Red Cliff Ridge of South Mang Mountain, Shu Guanbao sat with a dark expression, his armor cracked and stained with blood, his eyes bloodshot. Several subordinate generals surrounded him, their armor disheveled and faces haggard, while the 100 captains stationed at Red Cliff Ridge sat cautiously beside him, not daring to speak. Shu Guanbao scanned the subordinate generals with a glare, venomously stating, "This operation was meant to be covert, yet the information was leaked. I will hunt down whoever betrayed us and annihilate their entire family." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Is it just the few of you?" "Yes, General. The strategist unfortunately fell to an arrow, and we followed you out, unaware of the situation behind us," replied one of the subordinate generals. Just then, a soldier entered, reporting to the 100 captains, who gestured for him to proceed. The soldier promptly addressed Shu Guanbao, "General, there is a man claiming to be Jiang Qi seeking an audience, stating he has come from Black Mountain Gorge." "Oh." Shu Guanbao turned to the aforementioned subordinate general with a questioning gaze. "Who is Jiang Qi?" "General, he is a physician from the military medical corps and has accompanied the unit on this mission," the subordinate general responded. "Ah, let him enter," Shu Guanbao commanded. Before long, the soldier returned, escorting Jiang Qi into the presence of the assembly. clad in tattered white garments, stained with blood and appearing fatigued. Jiang Qi clasped his fists in salute to Shu Guanbao. Military physician Jiang Qi reports to the general. Shu Guanbao scrutinized him from head to toe, coldly remarking, "You possess quite the ability to have escaped the fray. General, he is of the Jiang family." The subordinate general interjected hastily, attempting to smooth over the situation. Upon hearing this, Shang Guanbao's demeanor immediately softened, for he was well aware that the Jiang family harbored many exceptional talents. He smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, do not be alarmed. Please accompany us back to the camp." He then addressed the 100 commanders, instructing, "You shall descend the mountain at once to prepare the horses. We shall depart at the 2nd hour." At dawn, beneath the Crimson Cliffs, a few individuals rode eastward. These were the sole survivors of the recent ambush. The following day, at the hour of the hare, the troops of the Qingyuan kingdom commenced their operations, with heavily armed forces guarding the entrances of the valleys on both sides. Within the valley, soldiers advanced in unison along the ridges, conducting a thorough search. Occasionally, wounded soldiers from the Huachin kingdom were dispatched with merciless final blows, resulting in a gruesome scene that even left the soldiers of the Qingyuan kingdom deeply unsettled. The search and cleanup efforts persisted throughout the morning before concluding. The soldiers of the Qingyuan kingdom departed with an air of arrogance, leaving only a small contingent to maintain their watch, and the valley fell into an eerie silence. Had it not been for the lingering scent of charred flesh and blood in the air, one would scarcely believe that thousands of soldiers had just met their demise here. It was only at this moment that Gongsun Yan finally exhaled in relief, realizing his clothing was thoroughly soaked and his stomach began to grumble. He retrieved some provisions and began to eat, carefully observing the opposite ridge in the valley through the vines. He noted that he had fortuitously chosen to hide against the western cliff of the valley, while the camp of the Huachin kingdom's Bingyin army lay to the east, making it quite challenging to traverse the valley to reach the other side, though he lacked extensive battlefield experience. His innate intelligence and quick wit allowed him to grasp many matters with minimal contemplation. As he pondered the current situation, he began to deliberate on his escape route. At present, the conflict between the two nations had only recently concluded, and the border troops on both sides were undoubtedly on high alert, with heightened vigilance. Attempting to cross the Grand Canyon to return to the Huachin kingdom would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Conversely, choosing to proceed southward within the Changyuan territory along the northern Python Mountain, only to seek an opportunity to traverse the canyon back to the Huachin kingdom, would prove equally arduous. More critically, even if he were to successfully escape back to the military camp, his situation thereafter would not be promising. Following this skirmish, it was uncertain whether Jiang Qi would survive, yet in Dumu Xianjun would undoubtedly remain. Without Jiang Qi's assistance, the outcome of his return was crystal clear. He would be relegated to menial tasks, or perhaps even worse. As Gongsun Yan contemplated these possibilities, a frown settled across his face. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. He recalled Jiang Qi mentioning that this location was merely 100 miles from the border of the Xiasu kingdom, and he had heard no reports of hostilities between the Xiasu kingdom and either the Qingyuan or Huachin kingdoms. Comparatively, the border defenses there would surely be much more lax. With this realization, the path to his escape became clear, and his heart felt a surge of relief. Observing that the enemy forces atop the opposite mountain had completely withdrawn, he surmised that the troops stationed above no longer needed to maintain their position. He resolved to ascend the mountain at dusk to make his departure, uncertain of what lay ahead and the dangers that awaited him. He decided to consume more provisions during this interval to replenish his strength, and then closed his eyes to rest. As the day waned, the trees on the opposing mountain became indistinct, prompting Gongsun Yan to take action. After meticulously organizing his belongings and discarding unnecessary items, he resolutely began his ascent. Before long, Gongsun Yan reached the summit, finding no one in sight. He quickly located a concealed spot and, utilizing the fading light, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon discovering the towering peaks in the north, he suddenly realized that the mountains beneath his feet still belonged to the vast canyon of the Shuangmang mountain range. If he were to recklessly venture westward, he would inevitably encounter the guards or patrols of the Qingyuan kingdom. He concluded that traversing the North Mang mountain and proceeding westward along its northern flank would be safer. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly fashioned a wooden staff from a branch using his dagger, preparing it for nocturnal exploration, and then set off swiftly toward the north. Navigating through the mountains and forests was indeed Gongsun Yan's forte, yet in the darkness, with no clear path, he had to proceed cautiously without the aid of a torch while remaining vigilant against wild beasts. Even someone as adept at climbing as he was found the journey exceedingly arduous, naturally diminishing his speed. In truth, this segment of the Shuangmang mountain range served as a boundary between the two nations, with garrisons stationed at intervals and frequent patrols. They often engaged in hunting activities for leisure and to train their soldiers. Thus, the ferocity of wild beasts had considerably diminished, a fact unbeknownst to Gongsun Yan. As Gongsun Yan traversed the Northmang mountain and continued westward, the initial 2 days were spent traveling by night and resting by day, progressing slowly. Gradually, as he distanced himself from Wujin Ridge, his courage began to swell, and he shifted to traveling by day and resting at night. After 7 arduous days, he finally neared the border between the Changyuan Kingdom and the Shasu Kingdom, the struggles of the journey being self-evident. At this moment, Gongsun Yan was navigating through the dense forest near the border. His attire had changed. He wore his customary blue garments and carried a basket on his back, containing bundles and provisions concealed beneath medicinal herbs. Along his journey through the mountainous woods, he had encountered numerous rare herbs, collecting many along the way. Passing by some mountain dwellers, he exchanged herbs for provisions and clothing. Unbeknownst to him, a vague notion of future sustenance began to form in his mind. Utilizing his skills in herbal gathering and identification, he would at least ensure he would not starve in a foreign land. As he continued westward down the Northmang mountain, upon cresting a hill, his view suddenly expanded. A stone tablet loomed several dozen feet ahead, inscribed with the 2 red characters Changyuan, evidently marking the boundary stone. He immediately crouched down to observe. There was no palpable tension in the air. Rather, a serene and peaceful scene unfolded before him. Contrary to his expectations, there were no iron fences, enclosures, or barriers along the border, just boundary markers set at intervals, and nearby lay a small path devoid of any carts or pedestrians. Even so, Gongsun Yan dared not advance recklessly. He resolved to wait until dusk to enter the Shasu Kingdom from the dense woods of the Northmang mountain slope. Subsequently, he stealthily made his way toward the hillside and found a secluded spot to rest. As evening fell, the forest darkened considerably, and Gongsun Yan quietly approached the boundary, successfully crossing into the territory of the Shasu Kingdom. He took a deep breath, feeling an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him. He journeyed westward for over 10 miles before climbing a dense pine tree to rest. In recent days, he had felt like a startled bird, tense at the slightest rustle. Thus he sought refuge in the pine tree for rest and sleep, for only there did his heart find solace. Perhaps due to exhaustion or perhaps because of a momentary relaxation, Gongsun Yan slept soundly until dawn. Rising from his perch in the tree, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was merely a few hundred zhang away from the mountain peak. Despite having traversed the Shuangmang mountain range for days on end, he had never boldly ascended to the summit to admire the scenery. With the impetuosity of youth, he was suddenly inspired and leapt down from the tree, sprinting towards the mountain. Before long, he reached the pinnacle, and the view before him was breathtaking. Opposite him lay the Nanmang mountain range, with undulating hills stretching endlessly into the distance, almost parallel to the Baimang mountain range beneath his feet. Truly, it deserved the name of the Shuangmang mountain range. The Grand Canyon between the 2 ranges was magnificent, winding and extending towards the heavens. Within the canyon, streams babbled, ravines crisscrossed, and the stone mountains adorned with lush green pines bore the marks of nature's artistry. Verdant vegetation flourished on both sides of the streams, accompanied by the calls of monkeys and the melodies of birds. As he gazed, Gongsun Yan found himself entranced, tears streaming down his face. The scene before him stirred his memories, evoking thoughts of the Longxi Gorge and the Longji Mountains, his father, and the countless moments spent with him foraging for herbs in the canyon during his childhood. He also thought of his lonely and helpless mother, as well as his younger brother and sister, and all that was dear in his hometown. Gongsun Yan fixed his gaze towards the southeast, knowing that if he crossed the Nanmang mountain range and journeyed east, he could return to Huachin Kingdom, to the barracks, or even to his home in Guishui town. Yet reason urged him not to do so. He must seek vengeance for his father. He must alter his own fate and that of his family. Only by growing stronger could he achieve this. With this resolve, he wiped away his tears and resolutely turned westward. As he wandered aimlessly, his mood gradually settled. It was time to contemplate his future. His current thoughts were solely focused on avenging his father and ensuring that his mother, brother, and sister would no longer suffer. However, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of his enemies. Realizing his aspirations seemed almost a fantasy under the present circumstances. Unless he could become a person of exceptional talent and possess the strength to stabilize a nation, his wishes would remain unfulfilled. In the current context of Huachin Kingdom, Achieving fame and success could realistically be pursued through two avenues. One could master martial arts and engage in battle, consistently achieving remarkable feats and thereby earning titles and rank. Or one could pursue scholarly endeavors to gain recognition, contributing to society and the state, which could also lead to honor and position. The adage wealth and martial prowess. Poverty in letters suggested that, given Gongsun Yan's original circumstances, the scholarly path should have been the most fitting. However, the upheaval in his family had left him adrift, lacking a stable residence and means of livelihood, let alone the opportunity to study. As for martial arts, it seemed a distant aspiration for Gongsun Yan at present. First, practitioners generally had a lineage and required mentorship, often entailing costly gifts. Second, one needed to maintain a good diet and health to ensure physical strength, which also incurred significant expenses. Third, one had to acquire the necessary gear, which added to the financial burden. The cumulative costs of these three factors were far beyond what Gongsun Yan could currently afford. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, Gongsun Yan's determination to grow stronger remained unshaken. Upon reflection, he realized that his current circumstances were not entirely devoid of advantages. He possessed medical knowledge, which, while not exceptional, sufficed for his survival. Yet, due to his youth, he lacked the capacity to practice medicine independently, leaving him unable to resolve his pressing needs. Moreover, he possessed an extensive knowledge of herbal medicine, with exceptional skills in foraging and identifying medicinal plants. These abilities would undoubtedly aid him in extricating himself from his current predicament. On his journey of escape, he had already begun to reap the benefits of these skills. After much contemplation, he resolved to adopt a step-by-step approach, initially leveraging his foraging and identification techniques to alter his present circumstances before devising a more strategic, long-term plan. In truth, Gongsun Yan harbored an advantage of which he remained unaware. His capacity for learning surpassed that of the average individual, having immersed himself in medical texts since childhood. He possessed an extraordinary memory and a keen intuition, far exceeding that of an uneducated layperson. Furthermore, his frequent excursions through rugged terrains had endowed him with commendable physical resilience. On one particular morning, Gongsun Yan traversed the western flow of the stream amidst the majestic gorges of the Shuangmang Mountains, having journeyed hundreds of miles from the border. As he walked, he surveyed the diverse flora flanking the gorge, occasionally gathering medicinal herbs to stow in his backpack. Suddenly, he spotted a fellow herbalist harvesting plants on a nearby cliff. This marked the first time he encountered a companion in the realm of herbalism since entering the territory of the Xiaosu kingdom, and he felt a surge of excitement. He hurried over and took his place at the base of the cliff, awaiting the man's descent. Before long, the herbalist, a weathered middle-aged man, descended gracefully along the vines. Upon noticing Gongsun Yan, he appeared slightly taken aback and inquired, "Are you waiting for me?" Gongsun Yan respectfully bowed and replied, "I am from the northern side of the mountain and wish to inquire if there is a large market nearby." "Oh, you intend to sell herbs?" the middle-aged man remarked, casting a glance at Gongsun Yan's backpack. "Indeed, and I also wish to purchase some other items," Gongsun Yan responded. "There is a small market just over the southern Mang Mountains." The man indicated a nearby ascending path. "However, it is not very large, and the prices for herbs are modest. If you venture about 50 miles further west, near Shuangtou Ridge, you will find Anhua City, where herbs can fetch a good price and goods abound." Grateful for the man's guidance, Gongsun Yan was about to continue on his way when the middle-aged man cautioned him. "Young lad, do you know of Shuangtou Ridge?" Gongsun Yan shook his head. "You should exercise caution. It marks the westernmost point of the Shuangmang Mountains. Beyond Shuangtou Ridge lies a vast wilderness, teeming with ferocious beasts, and it is easy to lose one's way. Given your youth, I implore you not to venture there alone." Upon hearing this advice, Gongsun Yan expressed his heartfelt thanks and bid farewell to the man before hastening down the path. Upon reaching the summit of the southern Mang Mountains, he was greeted by clear skies. To the south stretched an endless expanse of plains, with distant villages, fields, and roads faintly visible. Not feeling the urgency to descend, he sought a secluded spot to meditate and rest while organizing his backpack. He gently removed the common herbs, such as the 5-part huanglian, huanghua, jiujiacha, and mufing grass, from the top layer of his backpack, placing them aside. He then carefully extracted the more precious herbs beneath, such as panlong ginseng, chiya ishi flower, and lingji, removing the dirt and impurities. After rinsing them lightly with water from his water bag, he shook off the excess moisture and set them in the sunlight to dry. After meticulously tending to his herbs, he retrieved his rations and began to eat. Gazing at the fruits of his labor over the past few days, he mused that he should be able to sell them for a considerable sum. As he contemplated what to purchase, his eyes inadvertently fell upon the small parcel that Jiang Qi had asked him to carry. After a moment's hesitation and recalling Mr. Zhang's words, he carefully unwrapped the package layer by layer, only to discover it contained a quantity of silver fragments. In an instant, Gongsun Yan understood Jiang Qi's intentions, and his heart swelled with gratitude. The silver amounted to over 5 taels, sufficient to alleviate his current predicament, lifting his spirits immensely. He meticulously divided the silver into several portions, concealing them in various parts of his clothing, gathered his medicinal herbs, and swiftly descended the mountain. He then journeyed westward towards Anhua City. By midday, the city appeared on the horizon, its vast expanse marked by gray walls and striking red buildings, prominently featuring the imposing Shuangtou Ridge nearby. As Gongsun Yan approached, the jagged city walls loomed larger and more majestic, with the city gate clearly visible, inscribed with the characters for Anhua. Above the gate stood a crimson archway, and soldiers stood guard nearby, while a continuous stream of pedestrians and carriages flowed past without interruption. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan joined the throng and entered the city. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately awestruck by the bustling scene before him. The streets crisscrossed in a labyrinthine fashion, lined with shops and establishments, their vibrant signs dancing in the breeze. The thoroughfare was teeming with merchants and travelers, the crowd bustling and jostling, a vivid display of prosperity that left him somewhat disoriented. The man had merely mentioned the existence of Anhua City, neglecting to convey its vastness. In truth, even if the middle-aged man had described the scale of Anhua City, Gongsun Yan would have lacked the context. The largest city he had seen prior was Jinbei Pass, yet Anhua City dwarfed it by several magnitudes. As he wandered aimlessly among the pedestrians, his eyes darting about in wonder, he entered a pharmacy whenever he spotted one, inquiring about prices but refraining from selling his herbs just yet. He also browsed through bookstores and general stores, mentally noting what he encountered. Upon arriving in a new place, Gongsun Yan adhered to a principle of deliberate exploration. First, to take his time, allowing himself to acclimate to the unfamiliar surroundings. Second, to observe closely, scrutinizing the people, objects, and events around him, discerning the local customs and the practices of seasoned merchants. And third, to act thoughtfully and with purpose. While this approach was not infallible, it significantly mitigated impulsive decisions, a strategy he had learned from his father since childhood. After wandering for over an hour, Gongsun Yan sought out a pharmacy named Anjitang, situated away from the bustling market. This establishment was of moderate size, managed by a kind, elderly gentleman, with a friendly apprentice who appeared to be of similar age to Gongsun Yan. Upon seeing him return, the apprentice eagerly approached, saying, "So, how was it?" "Surely, our prices are the most reasonable." "Indeed," Gongsun Yan nodded in response, recalling his earlier visit. Subsequently, he cautiously extracted the medicinal herbs, and the elderly man meticulously examined and weighed each one. He then proclaimed, "The total comes to 493 copper coins. Considering it is your first visit here, shall I round it up for you and charge you a half price?" "That sounds agreeable," Gongsun Yan thought to himself, rejoicing inwardly. For the prices here were significantly higher than those in Guishui town. The attendant fetched a string of copper coins and handed them to Gongsun Yan, casually inquiring, "You are not from around here, are you?" "No," Gongsun Yan replied honestly, stowing the coins away in his bosom. "Is this your first visit to Anhua City?" "Yes. If you have any medicinal herbs to bring in the future, my name is Zhang Qing, and I assure you that the prices here will satisfy you." "It is truly a fair trade." The attendant smiled warmly as he extended the invitation. "Very well," Gongsun Yan acknowledged with a respectful bow before taking his leave. Observing his cautious demeanor, Zhang Qing smiled as he accompanied him to the door. Once outside the apothecary, Gongsun Yan fondled the copper coins in his pocket, feeling a sense of joy swell within him. This was the first sum of money he had ever earned, and it was quite substantial, equivalent to the monthly wages of the shop assistants back in Guishui town. He resolved to visit a general store to procure some herbs and essential supplies for daily living. Entering a pre-selected shop, Gongsun Yan purchased a hoe, a hatchet, a shovel, some rope, a small iron pot, flint, and a bag, ultimately spending over 300 coins. Next, he set out to find a bookstore. As he passed a dumpling shop, the sight of steaming baskets filled with meat buns made his stomach growl uncontrollably. It dawned on him that he had not savored the aroma of meat in quite some time. He felt the copper coins in his pocket, swallowed hard, and decided to postpone his indulgence until after he had secured his books. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a modest bookstore, situated somewhat off the bustling streets. The storefront was small and lacked customers, and behind the counter sat a woman in her 30s, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing the youthful Gongsun Yan entering with a basket on his back, she furrowed her brow slightly and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I wish to purchase a few books," Gongsun Yan stammered. "Purchase a few books? They are quite expensive," the woman replied coldly. "Oh," Gongsun Yan stood still, unsure of how to proceed. The woman scrutinized him with a disdainful gaze for a moment before continuing, "Can you read? What kind of books do you seek? I can recognize some characters. I am interested in geography-related books, and choose for yourself. Payment is required in advance." She interrupted him brusquely, gesturing towards the books displayed on the counter before turning to attend to other customers who had just entered. Gongsun Yan placed his basket by the entrance and began to closely examine the books. The bookstore featured rows of counters on the left, center, and right. The books on the left were inscribed in characters he could not decipher, while he recognized some titles on the central counter, albeit the selection was limited, especially concerning geography. Spotting a book titled A Brief History of the Xiaosu Kingdom, which might pertain to geography, Gongsun Yan pointed at it and inquired, "How much for this book?" The woman, engaged in conversation with an acquaintance, approached with visible impatience and coldly replied, 80 coins. Gongsun Yan hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the folded map of the Xiaosu Kingdom and inquired, "What about this?" 10 won, the shopkeeper replied. Gongsun Yan promptly retrieved his copper coins, counting out 10 won for her. She accepted the coins and carelessly tossed them into her money box. At that moment, a customer on her left called for her to fetch a book, prompting her to hurry over. Gongsun Yan stood silently, waiting. After a while, the man did not make a purchase and turned to leave the bookstore, while the young woman continued chatting with her acquaintance, ignoring Gongsun Yan completely. "Please, hand me the map." 10 won. "Did I not give it to you?" Gongsun Yan timidly replied. "Give it to me?" The young woman exclaimed sharply, her tone laced with mockery. "Are you attempting to swindle me?" "No, I truly handed the money to you," Gongsun Yan protested, growing anxious. 10 won was no trivial sum to him, sufficient for a hearty meal, and being falsely accused of deceit only deepened his distress, causing his eyes to redden. "Humph. Just a child, let us not bother with him," the acquaintance advised. The two then resumed their conversation as if nothing had occurred. "Madam, please count the coins in your money box. The copper coins I just gave you are still quite new," Gongsun Yan pleaded, his voice trembling. The young woman continued to ignore him. "Madam, what time do you close? Shall I wait until you finish counting the accounts?" Gongsun Yan implored once more. "You need not wait. Even if there is a discrepancy, it cannot prove the money is yours. Now, be gone," she coldly retorted. Upon hearing this, a wave of sorrow washed over Gongsun Yan, and tears streamed down his face as he succumbed to loud sobs. All the sadness, indignation, fear, and humiliation of recent days surging forth. The young woman and her companion exchanged a glance, but remained indifferent, resuming their conversation. At that moment, a male customer who had just entered the bookstore noticed Gongsun Yan's distress and approached to inquire about the situation. Gongsun Yan choked back tears as he recounted the events. The man fished out 10 won from his pocket and offered it to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Here, little one, take this. Do not be sad." Gongsun Yan firmly declined the offer. The man sighed and shook his head, walking away. Gongsun Yan wept for a while longer, realizing that the young woman would not return his money. With a heavy heart, he turned and shouldered his backpack, departing with a slow gait. As he stepped outside, he glanced back at the bookstore, noticing the faded sign above the entrance that read AI Lu Bookstore, the characters already worn and weathered. A sudden realization struck him. This bookstore must belong to the people of AI Lu, a neighboring nation to the south of the Huachin Kingdom. He resolved never to return for books again. Strolling down the street, his spirits began to lift gradually. As time pressed on, Gongsun Yan assessed his surroundings, casting his gaze toward Shuangtou Ridge, located just north of Anhua City, and made his way toward the northern gate. He had no intention of spending the night in the city. Firstly, his tender age made him wary of drawing attention by lodging alone at an inn or renting a room. Secondly, the expenses were too steep, and he could not afford the cost of long-term accommodation at present. More importantly, he feared that becoming accustomed to city life would dull his ambition. As he walked along the street, he felt none of the enthusiasm he had upon entering the city. Passing by several bookstores, he found himself lacking the spirit to engage and resolved to return another time for his purchases. As he passed by the rice store and eateries, he purchased some corn, along with steamed buns and flatbreads for sustenance, and also acquired a small quantity of salt to take along. As evening descended, Gongsun Yan exited the city of Anhua, and at the northern gate lay Shuangtou Ridge before him. He hastened his steps, determined to ascend the mountain and find a secure place to spend the night before darkness enveloped the land. Compared to the Shuangmeng mountain range he had traversed earlier, Shuangtou Ridge was undeniably more imposing, with its steep and treacherous slopes. By the time Gongsun Yan reached the mountainside, night had fully set in. He climbed a nearby pine tree, seeking a branch that would allow him to recline comfortably. He secured his backpack, took out his provisions and water pouch, and began to eat and drink, for he had been traveling all day and was quite famished. Lying on the tree in his clothes, Gongsun Yan found himself wide awake, pondering his next course of action. The pressing concern was to find a place where he could reside for an extended period. With this thought, he straightened his posture and reached forward, exclaiming softly in surprise, for he noticed the warmth of the night, unlike the previous nights, which had been bitterly cold and had occasionally roused him from his slumber on the tree. After a moment's reflection, he realized he was on the southern slope, which was significantly warmer than the temperatures in the canyon and the northern slope. He resolved to search for a dwelling on the southern slope of Shuangtou Ridge at dawn. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Gongsun Yan set out on his quest. For 3 consecutive days, he scoured not only the southern slope, but also the northern slope of Shuangtou Ridge, yet he found no suitable shelter. The places he encountered were either too small or inadequate for protection against the elements, or they lacked the necessary secrecy, making them easily discoverable. There was a cave that was both concealed and spacious, yet it was dark, damp, and unfathomably deep, deterring Gongsun Yan from lingering there. Through his explorations, Gongsun Yan became well acquainted with the geography and fundamental characteristics of Shuangtou Ridge. It was a continuous mountain peak, connecting to the larger mountain described by the middle-aged man to the west. Indeed, the larger mountain lived up to its name, dwarfing Shuangtou Ridge, which stood like a younger sibling in its shadow, its peaks rising sharply and densely into the clouds. To the east of the Shuangmeng mountain range, the Grand Canyon abruptly concluded. On the north and south sides lay undulating hills akin to plains. From a distance, Shuangtou Ridge resembled 2 serpent heads in intimate contact, hence its name. Due to its proximity to Anhua City and densely populated areas, the medicinal resources on the nearby mountains were scant, with rare herbs being entirely absent. If Gongsun Yan were to rely solely on foraging for medicine in this vicinity, he would likely struggle to survive. After much contemplation, he resolved to venture deeper into the larger mountain range, for it was less frequented by people and would likely yield a greater abundance of medicinal herbs. Perhaps he might even discover a suitable place to reside. Arriving at the foot of the great mountain, he noticed a sign by the path that warned of steep heights, dense forests, and the presence of ferocious beasts, urging caution. Ignoring the warning, Gongsun Yan ascended the mountain without hesitation. The terrain was exceedingly steep, and the narrow path was rugged and challenging to navigate, with certain bends flanked by cliffs on one side and the mountainside on the other. It took him nearly an hour to reach the summit, only to find that the view extended no more than 2 miles. With towering peaks and deep canyons still stretching before him, evoking a sense that each mountain surpassed the last in height. The canyon echoed with the chilling howls and mournful cries, occasionally pierced by the resounding roars that sent shivers down one's spine. Although Gongsun Yan frequently traversed the canyon, he rarely encountered ferocious beasts. Faced with such a scene, he felt a twinge of trepidation. He resolved to refrain from venturing deep into the canyon, choosing instead to collect herbs near the surrounding peaks. Over the subsequent days, he gathered a considerable number of rare medicinal plants, including the elusive red-headed shell and crimson bloodvine, which he had never harvested before and anticipated would fetch a handsome price. One morning, under a clear sky with excellent visibility, Gongsun Yan arrived at the summit of a peak after a hearty breakfast. As he contemplated where to forage for herbs, he noticed what appeared to be flecks of red vegetation on the sheer northern cliff face, which were difficult to discern without close inspection. Drawing upon his years of experience, he surmised that the red plants growing on the cliff were likely precious specimens. However, the peak was steep and bamboo shoot-like in its abruptness, with the red vegetation situated several dozen zhang above the canyon floor, devoid of any hanging vines for easy access. Yet, such challenges did not daunt Gongsun Yan. He swiftly descended to the canyon floor and began his ascent. In less than an hour, he reached the desired location and, upon closer inspection, was overjoyed to discover cliff ginseng. Furthermore, there were 2 black cliff ginseng plants. The adage goes, 1,000 years of red, 10,000 years of black. The black variety held immense medicinal value and was a rare find indeed. He hastily and carefully harvested the ginseng with a small spade, endeavoring to preserve the roots for future generations. After completing this task, he sought a spot where he could leverage his strength, took a few sips from his water pouch, and glanced back at the peak from which he had come. He observed that the cliff had unique characteristics. His position was in a U-shaped indentation that shielded most of the view from the southern peak, explaining why this patch of ginseng had remained undiscovered for so long. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he prepared to descend. To conserve time and energy, he produced a rope and looked for a suitable place to tie a knot. Suddenly, he spotted a small cluster of green plants resembling cliff cypress in the shaded area above the recess. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he was momentarily stunned. His heart racing, nearly losing his footing. Regaining his composure, he began to climb towards them. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his excitement. This small cluster was none other than the fabled herb known as the 9 deaths and 1 resurrection grass, revered as the king of medicinal plants. His hands trembled slightly as he carefully harvested the grass, placing it gently into his backpack. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow and calming his exhilaration, he felt a surge of joy, thinking that fortune was truly on his side that day. He meticulously scanned the surroundings for a suitable spot to secure his rope and noticed a small protruding rock just above the area where the ginseng had grown. Merely a zhang away from his current position, he swiftly climbed to that rock. Finding the cliff above it was densely covered in moss, making it difficult to ascend, while the rock itself was flat and stable enough to support his weight and secure the rope. Gongsun Yan adeptly made his way up the rock and discovered not only moss but also several mushrooms sprouting from the cliff. He found it odd that mushrooms could grow on a cliffside, as they typically thrived on wood. Using his spade, he attempted to remove the mushrooms and moss, only to uncover decayed wood beneath. Continuing to scrape away the moss from the surface of the wood with a spade, the contours of the timber gradually emerged, revealing an area not exceeding 6 feet square. Although the surface had succumbed to decay, the interior remained relatively robust. He found himself increasingly perplexed. The wood embedded in the rock face was evidently a result of human intervention. What purpose did a piece of wood serve in such a secluded location? Resolute to uncover the truth, he retrieved a medicinal hoe from his waist and commenced his excavation. Almost immediately, he was met with a hollow thumping sound, indicating that there was emptiness behind the wood. In a short while, he had unearthed a corner, exposing a blackened void, and at that moment, he comprehended that this wooden block was intended to seal the entrance. Pausing his efforts, he listened intently but heard no sounds emanating from within, only a faint musty odor. Though not overpowering, he resumed his scraping, and with a sudden clatter, the remaining portion of the rotting wood tumbled inward, unveiling an entrance measuring over 6 feet square. After briefly tidying the debris around the opening, he swiftly crawled inside. He refrained from venturing too deeply, choosing instead to sit at the threshold and scrutinize his surroundings. Inside, he noted the ample height for an adult to stand comfortably, with the entrance presenting a rectangular shape and neatly defined edges. To proceed further, he would need to ascend a step, an indication that this was not a naturally occurring formation. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes without any sign of movement, he unburdened his backpack and extracted a longer piece of timber from the decaying wood. With his dagger, he skillfully whittled away the rotten sections. Next, he produced a small porcelain vial and poured a few drops of resin oil onto the wood, fashioning a makeshift torch. Once ignited, he grasped the torch in one hand and held the dagger firmly in the other, his demeanor alert as he ventured further inside. Though still youthful, Gongsun Yan displayed remarkable experience. He wielded the torch to illuminate the cave, primarily for visibility, while also knowing that many unknown creatures feared fire, thus reducing the risk of attack. More crucially, the flickering flame could reveal any deficiency of oxygen within the cave, safeguarding against asphyxiation. Delving less than 10 feet into the cavern, Gongsun Yan discovered a stone chamber, approximately 10 feet square, characterized by its rectangular layout. Furnished with a stone table and a single stone stool, the walls were entirely bare, and atop the table rested a wooden frame supporting a piece of pale gray, semi-transparent stone. Adjacent to this was a smaller room of average size, containing only a stone bed and nothing more. Holding the torch aloft, Gongsun Yan meticulously examined the stone chamber, noting the smoothness of the walls and floor, which bore clear signs of human craftsmanship, thereby confirming his suspicion that this was a deliberately hewn cave. What remained baffling was the identity of the individual capable of such labor. Why construct this clandestine cave? What could have motivated such extensive effort, only to abandon it? Gongsun Yan found himself at a loss for answers. From the black cliff ginseng growing nearby, he surmised that this cave had been sealed for at least 10 millennia, unless the original inhabitants were ignorant of medicinal herbs. Alternatively, it was conceivable that a reclusive sage had deemed it beneath their notice. Unable to unravel the mystery, he resolved to set aside his contemplation and decided that he would reside here henceforth. He first retrieved his backpack from the entrance and brought it into the stone chamber, laying out his provisions and the 2 precious medicinal herbs. Then he returned to the entrance to gather the decayed wood fragments, placing them into his backpack for disposal on his descent. He understood that a habitual tendency to discard refuse down the cliff could easily attract the attention of the observant. Lacking tools, Gongsun Yan finds himself at a loss. It is now too late to venture to Anhua City for supplies. Today has yielded an abundance, and he has no desire to continue foraging for herbs. Rarely afforded such leisure, he sits at the cave entrance, gazing outward, where the jutting cliff face obscures his view of the opposing peaks. The time is now nearing the afternoon, and sunlight streams diagonally onto the cave's sidewall. He resolves to set off for Anhua City at dawn tomorrow, intending to retrieve items stored amongst several nearby pine trees. As dusk approaches, Gongsun Yan rekindles the torch and enters the stone chamber to fetch provisions, casually bringing out the wooden frame and stone resting on the stone table. The winter sun radiates warmth, enveloping him in comfort as he leans against the cave entrance, toying with the wooden frame, which remains unblemished despite its lengthy stay in the cave. He deduces it must be of fine quality, likely golden silk nanmu. Upon returning the frame, he inadvertently notices a large bull's nostril near the base of the cave's inner wall. After pondering for a moment, he concludes it serves as a tethering point. He picks up the stone for closer inspection. Aside from some mineral-based medicinal materials, Gongsun Yan possesses limited knowledge of stones. The stone is rounded and nearly oval in shape, its surface relatively smooth. He holds it to the light and taps it gently, but after much contemplation, he cannot decipher its nature and ultimately sets it aside to consume his provisions. As the sun descends, the lingering twilight stirs Gongsun Yan's homesickness. He reflects on the vast distance from home, where his family remains unaware of his fate, a profound melancholy settling within him as he sits there, his demeanor somewhat forlorn. He recalls the 2 precious herbs he harvested today. Had either been available during his father's critical illness, it might have saved a life, and he would not have found himself in this foreign land. Regrettably, the world offers no what-ifs, and he sighs in resignation. Noticing the day has waned, Gongsun Yan tidies his belongings, ignites the torch, and prepares to return to the stone chamber for rest. He collects the provisions and water pouch at the cave entrance, but upon seeing the stone again, he senses a peculiar change in it. Dismissing it for now, he brings it back to the chamber alongside the wooden frame. After organizing his items, he enters the inner room, contemplating the barren stone bed. He decides to procure bedding tomorrow and resigns himself to sleeping in his clothes tonight. As he extinguishes the torch and prepares to settle down, he notices an unusual brightness in the stone chamber. Startled, he grips his dagger tightly and stealthily moves toward the outer room. Peering through the doorway, he observes the room aglow with light, serene and devoid of intruders. Upon closer inspection, he realizes the light emanates from the stone on the table, and it dawns on him that this stone is a luminous pearl. Gongsun Yan has never encountered a luminous pearl before. He had envisioned it as a large, perfectly smooth orb, sparkling like a pearl in the night. To his astonishment, this unassuming stone turns out to be the very treasure he imagined. Unable to contain his exuberance, he circles the stone table, marveling at his fortune, exclaiming to himself, "Truly, heaven favors me. 3 joys in a single day." The gloom that has lingered for days has been utterly dispelled. At the break of dawn on the following day, Gongsun Yan rose early, concealing the majority of his silver in a hidden crevice within the cave. He also selected 2 red cliff ginseng roots, tucking them into his cloak, and secured a rope to the bull's nose ring at the cave's entrance before swiftly descending the mountain with his backpack. Upon reaching the valley floor, he pulled the secondary rope to tidy up the lines, hiding them among the nearby pine trees, and hastened southeastward. After traveling a considerable distance, he scattered the decaying wood scraps from his backpack along the roadside and gathered the herbs he had previously placed in the pine trees, urgently making his way toward Anhua City. By the time it was a quarter past the hour of Chun, Gongsun Yan had exited the mountains and hastened for about 15 minutes until he arrived at the foot of Shuangtou Ridge, directly opposite the north gate of Anhua City. He did not rush into the city, but instead found a spot to take out his provisions and water pouch to have breakfast. The morning saw a considerable number of people entering the city gates, and after finishing his meal, Gongsun Yan joined the throng, queuing to enter. Once he passed through the city gate without incident, he made his way straight to Anjitang. Along the way, he observed many shops still shuttered. Yet he was unconcerned about Anjitang's opening hours, having noted during his previous visit that a fish symbol was hung at the entrance, indicating it was open around the clock. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Anjitang and spotted Zhang Qing busily engaged inside. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan approach, Zhang Qing set aside his tasks and welcomed him with a smile, inquiring, "Young sir, what rare herbs have you brought today?" "Good morning, brother Zhang. I have brought a few rare herbs for you to appraise," Gongsun Yan replied politely. Rare herbs was the parlance of the apothecary, referring to valuable medicinal materials. Zhang Qing graciously ushered Gongsun Yan into the shop and offered him tea. Gongsun Yan unloaded his backpack, carefully removing the common herbs that had been used as cover, and cautiously extracted the red-headed shell and red blood vine, among other rare herbs. Upon sighting them, Zhang Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to summon the shopkeeper. The affable elder approached, donned gloves, and meticulously examined each herb, weighing them carefully. He then addressed Gongsun Yan, saying, "These rare herbs are of excellent quality. The red-headed shell weighs 12 taels and 6 qian, which would exchange for 1 tael and 3 qian of silver. The red blood vine weighs 1 jin, 6 taels, and 3 qian, worth 1 tael and 1 qian of silver. For the 2 large-leaved 7-star swords, I shall give you 1 tael of silver. The remaining herbs will be valued at 301 of copper. Altogether, I can offer you 3 taels and 4 qian of silver plus 501 of copper. Are you satisfied, young sir?" Gongsun Yan nodded slightly, though he hesitated to speak. Noticing his reticence, the elder inquired, "Do you have something else on your mind?" "Oh, I have 2 more rare herbs I would like you to appraise," Gongsun Yan replied, producing the 2 cliff ginseng roots from his cloak. "Thousand-year red." The elder could hardly conceal his astonishment, exclaiming, "Young sir, you are indeed fortunate." Gongsun Yan smiled in agreement, acknowledging that such treasures were indeed rare finds. The elder continued, "Thousand-year cliff ginseng is indeed hard to come by. Each root fetches nearly 100 taels of silver in the market. I happen to have a client interested in them. Would you sell me these 2 for 200 taels of silver?" With that, he fixed an eager gaze upon Gongsun Yan. 100 taels of silver for each root. Gongsun Yan inwardly marveled, calculating the potential value of the remaining cliff ginseng in his possession. Although Gongsun Yan had been acquainted with medicinal herbs since his youth, he had seldom encountered such rare and precious materials, and thus lacked a precise understanding of their market value. Observing Gongsun Yan's contemplative silence, the elderly man urged him, "Do not hesitate, young sir. Our offer is already quite generous. After all, we must also ensure a profit, do we not?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan's face flushed crimson, realizing that they had misinterpreted his demeanor. He quickly rose, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, "Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Could you possibly issue a silver note? It would be preferable to have 1 note for every 10 taels of silver. And I would also require small change for the remaining 3 taels and 4 qian." He understood the principle that a gentleman is innocent. Yet possessing valuable items can lead to trouble. "Certainly," the shopkeeper responded with alacrity, gesturing for Zhang Qing to refill Gongsun Yan's tea. He then set aside the cliff ginseng and went to retrieve the small silver and the notes. Zhang Qing promptly filled Gongsun Yan's cup and cheerfully inquired, "Young sir, do visit us often. May I ask for your name?" "Oh, I am called Chu Bao. I shall undoubtedly trouble brother Zhang in the future," Gongsun Yan replied, his mind racing as he concocted an alias for safety's sake. Given his intentions for vengeance, it was prudent to adopt a pseudonym to shield his family from potential repercussions. Furthermore, the name Chu Bao conveyed meanings of both eliminating violence and evading danger, serving as a personal reminder. As 2 youths of similar age conversed, numerous topics emerged. During their dialogue, Gongsun Yan learned that Anjitang was, in fact, a family enterprise of the Zhang clan, with Zhang Qing primarily serving as an apprentice under his elder, Zhang Xiaoying, the shopkeeper. Before long, shopkeeper Zhang returned, bearing the silver notes, small change, and a string of copper coins, which he presented to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Here are the silver notes from the Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce, along with the small change and copper coins. Please, young sir, verify them." The Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce was a significant trading entity, and their notes circulated even in Guishui town. Gongsun Yan inspected the items briefly before pushing the sparse straw on the table towards shopkeeper Zhang, signaling the conclusion of their transaction. After carefully securing the notes and silver, he rose to take his leave, with both shopkeeper Zhang and Zhang Qing escorting him to the entrance. Gongsun Yan stepped out of Anjitang in a daze, feeling as though he were walking on clouds. Having acquired such a substantial sum, he felt somewhat disoriented, though not born into poverty. Even his father would take years to earn over 200 taels of silver, leaving him feeling uneasy as he discreetly scanned his surroundings for any prying eyes. His next plan was to shop, and Gongsun Yan resolved to purchase some books first. Shortly thereafter, he entered a large bookstore named Wenkitang, where volumes were displayed on shelves, available for perusal. He picked up a copy of the map of the Xiaosu Kingdom and inquired with the clerk, "How much for this map?" "8 was the reply. "Oh, that is cheaper than the other bookstore," he thought with mild satisfaction. He subsequently chose additional titles such as 13 States of Jishui, Heavenly Principles and Earthly Measurements, 6 Strategies, Fundamentals of Martial Arts, and Overview of Techniques, spending less than 2 taels in total. After ensuring the clerk wrapped them carefully, he left the bookstore with a sense of joy. Following this, Gongsun Yan visited a clothing store, a general goods shop, and a blacksmith to procure bedding, garments, an axe, and various tools for his daily needs. Purchasing excessively, he found himself unable to retrieve everything, leaving some items to be acquired during his next visit. However, in fear of encountering persistent overcast weather, he opted to procure an oil lamp as a precautionary measure. This expenditure amounted to merely a few hundred copper coins. As he passed by an outdoor bun shop, he paused, for though it was not mealtime, his appetite was once again piqued. Resolutely, Gongsun Yan decided to indulge himself, consuming 2 steamer baskets of buns at the cost of 20 copper coins. Shortly after noon, he exited the city of Anhua and swiftly made his way toward the mountains. In the ensuing days, apart from acquiring essential provisions in Anhua, Gongsun Yan engaged in a diligent study regimen. He first familiarized himself with his geographical location through the map of the Xiaosu Kingdom. It turned out that the so-called mountains were, in fact, the Dongzhong mountain range, the largest mountain range within the Xiaosu Kingdom, stretching across the east and west for thousands of miles. The Shuangmang mountain range was merely a branch of this vast formation, which itself belonged to an even larger system, the Jishui mountain range. The Dongzhong mountain range was interspersed with numerous subsidiary peaks, forming an extensive mountain system characterized by dense vegetation, with the majority being uninhabited. Moreover, through perusing the 13 nations of the Jishui, Gongsun Yan gleaned insights into the neighboring nations. The 13 nations of the Jishui comprised the Jishui Kingdom, Xiaosu Kingdom, Huachin Kingdom, Changyuan Kingdom, Elu Kingdom, Qingyang Kingdom, Fenghui Kingdom, Yuqian Kingdom, Tianmu Kingdom, Yongji Kingdom, Huadian Kingdom, Bianwar Kingdom, and Baoqing Kingdom. The Jishui Kingdom served as the suzerain state, surrounded by the Xiaosu Kingdom, Qingyang Kingdom, and Yongji Kingdom, with Huachin Kingdom, Changyuan Kingdom, and Elu Kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Xiaosu Kingdom. Gongsun Yan dedicated the majority of his time to studying the Book of Heaven and Earth, the 6 Strategies, Fundamentals of Martial Arts, and Essentials of Cultivation, while also devoting substantial time to honing his martial skills. Gradually, he came to understand the philosophy that, when heaven bestows significant responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their will, toil their muscles, starve their bodies, and provide them with land to cultivate, all to prepare them for governance over others. He recognized that extraordinary talents must be coupled with resilient determination to achieve success and began to adopt the mindset that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. He immersed himself in study day and night, seeking to comprehend. In terms of martial prowess, he initially relied on imitation, following the techniques and methods presented in Fundamentals of Martial Arts. As he became more familiar with various techniques, he discerned that many martial arts moves were derived from humanity's ancient attempts to mimic the predatory actions of birds and beasts, subsequently refined and innovated by later generations into distinct martial forms. His exploration of essentials of cultivation proved to be a delightful revelation, as he discovered that the techniques described primarily aimed to enhance physical strength and improve the power and speed of martial arts maneuvers during combat. The practice methods consisted of breathing exercises, guiding energy, and meditative stillness, knowledge he had previously encountered during his medical studies, thus providing him with a solid foundation for his cultivation practice. He chose to begin his training with a technique called the breath regulation formula, as its principles resonated with his prior medical training, making it easier to comprehend. Moreover, what appeared ordinary often concealed the extraordinary. Gongsun Yan devoted his nights to the pursuit of knowledge and his days to the practice of martial arts, displaying remarkable diligence and perseverance. As time passed, he became well-versed in the techniques, methods, and skills delineated in the texts, gaining profound insights. However, he was acutely aware that without a mentor, mere study and solitary practice would not suffice to achieve significant mastery in martial arts, which left him feeling somewhat despondent and troubled. Unbeknownst to him, January of the year of the ox had arrived. On one particular day, while he was engaged in a martial arts demonstration in a mountainous area, a sudden cry of an eagle echoed from above. He looked up to see a majestic eagle soaring overhead, clutching a rabbit in its talons. As he watched the eagle disappear into the distance, a thought struck him. Since many martial techniques were originally inspired by the predatory movements of fierce beasts, why not take the fierce creatures as his teachers? Isn't it better to observe and contemplate on sight? Upon this realization, he was filled with exhilaration. At the break of dawn the following day, he set forth towards the canyon, where the resonant roars frequently echoed from the depths of the eastern mountain range. Of course, this depth was relative to his current position. The true wilderness was still a considerable distance away, yet it remained a place seldom trodden by human feet, with paths hard to discern. He proceeded with utmost caution, and after traversing 2 ridges, the sounds of tigers roaring, monkeys howling, and deer calling became distinctly audible from the canyon below. He swiftly ascended a tree to observe, the scene of the canyon unfolding vividly before him. Yet he could hear the sounds without catching sight of their source, leaving him hesitant to advance recklessly, thus he bided his time patiently. For 2 consecutive days, Gongsun Yan found no sign of the formidable beasts, but he did discover a plethora of rare herbs within the canyon. Although he was tempted by the prospect of hunting, he remained steadfast in his original intent, continuing to watch intently. After an additional 2 days of fruitless searching, he occasionally caught sight of hunters armed with bows and arrows, and knives and spears venturing into the canyon, yet he refrained from impulsively joining their ranks. He began to realize that many large predators likely hunted at night, making daytime encounters exceedingly rare. For humans, this locale was undeniably perilous. Otherwise, the presence of rare herbs would not be so readily apparent. On the 5th day, Gongsun Yan finally witnessed a saber-toothed tiger capturing a male elk. The scene, though gory and shocking, captivated him as he observed the entire process. The saber-toothed tiger, upon spotting the elk, leapt suddenly to attack from behind, its sharp canines swiftly piercing the elk's back. It then released its grip, repositioned, and continued to tear into the elk, which valiantly fought back with its sharp antlers. The elk did not succumb with a single strike. Rather, it endured a prolonged struggle, eventually exhausting itself before succumbing to defeat. Subsequently, he frequently observed fierce encounters among animals, such as eagles striking antelopes, troops of monkeys battling wolves, and the conflicts between apes and leopards. Each instance imparted valuable insights to him. Gongsun Yan noted that not only were the predatory actions of the fierce beast worthy of emulation, but the defensive maneuvers of the relatively weaker animals in their flight and resistance were equally instructive. If the act of attack was the privilege of the mighty, then defense was the exclusive domain of the weaker creatures. Numerous frail animals survived within this brutal law of the jungle by relying on their ability to counter the strong with their inherent cunning. This region is frequently inhabited by fierce beasts, yet the absence of diminutive creatures' demise and scarcity can be attributed to the presence of these formidable predators. In this continuous cycle of diligent study, rigorous practice of martial skills, on-site observation, and profound contemplation, Gongsun Yan embarked on his earnest quest for knowledge and mastery of martial arts. At the foot of Tianmen Ridge on Nansong Mountain in Huaqin Kingdom, within the barracks of the Being Army, Jiangqi sat in quiet reflection in the medical chamber. Recently, he had been personally promoted by Shangguan Bao to the position of deputy medical officer. It had been over 3 months since the last failed raid on the Wujin Ridge of the Chaoyang Kingdom, and there was still no word from Gongsun Yan. Jiangqi feared the worst. The hope for his survival seemed almost non-existent, and he could not help but lament the misfortunes that had befallen Gongsun Yan. In his helplessness, he resolved to apply for the casualty compensation for Gongsun Yan and penned a letter to inform his family of the grim reality. This was all he could do. As spring gave way to summer, Gongsun Yan had turned 13. He remained steadfast in his commitment to study and martial arts, establishing a solid foundation in both knowledge and skills. Not only had he grown taller, but his demeanor had also undergone a noticeable transformation. The innocence of his youthful visage was now tinged with a semblance of composure, and a glimmer of wisdom began to emerge in his eyes. During this period, he ventured to Anhua City several times, spending over 2 taels of silver to purchase a waist knife for self-defense and acquiring various books, including the Record of Beasts, to enrich his knowledge. A particular tome titled Storms and Rivers of the Jianghu captured Gongsun Yan's profound interest, prompting him to read it meticulously. He discovered that the continent he resided in encompassed not only nations but also religious sects, schools, gangs, and the vast world of Jianghu. Some individuals achieved great feats, expanding territories, while others established their own sects and claimed dominion over mountains. Some sought official positions through scholarly pursuits, while others reveled in the Jianghu, relishing the thrill of vengeance and camaraderie. Among the myriad of forces, there existed both the height of the imperial court and the expansiveness of the Jianghu. The vivid portrayals of the colorful lives of Jianghu dwellers ignited a fervor within Gongsun Yan, stirring a desire to immerse himself in this vibrant world. However, possessing a substantial accumulation of knowledge, he resisted the temptation to act impulsively. His immediate priority was to enhance his own capabilities. Thus, he continued his diligent studies and rigorous training. Since acquiring the waist knife, he had attempted to hunt smaller animals, yet the results were deeply disappointing. Despite his agility and speed being his strengths, he found himself outmatched by the nimble creatures like rabbits, gray foxes, and mountain mice. Even when encountering slightly larger herbivores such as the gazelle, sheep, and rock deer, he struggled, as their climbing and leaping abilities far surpassed his own, particularly with the hindrance of a weapon in hand which significantly impaired his mobility and speed. Moreover, his limited strength made it difficult to deliver a fatal blow, yielding minimal results. Gongsun Yan contemplated the use of a bow and arrow, yet their cumbersome nature rendered them suitable only for ambushes, and their slow rate of fire proved ineffective in close combat, making them ill-suited as portable weapons. In his quest to find an appropriate weapon, Gongsun Yan devoted considerable thought and reflection, and after several days, he began to form a clearer understanding. He realized that in actual combat, speed was paramount. Fierce beasts required speed to strike, while smaller animals depended on speed to evade. It could be said that the one with superior speed would ultimately emerge victorious. At that time, he was unaware of the adage that mastery in martial arts is defined by speed alone. Moreover, strength becomes pivotal once one enters the phase of confrontation. The principle of overwhelming force prevailing over numerous techniques embodies this truth. Strength is constrained by innate talent and conditions, making it difficult to enhance in the short term. Thus, Gongsun Yan resolved to prioritize weaponry governed by swiftness. Consequently, only the bow, sleeve darts, crossbow bolts, flying spears, flying swords, and flying knives were deemed suitable, ultimately leading Gongsun Yan to select the flying knife as his primary weapon. His decision to favor the flying knife was predicated on a careful assessment of his own attributes. Firstly, his early education in medicine endowed him with a profound understanding of human anatomy, allowing him to pinpoint vital points with precision. Secondly, the flying knife could compensate for his lack of strength, as greater speed enhances penetrating power. Thirdly, it permitted him to engage without direct contact, thereby avoiding reactive force and minimizing the disadvantages of his relatively short and frail stature. Additionally, he could leverage his agile footwork and nimble movements to maximize the element of surprise inherent in the use of flying knives. He returned to the blacksmith shop to negotiate the purchase of a waist knife, offering an extra tael of silver to exchange it for 10 flying knives. He also spent 300 copper coins on a belt-style sheath, which, when worn alongside a previously owned dagger beneath a short coat, remained inconspicuous. In the ensuing days, Gongsun Yan dedicated most of his energy to honing his skills with the flying knife. During his practice, the flying knife fulfilled many of his aspirations, successfully allowing him to ambush several wild rabbits. However, his accuracy faltered at greater distances, particularly in windy conditions. Thus, Gongsun Yan contemplated the design of arrows and wondered why not transform the flying knife into a triangular-shaped flying dart. Wouldn't affixing tail fins to the rear yield even better results? Acting on his thoughts, he hurried back to the blacksmith to negotiate the exchange of the 10 flying knives for 12 flying darts. The blacksmith, growing weary of Gongsun Yan's repeated visits and the modest profit, displayed a hint of displeasure. Reluctantly, Gongsun Yan persisted, agreeing to pay an additional 500 copper coins for processing fees, compelling the blacksmith to acquiesce, albeit with the stipulation that this would be the final transaction. 3 days later, Gongsun Yan returned to the blacksmith's shop to collect his goods. Upon seeing the darts crafted to his specifications alongside the leather sheath, he was overjoyed. After settling the payment, he left the shop in high spirits. Upon testing them, the results were satisfactory, prompting him to commit wholeheartedly to training. He began by practicing throws from close range to greater distances. Subsequently, he trained blindfolded to discern targets by sound. Finally, he focused on enhancing both his throwing power and speed, crafting bamboo darts for explosive practice in actual combat scenarios. Thus, through relentless daily practice, a month later, Gongsun Yan could strike a target with every throw at a distance of 10 zhong, capable of piercing trees as thick as his arm, discerning positions by sound, and launching attacks at will. His proficiency with the flying dart had reached a commendable level. At this juncture, the small animals in his vicinity no longer piqued his interest, and he found little thrill in hunting larger herbivores. Gongsun Yan resolved to challenge the ferocious beasts deeper within the eastern mountain range. Before embarking on this venture, he intended to procure supplies and provisions in Anhua City. The following morning, Gongsun Yan set off, carrying the sparse forage he had occasionally gathered in recent days, swiftly making his way to Anhua City. After selling the rare grass, he first replaced his old backpack with a larger and sturdier one, upgraded to new ropes, and added essential supplies such as salt, dry rations, flint, and gauze. As for the snake medicine and remedies for bruises, he had already prepared them himself. Once fully equipped, he hurried back on his way. Having traversed the desolate expanse of Shuangtou Ridge, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, ready to ascend, when suddenly, 3 figures sprang out, surrounding him. Each of these men was a burly figure, clad in black and masked, brandishing knives. One of them spoke, "Kid, we've been watching you for quite a while. Take us to see your master." Gongsun Yan felt a rush of alarm, realizing he had encountered robbers. He quickly replied, "Gentlemen, I do not know you. You must have mistaken me for someone else." "Ha." The 3 of them laughed in unison. "Mistaken? Kid, do we not look like robbers?" One of them taunted, "If you lead us to your master, we might spare your life. Disobey, and we'll end you right here." Gongsun Yan hesitated, knowing he could not simply comply. He feigned fear and said, "Very well, but you must keep your word. Less talk. Lead the way," one of them ordered. After walking a few steps, another man said, "Hold on, you 2 go ahead. I'll bring up the rear. This kid is quite slippery." The 2 men obeyed and hurried up the mountain path, with one man trailing behind, effectively sandwiching Gongsun Yan in their midst as they began to climb. Gongsun Yan secretly chuckled. On the mountain path, he had numerous opportunities to escape, yet he refrained from acting hastily without assessing their true intentions. Recently, he had been frequently entering and exiting Anhua City for trade, which had drawn the attention of these individuals. Soon, they crossed the summit and entered a dense forest. As they proceeded, Gongsun Yan felt a surge of anxiety. The 2 in front moved with uncanny familiarity along a route he himself had often traversed. Fortunately, he had cultivated a habit of caution since childhood, often climbing trees in this area to avoid wild beasts and to prevent being followed. Little did he know that this habit would help him avert disaster. Indeed, not far into the forest, the 2 men halted, casting a suspicious gaze at Gongsun Yan. "Kid, every time we reach this spot, we see you scurrying up the trees. Now, it's your turn to lead the way." With an expression of feigned terror, Gongsun Yan walked ahead, while the 3 men followed closely, their knives pointed at him. They fixed their eyes on him, wary of any sudden movement that might see him escape into the trees. Gongsun Yan had already devised a plan. Not far from here lay a labyrinthine cave, an ideal place for concealment. However, before heading there, he needed to outsmart these 3 men. The underbrush was dense, the thorns abundant, and the terrain uneven. Within the span of less than an hour, he could hear the 3 men panting heavily behind him. Just as they were walking, the leader suddenly shouted, "Stop." Upon hearing the words, Gongsun Yan halted his steps and turned to look back. He noticed the 3 men appeared somewhat disheveled, having removed their masks for easier breathing, revealing their brutish faces marked by a fierce demeanor. One bore a scar from a knife across his cheek. The scarred man spoke again, "Kid, are you deliberately leading us in circles?" Gongsun Yan feigned terror, replying in a trembling voice, "Brothers, I assure you, I am not leading you astray. We are almost at my home. If we do not arrive within a quarter of an hour, I will end your life." Gongsun Yan turned and continued onward, knowing that their unveiled faces signified they would not leave any witnesses. Before long, he guided them to the vicinity of the heart-piercing cave, swiftly leaping toward its entrance while calling out loudly, "Father, we are being robbed." Upon hearing this, the 3 men exchanged glances, their initial surprise transforming into delight as they pursued Gongsun Yan into the cave. Just as they stepped inside, a sudden sound echoed, and the leader, the scarred man, fell backward, clutching his throat, his expression contorted in agony. The other 2 rushed to drag him outside for assistance, but they soon realized his breathing had become shallow, and shortly thereafter, he succumbed to death. Panic-stricken, the 2 men stood and shouted towards the cave entrance, "WH! Who is there? Show yourself!" Silence reigned within the cave, only the echo of their voices responding. The distant howls of wolves and barks of dogs heightened the atmosphere of terror. They exchanged terrified glances, and almost simultaneously uttered the word run, making a hasty retreat from the scene. Noticing that they did not enter the cave, Gongsun Yan set down his burden and, holding a throwing dart, stealthily emerged from the cave's mouth. He spotted a lifeless body on the ground, and with no one around. He heard rustling sounds deep within the dense forest. Someone was attempting to escape. A cold smile crept across his lips. Although Gongsun Yan lacked experience in the martial world, he understood the peril of letting a tiger return to the mountain. He swiftly ascended a tree to pursue the fleeing figures. At that moment, the two men were akin to startled birds, flitting chaotically through the thicket. In the midst of their panic, a sudden sound pierced the air, and one man fell forward, struck in the back of the head. The remaining man froze, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, discarding his cleaver and prostrating himself, pleading, "Hero, spare my life. Allow me to serve you as a humble servant." Witnessing this spectacle, Gongsun Yan could not help but chuckle from his perch in the tree. He lowered his voice and feigned a gruff tone, inquiring, "Who sent you to kidnap my son in search of me?" "No one sent us. It was the third brother who noticed your son often entering the city to purchase goods. He claimed you must have wealth and persuaded us to rob you. Please, spare my life." He pointed at the corpse, continuing to bow his head in submission. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan launched another dart, silencing the man as he crumpled to the ground. After a lengthy pause, observing the stillness of the two men, Gongsun Yan descended from the tree, retrieved his darts, cleaned them, and stowed them away. He then searched the bodies, discovering 50 taels in silver notes and nearly 10 taels in loose silver, before collecting the two cleavers and making his swift exit. Returning to the entrance of the cave, he similarly extracted the flying dart from the corpse, cleaned it, and secured it. He then searched the body and surprisingly discovered 100 taels of silver notes, along with several taels of loose silver. Grasping his cleaver, he swiftly retreated into the cave, shouldering his backpack and making his exit through another opening. Arriving at a spot where he often concealed his possessions, he leapt onto a branch, settled himself, and finally allowed himself to relax. Reflecting on the recent events, a chill of apprehension washed over him. Had it not been for his cultivated vigilance, he might have narrowly escaped disaster. In truth, Gongsun Yan's cautious and meticulous nature was not innate but rather a result of his early training in medicine and pharmacology, coupled with his inherently steady temperament. He remained calm in the face of adversity and adept at contemplating matters, always capable of preparing for unforeseen circumstances. For instance, he rarely stayed at his home on the cliff, which served merely as a place for reading, sleeping, and safeguarding valuable items. During the day, he utilized at least 3 different locations for brief rests and temporary storage, frequently changing his cooking spot, ensuring that even the most watchful eyes could not discern his true home. Once Gongsun Yan regained his composure, an unsettling realization struck him. This was his first act of killing. Astonishingly, he felt neither nervousness nor fear, not even a hint of discomfort. This disconcerted him, and after much contemplation, he speculated that perhaps a physician, accustomed to the brutality of bloodshed, had grown indifferent to life and death. Originally intending to venture deeper into the Dongzheng mountain range for hunting and training, the unfolding circumstances now compelled him to hasten his departure to evade scrutiny. Thus, he spent the entire afternoon preparing, first scattering the 3 knives in different concealed locations, unwilling to risk leaving evidence in his home. Next, he gathered items typically hidden in various places near the base of the cliff where his home was located, planning to transport them up the mountain after dusk. Lastly, he collected some pieces of dry tree bark, intending to piece them together to create a door that could cover the cave's entrance upon his departure. Having completed these tasks, Gongsun Yan sought a nearby spot to kindle a fire for cooking, maintaining his routine of 2 meals a day. After finishing his meal, just as dusk began to settle, he commenced his actions. As was his custom, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was present before he began to scale the rocks. In less than half an hour, he successfully transported all his belongings to his home. Though his current abode could not be deemed luxurious, it was adequately equipped with various utensils. Entering the outer chamber, one would find a night pearl and an oil lamp set side by side on the table, accompanied by a bamboo cup, a wooden pen, and a self-crafted writing sand tray. A stone bench was cushioned with sheepskin, and a neatly arranged bookshelf lined the northern wall. Adjacent to the southern wall was a storage rack holding miscellaneous items, while a herb rack stood against the western wall, storing unsold medicinal herbs, all constructed by Gongsun Yan himself. The inner chamber featured a bed adorned with a deerskin mattress, a spoils of his victories, alongside a handmade bedside rack for holding the oil lamp and books, with a clothing rack leaning against the wall. In summary, the arrangement of the interior unmistakably indicated Gongsun Yan's intention for long-term habitation. Given his impending departure, he resolved to take some precious items with him. He first placed the well-dried herb known as 9 Deaths and the cliff ginseng into a purchased camphor wood tube. Subsequently, he counted his silver coins. Having dealt with the 3 bandits, he had accumulated a considerable sum. When combined with his previous earnings from selling medicine, the total surprisingly exceeded 370 taels of silver, a substantial fortune. He took out 20 taels of silver and concealed them in a hidden spot within the cave. Just in case, while carefully safeguarding the remainder, he packed the snake medicine, trauma ointment, as well as gauze, a small pot, flint, and rope into his backpack. The dried salted meat, provisions, and water bag he had prepared earlier were also placed into the backpack. Upon seeing the luminous pearl, he hesitated briefly, deciding it was safer to leave it in the stone chamber. He did not forget to take along the 2 books, Map of Xiasu and Beast Chronicles. The next morning, as dawn broke, Gongsun Yan sealed the cave entrance and swiftly descended the mountain. After traveling a short distance, feeling something was amiss, he suddenly realized it was prudent to carry a weapon while hunting in the mountains. He ran to a nearby knife concealment spot from the previous day, retrieved a machete, and wrapped it with vine and grass before hastening deeper into the eastern mountain range. At this moment, Gongsun Yan, dressed in blue garments, wielding a machete, with a medicine basket slung over his back and a bamboo hat perched atop his head, appeared as a mere herb boy, youthful and innocent. With almost no path to follow in the mountains, he could only tread through sparse forests and low grasses, occasionally foraging herbs to place atop his backpack as a cover. Thus, he journeyed throughout the day, encountering only a few wild rabbits and elk, and no ferocious beasts. Approaching dusk, Gongsun Yan began a fire on a hillside to boil water, taking the opportunity to rest and observe his surroundings, intending to find a large tree nearby for the night. After a satisfying meal, he extinguished the fire, organized his belongings, and, with the night still not fully settled, chose not to venture further. He found a large tree with dense foliage, leaped up, and secured a position where he could recline, clutching his machete as he began to rest. After a day of travel, fatigue soon overcame him, and he drifted into slumber. At dawn, Gongsun Yan was startled awake by a series of low growls. Sitting up straight, he peered through the gaps in the leaves and beheld pairs of glistening green eyes staring back at him. Sending a chill down his spine, he had encountered a pack of wolves. The light of day was still faint, making it difficult to ascertain their number. Looking around, he felt a twinge of regret for having carelessly chosen a solitary tree to rest in. Otherwise, he could have leapt from tree to tree to escape. Fortunately, the tree he had selected was both tall and sturdy. Remaining calm, he tightened his grip on the machete and contemplated his strategy. He had long heard that wolves have copper heads, slender legs, and weak midsections. Clearly, their legs and waist were vulnerable targets, meant for direct confrontation only when armed. And Gongsun Yan would not choose to face the wolves head-on unless absolutely necessary. As the light grew stronger, the wolf pack became increasingly agitated, with several gray wolves even attempting to leap up the tree. At this moment, Gongsun Yan could clearly see the number of wolves. There were 7 gray wolves in total. In his mind, he calculated that his ace in the hole was the flying darts, but he possessed only 12 in total. If he could not achieve a swift kill, the darts would not suffice, unless he could scare away the pack of wolves. Observing several wolves leaping about below, Gongsun Yan devised a plan. As one gray wolf leapt high into the air, he swiftly hurled a dart, and with a soft thud, it struck the wolf in the throat, causing it to collapse, emitting a few whimpers before becoming motionless. Gongsun Yan felt a surge of joy and secretly sighed in relief. The pack fell silent at this sight. Moments later, a robust gray wolf with a high-held tail and lustrous fur approached the fallen one, sniffing the corpse and letting out a low mournful howl. Instantly, the pack howled and roared. Evidently the alpha had issued a command, and the wolves, now frenzied, lunged even more violently towards the tree. Unfazed, Gongsun Yan scanned his surroundings, attentively observing the wolves' movements, calmly waiting for the opportune moment. Swoosh, 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 3 darts flew from the tree. Thud, thud, thud. 3 gray wolves fell in response. The alpha, witnessing this, howled in rage, while the remaining 3 wolves quickly retreated to about 20 paces away, standing vigilantly. Gongsun Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As daylight brightened, he leaned against the tree trunk, took out his provisions and water, and began to eat, simultaneously contemplating his next strategy. The 3 gray wolves, seeing this, crouched low, heads bowed in stillness, yet their eyes remained fixed on him, clearly intent on wearing him down. Should Gongsun Yan wish to break free at this moment, it would be quite simple. A dense thicket lay not far off, and with his agility and flying darts, he could easily penetrate into the woods. The crux of the matter lay in the 4 darts still embedded in the bodies of the fallen wolves, which he could not abandon. He understood that lingering here too long could attract other ferocious beasts, particularly leopards, which would be detrimental for both parties. Fortunately, large predators typically do not venture out during the day, and since the battle with the wolves had not produced excessive bloodshed, he was temporarily safe. After much contemplation, Gongsun Yan resolved to take the initiative. He leapt towards the alpha, brandishing his knife as if to attack. The alpha quickly retreated, while the other 2 gray wolves flanked him from behind. Out of the corner of his eye, Gongsun Yan noticed one wolf closing in on him from about 10 paces away. He pivoted and leapt, swiftly launching a dart, which struck the wolf with a soft thud, sending it crashing to the ground. The remaining 2 wolves howled in despair, swiftly vanishing into the forest. Gongsun Yan gripped his knife tightly, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Once assured of safety, he approached and extracted 5 darts from the throats of the fallen wolves, cleaning and stowing them away. He then descended from the tree and quickly departed the scene. After running approximately 20 miles, he finally paused, climbing another large tree to rest. This encounter with ferocious beasts was his first, and although he emerged unscathed with a resounding victory, it left him with much to ponder. Gongsun Yan's first consideration was the selection of a camping site. In addition to the requirement for tall, leafy trees, he aimed to avoid resting under solitary trees. Next was the matter of scent. Being surrounded by a pack of wolves indicated they had detected his presence. Had it been a leopard, his fate would have been dire. He recalled a plant known as the concealment grass, capable of obscuring human scent, which he had previously overlooked. Determined, he resolved to gather some to mask his odor. Additionally, he remembered the eucalyptus leaves and lemongrass, which could ward off mosquitoes and insects. He mused to himself. Furthermore, regarding weaponry, while the flying dart was sharp and had great penetration, its wound was small and did not compare to the larger cutting surface of a flying knife. Unless it struck a vital area, the dart lacked the lethality of the knife. It seemed he would need to practice with both the dart and the knife in the future. After this encounter with the wolves, Gongsun Yan felt a surge of confidence. Yet he remained grounded, mindful of the 2 wolves that had escaped, knowing well that wolves had a vengeful nature. Taking advantage of the relative safety of daylight, he sought the concealment grass to use during his night's rest to shield his scent. Concealment grass is a perennial herb that thrives in warm, moist environments, often found along sunlit streams. Gongsun Yan made his way to a stream nestled in the valley, maintaining vigilance throughout the journey. Yet he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. He endeavored to traverse open areas for better visibility. After searching upstream along the creek for an hour, he finally discovered a patch of concealment grass. Sensing the tranquility of the surroundings, he quickly began to harvest it with his machete, soon gathering a sufficient quantity. Subsequently, he decided to continue his ascent upstream. In the following days, Gongsun Yan encountered various creatures such as venomous snakes, wild dogs, lizards, and wild boars. Most of these foes fell to his strikes with ease. However, one particular wild boar posed a significant challenge. Its tusks were formidable, its size imposing, and its demeanor ferocious. When it charged at Gongsun Yan, he found himself momentarily flustered and uncertain, hastily seeking refuge in a tree to regain his composure. Ultimately, with agility and a combination of his flying darts and machete, he managed to slay the boar. This encounter heightened Gongsun Yan's awareness of his deficiencies in close combat. He contemplated the necessity of not only enhancing his ranged defensive capabilities but also improving his defensive and melee skills. He began to deliberate on whether to wield a knife, a sword, or perhaps a firearm in the future. One day, as dusk approached, Gongsun Yan ignited a fire at the edge of a dense forest at the foot of a mountain. By this time, he had ventured over 300 miles into the eastern Zhang Mountain, and the feeling of being watched had dissipated, bringing him a sense of relief as he believed he had eluded the 2 gray wolves. Unbeknownst to him, he had likely entered the territory of another predator. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. He seized a roasted leg of lamb, sprinkled it with seasoning, and began to devour it heartily. The combination of crispy exterior and tender interior, coupled with the distinct flavor of lamb, brought him immense satisfaction. After filling his belly, Gongsun Yan extinguished the fire and prepared to rest. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping down his back. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Turning his head, he was startled to see a tiger lying a few dozen paces away, gazing at him with an unexpectedly benign expression. Indeed, a benevolent gaze. Gongsun Yan's heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat trickled down his spine. He immediately sprang up into the tree. The tiger merely lifted its head slightly, continuing to observe him with that same gentle look, now tinged with a hint of mockery, leaving Gongsun Yan perplexed. In truth, he had long harbored a desire to encounter a tiger, yet the prospect filled him with trepidation. Now that the moment had arrived, he felt a flutter of panic. As if he were a man who professed admiration for dragons only to find himself face to face with one. What are you doing here? Gongsun Yan blurted out suddenly. Of course, the tiger offered no reply. His face flushed with embarrassment at his own impulsiveness, and he muttered under his breath. The tiger stood up. It was a full-grown specimen, over 10 feet in length, robust and powerful, its golden fur interspersed with striking black stripes. A distinctive king pattern adorned its forehead, and its eyes shone with a fierce intelligence, exuding an innate authority. At that moment, it sauntered casually towards the base of the tree, glancing up at Gongsun Yan as if to greet him, before settling languidly beneath the tree, seemingly waiting for him to descend for a chat. In that instant, Gongsun Yan comprehended the truth. The tiger regarded him with utter disdain, viewing him merely as a potential meal. A wry smile crept across his face as he resignedly acknowledged his lack of strength to confront such a beast. It would be wiser to make a discreet exit. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt from the tree. The tiger, hearing the rustle above, looked up at his retreating figure, its expression a mix of surprise. As if to say, is this an option? It watched him leave without making any attempt to pursue. Gongsun Yan dashed for over 10 miles before halting in a secure location, still trembling from the encounter. Truly, the tiger embodied the majesty of the animal kingdom. He pondered his current inadequacies and strength and considered returning to acquire throwing knives for further training. That night, he felt more at ease since obtaining the protective herb, allowing him to sleep soundly, confident that as long as he remained quiet, the beasts would not detect his presence. Upon rising the next morning, he wandered the mountains and forests until breakfast time, at which point he unloaded his backpack to retrieve some provisions. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh sliced through the air as a stone hurtled towards him. Without a moment's thought, he leapt aside to evade it, only to see a monkey descending from the trees, snatching up his backpack and fleeing. Enraged, Gongsun Yan instantly gave chase. As he pursued the monkey, he observed the surroundings and realized that several monkeys were collaborating in this theft. In a fit of ironic amusement, he reflected on how he had been startled by a tiger just the day before, and now found himself robbed by a band of monkeys. Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. Though he felt a surge of irritation, he restrained his impulses and refrained from throwing weapons at the monkeys. Having spent his childhood foraging for herbs with his father, he often encountered monkey troops, sometimes sharing his food with them, and had even mimicked their antics. Thus, he held a certain fondness for these creatures. The group of monkeys initially leaped and darted through the woods, noticing that Gongsun Yan was adept at this pursuit. They then retreated towards a nearby cliff, believing that the steep stone wall would hinder his progress. Little did they anticipate that Gongsun Yan would relentlessly pursue them. The cunning monkey that had snatched the backpack, realizing Gongsun Yan was closing in, tossed the bag to another monkey. Gongsun Yan, left with no choice, redirected his chase towards the other monkey, and thus, a game of relay ensued between the monkeys and him. Gongsun Yan remained remarkably composed, closely trailing behind. His lack of anxiety stemmed from two reasons. The backpack contained no vital items, and he seized the rare opportunity to closely observe the monkey's agility and movements. After several rounds of pursuit, the monkeys still could not escape. When the backpack reached an elder monkey, it began to hurl the contents in an attempt to divert Gongsun Yan's attention. It first discarded herbs, and upon seeing Gongsun Yan's indifference, it proceeded to throw ropes and a small iron pot. As Gongsun Yan remained unfazed, the elder monkey, growing anxious, threw the remaining provisions and jerky to its companions. Gongsun Yan, noticing this, felt a pang of concern, fearing the monkey might damage the 2 books he cherished. At that moment, he spotted a golden eagle circling near the cliff. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and with a swift motion, he launched a throwing dart, striking the eagle, which plummeted into the valley with a piercing cry. Suddenly, the monkeys halted their frantic movements. A cold smile crept across Gongsun Yan's lips as several monkeys leaped down the cliff, landing in a clearing within the valley, standing with their backs to him. Before long, the elder monkey approached Gongsun Yan, extending the backpack with both hands. Gongsun Yan stifled a chuckle inwardly, pleased that his ploy to intimidate the monkeys had succeeded. He glanced into the backpack but refrained from reaching for it. The elder monkey seemed to recall something and chattered to its companions, who then scattered. In a short while, they returned with small iron pots, ropes, herbs, and other items, presenting them to the elder monkey to be placed back into the backpack. The elder monkey chattered again, and the others attempted to return the unfinished jerky and provisions. However, Gongsun Yan firmly halted them with a sharp command. He waved them away, and the monkeys, as if granted a reprieve, dispersed in a flurry. Gongsun Yan inspected the backpack more closely, discovering that apart from the provisions and jerky, most items remained intact. He could not help but shake his head and smile wryly, realizing that his supplies were nearly depleted and he truly needed to return home. Upon locating the fallen golden eagle, he found it lifeless. Gongsun Yan extracted the dart and, recalling that he had not yet had breakfast, swiftly made his way to a stream. There, he set up a pot to boil water, preparing to bleed the eagle. Once the water reached a boil, he immersed the eagle to scald and pluck its feathers. Unfortunately, the pot was small and the water shallow, and he struggled for quite some time to clean the bird thoroughly. He then used a dagger to eviscerate it, removing the entrails, and after rinsing it well, he began to roast it. This breakfast proved to be somewhat time-consuming. It took him over an hour to complete the cooking. After enjoying his meal, he set off on his return journey. As the saying goes, the heart yearns for home, and once the decision to return was made, Gongsun Yan traveled with remarkable speed, covering nearly 80 miles in just 3 hours. As the sky darkened and the hour of Shin had already passed its zenith, Gongsun Yan came to a halt near a thicket, commencing to kindle a fire for his evening meal. Within his basket lay a modest amount of corn, which he intended to utilize. Alongside half a roasted eagle, he aspired to prepare a hearty dinner of both rice and meat. Just then, a chorus of wolf howls echoed from a distance, gradually drawing nearer. A sudden realization struck him. He had been careless, and the smoke from his fire had undoubtedly attracted the pack of wolves. He murmured to himself, "No time to extinguish the flames," and swiftly seized his machete before vaulting up into a tree. Peering into the distance, Gongsun Yan soon discerned several silhouettes of gray wolves emerging. Though they did not seem to be advancing towards him directly, rather, they appeared to be retreating in an orderly fashion. Before long, a figure clad in white wielding a sword approached, engaged in a fierce battle with a formidable beast, both drawing closer. As they neared, the cacophony of wolf howls melded with the creature's roars, enabling Gongsun Yan to gradually comprehend the unfolding scene. The swordsman was a youth, roughly of his own age. With thick brows and phoenix-like eyes, his countenance handsome yet bearing traces of youthfulness. Despite the naivete still lingering on his face, his gaze radiated determination. His hair was tied high, and his white robe bore multiple tears, stained with blood. Upon observing the beast he faced, Gongsun Yan's heart sank. It was a wolverine. He had encountered its description in the records of beasts, where it was also referred to as a marten bear. Possessing a visage akin to that of a wolf coupled with the physique of a bear, an appearance that lay between the two. Its back was arched, with short, sturdy limbs, and a faint brown stripe ran along its sides, converging from the shoulders to the tail in a crescent shape, thus earning it the moniker of moon bear. This creature was omnivorous, ferocious in nature, and notoriously aggressive. Surrounding the combatants, a circle of 13 gray wolves adjusted their formation as the battle progressed. After a brief contemplation, Gongsun Yan deduced that it must be the youth's confrontation with the wolverine that had attracted the wolves, who sought to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. At that moment, the young swordsman was still locked in a fierce struggle with the wolverine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the cooking fire and iron pot, a flicker of hope illuminating his expression. As he fought, he remained vigilant, and upon realizing the absence of allies amidst the encroaching wolves, a shadow of despair crossed his face, yet he did not surrender. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yan pondered his course of action. He mused that escaping from this predicament would not pose a challenge for him. However, the young swordsman faced certain death. He felt a surge of sympathy for the lad. Though he would not sacrifice himself for the cause, he yearned for an opportunity to assist. The crux of the matter lay in communicating timely information to the young warrior. Otherwise, should hopelessness consume him, he would soon falter. He resolved to draw the wolves towards himself, thanks to the concealing properties of the underbrush. The wolves had yet to detect Gongsun Yan's presence. Not far from him, 2 gray wolves focused intently on the duel unfolding below. Gongsun Yan retrieved a throwing dart and gently rustled the leaves, prompting the wolves to perk up and turn their heads in this direction. Seizing the moment, he hurled a dart towards each side, and the sound of two thuds resonated as both wolves collapsed, struck in the throat. The pack of wolves was startled, their howls echoing as they swiftly surrounded the tree. Witnessing the success of his strategy, Gongsun Yan called out, "My friend, hold on. I shall draw the wolves away and return to assist you." "Thank you," replied the young man in white, his eyes suddenly gleaming. The ferocity of his swordplay intensified. At that moment, the badger, though covered in wounds, fought with renewed vigor. Observing this, Gongsun Yan leapt into action, pursued relentlessly by the wolves below. Not long after, a resounding thud echoed as another gray wolf fell to the ground. In quick succession, 6 gray wolves met their demise under Gongsun Yan's precision strikes. Realizing the dire situation, the lead gray wolf let out a sorrowful howl and led the pack into the depths of the forest. With the wolves retreating, Gongsun Yan nimbly descended from the tree and swiftly retrieved his flying darts, hastening back to the scene of the battle. The young man in white was still engaged in a fierce struggle with the badger. Gongsun Yan joined the fray, but the badger, sensing a new opponent, became even more ferocious, its body emitting a foul stench that made the two combatants suffer. After a brief skirmish, Gongsun Yan realized that his swordsmanship was not on par with the young man's, and he felt somewhat embarrassed, caught in a dilemma. The young man, noticing his discomfort, spoke up, "Older brother, you should rest for a moment. I can hold on a little longer." "Very well," replied Gongsun Yan, stepping back from the battle. Yet he did not abandon his resolve. Instead, he focused intently on the badger, searching for its vulnerabilities. After observing for a while, he discerned that despite the badger's robust physique, its neck was a relatively weak point. As the badger lunged at the young man in white, Gongsun Yan swiftly threw a dart, striking true. The young man seized the opportunity to unleash 2 swift slashes. In a fit of rage, the badger charged at him, only to be met with 2 more darts from Gongsun Yan, which buried deep into its neck. The badger staggered forward and collapsed with a thunderous thud. Both Gongsun Yan and the young man stepped forward, delivering a series of strikes, and when the badger remained motionless, they exchanged relieved glances. Gongsun Yan retrieved a dagger, swiftly extracting the darts from the badger's neck, and then said to the young man, "This place is no longer safe. Follow me." They hurried to the tree where they had previously concealed themselves, retrieved a backpack, and found the cooking fire had died down, with the meal now ready. He grabbed the pot and, alongside the young man, they swiftly vanished into the forest. As evening approached, the two reached a hillside and stopped on a flat area at the edge of the dense woods. The young man in white clasped his hands in gratitude and bowed deeply, sincerely saying, "Thank you for saving my life, elder brother." Gongsun Yan waved his hand dismissively, humbly replying, "No need for such formality. Anyone would have done the same upon witnessing your plight." Noticing the young man carried only a small bundle, he inquired further, "Have you not eaten?" The young man, looking dejected, swallowed hard and shook his head. They immediately set about gathering firewood to cook. Gathered around the flickering campfire, Gongsun Yan retrieved a half-roasted eagle from his backpack and handed it to the youth clad in white. The lad, without hesitation, accepted it eagerly and devoured it voraciously. Once he finished, he cast a glance at the pot of rice. Gongsun Yan gestured for him to continue, and the youth swiftly consumed the entire pot of rice as if caught in a tempest. Noticing that Gongsun Yan remained still, merely observing him, he felt somewhat embarrassed and stammered, "Elder brother, aren't you eating?" "It's all gone." Gongsun Yan smiled gently in response, "It's all gone?" The youth's face flushed suddenly, his demeanor turning awkward and revealing his discomfort. "Ha ha ha. I often wander the mountains. Missing a meal here or there matters little to me," Gongsun Yan replied cheerfully. He took out a water pouch, cleaned the rice pot, and began to boil water. "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Chong. Would you mind sharing your name, elder brother?" the youth asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Yi? That is a surname I have not encountered before. I am Gongsun, also a compound surname, and my given name is Yan." Noting the clarity in the youth's eyes, Gongsun Yan felt a surge of fondness and revealed his true name. As the water reached a boil, Gongsun Yan hastily removed it from the heat, adding salt to let it cool. The youth, though a bit puzzled by his actions, refrained from questioning further. Gongsun Yan took out some gauze and medicinal herbs. Looking at Ichi Chong and inquired, "Brother Ichi, would you allow me to tend to your wounds?" "Certainly," Ichi Chong replied promptly. As he began to remove his tattered robe and undergarments, he continued, "Elder brother Gongsun, I believe I am younger than you. Henceforth, you may call me little brother or simply by my name. Oh, what year were you born? Gongsun Yan asked. I was born in the second month of the year of the Jichou, he replied. Splendid. Elder brother Gongsun. I was born in the third month of the year of the Gongyin. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan smiled and had Qingzhou lie prone beside the campfire. He carefully peeled away the blood crust and necrotic tissue from the injury, cleansing the wound with the cooled saline solution before applying the medicinal herbs and wrapping it with gauze. The procedure was painful, with many areas raw and bloody. Yet Qingzhou gritted his teeth and endured. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe, primarily consisting of scratches on his back and shoulders, and soon they were tended to. Observing Qingzhou's exhaustion, Gongsun Yan offered him some resting herbs and found a tall, leafy tree for him to recuperate under, while he sought another tree for himself. The following day, before the hour of the rabbit, Gongsun Yan awoke. He quietly descended from the tree, preparing to explore the surroundings when he noticed Qingzhou also climbing down, sword in hand along with a small backpack. He was somewhat taken aback and asked, You are awake? Yes. Where is elder brother going? Qingzhou inquired hesitantly. There is no food left. I am going to look for some. Oh, may I accompany you, elder brother? Upon saying this, Qingzhou gazed at Gongsun Yan with a pleading expression. Gongsun Yan understood the implication. Realizing the youth feared he might slip away unnoticed, he acquiesced, returning to the tree to retrieve his backpack, and said, Let us go. Two individuals ventured together into the verdant depths of the forest, and before long, they stumbled upon a few elk grazing. With little effort, they successfully hunted one. Gongsun Yan secured the elk by hanging it upside down from a tree, then deftly drew his dagger to swiftly bleed it out. Collecting the blood in a small iron pot and a bamboo cup, he handed the bamboo cup to Yi Chang, insisting, This elk blood is a fine essence. You should partake. Without hesitation, Yi Chang accepted the cup and drank it in one gulp, prompting a silent commendation from Gongsun Yan. After taking a substantial sip himself, he added a pinch of salt to the pot of elk blood, which quickly coagulated, careful to stow the pot in his backpack. They proceeded to carry the elk towards a stream nestled in the valley. Upon reaching the stream, the day had fully dawned. Gongsun Yan began the process of skinning and eviscerating the elk, the scene somewhat gruesome. Noticing Yi Chang's pallor, he surmised that the boy was unaccustomed to such sights and casually inquired, Brother Yi Chang, you seldom venture into the mountains, do you? This is my first time. Oh, you are here for training? Why do you journey alone? While Gongsun Yan continued his task, he remained oblivious to the fact that they were of similar age, both exploring the wilderness independently. Yi Chang remained silent, merely observing Gongsun Yan at work. Gongsun Yan, sensing the boy's reticence, refrained from further questioning. Once he had finished cleaning the elk, he promptly kindled a fire to begin roasting the meat. He also foraged for some fresh fruits and wild vegetables, washing them thoroughly. Soon, the elk meat was ready, and the two began to feast, consuming nearly 1/10 of the elk, amounting to close to 10 pounds, most of which was devoured by Yi Chang. Observing Yi Chang's voracious appetite, Gongsun Yan teasingly asked, How long has it been since you last ate? 3 days, Yi Chang replied, his words somewhat muffled by the meat in his mouth. 3 days. Where did you come from? Yi Chang's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, he quietly confessed, Brother Gongsun, I escaped from Anhua City. Anhua City. Gongsun Yan was taken aback. It lay nearly 300 miles from their current location. To reach here in 3 days without sustenance was undoubtedly a formidable trial for a boy not yet 11. Reflecting on how he had awakened this morning to hunt, Gongsun Yan felt a pang of guilt. He softly said to Yi Chang, Follow me. He then gathered their belongings and led Yi Chang to a dry patch of grass beneath a large tree on the hillside, pointing towards it. You can rest here for a while. I will keep watch. Yi Chang gazed at Gongsun Yan with gratitude, and without further ado, he settled comfortably on the grass and quickly fell asleep. Witnessing such trust made Gongsun Yan smile with delight. With time on his hands, Gongsun Yan decided to kindle another fire nearby. He boned the elk meat, cutting it into strips, seasoning it with salt, and placing it over the flames to smoke. Meanwhile, he sliced the coagulated elk blood and laid it in the sun to dry. Once occupied with these tasks, he took a moment to peruse the map he had brought along. Yi Chang had a rather prolonged slumber, awakening only during the recent hours. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Gongsun Yan quietly engrossed in a book nearby. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Yi Chang approached Gongsun Yan and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Gongsun. Ah, have you rested well? Gongsun Yan inquired. Indeed, I wish to freshen up and change my attire, Yichang replied, gesturing towards the stream he had visited earlier. Very well, Gongsun Yan responded. Yichang swiftly picked up his small bundle and sword, racing towards the riverbank. In a short while, he returned at a brisk pace, adorned in a pristine white robe, holding his sword, while the bundle had vanished from sight. His cleansed visage appeared even more refined, exuding an aura of youthful vigor and nobility. Gongsun Yan admired silently, recognizing him as a scion of a distinguished family, radiating exceptional grace. With a smile, Gongsun Yan playfully asked, "Is it time for a meal? Do you think you can manage to eat?" "Yes," Yichang replied, a slight blush gracing his cheeks. "Splendid. I shall gather some wild fruits and vegetables." After approximately half an hour, Gongsun Yan returned with freshly washed wild peaches, strawberries, and various greens. The two seated themselves on the ground and began to feast heartily. As they dined, their conversation flowed effortlessly. With Yichang rejuvenated from his slumber and possessing a straightforward disposition, and Gongsun Yan being no cunning adversary, their camaraderie blossomed as they exchanged thoughts candidly. During their dialogue, Yichang recounted the circumstances surrounding his escape from Anhua City. It turned out that he was a descendant of one of the four prominent families of Anhua City. Beyond the ruling Xiong family, the city was also home to the Dongye, Yao, Tang, and Yi families, with Yichang being the direct heir of the Yi lineage. In name, the Xiong family held dominion over Anhua City, while the four families managed finances, dividing the city into four territories: east, west, south, and north, where the Yi family governed the southwestern region. This arrangement had persisted for centuries, allowing for peaceful coexistence. However, this equilibrium was disrupted with Yichang's maturation. From a young age, Yichang exhibited remarkable intelligence, being quick to learn and understand, earning the title of prodigy within Anhua City, particularly peaking at the age of 8. The city held an annual martial arts competition, divided into adult and youth categories, with participants primarily hailing from the ruling family and the four prominent families, although others could join at their own expense. Since his debut at the age of 8, where he clinched victory in the youth category, Yichang had triumphed consecutively 3 times. While this achievement may not have been unprecedented, it was undoubtedly unparalleled in history. Not only did he shatter previous records, but he also disrupted the balance among the families. Given his trajectory, it was anticipated that he could ascend to the rank of martial commander before the age of 30, a status that would render him among the elite within the entirety of the Sioux country, inevitably inciting a sense of crisis among the other 3 families. Though the Xiong family is ostensibly the ruler of Anhua City, in reality, all matters must receive the approval of the 4 prominent families. This situation has long been a source of dissatisfaction for the Xiong family. Observing the growing envy among the other 3 families towards the Yichi clan, the Xiong family seized the opportunity to incite discord, seeking to meddle in the financial affairs of the southern region. The factions quickly found common ground and soon set their plans into motion. On the day of the family conflict, Yichi Chang's grandfather, Yichi Dirun, personally led the family members and guards in a desperate resistance. However, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and power disparity, defeat was inevitable. Realizing the dire situation, he arranged for a group of elite guards to escort Yichi Chang out of the city, cautioning him not to seek revenge until he had grown stronger. The remaining 4 families, ever vigilant, had already laid an intricate web of defenses around Anhua City. Yichi Chang and his companions fought valiantly to carve a bloody path to freedom, only to find themselves relentlessly pursued into the mountains. Ultimately, with the valiant sacrifice of 2 remaining guards, Yichi Chang managed to escape deep into the Dongjing mountain range, perhaps due to the bloodshed that stained him. He soon encountered an attack from a wolverine. Yichi Chang battled fiercely while fleeing, until he fortuitously met Gongsun Yan, who aided him in evading danger. The harrowing journey left an indelible mark on Yichi Chang, who still feels the lingering dread when he recalls those events. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan shared his own experiences and revealed that he hailed from the Huachin kingdom. Yichi Chang was elated upon hearing this, as his ancestors also originated from Huachin and had arrived in Xiashu long ago. In truth, the majority of Anhua City's populace comprises individuals from Huachin, Changyuan, and Ailu kingdoms. Drawn by the relative prosperity of Xiashu, with Anhua City serving as the largest melting pot, its name embodying sentiments of tranquility and enlightenment. Being of similar age and sharing a bond forged in adversity, their camaraderie deepened as they confided in one another. "Brother, we are bound by life and death and share a common enmity. Why not swear brotherhood?" Yichi Chang proposed with hopeful eyes. "Indeed," Gongsun Yan replied without hesitation. The two began to prepare for their brotherhood ceremony, drawing upon traditional customs and knowledge from texts they had studied. Gongsun Yan first captured a fledgling eagle to serve as a substitute for a rooster, while Ichi-chang fetched fresh water from a stream to replace wine. They then turned northward, creating a makeshift altar with earth and grass. After cleansing themselves with water, they took bamboo cups, mixing the eagle's blood with water, and each pricked their left middle fingers to add their blood to the mixture. Once prepared, they faced north, first bowing to the heavens, then to the earth, and finally to each other, before consuming the blood mixture from the bamboo cup. They then knelt in unison, pledging an oath to the heavens, thus binding themselves as sworn brothers. With the ceremony complete, they shared a hearty laugh, Gongsun Yan now possessing a brother of different lineage, while Ichi-chang felt that Gongsun Yan had become perhaps the closest person to him in this world. Amidst their tribulations, they found solace in their newfound bond. "Brother, are you here in the mountains for hunting?" Ichi-chang inquired with curiosity. "Well, one could say I am also here to seek a master," Gongsun Yan replied. "Seek a master? Indeed, I wish to enhance my martial skills, but as I cannot afford a proper teacher, I must take the beasts as my tutors," Gongsun Yan said with a hint of self-deprecation. "Take the beasts as your tutors?" Ichi-chang could not help but be astonished and inquired. "Didn't my elder brother employ the flying dart technique? I see that your mastery of it is extraordinary, your skills remarkably refined. Surely you must have reached the level of a grand martial artist. Did you not have a mentor?" "Haha, I wouldn't say my skills are remarkable. They are merely the result of my own idle musings." Idle musings. Ichi-chang was left speechless. If his elder brother, possessing such formidable dart skills, had learned without a teacher, one could only imagine the heights his martial prowess would reach had he come from a prestigious lineage with proper instruction. In comparison, he felt that his own reputation as a prodigy paled in significance, and a look of disheartenment crossed his face. "Haha, second brother, your swordsmanship is also quite exceptional. Otherwise, you would have been able to endure 3 days without sustenance while still managing to contend with it for such an extended period. Keep in mind that the wolverine is fiercer than lions and tigers," Gongsun Yan encouraged, noticing Ichi-chang's somber mood. In truth, Ichi-chang had not only gone 3 days without food, but he was also in a desperate situation, being pursued for his life when he encountered the wolverine, making his endurance all the more commendable. Upon hearing this, Ichi-chang's brow relaxed slightly, and he asked, "Does my elder brother favor the use of a knife?" He had observed Gongsun Yan frequently wielding that cleaver, yet the lack of finesse in his technique suggested he had not practiced it extensively, prompting his question. "Not at all. This knife is merely a trophy of war. I had no other weapon for self-defense at the moment, so I resorted to using it. In truth, I have never trained with it. Oh, I have practiced knife techniques for a few days. If you do not mind, I can demonstrate them for you," Ichi-chang offered, somewhat hesitantly. "Haha, second brother, speak plainly. There is no need to worry about my pride. You hail from a distinguished family and are naturally well-versed. Allow me to showcase all the skills I possess, and feel free to point out any deficiencies," he declared, not waiting for Ichi-chang's response before beginning his demonstration. He began with knife techniques, followed by boxing and agility, and finally, the flying dart technique. Upon first observing Gongsun Yan's knife skills, Ichi-chang found them rather rudimentary. Lacking any structure, it could only be described as a haphazard display driven by instinct, causing him to furrow his brow. Next, when Gongsun Yan showcased his boxing technique, Ichi-chang noted his calm demeanor, his movements measured, both offensive and defensive. Though lacking a renowned teacher, his foundation was solid, his energy stable, devoid of flamboyance, albeit somewhat simplistic in execution. When Gongsun Yan demonstrated his agility, he leapt and bounded with the lightness of a feather, scaling cliffs and vaulting through treetops like a nimble monkey, traversing mountains and forests with the grace of a leopard. His light-footed movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness, leaving Ichi-chang in awe. Finally, Gongsun Yan exhibited his flying dart technique, which had become exceedingly refined through practice. He had mastered various throwing methods, forehand, backhand, upward, downward, and sideways, capable of pinpoint accuracy within 10 zhang, able to pierce trees as thick as a thigh, and he could simultaneously throw darts with both hands at will. He had even bestowed poetic names upon his dart techniques, such as the single dart attends the gathering, chasing the dragon and treading the wind, 2 ghosts pounce forward, and 3 crows gather at the summit. Beholding Gongsun Yan's agile and confident figure, Ichi-chang found it almost unbelievable that these accomplishments were achieved without formal instruction. Given time, his elder brother's achievements would surely ascend to the level of a martial king. Second brother, with your scholarly background and profound knowledge, please enlighten me on my shortcomings. Oh, Gongsun Yan's voice interrupted Yichang's thoughts. He did not hold back and sincerely said, Elder brother, your lightness skill and flying needle technique are both remarkable. I am truly inferior. My foundation in fist techniques is solid, yet I lack the versatility. I would be grateful for the opportunity to spar with you in this regard. As for the swordsmanship, you ought to start from the basics. Very well. However, are you certain you wish to choose a sword for self-defense in the future? Gongsun Yan appeared somewhat hesitant. What about a soft sword? I have a panlong sword here. With that, Yichang unfastened his belt and handed the sword to Gongsun Yan. A soft sword? Gongsun Yan received the panlong sword with curiosity. It was the first time he had heard of such a weapon. As he gripped the hilt and pressed the spring mechanism, a clear, chilling light flashed forth, and the blade shot straight, exuding an intimidating aura. Gongsun Yan immediately found himself enamored with it. After admiring it for a moment, he recognized its considerable value, realizing it was likely a family treasure of Yichang. He sheathed the sword and returned it to Yichang, saying, Second brother, thank you. This sword does not quite suit me. I shall seek another opportunity. Elder brother, I do not favor soft swords. I have not used one on this journey. Your lightness skill is excellent, making this sword very suitable for you, Yichang earnestly advised. Refusing to take it back, Gongsun Yan did not refuse again and inquired, Do you possess any sword training methods? Indeed, and they are family secrets. I hope this sword can be fully utilized in your hands and flourish even more, Yichang replied joyfully. For several consecutive days, Gongsun Yan and Yichang engaged in martial arts sparring, exchanged insights, and discussed methods for improvement. During this time, Yichang imparted the techniques for using the panlong sword and the family sword forms, noting that Gongsun Yan only understood the introductory techniques of qi manipulation. Thus, he taught him more advanced skills. Throughout this period, the two honed their abilities together, making rapid progress. They also exchanged a wealth of knowledge, including insights about the martial world. Gongsun Yan primarily shared his experiences and common sense from his travels in the mountains, along with some essential first aid techniques. While Yichang focused on introducing the royal families and sects of the four nations, Xiasu, Huachun, Changyuan, and Ai Lu. As mid-June approached, during breakfast one day, Gongsun Yan asked, Second brother, what are your plans next? Elder brother, I originally intended to apply to Jishui Academy. Why don't we apply together? Yichang gazed at Gongsun Yan with eager eyes. Jishui Academy? Where is it located? Indeed, it is in the royal city of the Jishui Kingdom. Yichang continued. Jishui Academy is the highest institution in the 13 nations of Jishui, comprising both a scholarly division and a martial division, with branches established in the other 12 nations. The academy primarily trains talents for the kingdom, yet a significant number of graduates also join sects, attracting many prodigies from across the nations each year. Oh, are there specific requirements for the application? I am unsure, but I wish to give it a try. Yichang spoke, then produced a stack of silver notes, saying, This is the sum of 5,000 taels given to me by my grandfather. It should suffice for our travel expenses and tuition fees. Will you accompany me? Elder brother? Indeed, I possess over 370 taels of silver, and with my collection of rare medicinal herbs, I estimate I could gather around 1,000 taels. Gongsun Yan remarked, recognizing that an opportunity to enhance one's strength should not be overlooked. The two companions, armed with a map of the Xiasu Kingdom, began to devise a route toward the capital city of Jishui. The map indicated that traveling to the kingdom of Jishui would require traversing nearly the entirety of the Xiasu Kingdom, a journey spanning thousands of miles, necessitating the use of carriages and horses. The nearest city to their location was Ding'an City, situated roughly 200 miles away. Yichi, aware of its significance as a major city, agreed that they should first head to Ding'an City. With their destination established, they set forth immediately. On their journey, they encountered wolves and tigers, dispatching any threats they faced, and they did not overlook the occasional rare herb they came across. Remarkably, they arrived at Ding'an City in less than 3 days. Ding'an City, located only a few hundred miles from Anhua City, is the largest city in the eastern part of the Xiasu Kingdom, boasting a scale more than 5 times that of Anhua City. Just past the midpoint of the Qin hour, they reached Ding'an City. Upon entering, they were astounded by the city's vibrancy, with buildings lining the streets in an orderly fashion, tea houses and taverns aplenty, and the lively sounds of bustling crowds enveloping them. The duo, laden with medicinal baskets and animal pelts, certainly stood out in the throng. They quickly located a fur shop and sold the tiger and wolf skins they had acquired, earning nearly 30 taels of silver. Subsequently, they found a nearby apothecary and sold the lingji, Leiden, and cloves they had gathered along the way, netting an additional 20 taels. However, they refrained from hastily selling the more valuable Qingzhou Yan and Shihu, as Gongsun Yan understood the principle of not selling goods at a loss so close to the mountains where they would fetch lower prices. Afterward, they sought out a steam bun shop to have breakfast. The brothers had not enjoyed a proper meal in quite some time, leaving the staff astounded by their voracious appetites. Other patrons also cast curious glances their way, and upon noticing the attention, the two blushed and continued to eat, albeit with more decorum. When the time came to settle their bill, they had consumed 10 baskets of buns, costing them 101 of copper coins. Before departing, Gongsun Yan casually inquired with the attendant about directions to the capital. The attendant informed him that there was a public inn near the west gate of Dingen City, dedicated to transporting travelers. They expressed their gratitude and left. Rather than rushing to the west gate, they first visited a blacksmith shop. Gongsun Yan initially intended to acquire several throwing knives to enhance their lethality, but then he considered that future adversaries might primarily be human. And given his knowledge of human acupuncture points, he decided that using flying needles would be more advantageous, albeit in greater quantities. He exchanged his machete and an additional 2 taels of silver for 12 flying needles, though they would not be ready for 3 days. After much persuasion, the blacksmith eventually agreed to expedite the crafting process, allowing them to return the following morning to collect their order. Following this, they made their way to the vicinity of the west gate. In the distance, they spotted several public inns with their signs fluttering in the wind. The two paused at a distance of several dozen paces to observe the flow of patrons at these inns. After observing for nearly half an hour, Gongsun Yan devised a preliminary plan, settling on an inn named Sunji, yet they decided to explore a few other establishments for pricing. Once they agreed on their approach, they first visited a more ostentatious inn called Mengel, which boasted the most impressive faade and attracted a considerable flow of affluent travelers. Upon entering, a young lady approached Yichang with a warm greeting. "Good day, young master. How may I assist you?" At that moment, Yichang was clad in a white robe, a sword hanging gracefully at his waist. Although his attire bore signs of wear, he still exuded the demeanor of a gentleman. Gongsun Yan, in contrast, donned blue attire, carrying a medicinal basket that rendered him akin to an attendant, yet more reminiscent of an apothecary. The young lady, puzzled, guided them to a seating area in the hall and said to Yichang, "Please take a seat, young master." Yichang, with a gesture of courtesy, allowed Gongsun Yan to sit first. The young lady, with a hint of confusion, offered them tea and inquired, "Are you gentlemen embarking on a long journey?" Unable to discern their relationship, she opted for a neutral address. "Indeed, we are heading to the capital," Gongsun Yan replied. "Oh, here is the price list. Please review it. And feel free to ask me any questions," she added before departing. The brothers perused the pricing options, noting 2 modes of travel, horseback riding and carriage. They promptly dismissed the horseback option. The carriage choices included 3 tiers. The luxurious option featured a lavish mule-drawn sedan chair with reclining seats, inclusive of refreshments, meals, and a dedicated escort at a cost of 100 taels per person. The mid-tier option offered a soft sedan for 6 people, with meals self-catered at 50 taels each. The standard option consisted of a basic carriage for 8, with hard seats and a rain canopy, also self-catered, priced at 20 taels each. All prices were calculated based on the distance to the capital. After reviewing the list, they returned it to its place and politely took their leave, to which the young lady responded courteously, "Please travel safely," though her eyes betrayed a glimmer of disdain. The brothers continued their inquiries in nearby establishments, discovering that most offered lower rates than Mengel and did not provide the luxury escort service. Ultimately, they arrived at Sunjian, where the staff greeted them with warmth and patiently detailed the various carriage options available. The brothers settled on the ordinary carriage at 15 taels per person and arranged to depart the following morning at dawn. They then began their preparations. Gongsun Yan first visited a leather goods shop to custom order a specially made vest, along with leg and arm guards to discreetly conceal flying darts, thereby freeing his waist for the dragon-patterned sword. They gathered all necessary provisions for their journey, including dried food, water pouches, and salt. Finally, they visited a clothing store, each acquiring 2 sets of garments for their travels. Yichang favored white robes and trousers, while Gongsun Yan selected a green robe and a blue ensemble, replacing his basket with a more suitable pack. By the time dusk arrived, The brothers indulged in a hearty meal at a bun shop before leisurely strolling through the city. According to Yichang's intention, they sought a humble inn to rest, yet Gongsun Yan, being inherently frugal, declined the proposal. Yichang, hailing from a privileged background, possessed little understanding of monetary matters, while Gongsun Yan had endured considerable hardship and was acutely aware of the challenges in earning a living. As dusk approached, the lanterns of numerous shops began to illuminate, and the streets were gradually emptying of bustling crowds. In the distance, the red lanterns of brothels hung high, and the sounds of flutes and drums wafted through the air, heralding the onset of a vibrant nightlife filled with indulgence and revelry. Observing this scene, both men were struck by a poignant sense of desolation, a feeling of having vast palaces yet lacking a place to call their own, which extinguished their spirits entirely. They turned and walked towards the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, the two found solace beneath a large tree, resting for the night. At dawn, they made their way to a blacksmith shop, where the owner presented the crafted flying dart for Gongsun Yan's inspection. After testing it, he expressed his satisfaction and, upon settling the payment, humbly thanked the smith before taking his leave. After hastily consuming breakfast, they promptly arrived at the Sunjimin Inn. A carriage awaited them at the entrance, and upon noticing their arrival, the attendant waved them over. They quickly boarded the carriage, which already housed an elderly man and a young boy. The old man kindly nodded in greeting, and the brothers returned the gesture before seating themselves opposite the duo. Not long after, a mother and daughter duo entered, accompanied by two frail men. Once everyone was settled, the carriage set off. The drivers, two robust men of varying heights, were also tasked with escorting the passengers. Before departure, the shorter driver cautioned everyone that the journey to the capital of the Xia-Su kingdom spanned over 20,000 miles, and the fastest route would take at least a fortnight. The initial leg of the journey traversed hilly terrain, promising a bumpy ride. Indeed, shortly after setting off, the carriage jolted incessantly, leaving the passengers disoriented, although they managed to endure. The young girl beside Gongsun Yan began to succumb to motion sickness and felt the urge to vomit. Acting quickly, Gongsun Yan retrieved a cloth bag containing provisions and caught the girl's distress. The woman beside her expressed her gratitude profusely, while the two frail men displayed their disdain. Noticing the girl's continued discomfort, the elderly man called for a halt. Nearby, a stream offered a chance for relief, and the woman accompanied the young girl to wash up, allowing the others to step outside for fresh air. Upon returning to the carriage, Gongsun Yan proposed a seat exchange, suggesting the girl sit at the front for her comfort. The woman gratefully accepted his offer. As the carriage resumed its journey, the old man produced several pills and addressed the passengers, offering motion sickness medication. However, his offer was met with silence. Even the woman gazed out the window, remaining taciturn. The old man, feeling somewhat dejected, retracted the pills, as most were wary of accepting unknown substances from strangers, even if offered with good intentions. The carriage continued to jostle along, and soon the young girl exhibited signs of discomfort once more. Observing her plight, Gongsun Yan inquired gently to the woman, "May I offer her a massage?" "Yes, please, thank you," he received in response. Gongsun Yan took the girl's hand, locating the Higu and Nei Guan acupoints, applying pressure to each for a while before doing the same with her other hand, gradually restoring her composure. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan pressed his thumbs firmly against the little girl's Intang acupoint, while the other fingers stabilized the sides of her head. After a brief period of gentle upward and downward massage with his thumbs, he proceeded to knead the Baihui acupoint at the crown of her head. Before long, the little girl fell into a tranquil slumber. The woman nodded in gratitude, taking the girl into her arms, allowing her to rest against her. Gongsun Yan returned to his seat, and the others regarded him with expressions of approval. "Are you a physician, young man?" inquired an elderly gentleman. Gongsun Yan smiled and shook his head, choosing not to respond. The carriage continued to jolt along the path, and the passengers, fatigued, closed their eyes in silence throughout the journey. As twilight descended, the carriage finally arrived at its first resting point, the Yushan Inn. The diminutive carriage driver informed the travelers that they were responsible for their own meals and lodging, leaving the decision to stay at the inn up to them. But they could not spend the night in the carriage as the horses needed rest. Afterward, the two drivers, one tall and one short, handed the carriage over to their assistant and promptly entered the inn. Gongsun Yan and Ichi Chang followed suit, stepping into an establishment that was essentially a public station funded by several local inns, primarily catering to transient travelers. The inn, constructed of 2 stories of wooden beams, was enclosed by a fence, creating a spacious courtyard for the parking of carriages and horses. Upon entering the dimly lit hall, they found a considerable number of patrons already present. They located an empty table capable of seating 8. An attendant approached to greet them, presenting a menu for their selection. The 2 men unabashedly took the menu, ordering a pot of white wine and 4 dishes. The elderly gentleman then ordered 2 dishes along with rice and passed the menu to the woman. She politely pushed the menu towards Gongsun Yan. After glancing at the prices, he found the cost of a steamer of buns to be 50 coins, exorbitantly high in his opinion. He inquired if free hot water was available, to which the attendant disdainfully glanced at the 2 before replying affirmatively. Gongsun Yan requested 2 bowls of hot water, and the woman did likewise. The attendant walked away in displeasure. During their meal, the 2 men and the elderly gentleman occasionally scrutinized Gongsun Yan and his companion, sensing something peculiar about them. Judging by their attire, they assumed Ichi-chang was from a wealthy family, while Gongsun Yan appeared to be a mere scholar. However, throughout the journey, Ichi-chang remained taciturn, allowing Gongsun Yan to make all the decisions, which left them thoroughly perplexed. Once they finished their own provisions, Gongsun Yan inquired about the lodging prices. The innkeeper presented a price list for their perusal, categorizing rooms into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, human, and shared dormitories. Considering Ichi-chang's feelings, Gongsun Yan opted for a human room priced at 100 coins. The following morning, after breakfast, the group set off once more. Perhaps having acclimated to the previous day's jolting journey, they appeared noticeably more invigorated. The elderly gentleman began to engage in conversation, while the mother and daughter remained cautious, speaking very little. Turning to Gongsun Yan and Ichi-chang, the elder asked, "Are you 2 young men traveling to the capital for your studies?" Gongsun Yan noncommittally nodded in response. "Which academy do you attend?" "The Xiaosu Academy," Ichi-chang answered casually, sensing Gongsun Yan's silence. "Ah, the tuition there is quite steep." After a moment of silence, the elder appeared to casually observe the expressions of the 2 men, who gazed intently at the brothers with glimmering eyes. Gongsun Yan and his companions ceased their conversation. As dusk approached, the elder suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something important and addressed the group. "I nearly forgot. I rushed out in haste and did not bring enough change. I have no coins for dinner or lodging tonight. Could someone kindly assist me in exchanging some currency?" While speaking, he produced a 10-tael gold ingot. The 2 men glanced at the elder but remained silent. A woman, holding her daughter, seemed lost in thought and did not hear him. The elder turned to Ichi with a plea. "Surely you must have some small denomination banknotes. Could you assist me in this matter?" "I am afraid we do not possess such a sum," Ichi began to respond, but Gongsun Yan interjected. "I could take a loss here. Surely this ingot could be exchanged for 80 taels of silver?" The elder, somewhat unwilling, continued, "Surely that is feasible? We truly do not have enough funds to exchange for your gold. We must reserve some for our journey," Gongsun Yan replied earnestly. The elder's expression shifted to disappointment as he contemplated retracting the gold ingot. At that moment, a man seated beside him spoke up. "Let me examine the purity of this gold." Without waiting for permission, he seized the ingot from the elder's hands, biting into it before drawing a dagger from his waist to scrape at it. He then sneered, "Ha! This must be a fake. Impossible. This is genuine gold." The elder protested vehemently. "Is it truly? Let me have a look," the man taunted, waving his dagger. Reluctantly, the elder produced several more gold ingots from his robe, his hands trembling as he offered them to the man. The man weighed them in his hands, mocking. "You possess so much gold yet dare to carry it on your person? Do you take me for a fool?" With that, he pocketed the gold and pointed the knife at the elder, threatening, "Empty your pockets. If you dare conceal any wealth, beware for your life." A chill ran through Gongsun Yan. They had encountered a robber. The brothers cautiously sifted through their options, but found themselves ensnared. The elder's face turned pale, and with trembling hands, he retrieved several banknotes, some silver coins, and a handful of copper coins, hastily surrendering everything to the man. It was evident the elder had lied. He possessed far more change than he had claimed. The man then directed his dagger at Gongsun Yan and his companion, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he proclaimed, "Now it is your turn. You intend to rob us?" Gongsun Yan feigned panic, raising his voice. "Shouting will do you no good," the man replied, his gaze mocking. Gongsun Yan's heart sank. He realized the 2 drivers had been bribed. The brothers exchanged a glance, and suddenly, 2 soft sounds pierced the air. One man fell. A dagger lodged in his throat, while the other was pierced by a sword. Both men looked at Gongsun Yan and his companion with expressions of disbelief and resentment before collapsing lifelessly. Upon witnessing the scene, the elderly man turned pale with fear, hastily covering the young boy's mouth with his hand. The woman, throughout the ordeal, kept her head bowed, cradling the little girl and burying her head in her bosom, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. As the carriage continued to jolt along, the two drivers remained unresponsive. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan and his companion proceeded to search the two men, confiscating silver notes and other valuables. The old man, trembling in trepidation, glanced at them and opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Gongsun Yan gestured for the elderly man and the mother-daughter pair to vacate the front seat, positioning himself and his brother on either side. He then called out loudly, "Stop the carriage." Receiving no response, the carriage sped on. "Stop immediately," Gongsun Yan shouted again. "What are you yelling for?" "We are nearly there," the taller driver bellowed in reply. Gongsun Yan exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Chang, and simultaneously, they swung open the carriage door, brandishing a dagger and a sword against the waists of the two drivers. Gongsun Yan commanded sternly, "Stop. Do not move." The two men exchanged confused glances, the shorter one finally calling out, "Stop the carriage." Gongsun Yan swiftly relieved them of their sheathed weapons, then inquired, "How far is it to the inn?" "Approximately 20 miles, the shorter driver responded. Gongsun Yan promptly ordered them to steer the carriage into the woods by the roadside. Upon entering the depths of the forest, Gongsun Yan and Yi Chang compelled the two men to disembark and instructed them to retrieve the bodies from within the carriage. Upon entering, the two men were horrified to find the two robbers lying lifeless, their eyes betraying their fear. The drivers retrieved the bodies, and with Gongsun Yan and his brother escorting them deeper into the woods, they searched for a ravine. Gongsun Yan instructed them to dispose of the bodies and cover them with fallen branches and leaves. Seizing the opportunity while searching for twigs, the taller driver suddenly shouted and attempted to flee. Gongsun Yan snorted derisively, swiftly pursuing him, and with a flick of his hand, struck him down with a flying dart. The shorter driver, however, dared not make a rash move, for he had witnessed the precise manner in which Gongsun Yan had dispatched the previous victim. Recognizing the wound as inflicted by a hidden weapon, lacking confidence, he refrained from reckless actions. Gongsun Yan approached, extracted the dart, and meticulously searched the shorter man's person, discovering only a few pieces of silver among his possessions. He gestured for the shorter driver to dispose of the body into the ravine as well, covering it with the detritus of the forest before the two brothers hastily departed. As dusk approached, the three of them returned to the carriage, only to find the mother and daughter trembling within, while the elderly man and the younger one had vanished. Gongsun Yan's heart sank in realization of his oversight. He inquired, "Where have those two gone?" They ran away," the woman replied. Gongsun Yan furrowed his brow, and Yi Chang asked, "Brother, should we pursue them?" After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Yan replied, "No need. That old man is no saint. They wouldn't dare report us." He then addressed the woman, saying, "Madam, you may disembark near the inn ahead. We must continue our journey." The woman cast a timid glance at Gongsun Yan and his companion, hesitantly asking, "May I accompany you?" "Oh, very well. Let us proceed together." Gongsun Yan contemplated for a moment before agreeing to accompany them, primarily out of concern for the potential exposure of their murderous deeds upon reaching the inn. He then spoke to the coachman, instructing, "Do not linger at the inn we pass. Should you dare to raise a fuss, you are well aware of the consequences." The coachman promptly nodded in agreement, cracking his whip to urge the horses onward, continuing their swift journey towards the capital. At that moment, concealed within a thicket by the roadside, an elderly man wiped the cold sweat from his brow as he observed the carriage hastening away. At last, those two calamities have departed. He muttered to himself, "Grandfather, should we report to the authorities?" inquired the young boy, gazing up at the old man. "Report what nonsense? Do you wish for me to share a cell with them? Never speak of this matter again." With that, the elder led the boy towards the inn. "Grandfather, we have no money for food or lodging." The boy exclaimed, "Huh, they are still too young to contend with me." The old man replied, producing a roll of paper from his trousers, which unfurled to reveal 20 taels of silver notes. Proudly displaying it to the boy, Gongsun Yan and his companions pressed onward without respite, their familiarity with the road preventing any misdirection even in the darkness of night. They did not halt until deep into the night. The coachman parked the carriage in an open area by the roadside, and Gongsun Yan gathered branches to kindle a campfire, where the five of them settled down to rest. The mother and daughter had brought provisions, and Gongsun Yan and his brother were well prepared as well. Only the coachman found himself unprepared due to the sudden turn of events. Naturally, Gongsun Yan was generous with his supplies, sharing some of his provisions and jerky with the coachman and offering the mother and daughter some jerky to enjoy together. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Gongsun Yan arranged for Yi Chong to rest on the carriage with the mother and daughter, while the coachman slept nearby, leaving him to keep watch for the night. It was late June, and they found themselves in the wilderness, surrounded by the chorus of cicadas, with the sultry summer night occasionally graced by a refreshing breeze, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. Gongsun Yan, not feeling particularly drowsy, began to organize his thoughts and contemplate the plans for the upcoming days. Shortly after the hour of the rat had passed, Yi Chong approached to take over the watch, and Gongsun Yan, without hesitation, lay down to rest. As dawn broke, Gongsun Yan awoke and roused the coachman, instructing him to retrieve the water bucket from the carriage. Together, they set off to cut grass and fetch water, while Yi Chong led the mother and daughter to the stream to freshen up. By the time the hour of the dragon arrived, everyone had eaten and drunk to their satisfaction, the horses well fed and watered. After the coachman applied oil to the axle, they resumed their journey. To alleviate the tense atmosphere along the way, Gongsun Yan occasionally engaged the coachman in conversation, gaining a general understanding of the local inns. According to him, among the various inns in Ding'an City, the Dream Journey Inn was the best. Although its prices were higher, it generally ensured the safe arrival of its guests. The security in the summer-suffering kingdom was relatively good. Despite occasional banditry, incidents were rare, and the Dream Journey Inn was robust, making it unlikely for ordinary robbers to target it. As for the other inns, they often had varying degrees of collusion with bandits, endangering travelers. But the situation largely depended on the specific circumstances of the guests. In this instance, Gongsun Yan and his companions, particularly Yi Chong, donned in a pristine white robe, exuded an air of distinction, unmistakably the offspring of a wealthy family. Such individuals seldom traveled in their family's carriage, and upon their arrival at the Sunji Mini, they quickly attracted attention. For over 10 consecutive days, they traversed the roads, subsisting on dry rations and camping in the wilderness, enduring this monotonous routine. During their journey, whenever the carriage passed through small markets or roadside stalls, Gongsun Yan would procure some essential supplies to replenish their provisions. By early July, they finally approached the capital of the Xiaosu Kingdom. At this juncture, the early autumn season had arrived. Gazing into the distance, the azure sky framed a magnificent capital city, with its towering structures of gray walls and red buildings, adorned with blue eaves and golden tiles, standing in resplendent contrast to the golden foliage. Upon reaching a fork in the road, they noticed a signpost directing towards various city gates. The carriage owner informed them that the capital boasted 36 gates, strategically positioned around the city, with the nearest being the Dongxing Gate to the east. All disembarked from the carriage, and Gongsun Yan addressed the carriage owner. Considering the arduous journey you've undertaken to bring us here, I shall grant you a reprieve. I hope you shall mend your ways and embark on a path of righteousness henceforth. Yes, I am eternally grateful for your mercy, young sir. Upon my return, I shall vow never to harm another soul, the carriage owner replied. Gongsun Yan, with a stern demeanor, cautioned him further, emphasizing that their actions were born of self-defense and that he expected discretion regarding their journey. Otherwise, you know the consequences, he warned, gesturing for the man to depart. Before leaving, the carriage owner bowed respectfully to both of them, deeply appreciative, and drove away. Once the carriage had vanished from sight, Gongsun Yan turned to the mother and daughter and inquired, "Shall you accompany us into the city or part ways now? We are unfamiliar with the route. Could you assist us in locating this place?" The woman replied, a touch of embarrassment in her voice as she presented a folded piece of paper to Gongsun Yan. Upon unfolding it, he discerned the words Huiran Pharmacy inscribed within. He promptly asked, "Does your family operate a pharmacy?" "Yes. My family's official has partnered to establish a pharmacy," she confirmed. Gongsun Yan said little more, returning the folded paper to her as they proceeded towards the city gate. Upon reaching the Dongxing Gate, the capital's grandeur became even more apparent. The blue brick city walls towered several dozen feet high, embellished with imposing gate towers, watchtowers, and corner towers, while the grand arched gates and crimson doors exuded solemnity. Soldiers stood guard beside the gate, yet not every individual entering the city was subject to scrutiny. The checks were rather arbitrary, primarily focusing on goods rather than individuals. Gongsun Yan and his companions passed through the gate without incident. As they exited the gate, rickshaw drivers and carriage owners swiftly converged upon them, eager to solicit their business, inquiring whether they were heading to the inner city or the outer city. It became clear that the capital was divided into an inner and outer city, with the royal palace situated at the heart of the inner city, necessitating a detour for Gongsun Yan to reach the western part of the city. He first inquired about the route to Huiran Pharmacy, and one of the drivers informed him it was located near the southern Qiyun Gate. Resolute, he decided to first escort the mother and daughter to their destination. They rented a carriage for 30 copper coins and set off southward. This indeed befits the capital. The roads are impeccably smooth and wide, allowing the carriage to glide without the slightest jolt. Flanking the streets are grand edifices and a plethora of shops, while the thoroughfares teem with a bustling flow of traffic, exuding an unparalleled vibrancy. The carriage sped forth, and after approximately an hour, they arrived near the Qiyun Gate. Gongsun Yan and his companion accompanied the mother and daughter to the Huiran apothecary. The woman initially wished for the brothers to enter and express their gratitude with hospitality. Yet they remained resolute in their decision to depart. Their chance encounter and subsequent escort of the mother and daughter had already demonstrated their benevolence. Moreover, they bore the weight of a grave accusation, necessitating caution above all. After traversing 2 streets, the brothers expended 20 copper coins to rent another carriage, setting their course towards the western part of the city. An hour later, they alighted near the Zhaoxian Gate in the west. They commenced their search for an inn, taking heed of their previous experiences. Despite their gnawing hunger, they resolved to ascertain the inn's reliability before indulging in sustenance. After all, in the capital, there were over a dozen inns clustered around the Zhuang Gate, with numerous merchants luring customers directly onto the streets. The brothers continued to observe from a distance, meticulously counting the patrons and scrutinizing their attire and demeanor. After nearly an hour of investigation, one establishment named Anshuan Inn captured their attention. This inn, oriented north to south, boasted an impressive faade and a considerable flow of customers. The 4 gilded characters adorning the sign were striking, and the clientele appeared to be either affluent or of noble birth. The brothers resolved to enter and discern the inn's true nature. Gongsun Yan and his companion entered the Anshuan Inn's grand hall, whereupon a young female attendant approached them with utmost respect and inquired, "Welcome, gentlemen. Are you planning to embark on a journey?" "Indeed, we wish to travel to the capital of Jishui. Is there a carriage available?" Gongsun Yan replied. "Oh, to Wancheng? We do have carriages to the royal city, departing twice every 10 days. Today is the 3rd of July. We dispatched a carriage this morning, and the next will leave on the 8th, but all seats are fully booked. There are available spots on the 13th. Would you like to make a reservation?" The attendant explained as she guided them to the seating area. 10 days of waiting? Gongsun Yan said in disappointment, turning to leave. "If you are in a hurry, we do have a service with swift hawks that can depart at any moment." Though the price is somewhat steep, the attendant interjected as they prepared to exit. "Swift hawks? Yes, please have a seat. I will fetch the price list." After ensuring they were seated, the attendant signaled a servant to bring tea and quickly retrieved the price list. Presenting it to Gongsun Yan with a courteous, "Please peruse." She then attended to other customers. The two examined the price list closely, noting the numerous routes offered by the inn, not only to the capital of Jishui, but also to several nearby nations, including Huachin. The details were quite comprehensive, with carriages categorized into high, medium, and standard tiers. However, the prices were generally high. For instance, a standard 8-seat carriage to Xiaoshu's capital cost 30 taels per person. Upon reaching the final section detailing the Swift Hawk service, they were taken aback by the exorbitant fare, 1,000 taels of silver per person to Jishui's capital, though it included meals and accommodation, with a speed exceeding that of carriages by more than tenfold. Exchanging glances, Gongsun Yan whispered, "The distance to Wancheng spans tens of thousands of miles. Traveling by carriage will take at least 2 months and is quite costly. I believe taking the Swift Hawks would be advantageous." "It is entirely up to you, elder brother," Yichang replied. "Very well, I shall negotiate the price with them," he stated, signaling for the female attendant to return. "Have you gentlemen come to a decision?" The attendant approached with a beaming smile. "We are quite interested in the Swift Hawks, but the price is rather high. Might you offer us a discount?" Gongsun Yan asked earnestly. "Oh, the price is already quite reasonable. It tends to be higher during peak season. May I inquire what brings you to Wancheng?" We are here to apply to the Jishui Academy." After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Yan spoke the truth. "The Jishui Academy? Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the manager," the attendant exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with interest as she turned away. Moments later, an elderly gentleman emerged, accompanied by the attendant, who introduced him, saying, "This is the manager I mentioned." Turning to Gongsun Yan, she continued, "Li Zhonggui is here. Feel free to discuss your matters with him." The elder scrutinized the two with keen eyes and asked, "You wish to apply to the Jishui Academy?" "Indeed," they both affirmed with vigorous nods. "Do you intend to apply for the Scholarly or Martial Academy?" "The Martial Academy," they replied in unison. "Haha, the youth is formidable and the future is promising. Do not underestimate the impoverished young," the elder declared with a hearty laugh. "I shall take charge and offer you a half-price deal. What do you think?" In the realm of the 13 states of Jishui, the Jishui Academy is renowned, a prestigious assembly of exceptional talents. It is said that not only are few able to graduate from there, but even fewer dare to apply each year. To befriend such promising young individuals is indeed a rare opportunity. As a seasoned merchant and an innkeeper, he understood well that providing timely assistance is far more valuable than merely adding embellishments. Gongsun Yan and his companion quickly rose, clasping their fists in gratitude. "No need for formality. After you have completed your studies, do not forget to return to your hometown," he added, gesturing for the young woman to make arrangements before turning to leave. The young woman approached and inquired, "When do you plan to depart?" "I shall make the necessary arrangements." "Would it be feasible to set off tomorrow morning at the hour of the dragon?" Gongsun Yan replied. "Certainly. We shall depart as soon as the hour of the dragon arrives. You may return to prepare, but do not carry too much weight. Accommodations and meals will be arranged along the way. Just have a hearty breakfast and wait for me outside the recruitment gate. Flying within the city is prohibited, so we must depart from outside." "All right, thank you, miss," Gongsun Yan responded, handing over 1,000 taels in silver notes that Yi Chong had given him. Before leaving, he added, "May I have the honor of knowing your name, and perhaps the innkeeper's as well?" "My name is Mu Chunhua, and the innkeeper is Li Zuxing. When you return after your studies, do not forget us," the young woman jested, waving goodbye. After expressing their gratitude repeatedly, the two young men departed from the Anshuan Inn. By then, the hour of the monkey had passed, and the brothers found a nearby small inn, where they dined and promptly settled in for the night. Once in their room, Gongsun Yan took out the spoils from their journey to tally them up. 300 taels in silver notes, and nearly 10 taels in loose silver. After deducting the travel expenses, they calculated that they still had over 4,400 taels left, which should suffice for their tuition fees. After counting, the two enjoyed a hot bath and then retired to bed. After several days of travel, they were indeed quite fatigued and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the brothers arose early, both opting for a simpler attire. Gongsun Yan donned a brand new blue outfit, exuding a sense of composure and competence, while Li Chang wore white garments, a sword hanging at his waist, his demeanor as graceful as jade. They gathered their belongings and made their way downstairs, ordering 2 bowls of hearty meat noodles. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, they hurried towards the recruitment gate. Upon arrival, they found that the hour of the dragon had not yet arrived. As they stood before the city gate, Mu Chunhua soon emerged, her face brightening upon seeing them. "Good morning, gentlemen," she greeted cheerfully. "Good morning, Miss Mu," they replied in unison. While they conversed, the air was suddenly filled with a distinctive cry, and a giant eagle descended, carrying an elder dressed in dark attire with a black hat. He addressed Mu Chunhua. "Are these 2 young gentlemen bound for the royal city?" "Indeed, Uncle Jiang," she replied. "You may board." Hearing this, both young men gracefully leapt onto the eagle's back, which showed no signs of resistance. Uncle Jiang, observing their agile movements and solid foundation in martial arts, could not help but admire them inwardly. With a graceful wave, he opened the soft canopy atop the back of the carrying eagle, allowing the 2 brothers to enter and sit cross-legged. He then uttered a word of command, and the eagle let out a piercing cry before soaring into the sky, its wings beating towards the west. The brothers found themselves seated upon the eagle's back, feeling an extraordinary sense of stability, devoid of any sensation of flight. Gongsun Yan wished to inquire further about the eagle's nature but hesitated to speak, while Uncle Jiang, not one for excessive chatter, sat with his back to them, eyes closed in meditation. Observing this, the brothers too began their own meditative practice. As dusk settled, the eagle obediently descended to a courtyard, where the 3 disembarked from its back, greeted by an attendant. Uncle Jiang led the eagle to a designated enclosure for its rest. While the attendant brought forth several wild rabbits and chickens to feed it, the eagle first employed its sharp, curved beak to wound the rabbits and chickens before using its fierce talons to pin them down and tear into them, devouring the prey in a gory display. Gongsun Yan mused to himself, "No wonder the cost of riding the eagle is exorbitant. The upkeep must be considerable." This inn was, in fact, a transfer station established by the Anshuan Postal Service, featuring 3 tiers. the upper two levels for lodging, and the ground floor serving as the dining area. Upon entering the inn, the proprietor promptly approached, warmly greeting them. Master Jiang has arrived. Everything is prepared for you. Uncle Jiang nodded in acknowledgement and led Gongsun Yan and his companion to their designated seating. This inn was evidently several notches above the public waypoint they had previously visited, with bright tables and gleaming lights illuminating the room. Numerous patrons were already indulging in food and drink, primarily in set meals. Before long, the wine and dishes were served. Customers traveling by eagle were always accorded the highest regard, and the proprietor's declaration of readiness was merely a formality. The table was adorned with 8 dishes and a soup, comprising an equal mix of meat and vegetables, ensuring ample sustenance. Noticing the dishes laid out, Uncle Jiang wasted no time in pouring himself a drink and taking a hearty gulp. Observing that the two did not yet partake, he smiled and remarked, "Will you not indulge in a drink?" Those who practice martial arts inevitably engage in social gatherings and revelry. Upon hearing this, the brothers poured a modest amount into their cups, lifting them with a sense of reluctance and taking a small sip, for they had little inclination towards alcohol. Seeing their hesitation, Uncle Jiang did not press further and instructed the attendant, "Serve the rice. Our young friends will need a hearty meal before resting." The attendant promptly brought forth a basin of rice, informing them they could request more at any time. The brothers, feeling no need for formality, devoured their meal with gusto, relishing this long-awaited feast. After finishing, they sat quietly, observing Uncle Jiang as he savored his drink. Uncle Jiang gestured for them to rest, and they politely wished him to enjoy his meal before retiring upstairs with the attendant. Their lodgings were on the 3rd floor. While not extravagant, the rooms were adequately furnished, pristine and comfortable. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, they set off before the hour of chun. The journey was smooth, and by midday of the 5th day, Uncle Jiang spoke in a calm tone. "We are nearing the royal city. Come and take a look." The brothers immediately moved closer to Uncle Jiang, eager to gaze outside. In the distance, a broad moat snaked around the towering walls of the city like a colossal dragon. The city walls, constructed along the river, reached towards the heavens. To provide the two of them with a vivid impression of the royal city, Uncle Jiang commanded the carrying eagle to circle above it. After a lengthy flight that lasted more than half an hour, covering an area of over 100,000 square li, they were left astounded. Nearly 3/4 of the moat was natural, while the remainder was artificially excavated. The outer city appeared almost circular, while the inner city took on a square shape. With the royal palace at its center, its red walls and yellow tiles standing out prominently in the distance. The scale of the inner city alone seemed to far surpass that of the capital of the Xiaosu kingdom, leaving both men deeply impressed. After their aerial tour, Uncle Jiang directed the eagle to fly westward toward the royal city, explaining that flying above the royal city was prohibited. He mentioned that they had established relay stations around the city and decided to head to the western suburbs, which were closest to the Jishui Academy. After a considerable time in the air, the eagle finally arrived at the western outskirts of the royal city, where the Jishui Academy, nestled in the Jishui mountain range, became clearly visible. Uncle Jiang instructed the eagle to land at a relay station by the moat. Once they disembarked, he said, "Gentlemen, we have arrived. This is Qingzhou town, just 10 li west to the Jishui Academy. You may stay here for the time being, and then inquire about the examination details. I wish you the best of luck." With that, Uncle Jiang waved them goodbye. Gongsun Yan and Yichang began to stroll through the small town, though not large. The town boasted 2 main streets, Qingzhou Street running east to west and Rushing Road stretching north to south. Its scale, however, greatly surpassed that of Guishui town, with numerous inns lining the streets alongside bookstores, iron shops, and pharmacies. Other establishments, such as general stores, tailor shops, incense shops, and pawn shops, also made occasional appearances. As the hour drew near for evening meals, they entered an inn named Dashing Tower, located on Rushing Road. This 4-story wooden structure, though modest in size, was notably clean. Since it was just mealtime, there were not many guests, and upon their entrance, the attendant promptly approached them, inquiring, "Gentlemen, will you be staying or dining?" "Let us first see the prices," Gongsun Yan replied. "Certainly, please follow me upstairs. The prices are uniform, and the upstairs is more spacious," the attendant responded. The two ascended to the upper floor and chose a seat by the window. The attendant presented them with the accommodation price list and menu, explaining, "The specifications of the rooms vary, and so do the prices. If you intend to stay long-term, a room with meals included costs 200 won per day, which is the most economical option. Oh, then we shall stay for 3 days, they said. I am afraid, gentlemen, the minimum for long-term stays is 5 days. Ah, then 5 days it is. They exchanged glances and swiftly reached a decision. Gongsun Yan then inquired, Good sir, do you know when the Jishui Academy will be enrolling students? Hee, you gentlemen are clearly here to apply. We have a Jishui Academy introduction pamphlet available, which contains detailed information. It is 10 won per copy. Would you like to purchase one? Yes, please bring us one. Gongsun Yan handed the attendant 10 copper coins. Before long, the attendant returned with their meals, along with a folded introduction to the Jishui Academy. Gongsun Yan opened the document to find a detailed overview of Jishui Academy on the front, while the reverse contained an introduction to the College and Martial Arts Academy, along with essential application guidelines. The map was quite large when fully unfolded, and the brothers decided to examine it more closely after their meal. At that moment, the dining area of the inn became increasingly crowded, making seating somewhat scarce. A few individuals ascended the staircase, followed by a server who was incessantly stating, Gentlemen, there are indeed no seats available upstairs, see for yourselves. Among these individuals were some wielding swords and others carrying blades, all appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Bringing up the rear was a subordinate laden with bundles. The leading young man scanned the room and, spotting a fair-skinned scholar seated alone at a table, pointed at him imperiously and declared, You, go to that table. He gestured towards Gongsun Yan and his companion. Certainly, certainly. The scholar replied, rising to carry his meal over to Gongsun Yan's table without displaying any displeasure. The server hurriedly intervened, earnestly addressing Gongsun Yan and his companion. I apologize. Esteemed gentlemen, but could you kindly accommodate this situation? Gongsun Yan nodded in agreement, and the server promptly assisted the scholar in transferring the remaining dishes before attending to the other guests. The brothers, intrigued by the scholar's magnanimity, observed him with curiosity. Feeling somewhat bashful under their gaze, the scholar chuckled and remarked, a gentleman values virtue. A gentleman values virtue. Young master, that fellow called you a scoundrel. The voice of the young man's subordinate carried from a distance. You consider yourself a gentleman? The young man rose, glaring at the scholar. Oh, indeed. I am a scoundrel, the scholar quickly retorted. Laughter erupted among the patrons, enlivening the atmosphere of the inn. The young man, disgruntled, sank back into his seat, while his subordinate cast a triumphant glance around. The young man, with an air of entitlement, commanded the server, Bring me the finest wine and dishes you have. I am not short of funds. The server hastily descended the stairs to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yan and his brother continued their meal in silence until the scholar initiated a conversation. Are you two here to apply to Jishui Academy? Indeed. Are you as well? Gongsun Yan replied. A pleasure to meet you. I am enrolling in the preparatory program. Which program are you two applying for? Preparatory program? Gongsun Yan inquired, puzzled. My young master is a direct candidate, unlike some impoverished souls who must first take the preparatory exam, and whether they pass is another matter. The subordinate's mocking voice chimed in again. Preparatory? Direct candidate? Gongsun Yan exchanged bewildered glances with Yi Chi-chong, who was equally in the dark. Although Yi Chi-chong hailed from a prominent family, his youth meant that his family had not yet planned for him to apply to Jishui Academy, and thus he was unaware of the specifics. At that moment, sycophantic voices surrounded the arrogant young man, with some even presenting name cards for self-introductions. The young man's pride was evident, and his subordinate wore a look of disdain mixed with admiration. It was no wonder, for those who graduated from Jishui Academy were bound to achieve great success, making it an opportunity no one was willing to forego. Upon observing the puzzled expressions on Gongsun Yan and his companions, the scholar softly inquired, Are you not familiar with the distinctions between preparatory students and direct admission candidates? Gongsun Yan and the others awkwardly shook their heads, responding, We have yet to peruse the introductory materials. The scholar nodded slightly and began to elucidate. There are two pathways to enter Jishui Academy. The first is direct admission, known as direct candidates, for which there are 4 qualifying academies: Yangji Academy, Shasu Academy, Qingyang Academy, and Jishui Academy itself. Direct candidates are exempt from examinations and can enroll directly in the first month of the lunar calendar each year. The alternative route requires participation in the entrance examination held annually in the 12th month, but candidates must first complete 5 months of preparatory studies to qualify for the examination. When can preparatory students register? One asked. Registration is open now. Classes commence on July 15th, so your timing is fortuitous. The two exchanged glances, relieved, for otherwise, they would have to wait an entire year. They promptly expressed their gratitude to the scholar and descended to complete their accommodation arrangements. Upon reaching the counter, the innkeeper handed them 2 forms. Gongsun Yan took the form and found himself momentarily bewildered, while he comprehended sections regarding age, place of birth, and home address. The inquiries about family background, personal status, and personal resume left him utterly perplexed. He cast a questioning glance towards Ichi Chong, only to find him equally confounded. The innkeeper, noticing their confusion, promptly asked, "Are you gentlemen not from this country?" "No, we hail from Xiasu," Ichi Chong replied. "Oh, then it is imperative that you learn to fill out forms, as they are required everywhere here. On significant occasions, even entry into the royal city necessitates the completion of forms for clearance." Under the innkeeper's guidance, the two began to fill out the registration forms. After finalizing their lodging arrangements, they immediately ascended to their room on the 3rd floor and eagerly spread out the materials introducing Jishui Academy for review. After thorough examination and in conjunction with the scholar's explanations, the duo grasped the fundamental details about Jishui Academy. The institution comprises 2 divisions, the College of Arts and the College of Martial Arts, both of which have a 5-year curriculum. The entrance examination takes place on the 23rd and 24th days of the 12th month, with new students starting their studies on the 16th day of the 1st month. The College of Martial Arts focuses on martial skills, weaponry, formations, strategy, and military tactics, while the College of Arts offers courses in etiquette, music, literature, history, geography, and mathematics, with some courses being co-taught. To partake in the entrance examination for Jishui Academy, one must first complete the preparatory phase. This phase primarily covers foundational studies in history, geography, literature, basic martial skills, weapon knowledge, and etiquette. The entrance examination for the College of Martial Arts emphasizes martial basics, weapon knowledge, and geography, whereas the College of Arts places greater emphasis on history, literature, and geography scores. The preparatory phase commences on July 15th each year and concludes on the 15th day of the 12th month. The tuition for the preparatory phase is 50 taels of silver for the College of Martial Arts and 30 taels for the College of Arts. Should one succeed in the entrance examination, the tuition for the College of Martial Arts is 500 taels of silver per year, while the College of Arts charges 300 taels, with the top 3 candidates in the entrance examination receiving a 5-year waiver of all tuition and accommodation fees. During their studies, students with excellent academic performance may receive significant fee reductions each year. In essence, the better the grades, the lower the tuition, aimed at encouraging students from humble backgrounds. Furthermore, the pathway to enroll in Jishui Academy is governed by the direct recommendation rule articulated by the scholar. The kingdom stipulates that only 4 academies possess the qualifications for direct recommendation: Jishui Academy itself, along with Yongji Academy, Xiasu Academy, and Qingzhou Academy. The main academy offers 30 direct recommendation slots annually, while the other 3 academies each have 10, which must also account for the slots allocated to the governing nation, totaling 60 direct recommendation slots. Jishui Academy enrolls 1,000 students each year, evenly divided between the Martial Arts Institute and the Scholarly Institute, with no allowances for expansion under normal circumstances. The age limit for the Martial Arts Institute is set at under 18, while the Scholarly Institute limits applicants to under 20. Early the next morning, the 2 brothers donned long robes, one in blue, the other in white, looking exceptionally handsome. After a hearty breakfast, they headed west toward Jishui Academy. Although the mountains housing the academy were visible from the town, the journey was still time-consuming. Jishui Academy is located within the Jiushi mountain range, with the Scholarly Institute situated at Qilin Ridge and the Martial Arts Institute atop Lutai Mountain. Gazing into the distance, the 2 institutes faced each other across a gorge. The Martial Arts Institute adorned in crimson, while the Scholarly Institute was embellished in dark hues. The contrasting colors of the architecture were striking, with the majestic palaces towering among the peaks, shrouded in swirling mists, creating an ethereal scene. Upon arriving at the academy's registration area, they found it bustling with activity, with separate lines for those applying to the Scholarly and Martial Arts Institutes, overseen by 2 young men maintaining order. When it was Gongsun Yan's turn to register, he entered the room, where 4 individuals were seated. To the left sat an elderly man with white eyebrows and a young woman, with a sign for the Scholarly Institute on the table before them. To the right were a burly, stern-looking middle-aged man and a young man, with a sign for the Martial Arts Institute on their table. Approaching the table of the Martial Arts Institute, Gongsun Yan respectfully bowed to the 2 men and said, "I wish to apply to the Martial Arts Institute." The middle-aged man, with an impassive expression, inquired, "How old are you this year, and where are you from?" 13 years old, from Huachin Kingdom, Gongsun Yan replied. "Do you have any martial arts foundation?" "Yes, I do." "Give him a form." The middle-aged man signaled to the young man. The form was similar to the one he had filled out at the end the previous day, but it bore a notice at the top stating that the form must be filled out meticulously. Any falsehoods discovered would result in personal responsibility. Gongsun Yan replicated the information he had provided the day before, then submitted it along with 50 taels of silver. The young man accepted the silver note and asked, "Will you be boarding and dining at the academy, or staying outside? Can the academy provide meals and lodging? How much is it per day?" Gongsun Yan inquired, slightly taken aback. "For the entire preparatory period, it is 5 taels of silver per person for 2 meals a day." Satisfied with the arrangement, Gongsun Yan calculated and found it quite reasonable, handing over an additional 5 taels of silver. The young man then presented him with the academy's preparatory identification badge, a meal and lodging certificate, and a course schedule, informing him that he could check in on July 14th to reside in the academy. After Gongsun Yan emerged, he informed Yi Chang that the academy provided meals and accommodation, reminding him not to forget the payment. Shortly after, Yi Chang completed his registration and emerged, and the two brothers joyfully made their way back. Upon returning to the town, they encountered the scholar they had shared a table with the previous night at the inn. The scholar, still clad in a slightly worn yet tidy azure robe, held a folding fan and greeted Gongsun Yan and his companion with evident delight, saying, "You two are staying here as well? I presume you have registered?" "Indeed. Are you heading out?" Gongsun Yan responded courteously. "Haha, I am taking advantage of these leisurely days to explore the royal city. Would you care to join me?" "Yes, brother, let us wander together." Yi Chang exclaimed. "Very well." Gongsun Yan nodded emphatically. "I am Kong Xian, a native of Yongji Kingdom. May I inquire your names?" They then shared their names, having used their real identities during registration, thus revealing no secrets. The trio turned at the intersection and strolled along Qingzhou Street, eventually reaching the banks of the city moat. This moat was, in fact, a part of the Jishui River, spanning several hundred zhang in width, with a grand stone bridge named Yingjun Bridge crossing over it. The bridge featured a substantial drawbridge in the center, operable via a winch for raising and lowering, guarded by soldiers who could raise the drawbridge during wartime or emergencies. As they traversed the stone bridge, the crisp autumn air invigorated them. The azure waters meandered around the city, shimmering under the sunlight, while one side showcased tall green brick walls and red-tiled roofs, and the other revealed vibrant forest with red leaves carpeting the ground. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating their senses. Crossing Yingjun Bridge, they arrived at the western gate of the royal city, Juying Gate. This grand city gate comprised a complex of structures including gate towers, watchtowers, and pavilions, all exuding majesty and grandeur, with flags fluttering atop the city walls and vigilant guards below, showcasing the royal city's splendor. The archway of the gate was over 10 zhang deep, a testament to the thickness of the city walls. Upon entering the outer city, they found the streets clean and spacious, lined with numerous buildings, with merchants congregating from all directions. The marketplace bustled with throngs of people, jostling for space, as palanquins and horses navigated through the crowd, creating a vibrant atmosphere of prosperity. Among the passers-by, some were elegantly dressed and spirited, while others were tattered and begging, an authentic tableau of life's myriad conditions. The three strolled through the lively market, dazzled by the sights and sounds, truly experiencing the world for the first time. Kong Xian led the way, his eyes gleaming with excitement. They wandered from the hour of the snake until the hour of the monkey, only recalling their hunger when it was time to return. As they were staying at Dishing Tower, they were reluctant to spend extra money dining out. Upon returning to the inn, they found the upper floor fully booked, forcing them to squeeze into a corner for their meal. Soon, their dishes arrived, and the attendant asked Gongsun Yan, "You two have reserved for 5 days. But are you leaving on the 13th? "Oh, we will be leaving on the 14th. Please extend our reservation by 1 day." "Very well, I shall register that for you. There have been many visitors of late, and without prior reservation, you may find yourselves without accommodation." "Will there indeed be many visitors?" Gongsun Yan inquired. "Every year, tens of thousands of individuals gather to partake in the examinations, resulting in a bustling scene where securing a place to stay or even finding a spot to dine becomes a daunting task." The attendant responded and then turned to serve other patrons. The two brothers exchanged a knowing smile, silently grateful for their timely arrival. Otherwise, they would have faced the prospect of camping outdoors once again. Kong Xian had originally made reservations until the 14th, which was hardly in question. After a full day of interaction, the brothers had grown quite familiar with Gongsun Yan, sharing delightful conversations about the customs and traditions of their respective countries. As the trio indulged in their meal and engaged in lively discourse, an unpleasant voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. "Oh, aren't these a few paupers? What brings you to the lower floor for a meal today?" Turning their gaze, they spotted the brash youth from the previous night, accompanied by his sycophants. The three, preferring not to involve themselves in unnecessary conflict, continued their conversation and dining undisturbed. The lackey, feeling disregarded, displayed a flicker of resentment in his eyes before awkwardly retreating. As they ascended the stairs, Gongsun Yan whispered, "Those fellows hail from the kingdom of Qingzhou. Staying in such an inn, they cannot be that affluent. Yet they act as if they are lords before us. Kingdom of Qingzhou? How does he possess direct recommendation qualifications?" Gongsun Yan inquired. "Oh, the kingdom of Qingzhou is under the jurisdiction of the Xiaosu kingdom. Typically, vassal states have 2 slots, while the governing kingdom has 4. That individual must possess considerable influence in Qingzhou to have secured a direct recommendation," Gongsun Yan patiently elucidated. Gongsun Yan nodded thoughtfully and pressed on. "Why would he arrive so early with a direct recommendation? Some powerful direct recommendation students also attend preparatory stages to solidify their foundations. Additionally, they aim to secure a top 10 position in the entrance examination, thereby gaining favored training from the academy," Gongsun Yan explained once more. "Do you both wish to explore the inner city tomorrow?" he asked. Gongsun Yan shook his head and replied, "No. We are enrolled in the martial arts academy and prefer to find a place to practice diligently." After finishing their meal, the 3 swiftly ascended to rest. The following day, the 2 donned their training attire early and ventured to the edge of the moat, seeking a secluded spot among the trees to practice their martial arts. Ichi Chang focused primarily on swordplay, while Gongsun Yan practiced with a soft sword and flying darts. Thus, the brothers committed themselves to rigorous training from dawn until dusk, continuing this routine until the day of registration arrived. On the day of registration, the brothers arranged to meet Gongsun Yan early for breakfast, after which they organized their belongings and settled their bill. Together, they made their way to Jishui Academy, where the streets were already bustling with numerous pedestrians, most of whom were hastening to register at the academy. As they approached the academy, the throngs grew denser, showcasing a variety of individuals, some traveling light and solo, others surrounded by entourages, and some even carried by bearers in sedan chairs, a veritable display of personal wealth and status. Upon nearing the academy, the roads became congested with vehicles and filled with the sounds of chatter. The trio squeezed into the crowd and found the queue for preparatory student registration. The academy enforced strict regulations prohibiting the entry of unauthorized personnel. And soon it was their turn to register, collect their uniforms, and receive the preparatory student guidelines. Once inside the academy, the martial arts and literary preparatory students were segregated, leading to the brothers and Gongsun Yan parting ways. The preparatory students of each college are categorized into boarding and day students, awaiting in 2 separate lines. Once 100 students congregate, they are escorted by staff to their dormitories for bed assignments, familiarization with classrooms, and an introduction to the college. The dormitories accommodate 6 individuals per room, and the 2 brothers find themselves assigned to the same chamber, furnished with unopened bedding, chairs, and all necessary toiletries. After inspecting their dormitory, they join the line to explore the classrooms, dining hall, martial arts arena, and library. Ultimately, all preparatory students gather in the grand square of the college, where a vice dean elucidates the history and current status of the institution. Following this, the vice deans of both the academic and martial colleges interpret the code of conduct for preparatory students and discuss the enrollment figures for the year. Gongsun Yan learns that a staggering total of 107,832 students have applied to Jishui College this year, with 61,322 for the academic college and 46,510 for the martial college. Together, the 2 colleges will admit only 1,000 students. After deducting 60 direct admission slots, merely 940 preparatory students will be granted admissions, rendering the competition exceptionally fierce, a true selection from the best. During the preparatory phase, all instruction takes place at the base of the mountain, with students prohibited from ascending to the martial and academic colleges, though they may select courses across both institutions. More than half of the preparatory students reside off-campus, primarily in Yingxi town, while some scions of noble families live in the royal city and a few from esteemed families reside in the inner city. Upon returning to their dormitory, the roommates engage in self-introductions. The room contains 3 beds on either side. The roommate at the far left is He Qi from Qingyang Kingdom, followed by Qianxing from Fenghui Kingdom. The one behind the door is Ning Fu, a local from the kingdom. The far right occupant is Zhao Dong from Yangji Kingdom. Next are Ichi Chang and Gongsun Yan. After getting acquainted, they begin tidying the room, making their beds, and arranging their belongings, officially commencing their life at the college. As days pass, the roommates gradually grow familiar with one another, increasing their interactions, particularly at night. Despite the college's regulation to extinguish lights at high hour, many find it difficult to sleep, engaging in conversations that traverse diverse topics. Among martial practitioners, few pursue the sole aim of strengthening their bodies. Thus, as they converse enthusiastically, many inadvertently disclose their true aspirations for studying. Some aspire to enter the college, graduate, and secure positions in the government, achieving wealth and prestige to honor their families. Others wish to immerse themselves in sects post-graduation, spreading their renown across the seas. And still others yearn to join the martial world, aiding the needy, and embarking on chivalrous adventures. During these discussions, Gongsun Yan and his brother listen attentively, enriching their understanding. Through their dialogues, they learn that within the realm of the 13 kingdoms of Jishui, aside from the royal family of Jishui, other sects wield considerable influence, often balancing each other in a state of equilibrium. The martial world is said to comprise 1 academy, 2 palaces, 3 gates, 6 sects, and 13 factions. The 1 academy refers to Jishui Academy. The 2 palaces denote Xianwu Palace and Qingzhou Palace. The 3 gates are Zhongyu Gate, Jintian Gate, and Jishur Gate, while the 6 sects include the Fist Sect, Blade Sect, Sword Sect, Spear Sect, Weapon Sect, and Art Sect. The aforementioned sects are all situated within the borders of the Kingdom of Jishui. Among the 13 sects, aside from the Qishan Sect, which is located near the royal city, the remaining 12 are dispersed throughout the affiliated 12 nations. Notably, the Jishui Academy possesses the greatest strength, its influence permeating all 13 nations of Jishui, and is, in reality, under the covert control of the royal family. The 2 palaces, though slightly weaker, wield considerable power and can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Jishui Academy, creating a triadic balance of power. In contrast, the 3 gates are noticeably less formidable than the previous 3, with many elders and disciples hailing from the Jishui Academy. Following them are the 6 sects and the 13 factions. Although their strength pales in comparison to the 6 powerful entities, they remain distinguished leaders within their respective fields or nations. This merely represents the apex of power within the kingdom of Jishui. Countless smaller factions and guilds exist, many of which are eradicated within a year of establishment, only for new ones to emerge each year. Moreover, the 2 brothers encountered the topic of immortals for the first time, having heard tales of these divine beings in their respective hometowns since childhood. They were merely familiar with the legends. Thus, it was astonishing to hear such specific discussions about the deeds of the immortals, with some asserting their existence with conviction and even claiming that both the Xianwu Palace and the Qingzhou Palace possess ties to these immortals, though no one on the Qingzhou continent has witnessed them in nearly a millennium. As autumn yielded to winter, over 2 months passed swiftly, during which Gongsun Yan and Ichi Chang diligently pursued their studies. Gongsun Yan, in particular, not only focused on the Martial Academy's curriculum, but also enrolled in numerous courses at the academy, meticulously arranging his time to the extent of neglecting sleep and food, embodying a relentless dedication to his pursuits. Both understood the adage that a man must strive diligently to realize his aspirations, seizing every moment to enhance their abilities. During this period, their knowledge expanded rapidly. They learned that the continent they inhabited was called the Qingzhou continent, comprising 9 major kingdoms: Qingyuan, Dongli, Shangqi, Kuiwei, Delong, Chang'e, Huxiao, Galan, and Jishui. In terms of area, Jishui is the smallest kingdom, with countless smaller nations, some regions even considered untamed lands, not belonging to any state or individual. Naturally, their martial skills progressed swiftly as well, nearing the level of junior martial generals. Among the preparatory students, while they were not invincible, they faced few rivals and consistently achieved excellent results in monthly assessments, occasionally earning rewards, as the Jishui Academy generously rewards outstanding scholars. Comparatively, Gongsun Yan's advancements in martial prowess and knowledge were particularly remarkable, as this was his first experience with systematic training. His willingness to ask questions and his keen thirst for learning allowed him to resolve many of the confusions he had faced while self-studying and practicing martial arts, rendering him increasingly wise and composed. The accomplishments of the 2 brothers inevitably drew admiration from other students, who regarded them as academic elites and held a sense of reverence towards them. However, the brothers understood the principle that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind, and thus maintained a humble and low-profile demeanor. However, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. The competition for enrollment at Jishui Academy is exceedingly fierce, and the remarkable achievements of the two brothers inevitably attract the discontent and jealousy of certain students. Those who consider themselves prodigious talents harbor even greater resentment, making it only a matter of time before trouble befalls them. On this particular day, the brothers were training in the schoolyard when a group of pre-college martial arts students approached. They appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with the leader being a tall and robust young man, a sword strapped to his waist. With a tone of provocation and disdain, he addressed Gongsun Yan and his companion, saying, "Hey, I've heard tales of your impressive martial skills. Do you dare to engage in a contest with us? We have no time to waste." Ichi retorted without a moment's hesitation. "Humph, are you all afraid? Cowards. We merely assess those with commendable academic achievements. They are merely ornamental and lack practical experience. There is no need for you to take this too seriously," Gongsun Yan elucidated. "It seems they are merely a pair of cowards. There is no need for you to elevate their worth. I alone can handle such scum." Observing the two men begin to show signs of weakness, a burly youth brandished his blade and declared. The brothers paid them no heed and proceeded towards another vacant area of the training ground. Yet, those few did not depart, continuing to trail behind them while incessantly mocking. Witnessing their relentless harassment, Gongsun Yan's expression darkened, and upon noticing this, Ichi Chong suggested, "Brother, allow me to take care of this." After speaking, Ichi stood opposite the burly youth, who burst into uproarious laughter and exclaimed, "Ha ha, young one. You possess some courage. Why don't you make the first move?" As the words fell, a sudden sound echoed, followed by the clatter of a weapon. The robust man's sword had clattered to the ground, revealing a trickle of crimson at his wrist. Enraged and humiliated, he lunged towards Yi Chong, shouting, "You dare to ambush me? Just see if I don't." Before he could finish his threat, Yi Chong's blade was already poised against his throat. The robust man's voice abruptly ceased, fear flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he frantically shouted, "Try killing me." Simultaneously, he poised his body as if to pounce upon Yi Chong. "Enough. Is he not already embarrassed enough?" The tall and robust young man spoke. Upon hearing this, the other man immediately deflated, and Yi Chong also sheathed his sword and stepped back. The burly man picked up his knife and awkwardly approached the imposing youth. The towering young man, with his hand resting on his sword, fixed his gaze intensely on Yi Chong. After a moment, feeling reluctant, he waved his hand and departed with the group of preparatory students. It is said that a true expert can discern skill with a mere gesture. He believed he lacked the confidence to counter such a swift blade and chose to retreat instead. The brothers sighed in relief and resumed their martial training, as they were not inclined to stir up trouble. The martial academy had established that preparatory students could spar with each other, but must avoid any injuries or risk expulsion. Although the brothers maintained a low profile, they soon found themselves beset by incessant challenges, with someone seeking to spar with them almost every day, which became increasingly bothersome and threatened to disrupt their training. After much contemplation, Gongsun Yan devised a plan. After discussing it with Yi Chong, they resolved that any future challengers would have to place a wager, setting the stakes at 1 tael of silver each time. After the news spread, the troubles for the two brothers significantly diminished, yet a few individuals still remained. Nevertheless, they earned quite a bit of silver. The two were delighted for several days. But sadly, their good fortune was short-lived. One day, they rose before dawn as usual, and upon arriving at the training grounds, they noticed their roommate, Zhao Dong, approaching them with a rather anxious demeanor. "You need to follow me," he said. "I have something important to share." With that, he walked towards a secluded area beside the training grounds. The brothers exchanged puzzled glances but decided to follow him nonetheless. Once they reached the hidden spot, Zhao Dong cautiously scanned the surroundings to ensure they were alone before whispering, "You two are in trouble." "What trouble?" Gongsun Yan inquired. "You've attracted the attention of the Miesian gang." "Miesian gang? What do you mean?" "Indeed, anyone with visible talent, regardless of martial prowess, could become their target. They create disturbances that may jeopardize your eligibility for examinations. But won't they also lose their exam qualifications?" Gongsun Yan asked again. "They would. But they were never going to pass anyway. As long as they are underage, they can participate in preliminary assessments every year. Their primary motivation is profit. So you must be extremely cautious." With that, Zhao Dong quietly departed. The brothers fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, Gongsun Yan declared, "Younger brother, we must refrain from practicing during the day. If we encounter anyone wishing to duel, you should not intervene. I will handle everything, no matter what happens. You must not involve yourself. Otherwise, I shall no longer recognize you as my brother. Elder brother, that is final." With that, the two returned to the training ground to continue their practice, and as dawn broke, they hurried off to their classroom to study. From that point on, the brothers became increasingly reclusive, dedicating their days to learning and nights to training. Their examination results appeared less impressive, and they seemed more subdued than before, until early December. On one particular evening, after finishing dinner and heading to the classroom to study, they encountered a group of individuals approaching them led by a burly young man. They blocked the brothers' path and said, "Hey, we've heard of your remarkable martial skills. Let us spar a bit." "Oh, we've not been feeling well lately and prefer not to spar," Gongsun Yan replied decisively. "Well, if you don't want to spar, that is fine. We've heard you've earned quite a bit from dueling. We'd like to borrow some for a while." The burly young man regarded them with a mocking gaze. The brothers were rendered speechless. "I see you're refusing to cooperate. Brothers, let us show them what we're made of," the burly young man growled. The group then advanced to assault the brothers. Gongsun Yan and Ichi Chang had anticipated this, and they quickly crouched down to protect themselves, treating the encounter as a practice in self-defense. After a brief flurry of punches and kicks, the assailants realized the brothers were unresponsive and, cursing under their breath, left in frustration. Later that night, the brothers returned to their dormitory quite late. As they entered their room, a snide voice echoed, "Oh, look who's back. Our great hero has returned, but now you've turned into cowards. Weren't you quite formidable before? It appears you only bully the weak." Gongsun Yan glanced over to find a fellow dorm mate, Ning Fu, mocking them. The two men disregarded him, fully aware that he was either not a member of the Miexin gang or one of their spies. After completing their morning routine, the brothers retired to bed. In the ensuing days, they were persistently troubled by this group. However, they adopted a stance of forbearance, refraining from retaliation or insults. The group found themselves at an impasse. Although the number of assailants gradually increased, many of whom were individuals they had previously defeated in martial contests. The brothers discreetly noted the names of these individuals. Gongsun Yan and his companion were not of a meek disposition. Their repeated concessions reflected a burgeoning maturity. Both bore familial vendettas and lacked substantial backgrounds, understanding the wisdom of enduring minor grievances to preserve greater strategies. After several days of relentless harassment without any response, the group planned to stage a farcical scene to provoke the brothers into violating academy rules, thereby disqualifying them from the entrance examination. To their dismay, the brothers remained unfazed, and the group, finding their antics increasingly tiresome, ultimately retreated. Gongsun Yan and his ally bore the humiliation with fortitude, employing the simplest means to temporarily avert crisis. Unbeknownst to them, the Miexin gang wielded considerable influence not only among the annual preparatory students but also within the academy's upper echelons, where some members maintained covert collaborations for financial gain. On the day of the examination, the brothers entered the examination hall invigorated. The Martial Academy entrance examination spanned 2 days. The first day involved bone age assessment, followed by evaluations of martial skills and weapon proficiency, graded by the chief examiner. The second day encompassed written tests on weapon knowledge, military theory, geography, and strategy. The brothers performed consistently across both days, confident of their acceptance into the academy barring any unforeseen circumstances. The day after the examinations, they vacated the academy and checked into a pre-booked inn, the Deshing Inn. By this time, all the inns in the town were fully booked, with the year-end festivities drawing crowds. Gongsun Yan had a family he could not return to, while his companion had nowhere to go. Both regarded the world as their home, finding temporary refuge in the inn while awaiting the results. Yet they remained diligent in their training each day. On the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, results were to be announced. The brothers rose early and made their way to the academy, where a throng had already gathered, creating a bustling scene. Upon arrival, they noticed a significant crowd before the academy's eastern wall, with the martial list on the left and the literary list on the right. The entire wall was draped in red cloth, guarded by sentinels, as everyone anxiously awaited the unveiling. As the time approached, cheers erupted from the crowd. The red cloth slowly parted to reveal a grand list adorned in red and gold, with striking black characters. The brothers hurriedly searched the martial list for their names. Soon, they found Ichi Chang's South name in 13th place, prompting great excitement. They continued to search for Gongsun Yan's name. After several attempts, it remained elusive. Chang's brow furrowed in confusion. He knew that under normal circumstances, his elder brother should have ranked above him, perhaps even among the top 3. Gongsun Yan harbored an unsettling premonition within, acutely aware that although his performance during the examination was not extraordinary, it had been entirely adequate. The absence of his name from the list led him to suspect he had fallen victim to some underhanded scheme. A wave of bitterness washed over him. It appeared that fate had turned a blind eye to his plight. He scrutinized the list once more, then steeled himself to congratulate Chang. And together they departed from the eastern wall of the academy, meandering towards the town with a sense of melancholy. Noticing Gongsun Yan's despondency, Chang contemplated offering words of comfort, but found himself at a loss, and thus fell into a silent companionship. Congratulations to you, Gongsun. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. Both halted and turned to see their roommate Zhao Dong approaching, his expression equally morose. The two brothers recalled that Zhao Dong's name was conspicuously absent from the list as well. Chang promptly responded with polite formality, "Thank you, Brother Zhao. Were you accepted?" "Alas, I still lack the requisite skill." Zhao Dong sighed, shaking his head. He then turned to Gongsun Yan, inquiring, "Brother Gongsun, you were not accepted either, were you?" Gongsun Yan nodded, sensing an underlying implication in Zhao Dong's words, and asked with suspicion, "Brother Zhao, did you already know I was not accepted?" I surmised it." Zhao Dong replied, adding, "It seems you may have been sabotaged." "Sabotaged?" Gongsun Yan queried, puzzled. "Indeed. It refers to the act of swapping your answer sheet with another S while maintaining the identity of both," Zhao Dong explained. "Surely, the foundational skills and equipment handling could not have been compromised?" Chang inquired skeptically. That makes it all the simpler. With enough money, anything is possible. And the interview scores are at the discretion of the examiners," Zhao Dong retorted. A flicker of anger sparked in Gongsun Yan's eyes. Once again, he had been toyed with by fate. He clenched his fists, remaining silent. At that moment, Chang bowed slightly to Zhao Dong and asked, "Brother Zhao, could you divulge who might be responsible for this? My brother would be most grateful." "Alas, how could I possibly know? However, this matter is undoubtedly linked to the Destruction Society," Zhao Dong replied. Chang produced a banknote of 100 taels and handed it to Zhao Dong, earnestly stating, "Brother Zhao, thank you. This modest sum is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." You two brothers underestimate me. Allow me to share my reasoning. Firstly, I detest the unscrupulousness of the wealthy. Secondly, I wish to cultivate a closer bond with both of you, for as the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths. Do not be modest. He added, "Brother Gongsun, do take care. I have heard that the Destruction Society does not leave loose ends. Farewell for now." With that, Zhao Dong clasped his fist in farewell and departed swiftly. Watching Zhao Dong's retreating figure, the two remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, Chang spoke, "Brother, this academy is so unjust. It is a den of corruption where the unscrupulous thrive unchecked. I no longer wish to pursue my studies. No. You must persevere and complete your education. Remember, you carry the weight of deep-seated enmity. Only with the academy's support can you hope for vengeance. Furthermore, not all within the academy are malevolent. Have you not also been successfully admitted?" Gongsun Yan continued, "I am merely experiencing a stroke of misfortune. There are certainly alternative paths beyond mere scholarship. I shall endeavor to enhance my own capabilities. You must strive diligently at the academy and beware of falling behind me." With that, the two resumed their journey homeward. Not long after, a familiar voice echoed through the air, It has been quite some time since we last met." Turning around, they found Gongsun Yan, a fellow from the preparatory department of the academy. Since entering the preparatory program, their opportunities for reunion had dwindled due to their studies in different colleges. However, Gongsun Yan occasionally encountered Gongsun Yan during cross-college lectures. Noticing Gongsun Yan's jubilant demeanor, they realized he had been accepted into the academy. As anticipated, before Gongsun Yan could respond, Gongsun Yan eagerly proclaimed, "Brothers, I have been admitted to the academy. What about you?" "I have been accepted into the martial arts college, but my elder brother may have been cut from the rolls," Chang replied. "Cut from the rolls? Is this not a form of cheating exclusive to the literature college? Why would it occur in the martial arts college?" Gongsun Yan inquired, astonished. Gongsun Yan offered a wry smile and nodded, then clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, Brother Kong. My younger brother is still quite young, so I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. Of course, we three have an innate connection and will surely keep in touch." even without your prompting, Gongsun. Qingzhou responded. In truth, Gongsun Yan was also a youth in need of care, having matured prematurely due to his tribulations. The three companions journeyed together, and soon they returned to the small town. Familiarity was evident, as they coincidentally checked into the same inn. Rising early, they had yet to partake in breakfast. As they gathered around the table, Yichang posed a question. Brother Kong, can my elder brother request a review of his exam papers after failing? It seems rather difficult. One must possess evidence. Otherwise, it would be quite unmanageable if the hundreds of thousands of candidates demanded a review. Furthermore, there is a notion that if the papers were to be re-examined, the beneficiaries would not be the ordinary candidates, but rather the powerful elite, who would leverage their influence to secure inflated scores. In summary, without substantial connections, it is exceedingly challenging to alter the outcome, and one might even incur penalties. The two brothers fell silent. Qingzhou then inquired, what are your plans moving forward, Gongsun? Will you return home? I do not intend to return just yet. I shall remain for a while longer to see if I can find some work. Oh, then you shall have the opportunity to witness the kingdom's grand tournament. Qingzhou exclaimed with enthusiasm. The kingdom's grand tournament? What is that? The two brothers asked, perplexed. Are you certain you are both preparatory students of the martial arts college? Qingzhou asked, raising an eyebrow. The brothers' faces flushed as they exchanged awkward glances, realizing their ignorance, their expressions turning somewhat uncomfortable. I must admit, I am astounded by you both. You have been so engrossed in your martial training that you are unaware of the annual kingdom's grand tournament. Qingzhou sighed and continued. The grand tournament takes place every year on the 20th day of the first month in the royal city, featuring competitions divided into youth and adult categories. Those who reach the age of 16 enter the adult group, while those under 16 participate in the youth group. Anyone from the 13 kingdoms of Jishui who meets the age requirements may take part. As the two brothers displayed expressions of keen interest, Qingzhou continued his exposition. The grand tournament of the kingdom was originally established to assess the graduates of the Jishui Academy, coinciding with the graduation season of martial arts students each December, thus allowing their participation. Over time, various sects and individuals from the martial world sought to enter the competition, and it gradually evolved into a grand contest encompassing the entire kingdom. Ultimately, those who excelled in the martial arts would gain a place on the martial rankings. The martial rankings? Inquired the younger brother. Indeed, Qingzhou elucidated. The rankings for the junior group are referred to as the Chicks List, while the adult group is known as the Heroes List. Each list comprises 1,000 names. Hence it is also called the 1,000 Names List. To secure a position on the martial rankings is akin to soaring to great heights. Those who seek your favor will flock to you. Both brothers' eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing their eagerness. However, with participation numbers soaring into the tens or even hundreds of thousands each year, over 30% of the 1,000 names list is occupied by academy graduates, making it exceptionally challenging to secure a spot. The brothers fell into contemplative silence, yet Gongsun Yan devised a plan in his mind. He resolved to observe this year's competition and familiarize himself with the entry criteria and rules to prepare for next year's participation. Qingzhou, will the academy permit us to attend the tournament while classes are in session? Yichang inquired earnestly. Certainly. It is said that new students of the martial academy are required to witness the tournament, Qingzhou replied. Upon hearing this, Yichang's face lit up with joy, and he turned to Gongsun Yan, saying, eldest brother, let us attend the tournament together. Very well, we shall assess the situation as the time approaches. Should the academy mandate a collective viewing, you must comply with their arrangements, Gongsun Yan responded. After the trio finished their meal, they returned to their quarters to rest. Once inside, noticing Yichang's lingering gloom, Gongsun Yan offered words of comfort. You must not dwell on my lack of success in the rankings, my younger brother. I never intended to tread the conventional path to an official career. Such a route is too slow. My purpose in taking the examination was merely to gain experience and broaden my horizons. I am aware that fortune has not favored me at present, and I refuse to surrender my destiny to others. The path ahead, I shall navigate myself. Taking a sip of water, he continued. This experience has not been devoid of merit. Moreover, I have acquired considerable knowledge during my preparatory studies. Focus on your learning at the Martial Academy without fretting over momentary gains or losses. As for your expenses during your studies, do not concern yourself. I will find a way. Having endured a series of tribulations, including his father's murder, exile, and near-death experiences on the battlefield, Gongsun Yan's psychological resilience and personal capabilities had significantly advanced, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. His mindset soon stabilized, and he began to view transient gains and losses with equanimity. Eldest brother, I still possess over 4,000 taels of silver, initially intended for our tuition. Now that I am the sole student, it will suffice, Yichang stated. Indeed, for years of study will entail considerable expenses beyond mere tuition. I am well aware of this. Now, let us procure some supplies for your upcoming enrollment, Gongsun Yan replied. Thus, the two set out to gather Yichang's educational materials in the town. As the 16th day of the Lunar New Year arrived, marking the day of enrollment for newcomers, the two brothers arranged to meet with Gongsun Yan to register at the academy. After enjoying a hearty breakfast together, Gongsun Yan, carrying a bundle of belongings, accompanied Yichang and the others to the academy. At the entrance, the two bid a reluctant farewell, promising to meet again during the grand competition. On his way back, Gongsun Yan walked alone, maintaining an air of composure before Yichang, yet feeling a pang of melancholy deep within, inevitably experiencing a touch of sorrow. Upon returning to the small town, he first visited a herbal shop, holding some rare herbs in hand, seeking to inquire about their value and secure a favorable price. Upon entering the shop, a clerk approached him, and after discerning his purpose, led him to a guest table to sit. Soon after, the shopkeeper appeared, and Gongsun Yan produced a red cliff ginseng. The shopkeeper's face lit up with surprise as he offered 280 taels of silver, astonishing Gongsun Yan, who realized that this price was nearly double that of Anhua City. However, he feigned disappointment, prompting the shopkeeper to increase the offer by 5 taels. Gongsun Yan shook his head and left the shop, aware that he could fetch 285 taels for each herb in the small town, and likely even more in the royal city. He resolved to explore the royal city. Indeed, the herbal shops in the royal city offered higher prices, generally around 300 taels per herb, which, despite the short distance from the small town, was still a notable increase of over 10 taels. For Gongsun Yan, this was no trifling sum. He sold 6 red cliff ginsengs in 3 transactions, amassing a total of 1,800 taels of silver. Upon returning to the inn, he settled his account at the front desk, opting for a modest room that included meals for merely 31. Although the conditions were rudimentary, they surpassed the discomfort of sleeping outdoors. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan began to familiarize himself with the details of the kingdom's grand competition. The competition is held annually at the Royal Guard's training ground north of the royal city, lasting 20 days. Registration begins in October and concludes in December, with the adult group requiring participants to be under 30 years of age, while the youth group is for those under 16, though they may compete in the adult group if they choose. Anyone meeting the age requirements can register, with each participant required to pay a fee of 2 taels of silver. During the competition, malicious harm is prohibited, though accidental injuries are not penalized, and a contract acknowledging the risks must be signed prior to the event, with no other restrictions imposed. Those who rank among the top 1,000 will receive rewards, and those who enter the top 100 in the adult group may hold martial positions within the kingdom's jurisdiction. After seeing Yichang off to school, Gongsun Yan returned to his solitary life, dedicating his days primarily to eating, sleeping, and investing considerable time in studying and practicing martial arts. One evening, after finishing dinner, he ventured to a clearing in the woods southeast of Eagle Pheasant Town, a tranquil spot across the river from the royal city, which he and Yichang frequently visited for training. Gongsun Yan began with a series of basic punches and kicks, followed by sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes in meditation, and practicing his breathing exercises. Before long, he detected subtle movements in his surroundings. Having lived in the depths of the forest for an extended period, he was attuned to even the slightest rustle. With a cautious glance, he noticed shadowy figures stealthily approaching him. Acting decisively, he leaped into action, swiftly bounding towards the nearest large tree and deftly ascending its branches. He gripped the flying dart in his hand, casting a vigilant glance downward. Below, 3 masked figures wielding knives encircled the tree. In a low voice, he inquired, "Do you intend to rob me?" "Rob? Ha, young man. We are here to take your life," rasped one of them. "Do I have any enmity with you?" he asked. "Enmity? Ha. To take a man's wealth is to relieve others of their misfortune. Blame your own fate." With that, the 3 sprang forth, brandishing their blades towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Swiftly, he launched 3 darts in quick succession, each striking true to the forehead of the assailants, who collapsed to the ground. Leaping down from the tree, he swiftly retrieved his waist knife and delivered 2 more strikes to each of them. After tearing off their masks, he found that he did not recognize any of them. As he searched their bodies, he discovered only a small amount of loose silver, devoid of any identifying items. After a moment of contemplation, he dragged the 3 corpses to the city moat, disposing of them along with their knives into the water. He then returned to the scene, ensuring that no trace was left behind before stealthily slipping back into the inn under the cover of night. Once in his room, he pondered deeply, realizing that this was undoubtedly the work of the Yin and Yang, either hiring assassins or personally intervening. The true mastermind was the one who had financed the scheme. Fortunately, aside from the sword hanging at Yi Qichang's waist, few were aware of their true combat prowess. Many even believed that he only possessed rudimentary skills in martial arts. However, this incident served as a stark reminder to him that the Yin and Yang would not let him go easily, yet they would not dare confront him openly. He resolved to refrain from practicing at night and to frequent crowded places, intending to leave this area after the grand competition. On the day of the grand competition, he rose early, had a hearty breakfast, and requested the inn to prepare dry rations for him to carry. He then waited near the intersection west of Eagle Chicken Town, a crucial route leading from Jishui Academy to the Royal Guard's training grounds in the north. Just after the hour of the rabbit, he spotted a regiment marching swiftly towards him, their steps synchronized. At the forefront, someone held aloft the banner of Jishui Academy, with the members clad in uniform attire and white sashes. Alongside them, several pedestrians accompanied the procession, likely fellow students, albeit with differing sash colors. He fixed his gaze on the troop, and as they neared the halfway point of their passage, he finally caught sight of Yi Qichang. They recognized each other simultaneously, exchanging waves of greeting. Noticing other pedestrians nearby, he followed suit, engaging in light conversation with a student beside him. Learning that the academy mandated new students to form teams for the grand competition, though many upperclassmen voluntarily joined to witness the event. As he accompanied the academy's contingent to the Royal Guard's training grounds, the atmosphere was already electric with anticipation. The air was filled with the roar of the crowd. Thousands of arenas stood majestically aligned, each adorned with fluttering flags and accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, all under the watchful eyes of soldiers, creating a scene of grandeur and solemnity. This year, nearly 1 million participants engaged in the competition, which initially employed an elimination format, with graduates of the academy serving as seed competitors. Once the top 100 were determined, those who had previously battled against competitors in the top 30 were granted an opportunity to challenge the contenders on the 1,000-person leaderboard, a round referred to as the resurrection match. Following the conclusion of this resurrection match, the rankings for both the 1,000-person and 100-person list were finalized. Ai Chang and his fellow new students were assigned to observe the arena, where recently graduated students from the academy competed as seed players, inciting the audience's cheers and encouragement. However, once the 500 new students dispersed, they felt as inconsequential as a drop in the ocean amidst millions of spectators. Gongsun Yan stood alongside Ai Chang, preparing to watch the matches from beneath one of the platforms. The brothers had not seen each other for several days and had much to discuss. Yet Gongsun Yan refrained from mentioning the assassination attempt by the river. As the hour of Chun approached, the drums heralded the commencement of the grand competition. The platform before Gongsun Yan and Ai Chang was designated for the adult category. At this juncture, the referee announced the competitors' numbers, and immediately, a pair of contestants leaped onto the 3-meter-high stage. After exchanging names, the referee struck the drum, signaling the start of a fierce confrontation between the two. The brothers fixated their gaze upon the arena, eager not to miss any critical details. In the kingdom of Jishui, martial artists were categorized into 9 ranks: warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial general, martial commander, martial king, martial saint, martial immortal, and martial god, with each rank further divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Notably, only the kingdom could boast the ranks of martial saint, martial immortal, and martial god, while in lesser nations like Huachin, even martial commander represented the pinnacle of achievement. The vast majority of martial artists participating in the kingdom's grand competition were at the great martial master and martial general levels, with exceedingly few reaching martial commander before the age of 30. For those at the martial master level, entering the competition was akin to seeking suffering. Currently, Gongsun Yan and his brother had attained the advanced level of great martial master, yet their practical combat abilities remained limited. Both aspired to enhance their skills through the observation of the competition. After several days of observation, the brothers gained profound insights into martial techniques, reaping substantial benefits. As the competition progressed, Gongsun Yan's focus expanded beyond the initial platform to various arenas, while Yichang remained tethered to the side, obliged to watch over the seed competitor from Jishui Academy as long as they remained in the contest. Gongsun Yan began to roam the platforms, pausing to watch any matches he deemed beneficial for his martial development. He meticulously studied the contestants' attacks, defenses, grappling techniques, and weapon usage, mentally rehearsing his responses should he encounter a similar opponent, constantly reflecting on his own shortcomings. In the final days, the intensity of the matches escalated as they entered the championship stage, with injuries becoming commonplace and fatalities occurring sporadically. The emotional tumult, excitement, elation, frustration, fury, panic, fear, and regret expressed by the competitors continuously influenced Gongsun Yan's state of mind. On the 9th day of the second month, after 20 days of relentless competition, the event reached its conclusion and the rankings were finalized. Despite Gongsun Yan's lack of interest in the ultimate results, his focus remained steadfast on the process of the competition and the martial skills displayed by the participants. However, the scene of the contestants from the 1,000-strong list being coveted and pursued by sects and powerful figures left a significant impression on him. Upon parting, Yichang informed Gongsun Yan that friends and family of the students could visit the academy in the middle of each month. The two brothers agreed to meet again a few days later, after which Yichang joined the group returning to the academy. Gongsun Yan initially contemplated utilizing his medical expertise to stay in Qingzhou town to find some work, allowing the brothers to see each other frequently while also earning some silver. However, following the assassination attempt and witnessing the recent kingdom competition, he changed his mind, deciding instead to venture into the nearby Jishui Mountains for training, employing methods he was familiar with to prepare for next year's competition. On the day after the competition, Gongsun Yan visited the apothecary in the royal city, where he sold 2 black cliff ginseng roots for a staggering 3,000 taels of silver each, totaling 6,000 taels. He then returned to Qingzhou town, sought out a blacksmith shop, and spent 10 taels to commission 12 finely crafted silver-tipped darts, agreeing to pick them up the following day. Subsequently, he procured several essential items for his training in the mountains. During this time, he had the constant feeling of being followed, yet he paid little heed to it. On the 11th of February in the 29th year of Ji Chong, Gongsun Yan rose early, first descending to enjoy breakfast before returning upstairs to fetch his package. He collected the provisions prepared by the attendant at the counter, settled his bill, retrieved the flying darts from the blacksmith, and made his way directly to Jishui Academy. The middle of each month was designated for visits from friends and family of the students. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, he announced his purpose and registered before entering the guest hall, which featured designated tables and chairs for students to meet with their loved ones. At that moment, several students were already engaged in conversation with their friends and family. Gongsun Yan waited for less than half an hour when he spotted Yichang joyfully entering the guest hall. Yichang hurried over to Gongsun Yan, surprised to see him with his luggage and provisions, and asked, "Elder brother, are you leaving for a long journey?" "Oh, I must depart for a while to undergo further training in the mountains. I will visit you when I have the opportunity," Gongsun Yan replied. "How long will you be gone?" Yichang inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "The duration is uncertain, but I assure you, I will participate in next year's competition," Gongsun Yan stated, discreetly producing 4,000 taels in banknotes and pressing them into Yichang's hands, saying, "This amount should suffice for your tuition and expenses for 4 years. Should you need more, I have plenty." Yichang quickly declined, saying, "Elder brother, there is no need for that. I already have sufficient funds. You will need money while you are away, so keep it for yourself. I am going into the mountains for training, where money is of little concern. However, you, in the academy, will undoubtedly have numerous expenses," Gongsun Yan insisted, forcefully placing the notes into Yichang's hands. Yichang, no longer able to refuse, accepted the banknotes and was astonished to find the amount totaled 4,000 taels. He gazed at Gongsun Yan in surprise. Gongsun Yan smiled silently, winked, and patted his pocket, signaling for him to remain quiet, having ensured he had ample funds for himself. Understanding the gesture, Yichang accepted the banknotes and tucked them away. Gongsun Yan inquired about Yichang's experiences at the martial academy over the past few days. Yichang, brimming with enthusiasm, elaborated on the learning and living conditions at the academy, expressing his hope that Gongsun Yan would continue to apply to the institution next year. Gongsun Yan remained noncommittal, listening attentively with a smile, internally pleased for Yichang's fulfillment of his desires. The two converse for a while longer, exchanging reminders to take care of themselves, with Gongsun Yan repeatedly advising Yicheng that there was no need to confine himself within the academy. Eventually, they bid each other a reluctant farewell. Both were resolute individuals, acutely aware that they each had a long journey ahead, and that this was a time for personal struggle and diligence. After parting ways with Yicheng, Gongsun Yan exited the academy's gates and turned towards the Jishui Academy, swiftly heading westward towards the Jishui mountain range, embarking once more on his arduous journey of self-cultivation in the mountains. As he traversed the rugged, tranquil paths of the forest, nearing midday, he sensed he was being followed, realizing that the relentless pursuers from the Miexing gang had tracked him down to this remote locale. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips as he continued on his path, unperturbed. Upon reaching a bend at the foot of a hill, a commanding voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Stop right there." Gongsun Yan calmly turned to face 5 figures emerging behind him, all clad in black and wielding daggers at their waists. The leader, notably robust, pointed his weapon at Gongsun Yan and declared, "You thought you could escape after committing murder? Murder? Whom did I kill?" Gongsun Yan feigned ignorance. "Don't pretend you haven't seen us in the past few days." "Oh, are you here for those 3 individuals?" Gongsun Yan retorted with a smirk. "Humph, so it was indeed you who killed them. We underestimated you. You are rather formidable. However, now that you've encountered us, there is no escape." The burly man growled fiercely. "Is that so? You'll have to catch me first," Gongsun Yan replied, and with that, he turned and fled. The 5 were momentarily taken aback, and the leader, enraged, shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" They immediately leaped into pursuit. Gongsun Yan bounded through the dense forest of the mountains, simultaneously hurling insults. "You hired lackeys, only capable of bullying the weak. If you possess any courage, take it to the battlefield." The assailants were incensed, their shouts echoing as they pursued him, their eyes filled with a fierce desire to rend Gongsun Yan limb from limb. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yan maintained a relaxed demeanor, leaping deftly. He could easily dispatch the 5 with his skills. However, considering their proximity to the academy, he was wary of attracting the attention of more formidable opponents. He sought to avoid bringing greater misfortune upon himself and Yicheng, opting instead to lead them deeper into the mountains. Believing Gongsun Yan to be fleeing in fear, the 5 chased him with relentless determination. Hours passed in this frantic pursuit, and they had ventured far into the mountains, over 100 miles from the academy. By this point, the pursuers were panting heavily, some of them losing sight of one another. Seizing the opportunity, Gongsun Yan turned and, with a deft throw, struck the foremost pursuer, the burly man, incapacitating him. Gongsun Yan then swiftly veered to the side, deliberately creating noise to lure the remaining attackers to follow, in a manner akin to his previous endeavors. Within the span of less than an hour, Gongsun Yan had vanquished all the assassins. He subsequently returned to the scene, searched the bodies for any useful items, and then departed, leaving the corpses for wild beasts to dispose of. After eliminating the traces of his presence, Gongsun Yan sought a secure location, where he retrieved his provisions and water, savoring his evening meal. Without a definitive destination and feeling no urgency to continue his journey, he indulged in a well-deserved rest upon a sunlit hillside after the exertion of running. It was not until the hour of that Gongsun Yan resumed his trek. Armed with the wisdom gained from his prior experiences and bolstered by his recent growth, he approached this expedition into the mountains with newfound confidence. Rather than lingering at the periphery of the Jishui mountain range, he boldly ventured into its depths, traversing thickets and overcoming obstacles along the way, which was fraught with peril. In the month of May, the Jishui mountain range basked in the height of summer, adorned with lush greenery, vibrant blossoms, and a symphony of chirping birds, presenting a picturesque and harmonious tableau. Yet, beneath this serene facade lay an undercurrent of danger. The tranquility of the forest could swiftly transform into a tumult of life and death struggles, as the relentless cycle of predation and survival unfolded in the animal kingdom. Time flew by, and Gongsun Yan had spent over 2 months honing his skills in the heart of the mountains, navigating through a primordial forest teeming with venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Even with his extensive experience in the wilderness, he remained perpetually vigilant, aware of the lurking threats. Compared to the Dongzhong mountain range, the Jishui mountains were more densely wooded and harbored a greater variety and number of wild animals. Initially, Gongsun Yan relied on his flying darts and agility to engage with various beasts, occasionally wielding his soft sword. However, as he delved deeper into the mountains, He often found himself maneuvering through dense underbrush, where close encounters with ferocious animals became increasingly common, necessitating a shift from ranged attacks to hand-to-hand combat. On several occasions, he faced life-threatening situations, sustaining multiple injuries, yet he ultimately triumphed over the beasts, narrowly escaping death. These encounters, fraught with the thrill of imminent danger, ignited his fighting spirit and awakened latent potential within him. Throughout the summer, Gongsun Yan experienced nearly 30 confrontations with a variety of formidable creatures, including tigers, leopards, wolves, bears, pythons, and badgers. As the frequency and intensity of these battles escalated, so too did his practical experience and understanding of martial techniques, leading him to innovate and develop his own unique styles. Moreover, during this time, his diet consisted predominantly of various meats from the beasts he defeated, resulting in a noticeable increase in his stature and physical prowess. Should he encounter those assassins again, he would be more than capable of easily overpowering them in single combat. Eventually, Gongsun Yan had become a formidable predator within the jungle himself, causing many wild beasts to flee at the mere sight of him, which left him feeling disheartened and compelled to venture deeper into the mountains in search of more opportunities for combat. One day, Gongsun Yan arrived at a place known as Dan Yuan Ridge, characterized by its towering peaks and steep slopes, difficult to scale. Caves dotted the cliffs, and waterfalls cascaded from the precipices, creating a magnificent spectacle. The valley echoed with the sound of thundering water, reminiscent of perpetual thunder, reverberating endlessly through the air. As Gongsun Yan stepped into the gorge, the thunderous roar of the waterfall resonated around him, accompanied by the faint echoes of tiger roars. He quickened his pace into the valley and soon caught sight of 4 large tigers and one smaller one engaged in a fierce struggle against 2 sword-wielding youths. Gongsun Yan immediately halted, holding his breath in rapt attention. The 4 majestic tigers were fiercely battling the 2 young men, while the smaller tiger darted around, launching surprise attacks. The youths appeared increasingly beleaguered, likely worn down from the prolonged conflict, their energies visibly waning. Gradually, their gazes began to flicker, searching for an opportunity to escape. Their growing trepidation rendered their movements sluggish, placing them in an ever more precarious predicament. Witnessing this, Gongsun Yan, with his inherently kind heart, felt a surge of compassion. Although unaware of the youth's backgrounds, he resolved to extend his assistance. Stepping lightly, he utilized the cover of the bushes to stealthily approach, his body already infused with the essence of concealing herbs, ensuring the tigers remained oblivious to his presence as long as he remained silent. As he neared the scene of the skirmish, Gongsun Yan leapt toward the smaller tiger, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying. This sudden intervention halted the fierce clash, as both parties turned their attention toward Gongsun Yan, while the 2 youths exhaled in relief. At that moment, a mournful cry emanated from the nearby underbrush, prompting 2 of the tigers to let out a resonant roar and hasten toward the sound. The remaining 2 tigers cast a reluctant glance at their departing companions before following suit. The 2 youths sheathed their swords and approached Gongsun Yan with smiles, clasping their fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "We thank you, young brother, for your timely assistance." "There's no need for formalities, it's merely a trivial matter," Gongsun Yan replied, gesturing dismissively as he began to scrutinize the 2 individuals before him. The pair of young men, both in their 20s, were clad in tattered white robes stained with blood. They shared a similar stature, tall and well-proportioned. However, one possessed a pronounced unibrow and an unremarkable visage, while the other had slender brows and narrow eyes, exuding a somewhat sinister aura. Acknowledging Gongsun Yan's politeness, the man with the unibrow introduced himself, saying, "I am Jiashun, and this is Hukuan. We are disciples of the immortal martial palace. You demonstrate commendable skill. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" "Ah, I am Chu Bao, an individual without a sect. Merely a herbal gatherer endowed with considerable strength." "A herbal gatherer, you say?" Jiashin was somewhat taken aback. He exchanged a glance with Hukuan, both wearing expressions of displeasure. It was indeed embarrassing for a disciple of a prestigious lineage to be rescued by a mere herbalist. Observing their demeanor, Gongsun Yan instinctively understood their sentiments, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. He clasped his hands and said, "I must continue my herb gathering and shall not disturb you 2 any further." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Jiashin called out, hastily stopping him. "Oh." Gongsun Yan turned back with a hint of irritation. "Young brother, please do not misunderstand. There is a matter I wish to request your assistance with. And once it is accomplished, I assure you that both of us will be handsomely rewarded." Seeing that Gongsun Yan appeared displeased, Jiashin quickly inquired, "What troubles you?" Do you often come here, my young friend? No, it is my first time here. Oh, does the young lad know about the hairy cat? Hairy cat? I am unfamiliar with it. Is it something rare? Gongsun Yan inquired. To the average individual, it may seem of little significance. However, for martial practitioners, consuming its flesh can clarify the mind, fortify the will, and prevent one from straying into obsession during training. Jiaxin patiently elucidated, noting that Gongsun Yan did not behave like a typical wanderer of the martial world and thus chose not to conceal the truth. He continued, this creature, while lacking strength, is often accompanied by tigers. If you assist us in capturing it, we are willing to offer a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Gongsun Yan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. His motivation was not merely the silver. He was intrigued to witness this elusive creature, and any additional monetary gain would not be unwelcome. Jiaxin and Hukuan retrieved spare garments, donned their long robes, and prepared themselves. Subsequently, the trio ventured into the mountains, with Gongsun Yan maintaining a seemingly casual distance from the two young men, yet still offering each a bundle of concealed grass. For 2 consecutive days, they found no trace of the elusive creature. Hukuan, growing impatient, addressed Jiaxin, senior brother, it seems the hairy cat has been frightened away. Perhaps we should return another time. Frightened away? Nonsense. This hairy cat is a unique inhabitant of Dan Yuan Ridge and would not abandon its territory. It merely conceals itself well, requiring some effort to locate, Jiaxin countered. Furthermore, since it is accompanied by tigers, we shall begin our search from the tiger dens. With this strategy in mind, the trio focused their efforts on locating a tiger den. Tigers typically lack fixed lairs, often roaming through thickets, ridges, and rocky terrains. However, adult tigers with cubs usually maintain a consistent den. Following this line of thought, they soon discovered a hidden cave, where they spotted an animal resembling a wildcat perched at the entrance. Its ears were erect, its tail short and stout, its limbs long and muscular, adorned with a gray-white coat interspersed with golden spots and stripes, its golden mane falling to its brows. Upon noticing the 3 men, the creature emitted a piercing cry. Gongsun Yan, quick-witted and agile, hurled several stones, wounding it. At that moment, 2 fierce tigers emerged from the cave, those same 2 that had engaged Jiaxin and his companions previously. Jiaxin and Hukuan stepped forward, brandishing their swords to engage the tigers, providing cover for Gongsun Yan to approach and capture the wounded wildcat. With remarkable agility, Gongsun Yan leaped onto the rock and employed the prepared sack to ensnare the injured creature before making his escape. Observing his success, Jiaxin and Hukuan fought while retreating, ultimately managing to extricate themselves and follow Gongsun Yan. After a considerable distance, convinced they had left the confines of Dan Yuan Ridge, they halted, breathless. Gongsun Yan set down the sack and turned to the other 2. Jiaxin understood that he was expected to hand over the silver note. He exchanged a glance with Hukuan before producing a note and presenting it to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Here is your reward." No sooner had he spoken than both men lunged at Gongsun Yan with their swords. However, Gongsun Yan was prepared. He swiftly tossed the sack towards them and turned to flee. The 2 scrambled to catch the sack, and in that brief moment of delay, Gongsun Yan had already sprinted several paces away. Seizing the sack, they pursued him fervently, igniting a chase amidst the rugged terrain. As Gongsun Yan sprinted through the forest, he opportunistically picked up small stones, hurling them at his pursuers in a tentative manner. However, each projectile was deftly deflected by their swords. Remaining composed, Gongsun Yan refrained from revealing his true capabilities, aware that the disciples of prestigious families were not to be underestimated. His strategy was to lure them deeper into the dense woods. Jiaxin and Hukuan trailed behind him, initially maintaining a measured pace, intent on exhausting his stamina before launching their attack. Yet, after more than an hour had passed, Gongsun Yan showed no signs of fatigue, causing the pair to grow increasingly anxious. Jiaxin signaled Hukuan with a glance, indicating it was time to encircle him. After another half-hour of running through the woods, Gongsun Yan suddenly sensed the presence of a formidable beast ahead and swiftly ascended a large tree. Shortly thereafter, Jiaxin and Hukuan caught up and, upon spotting a gigantic brown bear, halted in alarm. The 3 found themselves in a tense standoff, separated by trees. In this moment, Gongsun Yan felt comparatively at ease and called out to Jiaxin, "Let us negotiate. I shall forego the silver. Simply allow me to leave." Jiaxin and Hukuan looked up at him, but offered no response. "You 2, as esteemed disciples, while I may not be your savior, Surely aiding you in avoiding peril is not too much to ask. Why repay kindness with malice? Gongsun Yan expressed his indignation. Kid, if you assist us in slaying this bear, we shall grant you your freedom, Jiashin retorted. Humph, do you take me for a mere child? Attempting to play the trick of crossing the river and demolishing the bridge? Haha, you are not foolish. Yet you overestimate your capabilities and meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Those of the Xianwu Palace need no rescue from you, Jiashin scoffed. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan understood their motive for silencing him. They feared that news of their actions would tarnish the reputation of the Xianwu Palace and that the information regarding the cat-like figure would spread. It seemed that to be a do-gooder, one must possess strength and influence. No longer wishing to engage in futile conversation, Gongsun Yan coldly observed how they would extricate themselves from this predicament. After a tense standoff, Jiashin remarked to Hu Kuan, "Let us deal with this behemoth first. Then we shall confront that boy." With that, the two armed themselves and lunged at the bear. Initially, Jiashin and Hu Kuan had remained wary of Gongsun Yan. But as they pursued him, they noted that he was merely adept at throwing stones and appeared unarmed, lacking any remarkable martial skills, save for his agility. As the two engaged the bear, Gongsun Yan smirked inwardly, thinking them foolish. Unless provoked, the bear would not attack humans, and they were indeed courting their own demise. Reluctantly, Gongsun Yan realized that he could not avoid enmity with these disciples, as they harbored intentions to kill him. Jiashin and Hu Kuan launched their assault on the bear beneath the trees, attacking from both sides, their swords striking repeatedly at the resilient creature. However, the bear's thick hide rendered their efforts largely ineffective, and in turn it lashed out with powerful swipes, yet the two agile disciples skillfully evaded its attacks. Gongsun Yan concealed himself among the branches, observing with a detached demeanor as two individuals and a bear engaged in a fierce skirmish. Seizing the moment, he swiftly unleashed two flying darts, striking the nape of each combatant. The darts penetrated their bodies, emerging from their throats, rendering them lifeless in an instant. The abruptness of the scene left the bear momentarily bewildered, while Gongsun Yan descended from his perch and clasped his fists in respect, addressing the bear. "My dear bear, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. The individuals possess items I seek. May I retrieve them and depart in peace?" The bear, seemingly understanding his words, remained still, its expression devoid of hostility. Gongsun Yan mused internally, contemplating how this creature appeared to possess a greater sense of reason than many humans. He hastened towards the fallen men, deftly searching their bodies, extracting sword sheaths, collecting darts, and retrieving swords with fluid precision. He then seized the bag containing the long-haired cat and swiftly departed, leaving the bear in a state of confusion. Shortly thereafter, the bear dragged the two corpses into the depths of the forest. Finding a secure location, Gongsun Yan first examined the silver notes he had acquired, noting that each individual possessed less than 3,000 taels, totaling insufficiently under 6,000 taels. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the promise of 10,000 taels from Jiashin was nothing but a ruse. He meticulously cleaned and stored the flying darts before inspecting the swords he had salvaged. Both swords bore identical appearances, evidently belonging to disciples of a sect. While they did not match the superior quality of Yichang's blade, they surpassed ordinary swords. Each sword measured nearly 3 feet in length, forged from fine steel with razor-sharp edges glistening coldly, certain to fetch a handsome price. Although Gongsun Yan dared not openly display them, he found it hard to part with such fine weapons, carefully wrapping them for transport. Next, he turned his attention to the long-haired cat within the bag. Upon opening it, he discovered the creature still clinging to life, though gravely injured and on the brink of death, having suffered from the stones he had hurled without restraint. Gongsun Yan hesitated, contemplating the cat's considerable weight of over 20 pounds. The fact that two esteemed disciples had embarked on a perilous journey to find such a creature indicated its exceptional rarity. He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of carelessly consuming it, reasoning that he ought to leave some benefit for Yichang. However, given the rudimentary conditions of the mountains, he was at a loss for alternatives. After much deliberation, a memory resurfaced of his mother preparing dried pig's blood each year. Why not preserve this creature in a similar manner? Resolute, he first suspended the long-haired cat by herbal means to prevent it from expiring suddenly. He then sought wild kudzu, selecting a slightly thick and tender root. Arriving at a stream with a flat stone, he peeled and washed the kudzu root before chopping it into pieces with his sword. Next, he procured several stout bamboo stalks, crafting multiple tubes into which he placed the chopped kudzu root, adding fresh water to soak for half an hour. Afterward, he shook the mixture, filtering it through fine cloth and collecting the liquid, allowing it to settle for another half-hour. Once the top water was discarded, he obtained kudzu powder. Finally, he spread the damp kudzu powder on a clean cloth to dry. By the time he completed these tasks, dusk had fallen. He hastily consumed some dried rations, kindled a fire, and observed that the long-haired cat was still clinging to life. With that, he hoisted it onto his back and ascended the tree to rest. At the break of dawn the following day, Gongsun Yan awoke early to inspect the kudzu flower he had prepared. After a night of evaporation, the moisture had nearly dissipated. He retrieved a small pot from his supplies and began the process of slaughtering a cat, collecting its blood. He consumed a portion of the blood himself, while the remainder was poured into the pot. To prevent the blood from coagulating, he stirred it continuously with a bamboo stick, transferring it into a bamboo tube for later use. Subsequently, he skinned the cat, removed its bones, and cut the meat into small strips. He then mixed the cat's blood and meat with the kudzu flour, kneading the mixture into cylindrical shapes resembling lotus roots, which he subsequently placed on a homemade bamboo rack to smoke above the fire. Having completed this, Gongsun Yan stewed the cat bones and remaining meat in the small pot, consuming it all alongside his provisions. Uncertain of the best method to derive the meat's efficacy, he simply relished it as best he could. After satisfying his hunger, he surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-deprecation. What he initially perceived as a wild mountain was more akin to a small workshop. The treasured sword he wielded was carelessly used for chopping bamboo, splitting wood, and cutting meat, and he mused how his companions, Jiaxin and Hu Kuan, would react if they knew of his current endeavors. After 3 days of smoking, Gongsun Yan felt the cat's blood and meat had thoroughly dried and shrunk significantly in size. He sliced them into small pieces with his sword and stored them in a cloth bag for convenient long-term preservation and consumption. He then tidied up the area before departing. Although he had left the vicinity of Danyuan Ridge, Gongsun Yan remained apprehensive that there might be multiple sects searching for the cat. So he resolved to distance himself further from this place of turmoil and safely venture deeper into the mountains. Aside from wandering aimlessly through the dense woods, Gongsun Yan dedicated most of his time to martial training. His skills in the flying dart technique had matured, and his agility and boxing prowess had significantly improved. Although his proficiency with the soft sword still required refinement, he concentrated his practice on the soft sword, focusing on the difficult techniques of drawing and sheathing the weapon. By the time he was in preparatory training, he had already mastered the fundamentals, and he began to emphasize the techniques of soft sword utilization, which Ichi Chong had imparted to him. These techniques included shaking, slashing, chopping, hanging, intercepting, lifting, waving, sweeping, thrusting, locking, hooking, stabbing, entangling, and wrapping. The primary practice method involved a floral dance movement, characterized by a figure-8 pattern, which encompassed forward and backward floral movements, horizontal and diagonal floral patterns. The forward floral movement involved diagonal slashes. The backward floral movement consisted of diagonal lifts. The horizontal floral movement was characterized by lateral sweeps, and the diagonal floral movement combined slashing and sweeping techniques. Of course, beyond the basic techniques, the practice of the soft sword required specific attention to the alignment of the head, eyes, shoulders, elbows, chest, back, hips, knees, and feet. However, without a mentor to guide him, Gongsun Yan experimented freely and developed a commendable set of techniques through his own exploration. As July arrived, signaling the frost season, the heat receded and coolness set in. Mornings heralded the arrival of autumn, while nights turned brisk, particularly in the depths of the mountains where the chill was particularly pronounced. Thankfully, Gongsun Yan had animal skins to ward off the cold, though he still found himself reminiscing about his modest home near Shuangtou Ridge. Upon contemplating the stone chamber, an idea took root within him. Why not seek out a natural cave amidst the myriad cliffs and precipices of this profound mountain wilderness? Even if it were not entirely a product of nature, a clever transformation utilizing the artistry of the heavens would suffice. With this thought in mind, he diligently practiced daily while also keeping a vigilant eye on the steep cliffs surrounding him. On a crisp autumn morning, under a sky of high azure and scattered clouds, Gongsun Yan trained martial arts near a ridge known as Tsuaping Mountain. From a distance, the Tsuaping mountain range appeared lush and majestic, with its cliffs towering and rugged, the rocks displaying bizarre formations as if sculpted by divine hands. This sight ignited within him an irresistible urge to explore and discover hidden caves. Without delay, he sprang into action, his body moving with the agility of a nimble monkey as he navigated the jagged cliffs, searching every potential site for a cave. After nearly 2 hours of climbing and exploring, Gongsun Yan finally stumbled upon a concealed cavern nestled amidst a mist-cloaked cliff, hundreds of feet above the ground. The cave entrance was entwined with green vines and thick vegetation, effectively camouflaging it from the untrained eye. With a swift stroke of his sword, he carved an entrance and cautiously ventured inside. Clearly, this place harbored no ferocious beasts, and he bore no fear of serpents or venomous creatures. Once within, he ignited a prepared torch, noting the slight dampness of the entrance and the musty scent in the air. The cavern's height allowed him to stand upright, and with torch in hand, he carefully delved deeper into the mysterious darkness. As he walked, he observed that the cave bore no signs of human intervention. It was entirely a natural formation. The passage within was winding and deep, exuding an aura of enigma. Gathering his courage, he pressed on. Initially narrow, the corridor gradually widened until it became spacious enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side. After traversing approximately 10 paces, Gongsun Yan arrived at an expansive chamber. Suddenly, he perceived a figure seated in the distance, causing a flutter of unease in his heart. He raised his torch, cautiously approaching for a clearer view, only to be startled, nearly dropping his torch to the ground. The figure was not a person at all. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. Before him sat a being with dim, lifeless eyes and a pallid complexion, hair gathered into a topknot, and a mustache adorning the upper lip. Clad in a silver-gray robe cinched with a black belt. The edges of the collar, cuffs, and front were trimmed in black. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, the figure sat motionless like a statue. Regaining his composure, Gongsun Yan forced himself to remain calm, saluting with a single hand. I did not realize that a senior was in secluded meditation here. I beg your pardon for the disturbance. I shall take my leave at once. Having spoken, he turned to depart. Since you have come, you may remain, the figure spoke. As soon as the words left his lips, Gongsun Yan felt as if he were ensnared by an invisible force, his entire being rendered immobile, unable to move an inch. After a brief moment, the force suddenly dissipated once more. Gongsun Yan remained unperturbed. He turned around, secured the torch in a nearby holder, and approached the figure before him. With hands clasped together, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head until it was level with his hands and heart, performing a respectful gesture of homage. Then, with utmost reverence, he inquired, "What wisdom might you impart, esteemed elder?" A glimmer of approval flickered in the elder's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Gongsun Yan, remaining silent for an extended period. Eventually, he spoke. At such a tender age, having endured trials and faced adversity without fear, you are indeed a remarkable talent. How could you possibly know of my past? Gongsun Yan asked, astonished. Do you believe I can perceive your history? The elder replied. Ah, are you a celestial being, esteemed elder? Gongsun Yan ventured boldly. Indeed, by worldly standards, I am considered a celestial being. I apologize for my audacious intrusion into your sacred abode. I sincerely hope you can forgive my recklessness. Gongsun Yan prostrated again, feeling a mix of anxiety and concealed excitement. The elder waved his hand dismissively and then inquired, "What year and month is it now?" Stand and respond. In response, esteemed elder, it is the 7th month of the Renin year, also known as the 29th year of the Jichang Kingdom. Gongsun Yan answered as he rose. Ah, once again we find ourselves in the Renin year. The Jishui Kingdom must have seen several reigns by now, the elder remarked. Gongsun Yan remained silent, having no knowledge of the historical lineage of the Jishui Kingdom, nor any understanding of how long the celestial being had resided there, leaving him unable to reply. Thus, you were born in the Jichou year, Dingmao month. Wuxin Day, during the Rinzi hour, the elder mused thoughtfully, revealing Gongsun Yan's birth details. Gongsun Yan acknowledged this with a nod, feeling a tumult of emotions within. Before the celestial being, he felt utterly transparent, devoid of any secrets. He stood there, increasingly cautious and motionless. What is your name? What brings you here? The elder continued to question. In response, esteemed elder, my name is Yin, with the family name Gongsun. I hail from the Huachin Kingdom. Recently, I have been practicing martial arts in the mountains, and now that autumn has arrived, the nights have grown rather chilly. I sought a cave to shelter in, inadvertently disturbing your tranquil meditation. The elder nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent for a considerable time. After a long pause, Gongsun Yan, sensing no malice from him, ventured to ask, Esteemed elder, may I cultivate immortality? Ah, you are blessed with a celestial canopy. Thus you indeed possess the potential for cultivation, the elder replied after a moment of contemplation. However, with a hint of disappointment, he continued, Yet, despite the saying, my fate lies in my own hands. And anyone may achieve immortality, it remains true that superior talent leads to greater accomplishments. I observe that your innate qualities are rather ordinary, with insufficient aptitude for cultivation. And thus your path may be fraught with challenges. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan felt a wave of despondency wash over him, yet he persisted with a question. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, if there exists a remedy for this? The elder shook his head, sighing softly. The celestial beings possess means of transformation and transcendence. Yet such powers are beyond your reach. As for possible solutions in the mundane world, I am unaware. Upon observing Gongsun Yan's despondent demeanor, he continued, do not lose heart. Natural aptitude and foundational qualities are merely the prerequisites for cultivating immortality, yet they do not encompass the entirety of the journey. To attain enlightenment, one must not only fulfill these basic conditions but also possess immense fortune and unwavering perseverance, the latter often bearing greater significance. I perceive your exceptional willpower and favorable circumstances. Our encounter today may very well represent a fortuitous opportunity for you. Gongsun Yan's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he promptly bowed in respect, saying, I humbly request your guidance, esteemed senior. Though he yearned to take on an apprenticeship, he hesitated, fearing he might offend the immortal by acting too rashly, and thus expressed his intentions with subtlety. Indeed, although your talents do not particularly align with my preferences, my time is limited, and I can no longer afford the luxury of choice. Perhaps it is fate that has brought us together at this moment. If you agree to undertake 2 tasks for me, I shall grant you an opportunity. Please, esteemed senior, speak forth. I shall not decline any task within my capabilities. The immortal secretly admired Gongsun Yan's meticulous thinking. The young man did not hastily accept all demands but rather delineated the boundaries of what he could feasibly accomplish, encompassing both ability and moral integrity. He then stated, first, you must assist me in finding a successor to inherit my teachings. The candidate must possess exceptional aptitude and a righteous heart. Can you manage this? Gongsun Yan, having contemplated this matter previously, paused before replying, I have a sworn brother. Merely 12 years of age, hailing from a family of martial artists, with commendable talents and a noble character. Would he align with your requirements? That is splendid. Yet the search for a disciple need not be rushed. It too relies on fate. Simply apply yourself earnestly. The immortal waved his hand and continued. The second task involves notifying my family. My surname is Rong, and my given name is Yu. I hail from the Rong family of the Divine Continent and serve as an elder of the Xianhua sect. I have been ensnared by treachery and find myself in this predicament. I hope that when you are able, you will seek them out. And should you be in a position to avenge me, that would be even better. Rest assured, esteemed senior, once I have honed my skills, I shall not fail your trust. If it lies within my power, I will surely seek retribution for you. Gongsun Yan quickly bowed again, changing his form of address to signify his sincerity. Rong Yu's face brightened at his words. With a sweep of his arm, he produced a scroll of silk and handed it to Gongsun Yan, saying, this contains the teachings of my sect, along with the insights I have gleaned throughout my life. Guard it carefully. You may peruse it, but it must be passed on to my successor in due time. Furthermore, you are forbidden from disclosing its contents to outsiders. Are you capable of this? I shall obey. Gongsun Yan bowed once more and stepped forward to receive the scroll with both hands. As he opened the first page, a few striking characters caught his eye. Not a disciple of my sect. View at your peril. A chill ran down his spine. At that moment, Rong Yu's voice resounded again. There is no need to examine it now. First, recount to me all that you have previously learned. Gongsun Yan promptly rose, standing respectfully with his hands at his sides, and began to articulate all he had studied and understood. Approximately 15 minutes later, he concluded his account. Rong Yu remained non-committal, his expression inscrutable. He then requested Gongsun Yan to demonstrate the various martial techniques and methods he had practiced. Gongsun Yan exerted every ounce of his strength, diligently demonstrating all the martial skills and techniques he had mastered. He then stood calmly to the side, awaiting Master Rong Yu's guidance with utmost respect. Rong Yu nodded slightly and spoke. It is evident that your martial training lacks a formal instructor, relying solely on your own intuition and study. You have reached a level comparable to that of a martial general in the secular world, which is commendable. These techniques may serve you well in seeking fame within the mundane kingdoms or traversing the rivers and lakes. After a brief pause, he continued, however, the martial arts you have practiced hold little utility for cultivating immortality. Conversely, your knowledge of medicine will prove invaluable in your future endeavors. Although your current techniques do not facilitate ascension, the solid foundation you have built will benefit your future cultivation. My time grows short, he continued, thus. You shall remain here in the coming days, and I will personally guide your training. Should you have any questions, feel free to inquire at any time. Gongsun Yan was overjoyed upon hearing this. He bowed deeply in gratitude and asked, "May I inquire, Master, is there a hierarchy in cultivation?" "Indeed, there is," Rongyu replied. "However, practitioners typically refer to it as realms rather than levels. From lowest to highest, they are purging turbidity, foundation establishment, qi cultivation, spirit transformation, returning to void, Tao accomplishment, true immortal, true deity, and celestial deity. 9 grand realms in total. Each grand realm can be further subdivided into several minor realms." Rongyu patiently elucidated, adding, "The specific details of these realms are best learned gradually. Acquiring too much knowledge too soon may hinder your cultivation. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. You must begin your practice from the purging turbidity realm. Now, I shall assist you in clearing your Ren and Du meridians. Though you could do this on your own, it would consume considerable time." With that, he instructed Gongsun Yan to sit cross-legged before him, facing away. Rongyu placed his palms firmly against Gongsun Yan's back and began to channel his vital energy to open the meridians. Soon, Gongsun Yan felt a surge of energy flowing from his dantian, coursing up his spine, passing through the jade pillow, and then into the mud pill. Having studied medicine since childhood, Gongsun Yan was well aware of the Ren and Du meridians, which are 2 of the 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body. The other 6 are the Belt Meridian, Chong Meridian, Yin-Heel Meridian, Yang-Heel Meridian, Yin-Wei Meridian, and Yang-Wei Meridian. In medical practice, it is believed that if the Ren and Du meridians are open, then all 8 meridians are unobstructed. With all 8 meridians flowing freely, one can enhance their constitution, strengthen muscles and bones, and promote circulation. Additionally, the Ren and Du meridians are of considerable importance in pulse diagnosis. After approximately half an hour of circulating energy, Gongsun Yan felt a slight tremor in his body, a cool sensation at the crown of his head, and a tightening at his brow, while his mind suddenly felt invigorated and clear. At this moment, Rongyu concluded his work, and Gongsun Yan understood that his Ren and Du meridians had been successfully opened. He rose to express his gratitude once more. Rongyu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Gongsun Yan, there is no need for formality. You will be training here for a significant time, so elaborate courtesies are unnecessary." Gongsun Yan nodded in agreement. And Rongyu continued, "I shall first impart to you a set of internal alchemy techniques known as Supreme Elixir Method. You must never display this technique in public, nor should you disseminate it. Otherwise, it may bring peril to your life." With that, Rongyu meticulously conveyed the Supreme Elixir Method to Gongsun Yan, who, possessing an exceptional memory since childhood, quickly committed the technique to heart and recited it back to Rongyu. Upon witnessing his swift mastery of the entirety of the cultivation techniques, Rongyu silently commended him. Subsequently, Rongyu imparted the methods and principles for cultivating the purging phase to Gongsun Yan, advising him to minimize his food intake during the process to shorten the duration of purification. He also mentioned that illumination by torches was unnecessary within the cave, as it would allow him to simultaneously cultivate his ability to see in darkness. As time progressed, Gongsun Yan formally commenced his training in the realm of purification. The essence of purification lies in the elimination of impurities from the human body, which, according to worldly perception, comprises 3 types: turbid air, turbid water, and turbid matter. Turbid air refers to the waste gases commonly known as flatulence, also termed as suzhua. Turbid water encompasses damp impurities such as phlegm, greasy skin, and eczema, while turbid matter pertains to retained feces, also referred to as shurzhua. These 3 impurities are relatively easy to expel. However, the term turbidity as understood by the immortal practitioners extends beyond these 3 categories, encompassing nearly all aspects of mortal existence, including blood, bones, skin, tendons, and various bacteria and impurities within the body. The removal of such impurities is evidently no simple task. Hence, it is said among the immortals that one must dedicate 100 days to establish a foundation and 1,000 days to purify oneself. Many aspiring cultivators fail at this juncture, and there are not a few who have lost their lives due to improper methods. Evidently, the significance of purification in the practice of cultivation cannot be overstated. Upon reflection, it is akin to the construction of towering edifices in the mundane world, where the foremost task is to lay a solid foundation. Depending on the height requirements, one may opt for various foundation forms such as masonry, piles, caissons, box types, or composite structures. The more robust the foundation, the higher the structure that can be erected. However, all of this necessitates a reliable and stable substructure. If the soil comprises sandy layers, debris, hidden cavities, or large boulders, one must seek ways to remove or transform them. In essence, for a cultivator, laying the foundation is akin to the preliminary stage of foundation establishment, while the purification phase resembles the process of improving geological structures. After 7 consecutive days of meditative practice, Gongsun Yan felt no discernible changes in his body, though he was overwhelmed by hunger. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he spoke up, "Master, I find myself rather hungry and would like to venture out to procure something to eat, if that is permissible?" "Haha, of course. Feel free to do as you wish." Gongsun Yan emerged from the cave, momentarily blinded by the sunlight after days of darkness. He paused to acclimatize himself before swiftly descending the cliffside, soon finding himself on level ground. He quickly located a waterfall and refreshed himself thoroughly before embarking on a quest for sustenance. Before long, Gongsun Yan had successfully hunted 2 pheasants and a wild rabbit, which he skillfully prepared and roasted. He foraged for wild vegetables and fruits, cleansing them meticulously, and gathered pine branches to craft a new torch. After filling his water pouch, he hurried back to the cave. Upon entering, he ignited the torch and approached Rongyu, presenting the bounty he had gathered, and with a questioning gaze, he implored, "Master, do partake in some nourishment." Rongyu casually picked up a crimson wild fruit and brought it closer to his eyes for a meticulous examination. A complex expression flickered in his gaze, leaving him momentarily entranced, though imbued with extraordinary celestial intent. Having been confined within a cave for nearly a century and deprived of earthly sustenance, the sight of the vibrant red fruit stirred a subtle ripple of emotion within him. Seeing that he seemed somewhat moved, Gongsun Yan appropriately handed him the roasted chicken. Rongyu did not refuse. He accepted the chicken and gazed at Gongsun Yan with kind eyes, saying, "Though cultivators of immortality are particular about their diets, indulging occasionally is permissible. However, since you are still in the phase of purification, it is advisable to eat sparingly." With that, he began to eat, having not tasted meat in a long while. Gongsun Yan seized half a wild rabbit and devoured it ravenously. The two enjoyed their meal as if it were a feast, quickly finishing everything. Rongyu, not one to be pretentious, consumed 2 roasted chickens in one go, along with a generous portion of wild fruits and vegetables, finishing with an expression that hinted at lingering satisfaction. Gongsun Yan was acutely aware that Rongyu's time was limited. He had come to terms with everything and contemplated preparing more delectable dishes for the immortal master to savor during his final days in the mortal realm. After satisfying their hunger, Gongsun Yan tidied the cave and disposed of the food remnants outside. He then prepared to commence his cultivation when he heard Rongyu speak. "You have now unblocked your meridians and grasped the methods of cultivation and energy circulation. Yet, merely knowing these is insufficient. As the saying goes, the knowledgeable may not necessarily act, and the actors may not necessarily achieve, with life and death at stake and time fleeting. Knowing the profound principles without putting them into practice is no different from ignorance. You must integrate this knowledge into your cognitive framework, allowing it to be readily available during your cultivation." After a brief pause, he added, "To excel at your craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Without keen and profound thinking ability, one cannot cultivate immortality. Sometimes, contemplation and enlightenment surpass mere practice." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan's heart stirred, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to reflect. Approximately an hour later, Gongsun Yan commenced his energy cultivation. 5 days later, a layer of grime exuded from Gongsun Yan's body, accompanied by an unbearable odor. He apologetically addressed Rongyu, "Master, I must step outside to cleanse myself." He swiftly descended the mountain to the waterfall, washing himself repeatedly until he was clean. Upon inspecting himself, he found no significant changes, merely a newfound lightness in his body. After dressing, he began hunting for game and foraging for wild vegetables and fruits, washing and roasting them. After nearly 2 hours of diligent labor, Gongsun Yan returned to the cave, laden with his spoils. This time, he had hunted 3 doves and a roe deer. Laying the roasted doves and deer meat before Rongyu, along with a bountiful assortment of wild vegetables and fresh fruits. Finally, he produced 2 bamboo cups and, as if by magic, poured wine from a bamboo tube he had been carrying. Rongyu gazed at Gongsun Yan with surprise, feeling somewhat puzzled. "This is fruit wine extracted from wine fruits, typically available only in autumn in the mountains. Please, master, do taste it," Gongsun Yan explained. Rongyu, not one to be impolite, raised the bamboo cup and took a sip, casually praising it as a fine delicacy. He then picked up a roasted dove and began to eat, playfully remarking, "You, young one, possess quite the survival skills. You shall never go hungry in these mountains." Gongsun Yan, feeling somewhat bashful, chuckled softly before seizing a piece of roasted meat and sipping from a bamboo cup. After indulging in their meal for a while, buoyed by the effects of the wine, Rongyu broached the subject of cultivation, inquiring with a smile, "Having practiced for over 10 days, do you perceive any distinctions between martial training and cultivation?" "Well, martial training is about strengthening the body, focusing on physical techniques and movements, whereas cultivation is about refining oneself and nurturing one's energy, emphasizing the unity of body and mind. It seems to me that martial training is about honing the body, while cultivation pertains to nurturing the spirit. Am I correct in my understanding?" Gongsun Yan replied, "Indeed. It is rare for one so young to possess such insights. Martial training is a tangible skill, while cultivation is an intangible path. The tangible is easily followed, yet the intangible is elusive," Rongyu continued after taking a sip of wine. "What you are currently shedding is the superfluous, marking the initial stage of entering the realm of purification. However, you are still far from achieving true clarity. Although there is a saying, 'The foolish become wise through learning, the wise continue to learn to attain sainthood.' The saint learns endlessly to achieve the Tao. The Taoist learns perpetually to become an immortal. The immortal continuously seeks truth. And the true learns unceasingly to become divine. One must not rigidly adhere to dogma in cultivation. Blindly pursuing forms can be counterproductive. Sometimes, it requires engaging the mind with the environment, constantly reflecting upon myriad thoughts, integrating and adapting for true progress." Gongsun Yan humbly nodded in agreement. Cultivation is about transcending the external world, remaining unperturbed by its distractions, transcending oneself, liberated from burdens, ultimately achieving a harmonious union with the cosmos. "What the master has imparted is invaluable. I shall etch it deeply in my heart." Gongsun Yan responded with respect. After a brief pause, he ventured to ask, "May I inquire, esteemed master, what is your current realm?" Before my fall, I was at the pinnacle of the returning void. Now I have regressed to the qi refining stage," Rongyu answered with a pensive expression, his mood visibly dampened. "Is it truly possible for one's realm to decline?" Gongsun Yan asked in astonishment. "Indeed, injuries, poison, mental state, and external forces can all cause a decline in one's realm," Rongyu replied, prompting Gongsun Yan to fall silent. After they continued eating and drinking for a while, noticing Rongyu's lack of enthusiasm in conversation, Gongsun Yan felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should not have stirred painful memories. Once they finished their meal, Gongsun Yan dutifully tidied the cave before resuming his meditation and cultivation. In the time that followed, he often immersed himself in the practice of channeling energy and cleansing himself of impurities, frequently consulting Rongyu with various inquiries. During this period, his breadth of knowledge expanded rapidly. Through his constant questioning, he came to understand that the world inhabited by sentient beings was vast, comprising 5 regions and 13 major continents: the eastern region, encompassing Tai, Xian, and Qing continents; the southern region, including Ling, Lin, and Yin continents; the western region, comprising Yu, Jin, and Yuan continents; the northern region, featuring Shui, Lan, and Sha continents; and finally, the central region, the divine continent. Each major continent is separated by natural barriers, making it exceedingly difficult for mortals to traverse. Moreover, he learned that beyond the human race, other races inhabited this world, including the demon race, the devil race, the ghost race, and the monster race. The human race, the most formidable and complex, can be further divided into 7 distinct ethnicities represented by the colors yellow, orange, red, green, purple, blue, and cyan. The demon and monster races reside in the Lin and Ling continents of the southern region. The devil race dwells in the Shui continent of the northern region, while the ghost race makes its home in the Yu continent of the western region. In the realm of Zhongyu Qingzhou, the cultivation environment is unparalleled, a veritable paradise for practitioners of immortality, where ascension is a tangible possibility. To step foot on Qingzhou is the ultimate aspiration for all human cultivators. To aid in his cultivation, Rongyu gifted Gongsun Yan a tome titled The Scripture of a Mortal Path. This work not only elucidates various aspects of cultivation but also emphasizes essential defensive spells, elixirs, talismans, artifact crafting, and array formations, all vital skills for an immortal. As their exchanges deepened, Rong decided to entrust Gongsun Yan with his cherished compendium of medicinal stones, cautioning him to safeguard these texts diligently. Should they fall into the wrong hands, dire consequences would surely follow. Once Gongsun Yan had mastered their contents, he could return them to his descendants or successors. On a certain day, as Gongsun Yan sat cross-legged in meditation, cultivating his energy, Rong observed him with a contemplative gaze. Aware that his time was drawing near, he had hoped to impart knowledge about Qingzhou once Gongsun Yan reached the foundational stage. However, this now seemed implausible. It was no surprise, as Rong had never held high hopes for Gongsun Yan's talent, merely wishing for a miracle. Faced with the reality of his impending fate, he resolved to share some crucial insights sooner than anticipated. Noticing Gongsun Yan conclude his practice with little progress, Rong gestured for him to sit before him and solemnly declared, "It is time you learned about Qingzhou." Gongsun Yan promptly straightened, attentively listening. In that land, numerous cultivation factions exist, among which the foremost are the four great immortal nations, the Qingzhou Immortal Nation, the Eternal Immortal Nation, the Jialua Immortal Nation, and the Haishan Immortal Nation. Should you or my successors have the opportunity to enter Qingzhou, it is imperative to seek training in one of these four nations. Preferably the first three, as the Haishan Immortal Nation, predominantly inhabited by sea tribes, is less suited for human cultivation. Seeing Gongsun Yan nod in understanding, Rong continued. I hail from the Rong family of the Qingzhou Immortal Nation, having entered the Xianhua sect at a young age. I began my journey at 7, purified my essence at 9, and successfully established my foundation before the age of 10, gaining renown as an elite disciple of the sect. As he spoke, a look of nostalgia graced his face, as if revisiting his past. By 15, I had attained the Qi refinement stage, reached the spirit transformation at 18. And before turning 20, I entered the early stage of the void return realm, the first in our sect in millennia. Rong elaborated further. Truly, the master is a prodigy. Gongsun Yan couldn't help but express his admiration. Alas, such fortunes are fleeting. In my youth, brimming with ambition, I was often reckless and unaware of the envy I incited, which soon led to calamity, Rong lamented. I had a senior brother named Jia Yan, 10 years my elder, who had already reached the mid-stage of the void return realm. If all went as expected, we would both reach the pinnacle of this realm within 5 years, and then ascend to the Tao completion stage, from which we could ascend to the heavenly realm. Gongsun Yan listened intently, patiently awaiting Rong Yu's next words. In the realm of cultivation, there are 3 significant thresholds: purification, spirit transformation, and ascension, with ascension being the most arduous. The greatest peril during this process is the risk of soul dispersion, a fate that befalls many practitioners who cannot overcome this trial, leading to their souls being scattered. There are only 2 solutions. One relies on extraordinary talent and solid foundations, relying on the consolidation of one's soul to pass. The other depends on consuming the soul-stabilizing pill to succeed. The mention of the soul-stabilizing pill piqued Gongsun Yan's curiosity. The alchemy of this pill is not particularly difficult. Yet one of its essential ingredients is exceedingly rare, nearly extinct on the divine continent at that time. It is said that it can be found on the Azure continent. So my second senior brother invited me to search for it, preparing for ascension. Have you found it? Alas, we did find it. But it left me with regrets for a lifetime. Rong sighed and continued, in the celestial realm, there is an agreement that once one achieves the transformation of the spirit, one must not step into the mortal realm. My senior brother and I traversed stealthily, enduring hardships for over a year before daring to infiltrate the Azure continent. By chance, we discovered that rare herb. And just as I was about to capture the spirit cat, my second senior brother suddenly struck me from behind. Fortunately, I managed to use the teleportation talisman bestowed by my master, saving my life, though my body was severely injured. As he spoke, Rong lifted his robe, revealing that both of his legs had been severed at the femur. The wounds visibly withered, likely due to the passage of time. Lowering his robe, Rong continued, logically, one should be able to regenerate limbs upon reaching the realm of spirit transformation, but my second senior brother is exceedingly malicious. He had poisoned his blade. As a result, I could not reconstruct my body, and my cultivation began to decline, suffering daily from the poison. Initially, I intended to seek out some elixirs to attempt to detoxify, but that scoundrel was constantly searching for me in the Jishur mountain range. I narrowly escaped discovery several times, and eventually, even using my energy to resist the poison became a perilous endeavor, fearing detection. I could only rely on the meager antidotes I carried back then, but they proved ineffective. Why did that scoundrel not return to the sect after obtaining the spirit cat? Gongsun Yan inquired. My status in the sect surpasses his. When I left, my master repeatedly instructed him to ensure my safety. If he returned alone, he would face punishment, and should I escape and return to the sect, it would mean his demise. He certainly wished to witness my death before he could rest easy, Rongyu explained. He has lingered here for over 30 years, and by the time he departed, I had succumbed to the poison, unable to recover. I could only rely on my remaining energy and the scant elixirs to survive. Were it not for my deep-seated hatred, I would not have endured until now. It has been nearly a century since I left the sect. I fear that scoundrel has already ascended. With those words, a torrent of hatred flashed in Rongyu's eyes. Rest assured, Master, Gongsun Yan vowed, in my lifetime, I shall avenge this great enmity for you. Should I fail to do so, may heaven punish me. With that, he knelt and swore to the heavens. After spending this time together, Gongsun Yan and Rongyu had developed a bond akin to that of teacher and friend. Although Rongyu had not taken him as a disciple, he held great respect for him in his heart. Seeing Gongsun Yan make such a solemn vow, Rongyu quickly lifted him with a gesture and cautioned, there is no need for such an oath. Your good intentions are enough. In the future, refrain from making vows lightly, lest you attract inner demons during your cultivation. The junior understands, Gongsun Yan replied. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what does this spirit cat, which the younger generation speaks of, look like? Oh, that spirit cat is rather unique. It possesses hair upon its head. It is known as the hairy cat. Is that what it is called in the mundane world? Have you ever seen one? Indeed, Gongsun Yan replied, promptly rising to fetch his bundle. He opened it and produced several pieces of prepared cat blood jerky, which he presented to Rongyu, saying, I once captured one. Consumed part of its flesh and blood, and the rest I transformed into cat blood jerky. Dear master, do you think this can alleviate the poison within you? Rongyu accepted the cat blood jerky, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. He then stared at the jerky for a long time without uttering a word. Had I possessed this substance back then, I would not have found myself in such dire straits. While it does not detoxify, it is invaluable for alchemy. You must keep it well and not reveal it easily. He then gazed contemplatively at Gongsun Yan, exclaiming, indeed, you are a person of great fortune and opportunity. Consuming this spirit cat's flesh and blood will profoundly aid your cultivation. Cherish your path. The road of cultivation is fraught with obstacles and dangers. As you traverse the world seeking experiences and wisdom, you will undoubtedly encounter tribulations. It is prudent to act with humility. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite mask and handed it to Gongsun Yan, teaching him a technique to control the contraction and relaxation of facial muscles. The essence of disguise lies in having spirit within the heart and appearance in the eyes. Only then can you master your facial expression. The basic level of this technique allows for simple disguise. The intermediate level enables mimicry, and the advanced level can create perfect illusions. This method was an accidental discovery of mine, applicable to cultivators below the transformation realm. However, those above this realm can alter their appearance at will, rendering ordinary disguise techniques trivial. Upon finishing, he produced a small, unassuming bag, which he solemnly handed to Gongsun Yan. This is the treasured Qiankuan bag of cultivators, a relic of my family and my sole possession. I have a wife in the divine continent, a senior sister 3 years my elder, named Yuqing. When I departed from the sect, she was with child, and I am uncertain of her current circumstances. I hope you can find her and deliver this to her personally. Gongsun Yan nodded in acknowledgement, carefully stowing the bag away. Meanwhile, Rongyu appeared somewhat perplexed, lost in thought. Initially, he had hoped that his senior sister would come to seek him in this place, but for reasons unknown, she had never appeared, and even the sect had forsaken him. A look of despondency and disappointment crept across his face. Time passed swiftly during the days of cultivation, and soon September would draw to a close. On this day, Gongsun Yan, following the method imparted by Rongyu, performed several cycles of small circulatory exercises. Upon concluding, he felt a spark of understanding and asked Rongyu, Master, according to the teachings of the immortals, purification is the process of restoring the acquired body back to its innate form. Would not a newborn be the most perfect example? Can the descendants of immortals also ascend to immortality? After a long pause, there was no response. Gongsun Yan, filled with curiosity, looked towards Rongyu once more and called out to him several times, only to find him sitting there peacefully, devoid of any breath. He hastily rose and approached, checking for his breath and pulse, only to discover that he had departed from this world. Gongsun Yan, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the weight of fate's cruelty struck him anew, and his inherently compassionate nature left him with a lingering sense of indignation at the passing of Rongyu. For several days, Gongsun Yan remained motionless, gazing at the serene visage of Rongyu, as if their souls were still communicating. Rongyu had been his longest-serving mentor, second only to his father, a bond that left him deeply unsettled. Time, as it does, would eventually ease his sorrow. 3 days later, Gongsun Yan rose and bowed thrice before Rongyu's remains, then ventured outside the cave in search of materials to craft a coffin. He wished to ensure that Rongyu would rest peacefully in the earth. Yet he did not want to rush the process, intending instead to use precious camphor wood for the burial. After several days of searching, he finally discovered several towering purple camphor trees several dozen miles from the cave. He collected the wood on site, using the sword he had previously acquired to shape the logs into planks, transporting them back to the cave in stages. Next, he excavated a grave nearby. Lacking carpentry skills, he could only stack the camphor wood within the grave to resemble a coffin, and then gently placed Rongyu's body inside. Gongsun Yan gazed longingly at Rongyu's remains, observing him resting peacefully in the grave, his expression serene as if he had returned to a divine realm. Gongsun Yan was filled with profound emotions. He fashioned a lid for the coffin from the camphor wood, covered it with earth, and erected a nameless marker. Once everything was in place, he tidied his clothing, bowed 3 times, and then stood before the grave for a considerable time, speaking softly to himself, "Master, one day, I shall ensure your return to the divine realm, to rest in your homeland." By the time all matters were settled, it was already early October, and the season had turned to winter. The winter in the deep mountains was harsh, with fierce winds and barren landscapes. Each day, apart from practicing in the cave, Gongsun Yan would visit Rongyu's grave, occasionally offering wine and meat, and burning dried leaves in lieu of paper as a form of tribute. With still ample time before the deadline for the great competition's registration, Gongsun Yan was in no haste to return to the royal city. Without anyone to consult, he found himself diligently studying the techniques and insights passed down by Rongyu, particularly engrossed in the Xian Dao Jing, which he could hardly put down. What troubled him recently was the notion presented in the text that cultivating immortality is an act of defiance against nature, a process of restoring the acquired to its innate state. Was it not true that an infant, just separated from its mother, is closest to that innate form? Would it not be preferable to cultivate one's abilities from the moment of birth? However, it appears that this may not be the case. Furthermore, regarding the treatment of the physical body, the text states that the process of purification involves the elimination of impurities to preserve the essence, which then allows for the refinement of essence into vital energy. Ultimately, will the physical body cease to exist? Do celestial beings truly lack a corporeal form? Furthermore, is it indeed possible to attain a state of spiritual transcendence through the mastery of fasting techniques, thereby rendering sustenance unnecessary? Moreover, according to the introduction in the book, cultivation is the process of refining one's primordial spirit, which is to say the soul, allowing it to manifest and operate freely outside the physical body. But what exactly is the soul? Does it exist in the form of gas or liquid, or perhaps as a unique corporeal entity? Will the soul perish and vanish? All of this left Gongsun Yan in a state of perplexity. He no longer practiced the techniques inscribed in the ancient scrolls with mere simplicity. Instead, he delved deeply into the insights of Rongyu, exploring the underlying reasons and principles behind the formation of these methods. He began to ponder seriously why he had come to this world. In his present state of being flesh, blood, and thought, what lay beyond? Did one truly vanish from this realm after death? To affirm his existence, he even pinched his own flesh. Concurrently, he contemplated the conditions and intricacies surrounding various forms of life, meticulously observing the plants and animals around him and reflecting on his own developmental journey. Initially, his thoughts gravitated towards plants, the life form he was most acquainted with. He believed the conditions for their survival to be air, water, and soil. However, upon further reflection, he discerned that soil and water were not as paramount as he had once thought. For instance, the hutong trees in the desert and the flora that thrived in the crevices of rocks managed to exist despite their sparse resources, clearly indicating the critical role of air for plants. He then considered animals, which, like humans, required air, water, and food to survive. Yet, upon closer examination, he recognized distinctions. Creatures such as rabbits, antelopes, cows, and horses primarily subsisted on grass, while predators like lions, tigers, and wolves feasted on weaker animals. Humans, in contrast, consumed everything. Although Gongsun Yan was unaware of the concepts of food chains or webs, He recalled proverbs that spoke of larger fish consuming smaller ones, shrimp being preyed upon by fish, and the mantis catching cicadas while the yellow sparrow lies in wait. Gradually, a line of reasoning began to crystallize in his mind. Predators thrived on weaker creatures, which in turn depended on plants for sustenance. Humans consumed both plant and animal life, with grains falling under the category of flora. And nearly all plant growth relied heavily on air. A sudden realization dawned upon him regarding the significance of air for life. He found himself in agreement with the assertion from the practice of abstaining from food to attain spiritual enlightenment. And he became increasingly aware of the importance of refining qi and cultivation. Yet, at that moment, he had yet to grasp the significance of light in relation to plants. Aside from indulging in his musings, Gongsun Yan diligently practiced his martial arts daily, never forgetting that the grand tournament was approaching, and he consistently rehearsed his skills. Before long, it was late November. Gongsun Yan prepared to embark on his return journey, packing his belongings. Prior to his departure, he paid his respects at Rongyu's grave and then hastened towards the direction of the royal city. His journey was smooth, and within a fortnight, he found himself near the royal city. As he was about to exit the deep mountains, he carefully altered his appearance before venturing out into the world. Upon entering Qingzhou town, Gongsun Yan had transformed into a youth with a pale complexion, garbed in a scholarly blue robe that lent him an air of refinement, resembling more of a student heading to an examination than a warrior entering a competition. His first stop was the registration office for the kingdom's grand tournament, located at the crossroads in the heart of the town. There, he registered under the name of Chu Bao, successfully paying the registration fee of 2 taels of silver and signing the life and death waiver. After receiving the participant guidelines and his identification badge, he departed from the registration office. Having completed his tasks, it was already past the hour of shun when he began his search for an inn. This time, he chose not to stay at the renowned Dishing building on Shenlu, but rather opted for a more modest establishment named Laifu Inn on Qingzhou Street. The accommodation cost him 31, inclusive of meals and lodging for the day, yet the inn itself was considerably more humble than Dishing. After settling his luggage, Gongsun Yan ascended to the second floor for a meal. A small table by the window was vacant, and he promptly took a seat. The meal consisted of 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, accompanied by an ample serving of corn rice. Having been away from the mundane pleasures of earthly sustenance for some time, he found himself longing for the flavors of common fare and began to eat with relish. As it was not yet the middle of the month, and he could not visit Ichi-chong, he contemplated his plans for the coming days while he dined. Just as he was engrossed in thought, a raucous commotion arose from the stairwell, followed by several individuals ascending the stairs, bickering loudly. Gongsun Yan instinctively glanced up at them, then returned his focus to his meal and his musings. "What are you looking at?" A boorish voice rang out. There was no reply. "Damn it. I'm talking to you." The voice resounded again. The surrounding atmosphere turned tense, and sensing something was amiss, Gongsun Yan raised his head to survey the room, discovering that the other diners were all staring at him. At that moment, a burly young man with a round face approached. While the others who had come up with him regarded Gongsun Yan with derisive expressions, Gongsun Yan chose silence, continuing to eat, reflecting on his misfortune. It seemed he was destined to attract trouble even while attempting to keep a low profile. "Are you deaf or dumb? Why don't you answer me?" The burly young man persisted, now standing directly in front of Gongsun Yan. In a swift motion, Gongsun Yan drew his sword and placed its blade against the young man's throat, his gaze fierce and unwavering. The room fell into a profound silence. The young man's complexion drained of color, frozen in place, terror evident in his eyes, fully aware he had encountered a formidable opponent. At that moment, a server hurried over to mediate. "Dear guest, please temper your anger. We are all here to dine. There is no need for conflict that spoils the atmosphere. This humble establishment cannot withstand such turmoil, especially given the prohibition against private duels during the tournament. I implore you to show some consideration." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan's expression darkened like the depths of water. With a flick of his wrist, he sheathed his sword, as if the confrontation had never occurred. Witnessing this display, the burly young man hastily retreated a few steps, turning to leave with his companions, not daring to utter a single harsh word as they departed. The server, overflowing with gratitude, rushed to pour tea and water for Gongsun Yan, who ignored him and, after finishing his meal, ascended the stairs leisurely. The other diners regarded him with a mixture of awe and respect. He chuckled inwardly, relishing the moment. Perhaps there was merit in being a bit ostentatious at times. The following day, after descending for breakfast, Gongsun Yan requested paper and ink from the innkeeper. He meticulously pinned a list of over a dozen medicinal herbs along with their quantities before making his way to the town's apothecary. Upon entering the shop, he presented his prescription to the attendant for the herbs to be prepared. Each herb was ground into a fine powder and packaged separately. He also purchased some wax paper. And with the processing fee, he spent just over 2 taels of silver before returning to the inn. Upon returning to his chamber, Gongsun Yan laid out all the medicinal packets and commenced the preparation of various remedies for treating injuries. This was inherently his profession, and he approached it with remarkable ease. In no time, he completed the formulation of the diverse prescriptions, meticulously categorizing and wrapping them in wax paper, each in duplicate, one set for use during the tournament, and another designated for Yichang. As December approached its midpoint, Gongsun Yan eagerly made his way to Jishui Academy, announcing his purpose and registering as per the usual protocol before settling in the guest hall to await his companion. It was long before he spotted Yichang rushing into the waiting area, scanning the room with a bewildered expression, failing to locate Gongsun Yan among the crowd. Gongsun Yan waved and called out, "Hey, over here." Yichang hesitated momentarily before approaching, the voice striking a familiar chord yet feeling somewhat unfamiliar. He inquired tentatively, "Who are you?" "Haha, it's me, your elder brother," Gongsun Yan replied softly, his joy palpable. This time, Yichang wasted no time in throwing himself into Gongsun Yan's embrace. "Brother, it's truly you. How have you changed so much? I've altered my appearance. How have you been?" Gongsun Yan whispered. "I'm doing well. Have you registered for the tournament, brother?" Yichang queried, a look of understanding crossing his face. "Yes, I have already signed up." The two brothers then stepped back to observe one another closely, having been apart for nearly a year. They both noticed how much taller and more mature the other had become. Perhaps due to the disguise, Gongsun Yan now appeared distinctly youthful. After such a long separation, there was much to discuss. They shared stories of their studies, daily lives, and personal experiences over the past year, including updates on their martial arts training. Yichang had made rapid progress in his skills, primarily through secretive practice, having learned from his past experiences during his preliminary studies to maintain a low profile. His naturally reticent demeanor rendered him almost mute, and he bore no outward signs of having reached the level of a martial general, having witnessed his entire family nearly annihilated. The pursuit of glory held little significance for Yichang. Thus, he did not place much value on gaining fame. For him, the purpose of martial training was revenge, which fueled his relentless daily practice. When Gongsun Yan recounted his encounters with immortals, Yichang's eyes sparkled with fascination, revealing a yearning heart. Observing this, Gongsun Yan quietly inquired, "Second brother, do you wish to cultivate immortality?" "Of course, but alas, that immortal is no longer present," Yichang replied without hesitation. "Are you able to take leave from the academy?" "A day's leave is permissible, provided I return on the same day." "Then request a day off tomorrow and meet me at the Leifukin on Chishian Street in town. I will take you to a special place." "All right." Yichang agreed eagerly. Gongsun Yan then handed over the medicinal packets he had brought, explaining their uses one by one. After a reluctant farewell, they arranged to meet again at the break of dawn the following day. Upon returning to Yingji town, Gongsun Yan first visited the incense shop to procure a wash basin, a memorial tablet, an incense burner, paper offerings, candles, and yellow paper, and also arranged for 3 sticks of incense to be sent back to the inn. Afterward, he visited a tailor's shop and purchased a complete set of garments and shoes for both Yichang and himself, each brand new inside and out. Upon returning to the inn, he ordered a jar of liquor, a whole roasted carp, 3 roasted chickens, a piece of cooked pork belly, a pig's knuckle, pig's head meat, trotters, and a pig's tail, along with 10 steamed buns and a selection of fresh fruits. The following day, before dawn, Gongsun Yan washed and bathed, completing his cleansing ritual, and then donned his new attire and shoes. Shortly thereafter, Yichang arrived at the room, and Gongsun Yan insisted he also bathe and change into fresh clothes and shoes. Although Yichang felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from questioning and complied without hesitation. As the dawn approached, the two brothers exited their room. Gongsun Yan, adorned in a lake green robe, exuded an air of grandeur, akin to a jade tree swaying in the wind. Yichang, in a pristine white robe, embodied the elegance of youth, his spirit radiant. They approached the inn's counter, where the innkeeper had prepared everything they required, including a food basket and a carrying pole. Gongsun Yan meticulously inspected the items before shouldering the pole and stepping out of the inn, with Yichang closely following, carrying a large bundle filled with various offerings for their ritual. As customary, they made their way to the riverside outside the town, a secluded spot where they had previously practiced martial arts. complete with a flat stone surface. Gongsun Yan first removed his mask, produced a copper basin, and filled it with clean water for the two to wash their hands. They then unwrapped the bundle and began arranging the offerings on the large stone. At this point, Yichang had surmised Gongsun Yan's intentions and silently followed his lead, executing his instructions. They positioned a plaque inscribed with the name of the immortal master Rongyu facing south, alongside an incense burner, 2 candles, 3 cups of liquor, a whole roasted carp, an assortment of pork dishes, and 3 roasted chickens. They arranged 10 steamed buns, 5 on each side, separated in a specific formation, along with an odd number of various fresh fruits. The offerings were sumptuous and diverse, meticulously selected to include both meat and vegetables. Although there are many formalities associated with such rituals, Gongsun Yan chose to embrace a more eclectic approach, blending the celestial and earthly elements in the ceremony. Traditionally, immortals abstain from worldly fare, yet in the final days, Gongsun Yan and Rongyu indulged in both meat and drink, believing that satisfying Rongyu was of utmost importance. Once all preparations were complete, Gongsun Yan discarded the water from the copper basin, refilled it with clean water, and both men proceeded to cleanse their faces and rinse their mouths before commencing the ritual. Gongsun Yan lit the 2 candles and inserted 3 sticks of incense into the burner. Then, alongside Yichang, they bowed thrice in reverence. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan brought forth the copper basin, instructing Yichang to wash his hands, both front and back, as part of the cleansing rite. He produced yellow paper and a brush, asking Yichang to compose a disciple's letter for Rongyu. Afterward, Gongsun Yan stood aside as Yichang knelt, bowing 3 times again, reciting the letter before presenting it. Gongsun Yan accepted the letter on behalf of Rongyu and placed it before the plaque, retrieving a silk manuscript and the celestial path scripture, handing them to Yichang. Thus, the ceremony of accepting a disciple on behalf of the immortal was deemed essentially complete. At last, the 2 individuals brought forth the paper offerings and the paper money, accompanied by each Yichang's apprentice letter, and proceeded to burn them as a tribute to Rongyu. They began to partake of the offerings before Rongyu's tablet. At that moment, Yichang finally spoke up, inquiring, "Elder brother, are you also a disciple of the master?" Gongsun Yan shook his head, a hint of self-mockery in his tone as he replied, "The immortal master deemed my aptitude insufficient and declined to accept me as a disciple." "Ah, the master." Yichang was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not take offense, second brother. The immortal master has his own reasons. In truth, he has entrusted me with numerous tasks, making me somewhat of a half-disciple. Besides, we are sworn brothers. Our relationship as fellow disciples is of little consequence." Gongsun Yan said with a carefree air. He then cautioned, "You must never disclose your initiation into the immortal master's sect. That set of cultivation insights is exceedingly precious. Ensure that it remains hidden from prying eyes. It is best to carry it on your person at all times or find a location you deem exceptionally secretive to conceal it. As for the Qingzhou Jing, it is a remarkable text concerning the ways of the immortals. When you peruse it, be cautious not to let anyone discover it." "Very well, elder brother. You should also make a copy for yourself. It will be useful for reference and contemplation during your practice." "No need. I have already committed all the techniques to memory, and I have retained most of the master's insights. This is a relic left to you by Master Rong, and it serves as a token for your eventual return to the sect." Gongsun Yan took a sip of wine and continued. "Master Rong also personally imparted to me a set of superior alchemical techniques, which is included in that silk book. He also gifted me aging Shiryao. It may not be of immediate assistance to your cultivation, so I shall keep it here for you to transcribe whenever you need. That is sufficient for me. Having the techniques is all I require. Now, second brother, do you wish to commence your cultivation immediately, or would you prefer to wait until after graduation?" "Of course, the sooner, the better. I wish to start right away." "Very well, then we can begin our practice here once we finish our meal," Gongsun Yan replied. The two swiftly consumed all the food, with Gongsun Yan preparing for the upcoming competition and prioritizing the need to maintain his strength, while Yichang, having experienced a long stretch of bland fare at the academy, naturally indulged in this rare occasion of feasting. After tidying up the area and washing the dishes, the two began to meditate and cultivate. Gongsun Yan first taught Yichang the methods of circulating energy and instructed him on how to open the Ren and do meridians, while Gongsun Yan had previously received assistance from Rongyu in this regard. He currently lacked the ability to help Yichang and thus had to leave him to his own devices. As for other matters, Gongsun Yan had made little progress in the purging stage of his cultivation and had no relevant experience to share. He was wary of misleading Yi Chang with nonsensical talk. The path of cultivating immortality is vast and varied, with each individual forging their own unique journey. After a time of cultivation, Yi Chang posed a question. Elder brother, since you began practicing the immortal way, have you noticed any enhancement in your martial abilities? At this, Gongsun Yan hesitated momentarily, as he had not considered this aspect before. However, upon reflecting on recent experiences, he sensed a subtle difference. As you mentioned, it reminded me that my speed while traversing the road has significantly increased. I can leap with far greater ease than before. Oh. And my ability to see at a distance has also improved. Previously, I could clearly discern facial features within a range of approximately 30 yards, but now 50 yards poses no challenge. Moreover, I can see clearly in the dark. However, I have yet to test my combat abilities. Gongsun Yan remarked with a hint of surprise. Excellent, then let us practice martial arts. Both training and cultivation can proceed concurrently, Yi Chang replied with enthusiasm. Indeed. We must prioritize, though. Once the grand competition concludes, I will dedicate myself to cultivation, Gongsun Yan whispered. Younger brother, after the competition, regardless of the outcome, I must return to Huachin Kingdom. The Shangguan family owes our family a debt, and I am determined to seek justice. It has been over 2 years since I left home, and my mother and younger siblings remain unaware of my well-being. It is time I pay them a visit. Upon hearing this, Yi Chang felt a pang of disappointment and asked, Elder brother, do you require my company on your return? No. You should continue your studies in the academy. Such opportunities are rare. Otherwise, we shall both remain as mere wanderers of the martial world, Gongsun Yan teased. Elder brother, Yi Chang hesitated, prompting Gongsun Yan to inquire about his thoughts. Elder brother, I wish to participate in the grand competition with you and then cultivate together. I do not wish to remain in the academy any longer. I have learned little, and besides, we are destined for the divine continent, where worldly experiences hold little significance. Yi Chang expressed fervently, that is not feasible. Had your master still been alive, I would not oppose your ambitions. However, with your mentor's passing, we cannot reach the divine continent in the foreseeable future. We must navigate our cultivation journey independently, which will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, Gongsun Yan firmly countered. He continued, now that you have gained admission to a prestigious academy, seize this opportunity and refrain from chasing after elusive dreams. Furthermore, the academy offers a wealth of knowledge beyond martial arts. Can you truly claim that you are the same person you were a year ago? Do not envy my freedom. I, too, yearn for a mentor and the guidance of the academy. Alas, fate has dealt me a challenging hand, and I must rely on my own efforts to enhance my strength. Younger brother, a full man cannot comprehend the hunger of one who is famished. Focus on your martial training at the academy. Gongsun Yan's words rendered Yi Chang speechless. He nodded, relinquishing his stubbornness. Observing the time, which had reached the hour of Shin, Gongsun Yan donned his mask, and the two began their return to the inn, Gongsun Yan still carrying the burden ahead. Upon returning to the inn, they returned the load and food basket to the innkeeper before ascending to the second floor, where mealtime awaited. The brothers found an empty table to sit at. Since Gongsun Yan's meals were included, he instructed the attendant to bring several trays of meat buns, enough to satisfy their hunger. As they dined and conversed, Gongsun Yan discreetly produced a vial of cat's blood essence, offering it to Yi Chang. He explained its benefits, advising him to consume some upon his return, as he had a considerable supply remaining, intended for future alchemical endeavors. During this period, they also discussed the topic of Rongyu. Yet Gongsun Yan refrained from mentioning the grievances of Rongyu's family or the matter of the Qingzhou bag. He believed that, given their current limitations, revealing too much to Yi Chang too soon would be detrimental. However, he did inform Yi Chang that he had a master aunt named Yu Qing. After their meal, the two returned to Gongsun Yan's room, where he imparted the art of disguise to Yi Chang, cautioning him that there was only one mask available, which he would need for both the competition and his return home. He promised to procure another mask for Yi Chang when opportunities arose, as he himself had little use for it at present, to which Yi Chang naturally had no objections. Before parting, Gongsun Yan advised Yi Chang not to come to spectate during the competition. Although the academy permitted students to observe annually, he feared that Yi Chang might lose control of his emotions and inadvertently reveal their connection while cheering. Gongsun Yan sensed that this competition would not be uneventful, and to err on the side of caution, he preferred not to complicate matters for Yi Chang. However, Yi Chang stood firm, insisting on attending the event. assuring Gongsun Yan that he could manage his emotions and would strive to remain inconspicuous. After much contemplation, Gongsun Yan ultimately acquiesced, but insisted that Yichang exercise utmost caution, forbidding him from intervening should any issues arise. Subsequently, Yichang reluctantly departed from the inn. On the 20th day of the first month of the 30th year of Jichang Gui Mao year, the martial arts competition of the Kingdom of Jishui officially commenced. Contestants were required to allocate time for bone age testing upon their initial entry into the arena to verify their identities. Despite stringent age restrictions, many still risked disqualification each year, attempting to evade scrutiny. Outside the Northern Military Academy, towering notice boards displayed the identity numbers of both competitors for each match, allowing participants to confirm their testing times. This year's competition attracted nearly 1 million competitors, with around 800,000 in the adult category, creating a bustling yet orderly atmosphere. Before dawn, Yichang arrived at the inn, and after breakfast with Gongsun Yan, they proceeded to the northern outskirts of the royal city. Following the throngs of people, they approached the notice board. They meticulously searched and soon located Gongsun Yan's first match, designated as Arena Number 635, Match 3, Xin Shins 8536. Chubao vs. Xin Shins 3275, Qingzhou. Noticing that his first match was scheduled relatively early, Gongsun Yan hurried to undergo the bone age test, while Yichang made his way directly to Arena Number 635 to await him. Shortly thereafter, Gongsun Yan arrived at the competition arena with an identity token bearing his bone age mark. Although he was competing in the adult category, the test revealed he was under 14 years of age. The testing official was somewhat taken aback, yet the rules permitted younger contestants to compete in higher categories, allowing Gongsun Yan to pass the identity verification smoothly. As the hour of Qin approached, the sound of drums reverberated, heralding the official commencement of the royal competition. The referee announced the identity numbers of the competing contestants, and 2 robust young men ascended the stage in turn. They courteously exchanged names before the referee signaled the start of the match. One contestant hailed from the kingdom of Baianer, while the other was from the kingdom of Huadian, both wielding knives. However, the Baianer contestant brandished a broadsword, whereas the Huadian contestant utilized a Tiangang knife. The blade is the heart of 100 weapons. Indeed difficult to master. Both contenders chose to participate in the grand competition wielding swords, showcasing their extraordinary martial skills. As it was the inaugural match, neither fighter had knowledge of the other's capabilities, and both began in a defensive stance. After a brief stalemate, the contestant wielding the celestial blade advanced with a swift thrust reminiscent of a white snake flicking its tongue towards his opponent's chest. Meanwhile, the fighter with the wooden blade gripped his weapon firmly and executed a powerful downward strike akin to the splitting of Mount Hua. The two exchanged blows, engaged in an intense struggle where both seemed evenly matched. However, before long, the age-old adage that length begets strength came to pass. The competitor from Huadian was caught off guard and unceremoniously thrust out of the ring by his opponent. The referee declared the victor from Baianer, and the entire contest concluded in less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. The second match unfolded between contestants from the kingdom of Jishui, both armed with spears, one wielding a golden spear and the other a silver one. The spear is revered as the king of weapons, and within the martial world, there exists the saying that while one may master the staff, the sword, or carry a treasured blade, the spear requires lifelong dedication. It was evident that both fighters had honed their spear techniques over many years. Upon entering the arena, the silver spear contender took a forward stance and executed a throat-locking thrust, while the golden spear fighter parried the attack with a defensive maneuver, countering with a fierce thrust of the overlord spear. The silver spear wielder deftly shook his weapon, responding with a sweeping block. The two became entangled in a gripping confrontation, neither yielding an inch. Despite their exquisite skills, the battle raged on for 2/4 of an hour without a decisive victor. Even after an additional incense stick's worth of time, the stalemate persisted. Ultimately, the referee had to declare the silver spear fighter the winner, leaving the golden spear contestant with a sense of dissatisfaction as he departed. In the third match, it was Gongsun Yan's turn to take the stage. After presenting his identification token for verification, he ascended the platform. Dressed in blue attire, he appeared rather unremarkable, with a slight yellowish complexion and empty hands. Opposite him stood a contestant from the kingdom of Ailu, clad in a green robe and adorned with a sword at his waist, exuding an air of confidence and charisma. Upon Gongsun Yan's arrival, Yichang felt a surge of nerves, clenching his fists and fixating on the arena. Nearby, a pale-faced youth remarked, "Brother Zhao, Why is this fellow up there? Uncertain, perhaps he has come to join the spectacle, replied a youth in a gray robe. This lad must have lost his mind. If he gets kicked off, 2 taels of silver will go to waste, the pale-faced youth muttered. Yichang felt a flush of embarrassment but remained silent. After both fighters announced their names, the youth from Alu tilted his chin and said, "Will you concede voluntarily, or shall I assist you in your descent?" "Oh, do assist me then," Gongsun Yan responded. Laughter erupted from the audience, lightening the atmosphere considerably. The green-clad gentleman, now somewhat irritated, refrained from further dialogue and advanced with a palm strike. Gongsun Yan deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a punch, which the green-clad fighter also dodged effortlessly. The so-called experts can discern skill with a mere glance. As the 2 combatants engaged, it became evident that the man in the azure robe possessed profound martial prowess and adept palm techniques. In stark contrast, Gongsun Yan appeared awkward, with bent legs and arms. His footwork light and unsteady, delivering feeble punches reminiscent of an amateur fighter, relying solely on his agility to evade his opponent's advances. Although the azure-robed man had yet to unsheath his sword, he initially approached the match with caution. Observing Gongsun Yan's unorthodox strategy, a smirk crept upon his lips. He then unleashed a series of fluid and graceful strikes, his palms moving like flowing water, executing his techniques with effortless grace. The crowd erupted in applause as his elegant footwork and ethereal demeanor captivated their attention. Meanwhile, Gongsun Yan found himself pressed against the edge of the platform. Sensing an opportunity, the azure-robed man's eyes glinted with resolve as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike. A resounding thud echoed as he maintained his striking posture, creating a beautiful arc as he was propelled off the stage. Gongsun Yan stood alone on the platform. The atmosphere suddenly hushed as the spectators were momentarily stunned, their gazes fixed on the azure-robed man who had just descended from the stage. The azure-robed man, equally bewildered, turned to pat his backside, glancing back at Gongsun Yan in disbelief. Suddenly, an inappropriate sound broke the silence, causing Yichang to hurriedly cover his mouth and glance around in embarrassment. While others were engrossed in the performance of the azure-robed man, he had been observing Gongsun Yan, knowing that the latter had been outmaneuvered by a swift sidestep, resulting in his ejection from the platform. The referee promptly declared Gongsun Yan the victor, the entire bout lasting just a little over 15 minutes. After descending from the stage, Gongsun Yan playfully winked at Yichang before disappearing into the crowd to continue watching the ongoing matches, seizing the opportunity to familiarize himself with potential future opponents. Yichang quietly approached Gongsun Yan's side, joining him in observing the competition. The first round of the tournament spanned 2.5 days, with competitors of varying skill levels, and the seeded players dispersed across different groups, making encounters infrequent. Consequently, the matches lacked intensity, while the atmosphere was not entirely stagnant. It certainly lacked excitement, with instances like Gongsun Yan's surprising performance being rare. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the tournament, the 2nd round commenced, and the victors from the 1st round gathered eagerly before the public notice board to check their upcoming match arrangements. Gongsun Yan was scheduled to compete on the 4th day at noon. He and Yichang leisurely made their way to the Qingzhou 635 stage to watch the other competitors. This time, both contenders were victors from the previous round, resulting in a slight increase in intensity, though still falling short of captivating. Gongsun Yan remained attentive, occasionally whispering remarks to Yichang. At 6 minutes past noon on the 4th day, it was Gongsun Yan's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a formidable black-faced man from the Baqing kingdom, wielding a pair of square hammers. As the towering figure took his position in the center of the platform, Gongsun Yan suddenly felt diminutive in comparison. The black-faced giant boomed, "Kid, do you dare stand there and let me smash you with 2 hammers?" Gongsun Yan pondered to himself, "What is this? Stand still and let you hit me? Are you unwell or am I?" He was disinclined to engage in conversation with such a ruffian, merely keeping a vigilant watch on him. Noticing the lack of response, the burly man with a dark complexion ceased his chatter, raising his 4-edged hammer in both hands, launching a dual strike move towards him. With a sudden push off his feet, Gongsun Yan swiftly maneuvered beneath the man's left rib. The stout fellow immediately pivoted to the left, executing another spinning attack. But Gongsun Yan deftly darted back from his right side. After several exchanges, the burly man could scarcely catch a glimpse of Gongsun Yan, left to whirl in place. Growing increasingly frustrated, he bellowed, "Kid, if you have the guts, stop running. Let's see if I won't crush you." At that moment, the audience erupted into a chorus of jeers with some shouting, "Step back. Admit defeat quickly. This fighting style is utterly disgraceful. Coward, not even daring to face him head on." Others expressed their disdain, asserting that the lad was merely stalling for time, destined to be declared the loser. Yet, some voiced a differing opinion, suggesting that given his agile footwork, he might possess a hidden strategy. He must have honed his skills during his time as a waiter, they jested, bestowing upon Gongsun Yan the nickname of a mere attendant. Among the spectators, Chong absorbed all the remarks but refrained from rebutting. He wished to keep their relationship concealed and saw no necessity to intervene. He had faith that his elder brother would devise a solution. At that moment, Gongsun Yan and the burly man had been entangled in combat for a quarter of an hour. Observing that his opponent was beginning to lose his bearings, Gongsun Yan deliberately shifted the battleground toward the edge of the platform. After a few more exchanges, he found himself at the very brink of the arena. His steps faltered slightly, and the burly man seized the opportunity, stepping forward into a bow stance, crossing his hammers in front of him in an attempt to subdue Gongsun Yan in one decisive blow. Just then, Gongsun Yan leaped into the air, soaring over the burly man's head, executing a somersault, followed by a powerful kick that sent the man tumbling off the platform. The audience erupted in a thunderous cheer. Due to the force of inertia, the burly man stumbled and fell face first into the ground, his humiliation igniting a furious rage within him. He scrambled to his feet, intent on charging back onto the stage, only to be intercepted by the soldiers guarding the arena. At that moment, two young men, seemingly his companions, rushed over to drag him away. After the referee announced the outcome, Gongsun Yan descended from the platform. To avoid drawing attention, he meandered towards the crowd surrounding other arenas, with Chong casually following suit. They had already observed the matches of every competitor in their group, and further watching would yield little benefit. It was wiser to randomly observe the matches of contestants from other groups, preparing themselves should they encounter any of them later. On the 5th day of the grand competition, the 3rd round commenced, with each match permitted to extend up to half an hour, indicating an escalation in the intensity of the contests. Gongsun Yan was scheduled as the 6th contestant, and the brothers were in no rush. After a leisurely breakfast at the inn, they strolled toward the northern training grounds of the city, exchanging insights gleaned from their recent observations. By the time they arrived at the arena, it was nearly noon, and the matches were unfolding with palpable tension. As Gongsun Yan ascended the stage, he was greeted by the sight of a young woman clad in dark attire, her waist adorned with a sword, exuding an air of valiant elegance. After exchanging names, Gongsun Yan learned that his opponent was a local from the kingdom of Jishui. The referee announced the commencement of the match, and the woman, without further ado, stepped forward with a technique known as peach blossom piercing the face. This move, though melodious in name, was perilous. A single hit could leave her visage marred. Witnessing the swift momentum of her blade, Gongsun Yan deftly evaded the attack like a leopard. The woman quickly transitioned, executing a sweeping strike aimed at his midsection. Gongsun Yan nimbly leaped aside, countering with a green dragon extending its claw aimed at her. The woman sidestepped and retaliated with a technique called cleansing snow in the wind, prompting Gongsun Yan to roll back gracefully. A pair of strikingly attractive combatants engaged in a vigorous exchange, their fists and blades dancing like flowers swaying in the breeze. The audience below was enraptured, their excitement palpable amidst the laughter and chatter. "Brotherly, why does that young lady's swordplay appear increasingly awkward?" someone remarked, having observed a peculiar change. The fluidity of her movements had diminished, as if she were now overly cautious, a significant flaw for any martial artist. Another chimed in. "What do you mean by being cautious? Haven't you noticed how she has been guarding her rear?" "Her rear?" chuckled another. "It's clear she fears that fellow kicking her backside." A collective realization swept through the crowd. By this point, the match had persisted for a quarter of an hour, with neither side gaining the upper hand. "Brotherly, that fellow is leaping about. He resembles a wild animal," another voice commented. "Indeed, I too sense it. It seems he was not raised like a human," came the reply. Unbeknownst to Gongsun Yan, the spectators were critiquing him. Frustrated by the stalemate, he instinctively began to employ more primal techniques, disregarding aesthetics or propriety, focusing solely on efficacy. In truth, among all weapons, Gongsun Yan possessed the most profound understanding of the sword. Furthermore, his background in the art of flying darts gave him an acute perception, allowing him to identify numerous flaws in the woman's techniques, particularly her defensive posture that neglected the front. However, should he strike decisively, it might be misconstrued as inappropriate, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. After a prolonged exchange, an idea struck Gongsun Yan. He feigned exhaustion, deliberately depicting a semblance of defeat as he retreated towards the edge of the platform. As the woman completed a defensive maneuver, exposing a gap in her guard. Gongsun Yan seized the opportunity. He leapt forward with a technique called Black Tiger Stealing the Heart, which startled the woman into a hasty defense. In that moment, Gongsun Yan, leveraging his leap, lightly tapped the tip of her sword, deftly maneuvering behind her. With a swift kick, he sent her tumbling off the stage. The audience erupted in a cacophony of gasps and booing. Amidst the lively chatter, various voices began to express their opinions. Goodness. This fellow shows no regard for the fairer sex, even kicking a woman. Indeed, it is said that a gentleman should not engage in conflict with a woman. If it were me, I would have simply let her win. Oh, come on. If you wish to compete, you must be even more ruthless. I've seen how you handle women. Strange, why does he exclusively kick people in the rear? Is that his only technique? Hearing this, Yi Chong found it amusing, though he refrained from joining the conversation. Thanks to Gongsun Yan's adequate strength, the woman who fell from the platform did not suffer too much humiliation. She merely shot a scornful remark at Gongsun Yan, calling him shameless, and left in a huff. The referee promptly announced the result of the match. With the conclusion of this bout, Gongsun Yan achieved his third consecutive victory, placing him among the top 100,000 competitors in the adult category. On the sixth day of the grand competition, the fourth round commenced, with matches still limited to half an hour each. The number of platforms was reduced by nearly half, with each platform hosting a maximum of 10 matches per day. As the competition progressed, both the number of participants and platforms dwindled to almost half, though the time limit remained unchanged. Throughout this period, Gongsun Yan maintained a commendable performance, consistently overcoming his opponents and securing an unblemished record. The national tournament was in full swing, igniting fervor both inside and outside the arena. Each time the grand competition took place, the entire royal city resembled a grand festival. The streets bustled with crowds, and martial artists were as numerous as fish in a river. Restaurants were filled to capacity, and tea houses overflowed with patrons. Whether indulging in hearty drinks or savoring tea, people engaged in discussions about the matches and speculated on the outcomes. On the 26th day of the first month, Gongsun Yan triumphed in the fifth round. Noticing that dinner time was approaching, the brothers hurried back to Qingzhou town. This time, they opted for a larger restaurant instead of returning to the inn, wishing to celebrate with a drink and treat themselves to a change of flavors. They arrived at a restaurant named Kuei Yuan Pavilion and ascended to the third floor, where the crowd was still sparse, unlike the royal city. They chose a small table in the corner and ordered 8 treasure wild duck, clay pot braised deer tendons, roasted suckling pig, steamed perch, stir-fried pea shoots, and scallion braised tofu. A total of 6 dishes to symbolize harmony and prosperity, along with a jar of 50-year-old yellow rice wine. While waiting for their dishes, the neighboring table was served their food, and several young men stood up, raising their glasses in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Brother Zhuwu for achieving 5 consecutive victories. May you continue to shine for our academy and hometown. Thank you for your support, fellow students. Allow me to drink this in honor of you." With that, a young man in a gray robe and black belt downed his drink in one gulp. The students of Jishui Academy wore a standardized gray uniform, distinguished by their colored belts, which indicated their year of study: white, blue, green, yellow, and black representing the 1st to 5th years. Yi Chong, for instance, wore a white belt. The young men at the neighboring table, clad in gray robes with varying belt colors of blue, green, yellow, and black, were evidently fellow students of Jishui Academy celebrating their senior's achievement. The young man named Ziwu is likely a recent graduate, yet he still dons the attire of a 5th grade student. After a few of them settled down, they began to engage in casual conversation. During the wait for their dishes, Gongsun Yan and his companions found themselves with little to do, so they opted to sit quietly and lend an ear to the chatter, hoping to gather some valuable information. From their discourse, it became clear that all of them hailed from the kingdom of Fenghui, a vassal state akin to Huachin, where gaining admission to Jishui Academy is no small feat at that moment. A youth with a black belt inquired, "Brother Zhuwu, surely you have secured a place on the 1,000 talents list this year, and the 100 talents list should be well within your grasp, correct?" "Not necessarily," Ziwu replied. "This year, the competitors are quite formidable. Besides our academy's graduates, there are many disciples from the 2nd and 3rd gates and the 6th sects participating, among whom are several skilled practitioners. Senior, could you predict who might enter the top 10 this year? Can our academy claim all the spots?" asked a youth adorned with a yellow belt. "Huh? Claim all the spots? You are overly optimistic," Ziwu retorted. After taking a sip of his drink, he continued, "Not to mention the 3 sword masters of Xianwu in Hao, Yan Sheng, and Xiaoyi were the three fairies of Qingzhou, Qiu Yuqing, Long Han, and Xiaoqing, even the sword sect Xinjian and Ling Xiao. The blade sect S Guan Xiong and Wu Zhao, the spear sect S Zhao Ting and Lu Duo, and the fist sect S Lin Yu and Fu Kaishan all possess the capability to enter the top 10. Furthermore, there are disciples from the three gates and other hidden talents. It is indeed a daunting challenge to secure a place in the top 10. The group then began to discuss renowned martial artists within the realm. And under the influence of the drink, Ziwu started to commentate on the various contestants. Just then, Gongsun Yan and his companions' dishes began to arrive, prompting the brothers to have the attendant uncork the wine jar, and they commenced to drink heartily and feast on the meat. As they dined, Yicheng quietly asked, "Elder brother, do you feel confident about making it onto the 1,000 talents list?" "That is difficult to say. It largely depends on the strength of my opponents and my own performance," Gongsun Yan replied softly. The brothers continued their discussion on martial arts insights and perceptions. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, they departed the tavern, having spent 2 taels of silver, marking it as the most extravagant meal Gongsun Yan had ever partaken in. Yet both were in high spirits. Gongsun Yan returned directly to the inn, while Li Chong made his way back to the academy. As the competition progressed, Gongsun Yan's successes multiplied, and his nickname began to spread among the attendants. He started to gain a modest reputation among the many contestants, with many recognizing him as the one who specialized in kicking his opponents off the stage. Some competitors even developed a psychological aversion, instinctively guarding their backsides and attempting to steer clear of the edge of the arena. To their dismay, Gongsun Yan seemed to revel in this tactic. Of the 9 victories he had achieved thus far, 8 had come from opponents being kicked off the stage. While in the only match where he did not land a kick to the backside, his adversary had desperately dodged, only to be sent flying off by a kick to the waist. Thus, the move earned him the illustrious title of Divine Kick. As the competition deepened, the caliber of the participants escalated, and the disparity between them diminished. From the 5th round onward, Gongsun Yan frequently faced disciples from various sects, including the fist, blade, sword, and spear sects, yet he had yet to encounter any graduates from Jishui Academy, nor had he crossed paths with disciples from the 2nd and 3rd gates. In truth, Gongsun Yan's subsequent matches were far from effortless. As the saying goes, the bystander sees clearly, and Yicheng promptly recognized this, advising Gongsun Yan to wield a weapon in his next appearance. After much contemplation, Gongsun Yan, reluctant to reveal his trump card unless absolutely necessary, ultimately acquiesced to Yicheng's suggestion to use his sword. On the 12th day of the tournament, the 10th round commenced, a pivotal contest determining entry into the prestigious adult group leaderboard. The victor would secure a place among the 1,000, while the defeated would contend for one of the remaining 200 spots. Gongsun Yan was slated to compete in the afternoon. Yet he and Yicheng had been observing the matches since the very first round. The number of stages had significantly dwindled, and with the youth group included, only 100 platforms remained. Grandstands were being erected to accommodate spectators for the final phase. As noon passed, it was Gongsun Yan's turn to ascend the stage. He confidently grasped his treasured sword, strolling leisurely towards the platform, where he composed himself, patiently awaiting his opponent. The sight of his sword ignited murmurs amongst the audience. "Isn't that the fellow? Why does he bear a sword today? Could it be he intends to forego his signature move, the Divine Kick? What Divine Kick? He only bullies the weaker ones." Today's match is akin to the finals for the 1,000 leaders, with countless skilled fighters. Does he truly wish to challenge them recklessly? Observing his lively demeanor on stage, akin to a wild beast, some wondered if he possessed any swordsmanship. Perhaps he was merely concealing his prowess. Time would reveal the truth. At that moment, with a whoosh, a young man leapt onto the stage, executing a flawless somersault to land opposite Gongsun Yan. The newcomer, strikingly handsome with a countenance like a polished jade, wielded a folding fan and dressed in garments as white as snow. With a jovial smile, he introduced himself. "I am Fang Ming from the kingdom of Qingyang, a graduate of Jishui Academy. I apologize for my tardiness." "Xiaosu Kingdom, Chu Bao," Gongsun Yan replied impassively. "Pray tell, where might I offer you tea?" Fang Ming's surface politeness masked a subtle derision towards Gongsun Yan's humble origins. Gongsun Yan remained silent. Finding the exchange tedious, Fang Ming, with a hint of arrogance, proclaimed, "I have heard of your exceptional skills. I shall grant you 3 moves." "3 moves? Are you certain?" Gongsun Yan inquired. "Absolutely," he replied, fanning himself nonchalantly. Gongsun Yan scrutinized Fang Ming for a moment before swiftly pressing his sword against Fang Ming's throat. Fang Ming was taken aback, rendered immobile, his fan poised in a gesture of attack. It became evident that he was a master of pressure points, his skills undoubtedly remarkable, which explained his audacity. Yet, by the time he recognized the peril, it was too late to alter his approach. Observing Gongsun Yan's stony demeanor, he conceded, "You are formidable. I yield." Gongsun Yan withdrew his sword and stepped back. Fang Ming turned and leapt off the stage. The match concluded abruptly, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The man who merely kicked opponents had now secured a place on the leaderboard, leaving everyone incredulous at the sheer fortune he had encountered. Only Yi Chang understood that Gongsun Yan's strength was far beyond what was apparent. After entering the ranking of 1,000, Gongsun Yan found it difficult to remain low-key. He decided to unleash his prowess, charging through the competition like a force of nature, ultimately reaching the 15th round and securing a position within the top 50 of the 100-man list. On the 17th day of the tournament, the 15th round commenced. At this point, only 20 arenas remained, 10 for the adult group and 10 for the youth group. The grandstands surrounding the venue had been completed. Gongsun Yan's match was scheduled as the second bout. Should he triumph over his opponent, he would directly enter the top 30. At that moment, all the competitors whom Gongsun Yan had previously bested were granted a chance to participate in a revival match. On that morning, nearly all those he had defeated came to cheer for him. The most fervent supporter was a burly man from the Baoping Kingdom named Mu Gang. Upon spotting Gongsun Yan, he hurried over to greet him. "Brother Chu, we have all come to support you. Look, everyone is here." As he spoke, he gestured towards the distant figures of competitors who had faced Gongsun Yan in the past. Most of them gathered around, nodding in acknowledgement, a few even clasping their fists in salute. Among them was a contestant named Tuoming from the Huachin Kingdom, who respectfully addressed him. "I implore you, Brother Chu. Our chance for revival hinges upon your victory in this match." Gongsun Yan looked over and recognized the individual as the one he had sent flying off the stage after striking him in the waist. He responded with a calm nod of acknowledgement. The black-clad woman wielding a sword was also present, though she remained somewhat reserved, standing at a distance. Upon meeting Gongsun Yan's gaze, she merely inclined her head slightly. Gongsun Yan understood that each of these individuals harbored their own agendas and chose not to engage in further conversation. When it was finally his turn to compete, he leaped onto the arena, facing a robust young man clad in blue robes, who similarly ascended the platform. After their names were announced, Gongsun Yan learned that his opponent belonged to the Xintian sect. Having already faced disciples from 2 of the 3 sects, he was now prepared for the final encounter, with only the disciples from the 2 palaces remaining. Although sect disciples were formidable opponents, Gongsun Yan felt no trepidation. Bolstered by his prior experience in defeating disciples from the Xianwu Palace, his opponent wielded a long knife with a circular hilt. Seemingly aware of Gongsun Yan's remarkable speed with the sword, the blue-robed youth initiated the assault with a flurry of techniques, striking fiercely as if a white serpent were flicking its tongue, slicing downwards, lunging forward, and sweeping horizontally. The blue-robed youth employed a myriad of tactics. Yet Gongsun Yan remained composed, deftly utilizing evasive maneuvers such as retreating, dodging, leaping, and weaving to avoid the barrage of attacks. Despite the relentless assault from the blue-robed youth, Gongsun Yan had yet to unleash a single strike. Growing increasingly anxious, the youth began to falter in his composure. At the moment he contemplated altering his tactics, he inadvertently exposed an opening, which Gongsun Yan seized with alacrity, positioning his sword against the youth's throat. Silence enveloped the arena as the blue-robed youth retreated, lowering his long knife and turning away. The referee promptly declared Gongsun Yan the victor, eliciting a thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. At that moment, within the grandstands surrounding the arena, numerous dignitaries and influential figures from the Jishui Kingdom were observing the match. Seated at the center of the main stand was a young man adorned in a travel crown and dressed in an apricot yellow robe. Beside him sat an elderly man with white hair, wearing a small crown and elegant attire. Upon witnessing Gongsun Yan's victory, the young man inquired of the elder, "Master, have we discerned any background information on this Zhu Bao?" "Your Highness, the only detail we have is that he registered as hailing from the Xiasu Kingdom. Beyond that, we know nothing." "He wears a mask, presumably to conceal his identity," replied the elder. It became evident that seated in the prominent position was Yuan Hong, the 3rd prince of the Jishui Kingdom, alongside his mentor, the renowned martial sage, Duke El Shao. Could he be from another kingdom? Yuan Hong pressed further. "That seems unlikely. His bone age assessment indicates he is not yet 14. An enemy kingdom would hardly dispatch such a young spy to infiltrate us. Moreover, if he were indeed a spy, he would not consistently wear a mask. His actions suggest there is a deeper reason behind them." "Not yet 14? To have already attained the level of a martial general at just over 13 years of age? Yuan Hong expressed his astonishment. Indeed, he likely possesses the combat capabilities of a martial general. His martial skills are quite peculiar, making it difficult to ascertain his true level. He may have a master guiding him, or perhaps some form of enchantment obscuring his abilities. Or, El Shao hesitated. Or what? Yuan Hong urged. Your Highness, it is possible that he may indeed have no mentor, El Shao admitted, uncertainty evident in his voice, as he had heard the tales circulating among the populace. Regardless, we must first gauge his intentions and see if he could be of use to me, lest my elder brother and second brother gain the upper hand. Very well. I shall dispatch someone to engage him. However, given that he has chosen to stay at the inn in Yingji town, it may suggest a connection to the Jishui Academy. El Shao replied. The two then resumed their observation of the competition, preparing to scout other contestants. After descending from the arena, Gongsun Yan was approached by Mu Gang, Huo Ming, and other participants who congratulated him and expressed their gratitude. Gongsun Yan returned their gestures with a respectful salute. He exchanged a knowing wink with Yi Chang, before continuing to watch the matches alongside the others. Since the commencement of the 10th round, Gongsun Yan and Yi Chang had deliberately maintained their distance, seeking to shield their close relationship from prying eyes. During this period, even Yi Chang had refrained from visiting the inn where Gongsun Yan was staying. As evening descended, Gongsun Yan returned to the inn and ascended to the second floor, preparing to dine, when a server approached him and whispered, Young Master Chu, a gentleman has prepared food and drink for you. With a gesture, he indicated a table by the window, adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes and wine. A stranger, clad in the gray robe of the Jishui Academy and cinched with a black belt, stood and regarded Gongsun Yan. Chu brother, I am Han Ming, a graduate of the Jishui Academy, currently in service to the third prince. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and today I have prepared a modest feast, hoping you would honor me with your presence. Gongsun Yan was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he considered declining. Yet Han Ming continued. As the saying goes, all within the four seas are brothers. A man of honor traversing the realm ought to forge connections and not be overly concerned with trifles. Sharing a cup and indulging in merriment is commonplace. Surely, you would not suspect any ulterior motives on my part, would you? Aha. Regardless, you must eat. So why not join me? Faced with such persuasive words, Gongsun Yan found it difficult to refuse. He promptly walked over and took a seat. Observing this, Han Ming hurriedly instructed his attendant to uncork the wine jar and pour a drink for Gongsun Yan. Raising his cup, he said, Allow me to toast to Brother Chu first. He then congratulated Brother Chu on his ascent to the 100 rankings and his entry into the top 30 of the grand competition. With that, he downed the drink in one go. Gongsun Yan, shedding his reserve, rose to express his gratitude and drained his cup. He then inquired politely, Brother Han, you participated in the grand competition as well, did you not? However, it seems we have not yet met. Oh, I took part 3 years ago, finishing in 23rd place. Ah, did Brother Han not participate in this year's grand competition? Is Brother Chu unaware? Each individual can only earn a spot on the 100 rankings once in a lifetime. Once one enters the top 100, they can no longer compete in the grand competition. Oh, is there such a regulation? I was not aware of that, Gongsun Yan admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two appeared to grow more intimate. Seizing the moment, Han Ming began to probe. What are Brother Chu's plans following the grand competition? Oh, I have not given it much thought, Gongsun Yan replied, his inner caution evident. Brother Chu, though this is our first meeting, we seem to have a natural rapport. I shall speak plainly. The third prince holds your abilities in high regard. How about we work together? Ah, I am truly grateful for the third prince's esteem. But I have many mundane affairs to attend to, and may find it difficult to fulfill such a role, Gongsun Yan declined. Still wary of the other party's intentions and wishing to avoid entanglement in royal power struggles. Forgive my frankness, but with Brother Chu's talents, it will not be long before many sects and factions seek you out. Even the first and second princes may send envoys to recruit you. However, most of these factions are brimming with talent, and joining them would merely be embellishing the already splendid. He took a hearty sip of wine and continued. Our third prince is exceptionally talented, youthful, and ambitious, with the esteemed martial sage, Duke Lu Xiao, backing him. The future holds great promise. While our current warriors may be few, they are indeed formidable. We are in need of capable individuals at this time. If Brother Chu were to lend us his assistance, a bright future awaits. Ah, I appreciate Brother Han's kind intentions, and I shall keep them in mind. However, I have grown accustomed to a carefree existence, unbound by restrictions. When I am inclined towards a career in service, I shall certainly come to offer my loyalty. Very well, as the saying goes, the tree desires tranquility. But the wind does not cease. It would be wise for Brother Chu to prepare for the future, Han Ming acknowledged, seeing his determination and refraining from further persuasion. The two continued to eat and drink, engaging in conversation, and Gongsun Yan seized the opportunity to learn more about the royal circumstances before they eventually parted ways. On the 18th day of the grand competition, the 16th and 17th rounds were to take place. At this moment, only 10 arenas remained. 5 for the adult group and 5 for the youth group. The surrounding stands were overflowing, making tickets exceedingly scarce. Ichi, possessing tickets provided by the academy, had no such worries. At the front of the main stand were 2 rows of empty seats reserved for royal family members. As the competition entered the final stages for the top 10, several princes and princesses were in attendance, along with many leaders, clan heads, and elders from various sects and families. Each time the kingdom held its grand competition's final phase, it became a fierce contest among the major factions vying for talent. Gongsun Yan and Yichang arrived early at the arena. Yichang took his place in the stands, while Gongsun Yan approached the ring, eagerly awaiting the commencement of his match, which was the very first of the event. At that moment, a group of individuals swaggered into the arena, leading 3 prominent figures known as the 3 swordsmen of Xianwu, Yin Hao, Yin Xing, and Xiao Yu. Most of the group ascended to the stands, while the 3 swordsmen confidently approached the ring. Upon noticing Gongsun Yan standing alone with his sword, Yin Hao turned to a burly youth beside him and remarked, "Xiao Yi, this must be your opponent." Gongsun Yan was widely regarded as the dark horse of this competition. Although not universally recognized, many martial artists were aware of his reputation. So it was no surprise that Yin Hao and his companions recognized him. Xiao Yi cast a disdainful glance at Gongsun Yan, snorting derisively, exuding an air of arrogance. Yin Hao and Yin Xing, slated to compete in the second match, naturally remained to cheer him on. Gongsun Yan harbored a poor impression of the Xianwu Palace and felt no inclination to greet them. Before long, the entrance to the arena erupted with jubilant music and the cacophony of cheers, heralding the arrival of royal members. Leading the procession were 3 princes, with the eldest, Yuan Qian, at the forefront, flanked by 2 younger princes who trailed slightly behind. Following closely were several princesses, accompanied by a throng of young men and women, their laughter resonating as they made their way. Yuan Qian, nearing 40, possessed a rectangular visage that conveyed a sense of resolute determination. Of average height, he wore a purple-gold crown atop his head and donned a light yellow robe adorned with 4 clawed dragons, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. He was considered the most promising heir to the kingdom. Once the royal members were seated, Duke Lu Xiao announced the commencement of the competition, holding his sword aloft. Gongsun Yan ascended the platform under the gaze of the multitude, while Xiao Yi leaped onto the stage, drawing forth a wave of applause. Upon reaching the center of the arena, Xiao Yi, brimming with haughty confidence, declared, "Xianwu Palace, Xiaoyu. Xiasu Country, Chubao." The two exchanged no further words. Xiao Yi advanced, launching a swift and powerful strike towards Gongsun Yan, eliciting gasps from the audience. The 9 swords in sequence. This was the first move of the 9 swords in sequence, one of the 3 ultimate techniques of Xianwu Palace. It was unexpected for Xiao Yi to employ such a lethal technique against a mere fellow. Perhaps it was an overreaction. Yet one must remember that even a lion exerts full force when hunting a hare, and this Chu Bao had consistently demonstrated exceptional prowess, making the outcome uncertain. You overestimate this fellow. I predict Xiao Yi will secure victory in no more than 3 strokes. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while on the stage, the clash of blades illuminated the air with fierce intensity. As Gongsun Yan evaded the initial strike, Xiao Yu unleashed a flurry of techniques, including Kunlun sweeping snow, snake displacing python, eagles striking the sky, and fledgling birds returning to the forest, each move more intricate than the last. Employing a series of thrusts, slashes, and slices, he relentlessly assaulted Gongsun Yan, who adeptly maneuvered through the barrage using agile leaps, retreats, and swift dashes to evade the onslaught. The 2 figures danced across the platform with the swiftness of lightning, leaving the spectators in a daze. As the battle progressed, Xiao Ye's hand quivered, unleashing the final move of the series of 9 swords, the 9 strikes. In an instant, 1 sword transformed into 9 shadows, which then morphed into 81 beams of light, enveloping Gongsun Yan in a shroud of brilliance. Gongsun Yan, however, remained remarkably calm, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ye's sword hand. as the curtain of light drew near. He suddenly thrust his sword forward, guiding it with his will, targeting Xiao Ye's wrist. Forced to change his technique, Xiao Ye's curtain of light vanished in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Gongsun Yan stepped forward and executed the plum blossom sword technique, causing Xiao Yu to miss in his fluster. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Silence enveloped the arena as the two combatants ceased their struggle, the sharp tip of Gongsun Yan's sword poised at Xiao Ye's throat. A moment later, a look of unwillingness emerged on Xiao Ye's face, twisted with a ferocious glare. Undeterred by the blade at his throat, he lunged forward, aiming to strike Gongsun Yan down. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan retaliated with a swift slash, and with a sound that echoed through the arena, Xiao Ye's arm, along with his precious sword, fell to the ground. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was a rare occurrence for two individuals from the same academy to be injured in the kingdom's grand tournament, especially when the assailant was a nameless contender. Whispers spread through the spectators. This young man must be bold indeed to harm even a disciple of the Xianwu Palace. What? Is a disciple of Xianwu Palace not human? Are they permitted to inflict harm while others are not allowed to retaliate? Despite such sentiments, the injury to an elite disciple would not be taken lightly by the Xianwu Palace, and retribution was surely forthcoming. Upon witnessing Xiao Ye's severed arm, Yin Hao and Yin Shang were consumed with rage, attempting to storm the stage but were halted by the guards. Yin Hao bellowed fiercely, "You will learn what it means to wish for death." With the referee announcing Gongsun Yan's victory, he secured a place among the top 13 in the tournament. Undeniably the greatest dark horse of the event. As Xiao Yu descended from the stage, his complexion pale and devoid of arrogance, Yin Hao and Yin Shang supported him, casting furious glances at Gongsun Yan before departing the arena in discontent. Gongsun Yan, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, made his way to the competitor's stand to continue watching the subsequent matches. Shortly after noon, the 17th round commenced, and Gongsun Yan was again the first to compete, this time against Qiu Yuqing, the foremost of the three fairies of Qingzhou. The two ascended the stage almost simultaneously, and the moment Qiu Yuqing appeared, the arena fixated on their bout. Qiu Yuqing was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with a delicate face and phoenix-like eyes, clad in an ethereal white dress that seemed untouched by the world. She exuded an air of serenity, her expression icy and detached, as she gripped a gleaming green sword, radiating a chilling aura. Although she held the title of the foremost fairy, she appeared no older than 20. Despite neither side making a move, Gongsun Yan could already sense the formidable pressure emanating from her, recognizing her as a formidable opponent, yet he felt no fear. After exchanging names, the duel commenced. Two individuals stood poised for battle. One, a spirited and elegant youth. The other, an ethereal and enchanting woman. As they clashed swords, their movements were a mesmerizing spectacle, eliciting waves of applause from the audience. Engaged in this duel, both combatants recognized each other as extraordinary skills. However, neither unleashed their full potential. Instead, they engaged in a tentative struggle, probing each other's defenses while striving to discern the strengths and weaknesses of their opponent for strategic countermeasures. Thus, their encounter resembled a harmonious exchange rather than a mere conflict, lacking peril yet abundant in elegance, rendering the scene all the more captivating. The two continued their intricate dance until the allocated time for the match expired, with no victor emerging. An extension of a quarter of an hour yielded the same stalemate. Ultimately, the referee declared Qiu Yuqing the winner, a decision seemingly aligned with popular sentiment, prompting a thunderous ovation from the stands. Gongsun Yan, with a bittersweet smile, descended from the arena, his spirits dampened despite having another opportunity to vie for a place in the top 10. In truth, he had not exerted his utmost against Qiu Yuqing. His intent was merely to gauge the gap between himself and the elite, participating under an alias. The ranking held no significance for him. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan entered another match, where the victor would secure a place in the 8th to 10th ranks, while the loser would be eliminated from the top 10. His opponent was a graduate of Jishui Academy, and after a mere quarter of an hour of combat, Gongsun Yan conceded and exited the arena. Thus concluded his participation in this grand competition. As Gongsun Yan returned to the viewing platform, a young man approached him. Bending down to say, "Brother Chu, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence for a conversation." Gongsun Yan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that the anticipated moment had finally arrived. Without much hesitation, he rose and followed the young man towards the main platform. Upon his arrival, the princesses and noble women frequently cast glances in his direction, their chatter punctuated by bursts of laughter. Gongsun Yan feigned an air of grandeur, purposefully holding his sword aloft as he passed by the ladies' seating. Ultimately standing before the Crown Prince Yuan Qian, He lowered his sword and, with a respectful bow, declared, "Chu Bao pays his respects to His Highness." He deliberately refrained from specifying the crown prince, subtly greeting all three princes present. Yuan Qian nodded slightly. The second prince feigned indifference, seemingly engrossed in the tournament. The third prince, however, smiled and acknowledged him with a nod. After a brief pause, the crown prince directly inquired, "Brave Chu, would you be willing to serve me? I assure you, you shall ascend to great heights in the future." "Your Highness, I apologize. I have descended the mountain to train under my master's orders, attending the kingdom's grand tournament. My master has instructed me to return immediately after the competition, and I cannot defy his command. Thus, I must regretfully decline your offer." Gongsun Yan replied with composure, neither servile nor arrogant. "Your master? May I inquire his name?" Yuan Qian asked, somewhat surprised. The third prince gazed at Gongsun Yan with a knowing smile. "My master has long concealed his identity, and I am unaware of his name," Gongsun Yan answered calmly. It is not uncommon for esteemed individuals to shun fame and fortune, choosing instead to reside in seclusion within the mountains for years on end. Seeing that Gongsun Yan was unmoved by his advances, Yuan Qian ceased further entreaties and gestured for them to withdraw. Gongsun Yan took up his sword and returned to his designated seat, resuming his observation of the contest. Later that evening, upon returning to the inn, Gongsun Yan was greeted warmly by the innkeeper, who approached him with a beaming smile and clasped hands, saying, "Welcome back, young Master Chu. Our establishment has been remiss in not recognizing you sooner. We have decided to waive all your fees and have prepared a modest drink as an apology. We hope you will grant us the opportunity to make amends for our oversight." Gongsun Yan was taken aback, pondering how swiftly news had reached this place. The inn certainly seemed well-informed, evoking a sense of amusement within him. Appreciating the innkeeper's enthusiasm, he graciously accepted. The innkeeper led Gongsun Yan to a private room on the third floor, which was usually closed to the public. Upon entering, Gongsun Yan immediately spotted Han Ming seated there, accompanied by a corpulent man. Understanding the situation in an instant, he felt enlightened. As Gongsun Yan entered, both men rose to greet him, offering their congratulations. The innkeeper introduced the stout man, revealing him to be the owner of the establishment, who typically did not reside on-site. Gongsun Yan, feeling at ease, settled comfortably among them, engaging in hearty conversation and revelry. After the third round of drinks and the fifth course of food, the portly owner excused himself, leaving Gongsun Yan and Han Ming to continue their dialogue. Upon discerning the situation, Han Ming ceased to speak in circles and addressed Chu directly. "Brother Chu, the third prince is aware of your reluctance to engage in official duties, and he must have compelling reasons for it. He has entrusted me with this token to convey to you for your future needs. I hope you will accept it." As he spoke, he produced a golden token and presented it to Gongsun Yan. After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Yan extended his hand to receive it. The token, crafted from pure gold, was exquisitely small, inscribed with a character representing Ying. He looked at Han Ming with an inquiring gaze. "This is the golden token of Prince Qingzhou," Han Ming elucidated. To behold the token is akin to meeting the prince himself. Only 10 such tokens have been cast, and the prince seldom employs them, which signifies his high regard for you, Brother Chu. During their previous encounter, Gongsun Yan had gleaned some insights into the royal family from Han Ming. The current king of the Jishui kingdom is Yuan Xian, a man with numerous consorts and many children, yet only 3 sons have been conferred titles. The eldest, Prince Changrui, Yuan Qian; the second, Prince Changji, Yuan Kuan; and the youngest, Prince Qingjing, Yuan Hong. The charactering on the token unmistakably represents Prince Qingjing, indicating its considerable influence within the realm of Jishui kingdom. Gongsun Yan meticulously secured the token, expressing his gratitude with a cupped hand gesture, promising Han Ming that he would forever remember this act of kindness from Prince Qingjing. Recognizing the goodwill extended towards him, Gongsun Yan resolved not to repay malice with malice, regardless of ulterior motives. His principle was to respond to kindness with reciprocation. Noticing Gongsun Yan had accepted the token, Han Ming withdrew a sword wrapped in black cloth, presenting it to Gongsun Yan with both hands. "I have observed that you are a master swordsman, Brother Chu. This was my cherished sword, named Jinglong. Now that I serve the royal family, it has become inconvenient for me to keep it. I wish to bestow it upon you, and I hope you will graciously accept it." "Brother Han," Gongsun Yan quickly declined. "A gentleman does not covet what others cherish, and I cannot accept such a lavish gift without merit." He was aware of the legendary Jinglong sword from the book Fingyun Jianghu, recognizing its exceptional value. Seeing Gongsun Yan's reluctance, Han Ming offered a wry smile and continued, To be candid, it pains me to part with this sword. But it is ill-fated for me to possess it within the royal family, and as the saying goes, a sword is gifted to a hero. I foresee great accomplishments in your future, Brother Chu, and I wish to cultivate a favorable bond with you. Moved by his sincerity, Gongsun Yan ceased his refusals, accepting the sword with both hands. In that case, I shall temporarily safeguard it for you, Brother Han. Should you require it back, I would gladly return it. Han Ming smiled and nodded, refraining from further comment. After indulging in conversation and refreshments for a while longer, Han Ming took his leave, cautioning Gongsun Yan to be wary of those from the Xianwu Palace. Upon returning to his quarters, Gongsun Yan was informed by the innkeeper that another visitor sought an audience. He declined this request, instructing the innkeeper to refuse all visitors henceforth. The following morning, before dawn, Gongsun Yan rose early and made his way to Jishui Academy. With no competition scheduled for the day, he preferred not to watch others compete, instead wishing to spend a day with Yi Chang before departing. As the hour of the tiger had just passed, Yi Chang hurriedly exited the academy, followed closely by Gongsun Yan, who called out to him. Upon noticing Gongsun Yan, Yi Chang's face lit up with surprise, and he promptly followed him as they turned towards the western Jishui mountain range. Entering the mountains, they found the surroundings deserted, prompting Gongsun Yan to casually remove his mask. The two youths of similar age appeared much more at ease together, although they had been meeting daily. The prospect of only being able to gaze from afar over the next few days rendered such moments of relaxation rare. The two found a secluded and slightly open area away from the mountain path. Gongsun Yan handed his treasured sword to Yi Chang, saying, "Second brother, take care of this sword. Someone gifted me another, which you can use for the time being." Yi Chang accepted the sword and sheathed it. He had not lent the sheath when he previously borrowed Gongsun Yan's sword, which was also by Gongsun Yan's design, to avoid any risk of being recognized. As he sheathed the sword, he inquired, "Oh, elder brother, who bestowed this sword upon you?" Gongsun Yan recounted in detail his encounters with Han Ming, producing the token and the sword wrapped in black cloth for Yi Chang to examine. Yi Chang, seeing the golden token for the first time, couldn't help but express his admiration. Noticing Yi Chang's fascination, Gongsun Yan remarked, "Second brother, I have no use for this. It would be prudent for you to keep it on hand for unforeseen circumstances." "How could that be?" Yi Chang exclaimed. "Brother, this is the token of the third prince. To pass it around carelessly could invite fatal consequences. In your travels, this item could prove invaluable, especially when encountering officials. It serves as a talisman. You must never reveal it lightly." Seeing his brother's earnestness, Gongsun Yan refrained from further insistence. Yi Chang then inspected the sword, gripping the hilt and, with a swift motion, unsheathed it, revealing a flash of cold light that sent a chilling aura through the air. Yi Chang gasped. "The astonished dragon!" He hastily sheathed the sword again, his expression turning grave. Gongsun Yan, puzzled, asked, "Second brother, is something amiss?" Yi Chang instinctively surveyed their surroundings before replying, "Are you not familiar with the folk saying?" "What saying?" "The astonished dragon appears. The world changes. This sword has another name, known as the Dragon Slayer's sword." "Ah!" Gongsun Yan exclaimed in astonishment, finally grasping the gravity of Han Ming's predicament. Yi Chang continued, "When wielded, this sword emits a golden beam of light, instantly recognizable to any who behold it. Elder brother, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using it. Should you need to draw it, do so and return it to the sheath with utmost speed." Gongsun Yan nodded solemnly, his gaze lingering thoughtfully on the sword as he fell into contemplation. Unbeknownst to Yi Chang, his words would influence Gongsun Yan's future actions in the martial world, leading him to seldom threaten others with the sword, opting instead for decisive strikes. After a moment of reflection, Gongsun Yan asked, "When does second brother intend to commence his training?" "I have already begun," Yi Chang replied. "I was hoping to discuss it with you." Gongsun Yan could not help but chuckle bitterly. At present, he was merely at the initial stage of the turbid realm, utterly at a loss regarding the path of cultivation. Lacking any significant insights to draw upon, he could only rely on his childhood familiarity with the medical arts and his understanding of the human meridians, offering some cautious suggestions for practice, all the while fearing that Yi Chang might unwittingly stray from the right path. In truth, Gongsun Yan's initial encounter with Rong Yu had sparked a simple desire to cultivate immortality, driven primarily by the wish to become stronger and to prevent his mother, younger brother, and sister from being bullied again. The notions of eternal life or boundless power had never crossed his mind, being of mortal origins. He had never envisioned relinquishing the emotions of the earthly realm. His sole ambition was to strengthen himself and improve the lives of his family. Moreover, With his martial skills having reached a modest level of proficiency, he now felt capable of pursuing his wishes and altering his family's fate. Thus, he was not in a hurry to delve into the matters of immortality. As the two brothers traversed the forest, they engaged in conversation about fortune, cultivation, and martial arts techniques, discussing the merits and drawbacks of various weapons, while also sharing their understandings of swordsmanship, occasionally demonstrating their skills with enthusiasm. During their discourse, Yichang mentioned the formations, strategies, and military tactics he had learned at the academy, which sparked a glimmer of understanding in Gongsun Yan, instilling in him a resolve to pay more attention to such knowledge in the future. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen. Gongsun Yan took out a banknote of 8,000 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Yichang, saying, "Younger brother, after the competition concludes tomorrow, I shall return to Huachin Kingdom. This is a small token from me. You are alone here, and there will be many occasions where you will need money. Please accept this." Upon hearing this, Yichang understood that their parting time had come. His eyes instantly glistened with tears as he emotionally declined, "Elder brother, I have enough money here. I haven't even touched the funds you gave me last time. I hardly need much for myself. You should take this home for mother and the younger ones. Do not be modest, younger brother. I have received considerable rewards from this competition, sufficient for my return home. You must focus on your studies. You must accept this money." The two brothers engaged in a lengthy exchange of refusals, but ultimately, they each conceded a little, and Yichang reluctantly accepted 5,000 taels. They began to retrace their steps, with Gongsun Yan advising Yichang to concentrate on his studies, emphasizing the importance of completing his education and urging him not to act impulsively in difficult situations, for patience would lead to the resolution of troubles. Yichang reminded his elder brother to be wary of potential retaliation from the people of the immortal martial palace, suggesting that if revenge did not go smoothly upon his return, he could wait until he had completed his studies to seek vengeance together. In the end, they agreed to meet in 4 years' time, specifically in May of the Dingwei year at the Anchuan Inn in the capital of the Xiasu Kingdom. Having forged their bond in times of adversity and sworn brotherhood, their separation was tinged with sorrow as they faced the vast distances and uncertainties ahead. Yet, they held firm in their belief that each other's futures were bright and promising, which brought them some solace as they embraced and bid farewell in front of the academy. Under the cover of night, Gongsun Yan quietly returned to the inn. February 9th of the 30th year of Jichang, the Gui Mao year, marked the final day of the kingdom's great competition, featuring the finals for both the youth and adult categories, followed by the awarding of prizes and commemorative plaques to the top 1,100 contestants. Gongsun Yan meticulously packed his belongings early in the morning, bidding farewell to the innkeeper and staff before joining the throngs of spectators at the competition arena. On the main stand, 3 princes and numerous princesses, along with other royal family members, gathered to witness the events, accompanied by dignitaries and leaders of various sections. Shortly thereafter, the gong was struck, signaling the commencement of the contests, beginning with the finals for the youth division, which featured 2 local youths from the kingdom of Jishui. After a fierce struggle lasting over an hour, the champion emerged as a boy named Yang. Next came the finals for the adult division, a highly anticipated clash between Ling Huxian, a graduate of Jishui Academy, and Xiao Yuqing, the foremost among the 3 immortals of Qingzhou. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch even before the match commenced, as cheers from the audience surged like waves, with supporters fervently rallying for their favorites, creating a vibrant spectacle. As the gong sounded, both contenders took to the stage, wielding swords. They initially exchanged probing moves before launching into a fierce confrontation. The scene unfolded with one combatant moving like a willow swaying in the breeze, deftly slicing branches and plucking leaves, while the other danced like a butterfly among flowers, extracting nectar and savoring the sweetness. The battle escalated into a thrilling display of skill and agility, captivating the audience, who were swept up in a wave of excitement. This contest continued for nearly 2 hours, ultimately culminating in Ling Huxian's triumph, who claimed victory with superior technique. Following the match, the referee announced the names of the victors in the youth division's top 1,100 lists, with Duke El Xiao and others presenting plaques and rewards to the participants. Subsequently, the names of those who excelled in the adult division were also proclaimed, with Prince Chang'ing presenting awards to the top 1,000, Prince Changji awarding the top 100, and the eldest prince, Chang Rui, bestowing prizes upon the top 10 adult competitors. With that, the grand tournament came to a close. Notably, among those who had faced Gongsun Yan and were granted a chance to compete in the revival matches were Mu Gang from the kingdom of Baoqing, Hu Ming from the kingdom of Huachin, Fang Ming from the kingdom of Qingyang, and a woman in black robes named Min Shuang from the kingdom of Jishui, all of whom made it onto the 1,000 list. Gongsun Yan secured the 11th position in the adult division, earning a reward of 1,000 taels in gold notes. Though his plaque was silver-gilded, unlike the gold plaques awarded to the top 10. According to the regulations of the kingdom of Jishui, those finishing in the top 30 of the tournament could apply for martial positions within the kingdom's jurisdiction. After receiving his rewards and plaque from Prince Changji, Gongsun Yan seized the opportunity during the commotion surrounding the eldest prince's ceremony for the top 10 competitors to discreetly slip off the stage and blend into the crowd, making his exit from the arena without hesitation. He then set off towards the northeast. Gongsun Yan was well aware that the Xianwu Palace would not let this matter rest, and given his considerable wealth, he was likely to attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. To mitigate potential troubles, he resolved to take a detour through the kingdom of Yongji and then return home via the kingdom of Xiasu. Consequently, he would first need to traverse the Jishe mountain range to reach the northern part of the kingdom. The Jishe mountain range stretches east to west, nearly bisecting the kingdom of Jishui and establishing a natural boundary between the northern and southern regions of the realm. The climatic disparities on either side of the mountains are striking, leading to vastly different landscapes. The southern region enjoys a comparatively humid and temperate climate, with rivers that remain free of ice, and the vegetation predominantly consists of evergreen broadleaf forests, maintaining their verdancy throughout the seasons. In contrast, the northern region is arid and receives scant rainfall, with rivers freezing in winter, and the flora is mainly deciduous broadleaf trees, leaving the landscape desolate during autumn and winter. As dusk approached, Gongsun Yan had entered the Jishe mountain range. Navigating the rugged mountain path, he crossed a small hill and arrived near a dense forest. Suddenly, a swift white figure soared above his head, landing a short distance ahead. Gongsun Yan abruptly halted, swiftly stepping aside, his hand gripping his sword as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He soon recognized that the figure was Yin Xing, one of the 3 sword masters of Xianwu. Accompanied by another individual standing nearby, arms crossed and smirking, it was, of course, Yin Hao. Both had secured places among the top 10 in the recent competition, with Yin Hao taking 3rd and Yin Xing coming in 7th. Noticing Gongsun Yan's stillness, Yin Hao taunted him, "Chu Bao, I must say, you seem rather audacious. Had it not been for our prior surveillance, one might have thought you would make a hasty retreat back to the kingdom of Xiasu. What is this? Do you intend to storm our Xianwu palace alone?" Gongsun Yan was momentarily perplexed by the notion of invading the Xianwu palace. "Oh, trying to play coy, are we? Do not feign ignorance about the fact that crossing the Jishe mountain range leads directly to our territory." Gongsun Yan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Indeed, he was unaware of this fact. He realized the gravity of the situation and contemplated the necessity of altering his approach in the future, to engage more with mundane matters and acquire a deeper understanding of the intricacies of the martial world. However, unperturbed by the 2 formidable opponents flanking him, Gongsun Yan remained composed, waiting for the right moment to act. Yin Hao continued, "Chu Bao, recognizing your boldness, we shall not make things difficult for you. You have 2 choices, sever one of your arms or kneel and beg for forgiveness. We will then allow you to depart unharmed." With a cold smirk, Gongsun Yan remained silent, aware that reasoning with them would be futile. "Since you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame the Xianwu palace for its overwhelming force," Yin Hao declared, drawing his sword with Yin Sheng mirroring the action. With a swift motion, Gongsun Yan leapt onto a large tree behind him, prompting the 2 to pursue him into the treetops, engaging in a chase through the forest. Realizing that the Xianwu Palace's domain lay to the north of the Jishe mountain range, he decided to veer eastward. Yin Hao and Yin Sheng relentlessly followed behind. After nearly 100 miles of pursuit, Gongsun Yan's agility began to manifest, gradually widening the distance between them. After running several more miles, he finally managed to shake off his pursuers. During this chase, Gongsun Yan had several opportunities to strike at his adversaries. Yet he bore no deep-seated enmity towards them and wished to avoid inciting new grievances with the prominent martial families. More importantly, he sought to spare Yi Qi from unnecessary trouble, so he chose to evade confrontation and make his escape. Seeing that they had ultimately lost Gongsun Yan, Yin Hao and Yin Xing ceased their pursuit. In truth, they felt there was little animosity between them and Gongsun Yan, deeming it unworthy to risk their lives over the encounter. Bound by the reputation of their esteemed lineage, they had no choice but to act as they did. And with their frustrations unmet, they returned with a sense of resignation. Gongsun Yan continued his journey eastward through the Jishe mountain range for several hundred miles before veering north towards a city known as Xianlin. He resolved to take a detour through Yongji Kingdom to reach Xiasu Kingdom, then return to Huaqin Kingdom via Changyuan Kingdom. This route would not only allow him to evade any pursuers, but also enrich his experiences and deepen his understanding of foreign lands and their cultures, preparing him for future endeavors. To exercise caution, he adjusted the muscles of his face to alter his appearance, although he still resembled a young man with a yellowish complexion. He appeared markedly different. Xianlin was a large city in the northern part of the Jishui Kingdom. While its scale could not rival that of the royal city, it was certainly far superior to Anhua City. The main thoroughfare was lined with numerous shops, bustling with merchants. It was spring. Yet the snow on the rooftops and along the streets had yet to melt. The streets were not overly crowded with pedestrians or horse-drawn carriages, but small clusters of people could be seen here and there. By the time Gongsun Yan arrived in Xianlin, it was midday. After several days of trekking through the mountains and forests, he appeared travel-worn. He was dressed in blue garments, with a black cloth-wrapped sword slung over his back, which, along with the branches he had deliberately used to obscure the weapon, seemed exceedingly commonplace. Upon entering the city, Gongsun Yan proceeded northward along the main street, intending to locate an inn and a public lodge while perusing the shops for warm clothing and other essentials, as he felt somewhat underdressed for the northern climate. After wandering and browsing for nearly an hour, he passed a tea house and, feeling somewhat parched, decided to step inside. The tea house was lively and bustling, with the majority of tables occupied by patrons. Gongsun Yan found a secluded spot to sit and ordered a cup of tea, savoring it in solitude. At that moment, snippets of conversation from nearby tables reached his ears. With this victory, Jishui Academy has now claimed the championship for the third consecutive time, hasn't it? Indeed. Though this time Qingzhou Palace performed admirably as well, securing second place with 3 individuals in the top 10. Alas, Xianwu Palace fared poorly, finishing third, with only 2 contestants in the top 10. Only 2? Didn't the 3 sword masters of Xianwu all participate? The patrons engaged in lively discussions, and Gongsun Yan was taken aback by how swiftly the results of the competition had spread to this place. The speed of information dissemination was indeed remarkable. Little did he know that each major sect and important fortress had its own intelligence system and communication channels, allowing significant news to circulate rapidly throughout the kingdom. Humph. That Xiaoyu had his arm severed. They say you didn't even make it into the top 20? A young patron continued. Haha. The 3 swordmasters have become 3-1. Let us see how those fellows from Xianwu Palace carry on now. Be cautious. Walls have ears. Who is so audacious? Is it someone from Jishui Academy? Or perhaps from Qingzhou Palace? Unclear. I heard that person didn't even enter the top 10. As Gongsun Yan sipped his tea, he listened intently to the scattered conversations around him. Upon hearing mentions of himself, he leaned in closer, but the discussion soon shifted to another topic. Nevertheless, from the words exchanged, he discerned that this area still lay within the influence of Xianwu Palace, and it would be prudent to proceed with caution. After settling the tea expenses, Gongsun Yan continued on his journey. As he approached the vicinity of the North Gate, he began to encounter several inns. Drawing from his previous experiences, he made his way to a particularly grand and spacious inn. At that moment, a staff member emerged and greeted Gongsun Yan with warmth, inquiring if he was embarking on a long journey. Indeed, Gongsun Yan replied. Please come in. The staff member promptly ushered him into the inn. Upon entering the hall, Gongsun Yan was greeted by a massive map adorning the wall, inscribed with the bold characters Yishian Shangxia, which was also the name of the inn. The staff member guided Gongsun Yan to a guest table, served him tea, and presented a price list for his review. Gongsun Yan scrutinized the list and noted that this inn offered a greater variety of routes than the Anchuan Inn, including connections to all the vassal states within the kingdom's influence, as well as routes to other kingdoms. The primary modes of transport were horse-drawn carriages and trained hawks, with the option to rent horses. Carriage travel was categorized into 3 tiers: high, medium, and ordinary. Gongsun Yan chose the ordinary carriage, which accommodated 20 seats, destined for Weiyuan City in Yongji Kingdom, with a fare of 30 taels of silver. After paying the deposit, they arranged for him to board the following morning at the hour of Chun. Noticing that Gongsun Yan appeared to be traveling alone, the staff member mentioned that for 21, guests could enjoy an overnight stay, which included breakfast. Gongsun Yan gladly accepted the offer. Once in his room, he relished a hot shower, donned his newly purchased attire, and after tidying himself up, he stepped out of the inn to admire the night scenery of Xianlin City. In the northern city of the kingdom, the spring nights remained somewhat chilly. As Gongsun Yan walked the streets, he felt the biting cold wind, which pierced through him. and the streets appeared particularly desolate, with only the flickering lanterns of merchants swaying in the frigid breeze. Occasionally, he encountered a couple of passers-by, all bundled up tightly against the cold. After a short while, feeling rather uninspired, Gongsun Yan decided to return to his room for a rest. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast and preparing a bit of dry food, Gongsun Yan boarded the carriage. Inside, there were 4 rows of seats, and he arrived a bit early, choosing a seat towards the front in the middle row. Before long, 2 young men clad in leather jackets and armed with waist knives entered. At this point, only the last 2 rows remained available. One of the taller youths approached Gongsun Yan, asserting in an undeniable tone, "Hey, kid, why don't you sit in the back? We're together." Gongsun Yan noticed an empty seat beside him and casually asked, "If there are seats available in the back, why don't you two sit there?" The towering youth retorted sharply, "We prefer this seat. Is that a problem?" Gongsun Yan remained silent and chose to stay put. The tall youth then seized Gongsun Yan's collar, seemingly ready to resort to violence. At that moment, an older gentleman nearby interjected, calm down. We are all travelers. Why escalate things over something trivial?" He then turned to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Young man, it's just a matter of yielding a seat. Why not do me a favor?" The surrounding crowd began to murmur, collectively criticizing Gongsun Yan for being stingy, as though he were the one instigating trouble. Gongsun Yan suppressed a cold chuckle within himself, choosing not to engage in debate with the others. He rose and took a seat in the last row, marking the end of a minor commotion. Soon, the carriage filled with passengers, some laden with considerable baggage, making the space feel cramped. Yet, order was maintained, and after the ticket collector verified the fares, the carriage departed punctually. The vehicle swiftly exited Xianlin City, embarking on the official road heading north. Prior to departure, Gongsun Yan had cast a cursory glance at the other travelers to gauge their numbers. Those clad from head to toe in leather were likely from Yongji Kingdom, accustomed to the northern climate and well-versed in the art of warmth. Conversely, those adorned in silk and cotton, donning felt hats, appeared to be locals who did not prioritize cold protection as much. Passengers like Gongsun Yan, who merely added a few layers to combat the chill, were rare. As a martial practitioner, he possessed a far greater resilience to cold than most, rendering it unnecessary to envelop himself in cumbersome attire, which consequently made his garb appear particularly meager and somewhat shabby amidst the crowd. As the journey progressed, the lengthy ride naturally led to idle chatter among the passengers. And should they encounter someone from their hometown, conversation flowed effortlessly. Not long after the carriage left Xianlin City, the atmosphere grew lively, with small groups gathering to converse. Of course, there were solitary travelers like Gongsun Yan who sat with closed eyes, either meditating or appreciating the scenery outside. "Brother, having made it onto the 10,000 list of the kingdom's grand tournament, your family will surely hold you in high regard upon your return," boasted one of the shorter youths loudly. "Humph, this is merely the beginning. I shall undoubtedly enter the 1,000 list next year," replied the taller youth confidently. "Oh, what an honor to be in the presence of a hero from the 10,000 list." An elderly man interjected, quickly offering his compliments. Upon learning that a prominent figure from the 10,000 list was among them, the carriage erupted in a cacophony of admiration and flattery. The 2 young men beamed with pride, visibly reveling in the attention. In truth, there was no official 10,000 list in the kingdom's grand tournament. It was merely a fabrication by certain enthusiastic individuals seeking to console disheartened martial artists, often lacking accuracy and credibility. "May I inquire, esteemed hero, are you from Yongji Kingdom?" The elder asked again. "We hail from Fan family fort in Yongji Kingdom, and my elder brother is known as the Lightning Blade, Fan Xing," the shorter youth eagerly responded. "Ah, it is the esteemed Fan. A pleasure to finally meet you," exclaimed another passenger. "To be in the company of such a hero is indeed a rare fortune. I have long heard tales of the valor of Lightning Blade Fan, and now, witnessing it firsthand, one can truly appreciate his extraordinary presence." This ignited another wave of excitement within the carriage as passengers, regardless of whether they genuinely recognized his name, rushed to engage with him, hoping to forge a familiar connection. This eagerness was understandable. Many among them were seasoned merchants traversing various regions, and the opportunity to cultivate relationships with capable martial artists was undoubtedly advantageous. Only a handful remained unaffected, absorbed in the views outside or lost in contemplative silence. Among them was Gongsun Yan, who at this moment sat quietly in the corner of the carriage, eyes closed in meditation. The Fan brothers, rarely so animated, were engrossed in conversation. regaling the passengers with tales of their experiences at the national competition, completely oblivious to the jolts of the journey. Before they knew it, dusk had arrived, and the day's travel was nearing its end. As twilight descended, the carriage reached its first resting point. The passengers disembarked and made their way to the inn for respite. According to custom, those traveling on a standard carriage were responsible for their own lodging and meals, with the choice to stay at the inn being entirely at their discretion. As overnight stays on the carriage were not permitted, Gongsun Yan, carrying a long bundle wrapped in black cloth and a small parcel in hand, followed the crowd into the inn. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. "Oh, you must be a woodcutter, carrying firewood on the road." Laughter erupted among the group, as those who had boarded earlier were well aware of the tension between them. Many cast derisive glances at Gongsun Yan. The speaker was the younger of the Fan brothers, whom Gongsun Yan now recognized as Fan Yang, a competitor who had also come to participate in the competition but had been eliminated in the third round. Gongsun Yan chose to disregard their taunts, finding a secluded seat where he ordered a steamer of buns and began to eat alone. Meanwhile, most passengers gathered around a large table with the Fan brothers, jostling to settle the bill amidst a cacophony of noise. The atmosphere was rife with clinking cups and boisterous revelry. After finishing his meal, Gongsun Yan approached the counter to book a room before ascending to rest. In the following days, peace reigned among the travelers. The carriage journeyed both day and night, steadily heading northward, perhaps due to the weariness of the long journey. The cacophony of the initial days faded, and even the Fan brothers became noticeably quieter. Throughout the trip, Gongsun Yan remained seated in the corner of the carriage, legs crossed in meditation, often remaining still for entire days, utilizing the solitude of the journey to resume his cultivation. One day, as the carriage entered the borders of Yongji Kingdom, they arrived at a place known as Qingzhou Mountain, characterized by towering peaks and dense forests, with steep paths critical for trade between the two nations. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The driver's voice broke the tension. "There's a roadblock." At this announcement, a stir rippled through the carriage. Seasoned travelers understood that this likely indicated an encounter with bandits. Many wore puzzled expressions. While this thoroughfare was entirely free of trouble, banditry was rare, especially against a carriage known for its reputable background and strong connections. "Who goes there?" "We are the Yidong Tianxia carriage. We kindly ask you to allow us safe passage and perhaps share a meal." Both drivers called out, bowing earnestly. Silence enveloped the surroundings until, suddenly, the sharp clang of a gong echoed. In an instant, dozens of masked figures wielding machetes surged towards the carriage. The drivers were filled with despair, realizing they had encountered ruthless bandits who were indifferent to the rules of the underworld, known for their mercilessness. Exchanging a glance, the two drivers prepared to flee. At this moment, the occupants of the carriage remained oblivious to the dire situation, except for Gongsun Yan, who sensed impending doom. He was the first to leap from the vehicle, followed closely by the Fan brothers. As the others perceived the gravity of the situation, they hastily abandoned the carriage, scattering in all directions. The assailants, encountering passengers who were nearly defenseless, mercilessly slaughtered anyone in their path, and the air soon filled with cries and the sounds of violence. Amidst the chaos, Gongsun Yan seized the opportunity to strike down one of the attackers, acquiring his blade and initiating a counteroffensive. He deftly maneuvered through the bandits, his weapon flashing as he dispatched them one by one, gradually creating a space for himself. The assailants, realizing the shift in tide, abandoned their other targets and converged upon him. Meanwhile, the two carriage owners and the Fan brothers were also engaged in a desperate struggle to escape. Upon witnessing the bandits closing in on Gongsun Yan, their burden of fear lightened, allowing the four to break free. Although encircled, Gongsun Yan remained undaunted. Fueled by the thrill of combat, he discarded his knife for a sword, unleashing his mastery of swordplay. In less than 15 minutes, he had vanquished all the bandits surrounding him. The remaining assailants, sensing their imminent defeat, scattered in all directions. Gongsun Yan, showing no mercy, pursued them relentlessly, claiming every life within his sight with a single stroke. An hour later, Gongsun Yan returned to the carriage, to see a gruesome tableau of carnage. With bodies strewn across the ground, a sight too harrowing to behold. Only the carriage remained, its horses quivering in fear, exhaling puffs of vapor. Gongsun Yan meticulously surveyed the battlefield, checking for any potential survivors among the slain bandits by feeling for pulses and searching their bodies. After half an hour, he accounted for 37 bandit corpses, each taken down with a single strike. Among the passengers, 15 had perished, yet miraculously, two had survived, though they had succumbed to terror and fainted. After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Yan decided against revealing his identity. He gathered the bandit corpses, heaping them together and obscuring them with branches, before igniting a fire to incinerate the evidence. Subsequently, he revived the two passengers, both middle-aged merchants trembling with fear. Once they recognized Gongsun Yan, they regained their composure and expressed boundless gratitude. Without engaging in unnecessary conversation, Gongsun Yan inquired whether they wished to remain and await the authorities or accompany him to the next way station. Terrified, the two merchants readily agreed to follow him. The trio dismounted and unloaded all the horses from the carriage before riding towards the way station. Within approximately an hour, they arrived at the way station located in the kingdom of Yangji, just as the hour of the pig approached. The inn had yet to close, and upon seeing the trio covered in blood, the attendant was taken aback. After handing over their horses, they swiftly approached the counter to inform the innkeeper of the situation. The innkeeper, upon hearing the news of the massacre of over 20 individuals, was utterly astonished, recognizing the gravity of the incident. He promptly dispatched a messenger pigeon to report the events and instructed the cook to prepare a lavish feast for the trio to help ease their nerves. The innkeeper himself accompanied them, eager to glean more details of the harrowing tale. During the meal, the innkeeper incessantly poured wine and spoke, striving to alleviate the tension among the three men. Gongsun Yan feigned a state of disarray, often stumbling over his words. Meanwhile, the two middle-aged merchants seemed to have regained their composure, gradually engaging in conversation as they recounted the events of that fateful night. However, having fainted during the incident, their knowledge was limited, and the specifics remained elusive. The innkeeper, recognizing that further inquiries would yield little, lingered for a while before advising the three to retire early, ensuring that the staff prepared comfortable accommodations for their stay. Upon entering his room, Gongsun Yan swiftly cleansed himself and donned a fresh set of garments, then began to tally his gains, primarily consisting of silver notes and coins. He had collected 900 taels in notes and nearly 20 taels in coins, which he deemed an unexpected fortune. Although he was aware that the deceased passengers might have possessed even greater wealth, he refrained from taking their belongings, adhering to his principles. The following morning, as Gongsun Yan descended the staircase, he was taken aback to find the courtyard filled with soldiers. The two cart drivers and the Fan brothers were engaged in conversation with an officer, while the two middle-aged merchants who had returned with him were also present. It appeared that the cart drivers and the Fan brothers had fled to the inn overnight, and as dawn approached, the officials had arrived to ascertain the situation. Having heard the innkeeper mention that Gongsun Yan was the youngest, they had not sought to question him. At that moment, the Fan brothers were animatedly discussing their supposed valor in repelling the bandits, while the cart drivers stood quietly to the side. Upon noticing Gongsun Yan, the Fan brothers cast disdainful glances in his direction. Gongsun Yan did not approach them. After enjoying his breakfast, he inquired whether there was still a carriage heading to Wuyuan. The innkeeper informed him that a mid-range carriage had just become available with one seat left and was about to notify him. The innkeeper discreetly informed Gongsun Yan that there would be no need for him to pay the fare difference considering his youth, and he was not required to accompany the officials for an on-site investigation. Before he left, the innkeeper gifted him a 50-tael silver note, explaining it was a reimbursement for the carriage fare, and advised him not to mention the encounter with the bandits to anyone. Understanding the unspoken message, Gongsun Yan graciously accepted the silver note, thanked the innkeeper, and boarded the carriage prepared for his northward journey. The mid-range carriage was drawn by 6 horses, featuring a soft seat and accommodating 6 passengers, allowing for a total of 8, including the 2 cart drivers. Upon taking his seat, Gongsun Yan observed that there were already 4 men and 1 woman aboard, all armed, clearly martial practitioners. He settled into the last available position, appreciating the greater comfort compared to a standard carriage. With a sharp crack of the whip, the carriage departed from the inn at the hour of the snake. Gongsun Yan discreetly surveyed his fellow passengers. Seated in the center opposite him was an elderly man, with a young woman to his right near the front of the carriage and a youth to his left. On the same side as Gongsun Yan were 2 young men in their 20s. Simultaneously, the 3 across from him were scrutinizing him as well. The young woman, possessing a delicate appearance, curiously fixed her large eyes on Gongsun Yan, while the young man glanced at him a few times before losing interest. Shortly after the carriage set off, the elderly man initiated a conversation, saying, "Are you also headed to Wing, young sir?" Gongsun Yan nodded in response. "If I am not mistaken, your carriage encountered bandits, did it not? Would you be willing to share your experience with us?" The elderly man continued. The others also gazed at him intently. Gongsun Yan adopted an expression of apparent reticence and remained silent. He, young man, do not be anxious. I understand that the proprietor has likely advised you to refrain from speaking freely, but we stayed at the inn last night, and the events of this morning were witnessed by all. A discerning eye can easily discern the truth. Noticing that Gongsun Yan still did not respond, he continued. It is common to encounter bandits while traveling. It is an inevitable occurrence. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to understand the situation so that we might be prepared should we encounter them ourselves. Gongsun Yan feigned embarrassment, stammering in reply. It is not that I am unwilling to answer, but I was so frightened that I fainted. Fainted? Ha ha ha. The youth across from him laughed heartily. Chong, the elder admonished him with a stern glance. He then turned to Gongsun Yan with an apologetic demeanor, bowing slightly. Please forgive my disciple's rudeness. It is his first time traveling far, and he may have overstepped. Gongsun Yan quickly returned the gesture but remained silent. The youth, unfazed, remarked, Master, I believe I just spotted someone from Fan Family Fortress. At that moment, the woman addressed the elder. Oh, have you encountered individuals from Fan Family Fortress? The elder inquired of Gongsun Yan. Yes, 2 individuals claim to be from Fan Family Fortress. One, known as Lightning Blade Fan Xing, has even made it onto the 10,000 ranking this time. They must be the ones who repelled the bandits, Gongsun Yan replied. Fan hero? 10,000 ranking? Haha. This is utterly ridiculous. Such a pathetic figure dares to call himself a hero, while my senior sister has entered the 1,000 ranking and has not the audacity to claim the title of heroine. The youth mockingly retorted. The elder did not intervene this time. Instead, he smiled at Gongsun Yan, saying, If Fan Xing can indeed fend off the bandits, then this group poses little threat. He then pointed to the 2 individuals beside Gongsun Yan and introduced them. These brothers also made it into the 1,000 ranking in this competition. One is Su Zhan, the young hero Su. The other is Su Fei, the young hero Su. Both are distinguished talents from Xinjiang Manor. Hearing this, Gongsun Yan turned to look, observing the 2 seated with their swords, unmoved, and he naturally did not approach to greet them. The elder, noting this, took the initiative to introduce further. It is surprising that all 3 of the top powers from Wuyuan have arrived for this competition, and their performances have been commendable. We are from the Hu family of Wuyuan's 9 Waste Mountain, and these 2 are my disciples, Hu Ying and Hu Chang. Gongsun Yan cupped his fist in salute towards them. Hu Ying politely nodded in return. Due to his previous encounters with Kong Xian and Zhao Dong, Gongsun Yan had a generally favorable impression of the people from Yangji Kingdom, yet the individuals he met during this journey left him somewhat disappointed. Master, Fan Xing is merely a side disciple of Fan Family Fortress. I wonder if any of them have made it into the 1,000 ranking? Hu Ying remarked to the elder. I believe there should be no issue. The young disciples from our 3 families possess similar strengths. It all comes down to their performance in the moment and the strength of their opponents. The elder responded objectively. Humph, those from Fan Family Fortress are notoriously self-important. I doubt it, Su Zhan interjected. Indeed, I concur with Brother Su's perspective. When Fan Xing entered the ranks of the 10,000, he promptly proclaimed himself a hero. It is likely that the achievements of others are not significantly better. Hu Chang remarked, Brother Chang, although you have made it into the 1,000 list of the youth group this time, do not let this inflate your ego. Remember, there is always someone better out there. As several individuals engaged in their animated discussion, Gongsun Yan chose not to interject. He sat quietly, closing his eyes to rest, refraining from cultivating his energy, for they were all martial practitioners, and it would be somewhat inconvenient should they discover he was training. The carriage moved swiftly, and by the afternoon's shin hour, they arrived at Wuyuan. Everyone disembarked at the southern gates post station of Wuyuan. Before parting ways, the elder courteously invited Gongsun Yan to visit the Hu family at Jiuhuang Mountain, should he find it convenient. Gongsun Yan politely accepted the invitation and then proceeded eastward. Watching Gongsun Yan's retreating figure, Hu Chang inquired, Master, why do you treat him with such courtesy? He seems rather ordinary to me, timid even. If it weren't for the robbery at the post station, he might never have had the opportunity to ride in such a carriage. Humph, do not speak foolishly. It is said that during the carriage robbery, 15 individuals were slain. The bandits must have numbered in the dozens. To escape unscathed from such a scenario is no feat for an ordinary person, the elder replied. Does Master imply that he is deliberately feigning weakness? Hu Chang asked. Consider this. When you learned that you all had entered the 1,000 list, did you observe any surprise from him? The elder continued. Master, I believe he is quite young. Although he appears somewhat mature, His physique is slight, suggesting he has yet to fully develop. His hands also seem youthful, Wing noted, displaying keen observation. Hearing the discourse among the three disciples, the Su brothers exhibited contemplative expressions, and the group increasingly sensed that Gongsun Yan was no ordinary individual. Wuyuan City is situated at the confluence of the Jishui Kingdom, Summer Su, and Yongji, being the largest city in the southeastern region of Yongji. This area is characterized by its flat terrain, abundant resources, and thriving commerce, making it a strategically significant hub for trade and military affairs in Yongji. The streets within the city are broad, laid out in a precise grid, with buildings featuring gray walls, green tiles, and sloped roofs, epitomizing the characteristics of northern cities. As the warm spring sun illuminated the icicles hanging from the eaves and branches, creating a crystalline spectacle, Gongsun Yan strolled through the chilly streets of the northern country for the first time. Observing the locals bundled in heavy garments, cautiously navigating the slippery pathways, he found the unique foreign charm utterly fascinating, feeling no chill whatsoever. Passing by a tavern adorned with a liquor sign, Gongsun Yan lifted the heavy door curtain and stepped inside. The warmth enveloped him immediately, and a staff member promptly approached, cheerfully inquiring, "Esteemed guest, would you like to dine or drink?" As he spoke, he guided Gongsun Yan to an empty table and presented him with a menu. "Oh, could you please recommend some of your signature dishes?" Gongsun Yan placed his bundle aside, received the menu, and inquired as he settled down. "Ah, esteemed guest, it appears to be your first visit to our humble establishment. Judging by your attire, you must be from the southern regions. Our offerings of white meat, pickled cabbage, chilled tofu, and stir-fried pork intestines are quite commendable. Would you care to sample them all?" Upon receiving a nod of assent from Gongsun Yan, the attendant inquired further. "What beverage would you prefer? We have aged spirits, corn liquor, and light white wine." "A bowl of light white wine, please," Gongsun Yan replied. "Very well, esteemed guest. Please allow me a moment. Your chosen dishes and wine will be served shortly." With that, the attendant busied himself elsewhere. Before long, the table was laden with an abundance of food and drink. Gongsun Yan stared at the array before him, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. The portions were indeed generous, sufficient even for two, yet he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Reluctantly, he picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece of tofu, which instantly flooded his palate with a delightful blend of flavors. The spongy tofu had absorbed the rich broth of pickled cabbage and pork, offering a satisfying chewiness that awakened his taste buds. He soon found himself indulging heartily in the feast. Next, he tasted the other two dishes, each bringing him unexpected delight. The ability to transform such simple, commonplace ingredients into exquisite culinary creations was nothing short of miraculous. Before he realized it, he had devoured every morsel on the table. At that moment, an attendant approached, bearing a plate of slightly yellowish nuts. He set it down before Gongsun Yan and said, "These are a gift from that distinguished elder over there. Please do sample them." He gestured toward an old man who was just rising to depart. Gongsun Yan, taken aback, quickly stood and said, "I could not possibly accept this." The elder waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Nonsense. I noticed you are a guest from the south, newly arrived in Wuyuan. These are our famous local delicacies, Wuyuan hazelnuts. They are crispy, fragrant, and sweet, particularly suited for pairing with drinks. Please do enjoy." With that, he turned to leave. Gongsun Yan, unable to decline, graciously thanked him. He thought to himself how courteous the people of Wuyuan were, and his initial resentment towards the people of Yongji country began to dissipate. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Gongsun Yan inquired with the attendant about the route to Huachin country. The attendant informed him that they were not well versed in the paths and suggested he inquire at the nearby inns by the East Gate for more reliable information. Upon reaching the vicinity of the East Gate of Wuyuan City, the most prominent establishment was the Yitong Tianxiaoyan. After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Yan decided to try a different one across the street, named Yixing Wanli. Upon entering, a welcoming attendant approached him, warmly guiding him to a seating area while serving tea and water. "Esteemed guest, are you planning to travel? Where do you intend to go?" "Ah, I wish to journey to the capital of Huachin country. What would be the best way?" "Oh, you are embarking on a cross-border journey? It has been rather unsettled of late." "Unsettled? In what way?" Gongsun Yan feigned ignorance. "The Yin Alliance has issued a warning, stating that there have been frequent incidents of robbery on the roads, advising us to minimize long-distance business. Could you elaborate?" Gongsun Yan feigned curiosity. "Well, we do not know much, but we heard that just the other day, a carriage from a neighboring inn was attacked, resulting in the deaths of dozens. The attendant spoke with a visible sense of trepidation, continuing to whisper to Gongsun Yan, "However, esteemed guest, there is no need for excessive concern. It is rumored that the recent spate of highway robberies appears to be specifically targeting carriages carrying participants of the grand competition, particularly those with commendable standings." Targeting grand competition participants? It is said that the incidents of robbery and murder began to unfold the very day after the competition concluded, though they have diminished somewhat recently, perhaps as the participants have dispersed. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan felt a rush of relief. To evade the troubles of the immortal martial palace, he had opted not to return home via carriage, potentially sidestepping a calamity. He leaned in closer and inquired softly, "Which faction possesses such audacity to target competitors of the kingdom's grand competition?" "Ah, that remains unclear," the attendant replied. "But many believe it to be the machinations of foreign powers, with the most likely culprit being," he hesitated. "Who is it?" Gongsun Yan pressed. "You truly do not know? It is the neighboring kingdom of Hushao. They are the only fully unified kingdom among the 9 great kingdoms of Qingzhou." "Oh, what constitutes a fully unified kingdom?" "Heh, a fully unified kingdom is one that is entirely cohesive and devoid of vassal states." As he spoke, he prepared to depart. Growing somewhat impatient, perceiving Gongsun Yan as rather dull-witted, utterly ignorant, yet daring to venture far, he could hardly fathom how this fellow had managed to survive thus far. "You have yet to inform me of the route to the capital of Huaqin," Gongsun Yan called out as the attendant turned to leave. "Under normal circumstances, there are 2 routes. One leads through the Ping city of the Xiasu kingdom, crossing the Dongjing mountain range to reach the capital of Huaqin. The other passes through Ping city to arrive at the capital of Changyuan, subsequently traversing the Shuangmeng mountain range to reach Huaqin's capital. This latter route, while slightly longer and costlier, primarily traverses plains, thus saving considerable time." "And what are the abnormal circumstances?" The attendant shot Gongsun Yan a disdainful glance and continued, "Surely you are aware that the Changyuan kingdom and Huaqin kingdom are at odds, frequently engaging in warfare, rendering the routes impassable? Furthermore, we presently have no carriages for cross-border travel available. You might consider visiting a few other establishments." With that, he disregarded Gongsun Yan and walked away. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan visited several other relay stations, but to his dismay, all were without long-distance carriages. Ultimately, he begrudgingly entered the relay across the world. The grand map still adorned the wall of the hall, and upon Gongsun Yan's entry, the attendant promptly welcomed him with warmth, offering him a seat and refreshments. Before inquiring about his destination, Gongsun Yan stated plainly that he intended to travel to the capital of the Changyuan kingdom. The attendant pondered for a moment before responding, "To be frank, we have very few cross-border carriages available lately. Firstly, due to recent events, the roads are rather perilous. Secondly, we lack sufficient carriages and manpower, leading to the cancellation of mid to low-tier long-distance services." "Does that imply that high-end carriages remain operational? What are the costs?" "Well, they are somewhat steep. Traveling to the capital of Changyuan will cost 300 taels of silver per person." Gongsun Yan remained contemplative, as this amount of silver was not overly burdensome for him at present. The fellow, upon observing his appearance, presumed that he lacked the means to afford a carriage, and continued to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed guest, if you are proficient in martial arts?" "Oh, is there something to be said about it?" "Oh, esteemed guest, do not misunderstand me. I was contemplating that if you are a practitioner of martial arts, there exists a way to reach the capital of the Zhuangyuan kingdom." The attendant hurriedly clarified, "Oh, pray do elaborate." "In the vicinity of Wuyuan city, there are frequently escort vehicles bound for the capital of Shangyuan. Occasionally, they find themselves short-staffed and seek to hire temporary escorts. Should any esteemed guests be martial artists, they could venture into the city's merchant association or escort agency for potential opportunities." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement, pondering that this indeed was a splendid idea, not only saving travel expenses but also enriching his experiences, a perfect win-win situation. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the attendant and exited the post station, making his way towards the city. By this time, it was nearing the hour of Su, and the northern spring evenings descended early. Noticing the waning light, Gongsun Yan casually sought out a modest inn for rest. The following morning, after a satisfying breakfast, he proceeded to the central area of Wuyuan City, locating the Merchant Association. Upon entering the announcement hall, he found it bustling with activity. The hall primarily serves to disseminate information regarding the supply and demand of goods, the dynamics of merchant interactions, inquiries regarding members' challenges, and recruitment of relevant personnel. Gongsun Yan swiftly discovered a notice on the bulletin board, advertising temporary bodyguard positions in the capital of Changyuan country, issued by a firm known as Tongda Escort Agency. After inquiring with the Chamber of Commerce about the agency's location, he promptly set off to apply. Tongda Escort Agency was conveniently situated not far from the chamber. Right in the heart of the city on Chuanxi Road, its grand entrance facing east, resplendent and imposing. A gilded plaque with bold characters hung prominently above the entrance. Flanked by couplets, the upper line proclaimed, "Benevolence traverses the world unimpeded." The lower line read, "Righteousness spreads across the universe, welcoming guests." Above the lintel, a horizontal inscription declared, "Reaching all directions." Upon entering the agency, Gongsun Yan was immediately approached by a young man. After explaining his intentions, the young man led him to the courtyard. Upon reaching the door to the inner hall, the young man announced within, "Old Master Dong, someone has come to apply." "Ah, bring him in," responded an elderly voice from within. Gongsun Yan entered the inner hall and saw an elderly man seated beside a table, unmistakably Old Master Dong. He approached respectfully, bowing slightly, and introduced himself. "Greetings, Old Master Dong. I am Chu Guan, here to apply for the position of bodyguard." He felt compelled to adopt a pseudonym, discarding his previous identity. "Oh, do you have someone to vouch for you as a bodyguard?" Old Master Dong inquired. "Vouch? Were you not aware that a bodyguard requires a guarantor?" "Indeed, I was unaware. I merely noticed the chamber's announcement that your agency needed temporary bodyguards for a journey to the capital of Changyuan country, eager to return home. And with no available post-carriage, I impulsively decided to apply." Gongsun Yan candidly revealed most of the truth. "Oh, you hail from Changyuan country?" "Yes, I am from the northern Mang mountain of Changyuan country." He fabricated a background. Old Master Dong fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, the young man interjected, "Old Master, regarding the Qi family there is no need for further discussion." Old Master Dong promptly interrupted, then turned to Gongsun Yan and remarked, "Though your physique appears rather frail, your audacity to apply suggests considerable skill. Dong Lin, engage him in a few exchanges." With that, the three of them rose and moved to the courtyard. After ascertaining Gongsun Yan's weapon of choice, Dong Lin fetched a waist knife for him, while he himself wielded a spear. Gongsun Yan accepted the waist knife, set down his bundle, and the two began to spar in the courtyard, exchanging moves for several rounds without a clear victor. However, Old Master Dong discerned that Gongsun Yan was evidently superior, having held back his full strength, and he gestured for them to cease. Returning to the hall, Old Master Dong addressed Gongsun Yan. "Let me be frank, had we not been in urgent need, even your exceptional skills would not have sufficed without a guarantor. Since you have come, it seems fate has played its hand. I shall employ you as a temporary bodyguard for this journey, offering 10 taels of silver as remuneration. Are you agreeable?" Gongsun Yan nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Old Master Dong, for your kindness. However, let me make it clear. Despite the temporary nature of your employment, you must be diligent and responsible, with no room for negligence or misconduct. Should any impropriety arise, we will not be lenient." With that, he gestured for Dong Lin to escort Gongsun Yan to change into the appropriate attire, collect his weapon, and receive his identification badge, as well as an introduction to the agency's operations. Gongsun Yan bent down to pick up his parcel and was about to depart when Dong Lao seemed to recall something and inquired, "I forgot to ask you, what are you carrying those branches for? At first glance, one might mistake them for bramble. Are you not aware that bramble is considered an ill omen for escorting?" "Oh, I truly was unaware. These are branches from the locust tree, which I brought back from my ancestral land. My elders instructed me to take them back to Baimong Mountain for planting, symbolizing the flourishing of branches and leaves." Gongsun Yan cleverly responded. "Oh, then it would be wise to wrap them securely to avoid any misunderstandings," Dong Lao remarked, waving his hand to signal their departure. Dong Lin accompanied Gongsun Yan to sign a life and death agreement, as well as a letter of credit. They then collected the escort uniforms emblazoned with the name Tongda, and received the badge indicating the rank of escort, which was naturally of the lowest tier, white. Subsequently, they proceeded to the armory to select a suitable waist knife, after which he was briefed on the various precautions for the journey. That night, Gongsun Yan rested in a dormitory designated for escorts within the escort agency. Before dawn the following day, he was awakened by Dong Lin, who took him to assemble with the others. Upon arriving in the courtyard, a few individuals were already waiting, and it wasn't long before the group was complete, totaling 10 individuals. The leader was a robust man of average stature, wielding a long spear, who stood imposingly at the front, delivering instructions that primarily emphasized rules and precautions. Dong Lin quietly introduced the speaker to Gongsun Yan, stating that this was Dong Shu, the second-in-command of the Weiyuan branch of the Tongda escort agency, known as Dong Qinyong, who was reputed in the martial world as the Overlord Spear. Gongsun Yan observed that during the speech, Dong Qinyong occasionally cast glances in his direction, seemingly with a warning intent. After all, he was a newcomer without any endorsements, and his employment was indeed a rare opportunity. From Dong Qinyong's address, it became evident that the confidentiality of this escort mission was of utmost importance, akin to smuggling. The itinerary and travel times were to remain highly secretive, all determined by the employer. The type of cargo being escorted was classified as material goods, with joint liability for the client, underscoring its significance, especially with the second-in-command personally overseeing the escort. After the briefing concluded, Dong Qinyong led them stealthily out of the northern gate of Weiyuan City. The northern spring night remained quite chilly, yet everyone was well prepared and unperturbed. Not far from the city, they encountered individuals holding horses, evidently arranged by the escort agency in advance. Once mounted, the group continued their swift ride northward. Soon, they arrived near a pavilion at a crossroads, where, despite it still being before the hour of the rabbit, shadowy figures could be seen waiting. As they approached, it became clear that there were 4 riders and 2 carriages stationed there. Upon their arrival, 2 riders advanced, and the lead one quietly called out, "Is this the Overlord's spear, Dong Biao?" "Indeed it is," Dong Qinyong replied softly, signaling for the others to halt while he approached the 2 for a private conversation. After a moment, Dong Qinyong returned to the group and instructed them to encircle the 2 carriages and riders, merging their forces as they swiftly proceeded eastward. Both carriages were double-horse chariots, equipped with their own drivers, matching the speed of a single rider. As dawn broke, the caravan had already crossed the border into the territory of the Summer Su Kingdom. Though the relationship between Yongji and Summer Su was not particularly intimate, conflicts were rare, and trade flourished without hindrance. With fine weather and a wide road, they managed to cover a distance of over 1,000 miles in just 3 days. The group traveled by day and rested by night, exercising utmost caution, especially during their halts, where they meticulously inspected their surroundings. Thanks to Dong Qinyong's vigilant patrols, their journey proceeded without incident. Gongsun Yan rode at the forefront of the procession alongside Dong Lin, embodying a sense of vigilance. This arrangement served 2 purposes. First, Gongsun Yan's background was uncertain, and placing him at the front facilitated monitoring. Second, being a novice, he was relatively safer away from the main target. Dong Lin typically remained within the confines of the escort agency, managing internal affairs, but due to a shortage of personnel, he had to join the journey. During their rest periods, the 2 grew acquainted, and Dong Lin took the opportunity to impart knowledge about the escorting trade, sharing various protocols such as the 3 meetings and 1 absence, the 3 no-stops on land, the 3 regulations on water, the 3 essentials upon entering a tavern, and the 3 no-separations during sleep, along with the 3 taboo practices for client escorts. Gongsun Yan grasped the general principles. On this particular morning, as dawn approached, the escort team set off once more, hoping to reach Pingxing in Summer Su by nightfall. Gongsun Yan and Dong Lin maintained their position at the front. After traveling several dozen miles, Gongsun Yan spotted a fallen tree obstructing the path and promptly signaled the rear. Dong Qinyong shouted for a halt, and the riders quickly formed a protective circle around the 2 sedan chairs. He then rode up to inspect the fallen tree, discerning that this was no mere accident. He called out, "May I inquire who is responsible for this obstruction? I am Dong Qinyong of the Tongda Escort Agency, and I kindly ask for your cooperation." To his surprise, a chorus of laughter erupted, and more than 20 figures clad in black and masked emerged from the shadows, surrounding them. The leader, speaking in a hoarse voice, declared, "Let us be direct, Dong Qinyong. If you relinquish the sedan chairs, we shall not harm a single one of you or touch your possessions. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Dong Qinyong offered a wry smile and replied, "It is said that one takes money to avert disaster. Given the long-standing reputation of the Tongda Escort Agency, do you truly believe we can simply walk away? Then let us see the true mettle of your resolve." With that, weapons were drawn, and a fierce battle ensued, plunging both sides into chaos. In this tumult, Dong Qinyong displayed remarkable valor, wielding his spear with agility and precision, holding his own against 3 adversaries without faltering. The other escort members likewise demonstrated their prowess, fighting valiantly. The opposing group had come prepared, their numbers overwhelming, employing flashy and extravagant techniques to seize the initiative. However, the escort members were seasoned veterans, hardened by countless battles. Their strikes brutal and pragmatic. For a time, the two factions appeared evenly matched, locked in a fierce struggle. Gongsun Yan, not one to lag behind, maneuvered skillfully through the throng, fending off blows with ease. In a moment of youthful exuberance, he leaped into the fray, unmasking several opponents, which elicited a cacophony of gasps and furious exclamations from the crowd. At this moment, the day had brightened considerably, and the surroundings were vividly clear. Suddenly, two exclamations pierced the air. "It's you! You rascal! Fan Xing! Fan Yong! You are from Fan Family Fort!" Concurrently, Gongsun Yan also recognized the individuals. Realizing their identities had been exposed, the members of Fan Family Fort ceased their assault, and the Tongda escort agency temporarily halted their skirmish. Dong Qinyong, standing firm with his spear, turned to Gongsun Yan and inquired, "What? Do you know the people from Fan Family Fort?" Gongsun Yan replied, "I traveled here with those two in the same carriage." Simultaneously, a young leader from Fan Family Fort was questioning Fan Xing and his brother about Gongsun Yan's background. At this moment, they had all removed their masks, revealing their true identities. "I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Demon Blade Fan Men. Though our Tongda escort agency cannot be said to have a close relationship with your Fan Family Fort, we have never been adversaries. We have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. What brings you to intercept us today?" Fan Min chuckled. "Isn't this a rhetorical question? Naturally, we are here for the person in the carriage behind you. As I mentioned, if you leave the carriage, you may depart without hindrance." Seeing the other's steadfastness, Dong Qinyong felt a headache coming on. Although they were not afraid of Fan Family Fort, the adage "a strong dragon does not crush a local snake" held true, and if possible, he preferred to avoid souring their relations. However, it was out of the question to abandon this business arrangement, as he could not afford to lose face. Noticing his hesitation, Fan Min continued to persuade him. "Dong Escort Chief, let us take a step back. Your actions today were executed with great discretion. If it weren't for our numerous informants, we would have truly been deceived by you. Since we are the only ones aware of this matter, we can assure you that it will remain confidential. Furthermore, we offer to double your remuneration. What do you think?" At that moment, one of the 4 riders sent by the owner to escort the goods approached Dong Qinyong and whispered, "Dong Escort Chief, the young lady requests your presence." Upon hearing this, Dong Qinyong instructed the others to continue their standoff with Fan Family Fort while he followed the man to the side of the carriage. The man bowed respectfully to the carriage and quietly said, "Young lady, Dong Escort Chief has arrived." At that moment, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back, revealing a charming face. With a bright voice, she said, "My lady expressed her gratitude to escort Chief Dong for his protection throughout the journey. You have worked hard. My lady is unable to appear in person, so I am here to convey her thanks. I hope you will forgive any shortcomings." Dong Qinyong promptly returned the courtesy and replied with measured dignity, "Miss Qi, you are too kind. This is merely my duty as part of the Tongda escort agency. Should Miss Qi have any requests, please do not hesitate to let me know. There is nothing particularly pressing to say. Our lady merely instructed me to inform the escort chief that if you can ensure our safe passage to the borders of Chanyuan, the remuneration can be doubled. We hope the escort chief will honor his commitment and protect us well." The charming young woman stated, "Rest assured, please convey to the young lady that since Tongda Escort Agency has accepted this escort mission, we will undoubtedly uphold our promise and protect the cargo at all costs. If Miss Qi has no further matters, I shall proceed." After speaking, Dong Qinyong rode over to face Fan Min, clasping his hands in greeting. "Brother Fan, I come bearing gifts and hope you will show our Tongda Escort Agency some leniency. As long as we enter the realm of Changyuan, we shall not obstruct your endeavors. What do you think?" Fan Min fell into contemplative silence. At that moment, Fan Xing rode up, pointing at Gongsun Yan, and said, "Elder brother, this man fainted during the initial ambush and narrowly escaped with his life. If such a timid person can serve as a guard for the Tongda Escort Agency, their strength must be rather limited. Why not seize this opportunity to win the heart of a fair maiden?" As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Fan Family Fortress regarded Gongsun Yan with curious and teasing glances, while the escorts from the Tongda Agency looked at him with disdain. Gongsun Yan paid no mind to the various gazes directed at him, but in his heart, he mused that the sedan chair concealed a beautiful woman, which explained the grand display and the air of mystery surrounding the affair. At that moment, the eyes of both parties converged upon Fan Min. The decision to fight or retreat rested solely on him. After a lengthy pause, seemingly resolute, Fan Min waved his hand and shouted, "Charge." Instantly, the battle erupted once more. Fan Xing let out a cold laugh, spurring his horse towards Gongsun Yan. True to his title of Lightning Blade, a glint flashed, and his sword, swift as lightning, aimed for Gongsun Yan's neck. With a sharp sound, Gongsun Yan remained unharmed, while Fan Xing's head soared into the air, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Witnessing his brother's demise, Fan Yang's eyes bulged with rage as he let out a roar and charged at Gongsun Yan, swinging his sword. Again, with a swift sound, Fan Yong met the same fate. It was evident that Gongsun Yan's blade was faster than that of the Fan brothers. Seeing both brothers perish in an instant, the members of the Fan family fortress were gripped by fear. Yet, Gongsun Yan, in the heat of battle, did not relent. He charged into the enemy ranks, slashing at anyone in his path, and in a mere moment, 3 more fell beneath his blade, each with a single stroke. Realizing the dire situation, Fan Min shouted, "Retreat." The members of the Fan family fortress abandoned 5 corpses and swiftly vanished from sight. The remaining onlookers turned their gazes toward Gongsun Yan, their thoughts echoing in disbelief. How could such a fierce warrior be the same person who had once fainted in the face of robbers? After a brief moment, Dong Lin rode up beside him, clasping his hands in admiration. I never expected Brother Chu to be so unfathomable. Unbeknownst to him, he had already changed how he addressed Gongsun Yan. Dong Qinyong also nodded in approval towards Gongsun Yan, though a tinge of bitterness stirred within him. He reflected that this man was merely a temporary escort, yet he had fought valiantly, and from this day forth, the Tongda escort agency and the Fan family fortress were bound to have animosity. After the tumult, the escort team resumed their journey. At this point, the glances directed at Gongsun Yan were imbued with reverence, though the others believed they were not afraid of the few opponents. Dispatching them as effortlessly as chopping vegetables was no small feat now. Even as Gongsun Yan and Dong Lin led the way, Dong Qinyong felt a sense of awkwardness. He appointed 2 other escorts to replace them, allowing the 2 to follow closely while he engaged Gongsun Yan in conversation, hoping to uncover more about his true nature. 2 of the 4 riders sent by the Qi family whispered a few words to Dong Qinyong before galloping eastward, evidently to deliver a message and seek assistance. The escort began to prominently display their escort flag during the subsequent journey, for the Tongda Escort Agency is renowned throughout the kingdom of Jishui. Its founder, the chief escort Dong Jinyu, had made a name for himself 30 years ago by placing among the top 30 in the kingdom's grand competition, causing even the ordinary folk of the rivers and lakes to regard him with a measure of awe. Thereafter, the escort proceeded smoothly, making only a brief stop in Pingqing before continuing their rapid advance eastward. On this day, after departing from Xianlin City for more than 20 days, the escort finally reached the border between the Changyuan Kingdom and the Xiasu Kingdom, and Dong Qinyong breathed a sigh of relief. From afar, he could see the banners of the Changyuan Kingdom fluttering, with rows of soldiers standing in formation, each armed with gleaming swords and spears, their armor resplendent. At the forefront, a young commander sat proudly upon his steed. Upon noticing the escort crossing the border, the young commander rode over and inquired, "Are you escorting the eldest daughter of the Chifu Trading Company?" "Indeed, we are. May I ask who you are?" Dong Qinyong responded with a respectful clasp of his hands. In reply, the young commander dismounted, instructed his soldiers to sound the alarm, and then hastened to the sedan chair. Bowing respectfully as he said, "I am Hu Xiong, here to welcome the young lady. I have already informed General Zhu Guo, and General Guo is on his way. Please." "Young lady, wait a moment." Before long, a troop of cavalry approached swiftly from the distance, led by a striking young general, the esteemed General Guofeng of the Changyuan Kingdom. He dismounted and approached the sedan chair, expressing warmly, "Xian, I have been eagerly awaiting your return. You have endured a long journey. Greetings, Brother Feng. I am truly grateful for your personal welcome. It puts my heart at ease," replied Qi Xian as she gracefully descended from the sedan and performed a respectful bow. As Qi Xian emerged from the sedan, her breathtaking beauty instantly captivated the attention of those around her. Had it not been for the constraints of propriety, many would have been tempted to cheer in exhilaration. Dong Lin gazed intently at Qi Xian, murmuring to himself, "So we've had a stunning beauty accompanying us all this way. What a missed opportunity." He then began to quietly introduce Qi Xian's background to Gongsun Yan. It turned out that Qi Xian was the head of the Chifu Trading Company, renowned for her exceptional intelligence and stunning appearance. often referred to as the most beautiful woman in Xianlin City. She was surrounded by countless admirers, many of whom were accomplished and well-connected suitors. Alas, despite their intentions, the lovely Qingzhou remained indifferent to all her pursuers, which left many young scions of Xianlin City feeling discontented. The Fu Trading Company was the most powerful trading entity in Xianlin City, with substantial wealth and influence. However, despite their riches, they placed more emphasis on commerce than martial prowess, employing only a few martial artists for protection, leaving them vulnerable to the covetous eyes of certain individuals, including Fan Min of Fan Family Fort. The Fan Family Fortress is one of the 3 paramount powers in Xianlin City. Fan Min, the direct grandson of the family head, has recently made a remarkable impression by securing a place among the top 300 in the kingdom's grand tournament. Though already married, he covets the beauty and wealth of Qingzhou, repeatedly proposing to take her as a concubine and ultimately resorting to force, which led to the earlier highway robbery incident. In truth, the true identity of the Qi family remains unknown in Xianlin City. The head of the Qi family, Qi Fuhai, hails from a prestigious lineage in the Changyuan Kingdom. Many years ago, he was dispatched by the royal family of Changyuan to Yongji Kingdom under the guise of engaging in commerce, but in reality, he served as an intelligence operative. A commercial prodigy, Qi Fuhai established a significant enterprise in Xianlin City, providing vital intelligence and substantial wealth to the royal family of Changyuan annually. Qingzhou, the eldest daughter of Qi Fuhai, although born in Xianlin City, has accompanied her father in business ventures since childhood and has frequently returned to Changyuan. Deeply influenced by its culture, the Qi and Guo families share a long-standing friendship, and Qingzhou and Guofeng were betrothed in childhood. Their reunions are filled with joy, and they are true childhood sweethearts, sharing an unspoken bond. At this moment, the two are seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, engaged in hushed conversation, likely recounting the perilous journey they have undertaken. Guofeng's face occasionally reflects anger and surprise, but as the tale unfolds, his expression softens. He then produces a banknote, approaching Dong Qinyong with sincerity, saying, "I am grateful, Dong Escort, for your steadfast protection of my sister Xian along this journey. This is the remuneration due to your escort agency. Please accept it as a token of respect." "There is no need for such courtesy, General. It was our duty to ensure Miss Chi's safety during the journey. I hope you and Miss Chi can bear with us," Dong Qinyong replied politely, accepting the banknote. Being an experienced businessman, he could readily discern that the amount exceeded what had been initially promised to Miss Chi. "Will you accompany us to the capital? Or will you return from here?" Guofeng inquired further. "Oh, we still have matters to attend to in your capital. We are quite familiar with the route and can manage on our own, so you need not trouble yourself, General. Please allow Miss Chi and yourself to proceed as you wish," Dong Qinyong responded. "Do not be so formal, Dong Escort. These are extraordinary times, different from before. Traveling with us to the capital will certainly spare you considerable trouble," Guofeng remarked, after which he gestured for the team to set off. The procession of dozens of horsemen surrounded the palanquin as they made their way toward the capital. Guofeng's assertion proved accurate, although the subsequent journey did not encounter robbers. Numerous checkpoints and vigilant guards lined the way, meticulously inspecting all travelers. Fortunately, with General Zhu Guo leading the way, they faced no significant hindrances. Throughout the journey, Gongsun Yan attentively observed the customs, geography, and governance of the Changyuan Kingdom. He noted that the populace bore minimal differences from those in Huaqin Kingdom, save for a distinct regional dialect that could be easily adjusted to with a little effort. After a continuous 7 days of travel, the caravan finally arrived at the capital of Changyuan. Disembarking, they entered through the western city gate under Guofeng's guidance. He then turned to signal Dong Qinyong to approach, inquiring, "Dong Escort, will you be heading to the inner city?" "Oh, there's no need for that. Our escort agency has a branch near the west gate. We can take shelter there. I extend my gratitude to General for your kind consideration throughout our journey on behalf of the Tongda Escort Agency." Guofeng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary. He added, "Ah, that is convenient. The inner city is under strict surveillance, and without a token, entry is impossible." He then pointed at Gongsun Yan and inquired, "Is he your temporary bodyguard?" "Indeed, General. His name is Chu Guan, and he hails from your Chaoyuan country. Once this escort mission is complete, we shall part ways, as he has further travels ahead." "Oh?" Guofeng gazed at Dong Qinyong with a look of inquiry. Dong Qinyong proceeded to elaborate on the process of recruiting Gongsun Yan. After listening to his account, Guofeng appeared contemplative. After a moment of reflection, He gestured for Gongsun Yan to approach. Gongsun Yan, slightly surprised, nonetheless stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "I greet the general." "Oh, you are named Chu Guan and are from Chaoyuan?" Guofeng asked. "Indeed, General," Gongsun Yan replied confidently. "I am Chu Guan from the town of Mongshui in Beimeng Mountain, Chaoyuan." He had prepared this explanation in advance, having indeed passed through that town during his flight. "I have heard of your formidable martial skills. Would you be interested in serving in the military? You could start as a deputy general and with future achievements. You may rise through the ranks," Guofeng proposed. The others looked on with envy, but Gongsun Yan replied with measured humility, "I appreciate the general's kind offer. However, my father has passed, and I must remain by my mother's side to fulfill my filial duties. I do not wish to enlist at this moment." He conjured a suitable excuse to decline. "Ah, a man must strive for greatness. Serving the nation is a noble pursuit. I hope you will consider joining the military in the future." With that, he produced a token and presented it to Gongsun Yan, continuing, "In recognition of your contributions during the escort, I bestow this token upon you. Should you change your mind, you may seek me in the capital at any time. This token will also aid your return home. Do not lose it." With that, Guofeng turned, surrounded by the crowd, and made his way towards the inner city. All the escort members bowed and clasped their hands in farewell. As they watched the group depart, Dong Qingyong turned to Gongsun Yan and asked, "Brother Chu, will you head back home immediately, or do you wish to remain in the capital for a few days?" "Master Dong, I would like to stay in the city for a few days to procure some items before departing." "Very well. You may stay with us at the Tongda Escort Agency. The accommodations are quite satisfactory." "Thank you, Master Dong," Gongsun Yan replied, not wanting to appear ungrateful. Hearing that they could spend a few more days together, Dong Lin was equally pleased, and the group followed Dong Qinyong towards the Tongda Escort Agency. The branch of the Tongda Escort Agency in Chaoyuan was situated near the west gate of the capital, marked by a large sign with gilded characters that stood out prominently. As they approached, a middle-aged man emerged from the agency, laughing heartily. "At last, Brother San, you have arrived. Was your journey smooth?" The man was Dong Chun-gang, the younger cousin of Dong Qinyong, a fellow member of the Dong clan, and the chief escort of the Tongda Escort Agency in Chaoyuan. "Ah, we managed to protect the cargo, but we have also made a formidable enemy." Dong Qinyong sighed, shaking his head. "Oh, what do you mean by that, the brother?" "Alas, it is a long story. Let us step inside and discuss it in detail." Under the guidance of Dong Qinggang, the group entered the hall of the escort agency. While the horses were led to the backyard by the agency's staff through a side door, Gongsun Yan followed Dong Lin and another staff member, directly traversing the hall to the backyard, where they were assigned to the dedicated escort dormitory on the second floor. Each person had a single room. The accommodations were modest, yet impeccably clean, furnished with all necessary daily amenities. That evening, Dong Qinggang hosted a banquet in the back hall to welcome Dong Qingyong and the others. And the atmosphere was lively as glasses were raised and toasts exchanged, creating a raucous scene of camaraderie and revelry. The following morning, Gongsun Yan ventured into the streets. Although the capital of Chanyuan Kingdom lacked the grandeur of Jishui King City, its diverse architecture still displayed a sense of dignity and distinction. The bustling crowds and the array of goods on display reflected a scene of prosperity and abundance. The architectural style of the capital bore some resemblance to Wuyuan City, featuring broad, straight streets and predominantly gray walls with blue tiles. However, the layout of the city was more imposing and dignified, with exceptionally clean and smooth road surfaces. Pedestrians and vehicles were well separated, maintaining an orderly flow. Despite the hurried pace of the passers-by, their movements were measured and composed. By this time, early summer had arrived. Although temperatures were rising and the snow had melted, the northern climate still retained a slight chill. Fortunately, the weather was clear and bright. As Gongsun Yan strolled through the streets, basking in the warmth of the early summer sun, his spirits were considerably lifted. The previous night, he had pondered over his forthcoming itinerary, carefully considering that traveling directly to Huachin Kingdom was impractical. It appeared that his return journey must be undertaken in segments. After much deliberation, he resolved to ride directly to the vicinity of Beimeng Mountain and then assess whether to continue on horseback or on foot to cross into Huachin territory, where matters would become more manageable. He took a cursory tour of the outer city of Chongyuan's capital, procuring essential provisions for the journey, and enjoyed a meal of steamed buns before returning to the escort agency as night fully descended. The next day, at the break of dawn, Gongsun Yan rose early, tidied himself, and after having breakfast in the back courtyard dining hall, he made his way to the main hall, where Dong Qingyong and Dong Chungang were engaged in their morning lessons. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan impeccably dressed, they expressed mild surprise. Dong Qingyong inquired, "What? Brother Chu is departing already? Were you not planning to stay a few days?" "Indeed, it has been many years since my father's passing, and I long to see my mother. I have decided to return home sooner. I am grateful for the care provided by the escort leader during my stay, and I have come to bid farewell," Gongsun Yan replied, presenting a white escort token while respectfully cupping his fist in salute. "Haha, care is an exaggeration. It was thanks to Brother Chu's valor in vanquishing foes that we could successfully complete the escort mission," Dong Qingang remarked, producing a silver note and handing it to Gongsun Yan. "This is your compensation. Please accept it." Gongsun Yan did not hesitate to accept it, glancing at the note to discover it was worth 30 taels of silver. He promptly declined, saying, "Was it not agreed upon for 10 taels? 30 is far too generous." "Haha, 10 taels is merely the minimum remuneration. Given Brother Chu's remarkable performance, it is worth much more than that. Just accept it." As he spoke, he produced a black gold badge and handed it to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Brother Chu, this is the black gold badge from Maidongda Escort Agency, valid throughout the kingdom of Jishui. If you ever wish to pursue the life of an escort, I would like to extend a warm invitation for you to join us." Recognizing the appreciation from Director Xia, Gongsun Yan did not decline, accepting the badge and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, "Director Dong, I wish to purchase a horse." "Haha, Brother Chu. There's no need for formality. Allow Dong Lin to escort you to the stable in the back to choose a horse. Consider it a gift from our agency for your journey home." Before Gongsun Yan could finish, Dong Chunyong interrupted and called for Dong Lin to take Gongsun Yan to select a horse. Before long, Gongsun Yan appeared at the entrance of the agency, leading a well-saddled chestnut horse. Upon hearing he was departing, many escorts hastened to bid him farewell, exchanging heartfelt words as they accompanied him to the western gate of the capital, stirring within Gongsun Yan a sense of reluctance. Not far beyond the western gate, Gongsun Yan mounted his horse and, with a fist salute to Dong Chunyong and the others, proclaimed with feigned bravado, "Thank you, brothers, for seeing me off. The mountains remain unchanged. We shall meet again." With that, he spurred his horse southward at a gallop. Throughout his journey, he braved the elements, and within 3 days managed to traverse thousands of miles. The sights encountered along the way transformed his prior perceptions considerably. The kingdom of Changyuan had always struck him as a land rife with conflict and bravado, where peace with the Huachin kingdom was a rarity since his childhood memories of their frequent incursions into Huachin for pillaging. However, as he traveled, he found that many of the Changyuan people he encountered were not the ruthless marauders he had imagined. They bore a striking resemblance to the common folk of Huachin, albeit with a more boisterous demeanor and somewhat volatile tempers, yet they were notably warm and welcoming. One day, as Gongsun Yan passed through a small town in the southern plains of the Changyuan kingdom, he stopped upon noticing a modest tavern by the roadside. Leading his horse over, he intended to procure some sustenance. The tavern attendant, seeing a customer arrive, promptly came out, accepting the reins to secure the horse before ushering Gongsun Yan inside. The interior was devoid of other patrons, and Gongsun Yan chose a bright spot by the window to sit. He ordered a couple of dishes and a jug of wine, and just as he picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal, a voice rang out from outside. "Lu, my friend, fry us up some appetizers and bring a good barrel of wine." 3 young men swaggered in thereafter. Gongsun Yan cast a casual glance at them, then lowered his head to resume his meal. "What are you staring at?" came a fierce voice directed at him. Though Gongsun Yan remained silent, he did not retreat, maintaining a steady gaze on the speaker. "Still staring, are you?" The man took a step forward menacingly, but just then, with a swift motion, a chopstick flew from Gongsun Yan's hand, striking the man squarely on the cheek. Due to the appropriate force applied, the man did not meet his demise. Yet he was gravely injured, his complexion turning a ghastly white as he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. He stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The 2 individuals beside him were equally shaken, their earlier arrogance completely dissipated. At that moment, the tavern owner hurried over to mediate, exclaiming, "A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Gentlemen, please temper your anger. Allow this humble establishment to continue its humble trade." Gongsun Yan remained seated, unperturbed, while the 3 men, sensing the tide had turned against them, hastily fled. The tavern owner promptly returned with a pair of chopsticks for Gongsun Yan and whispered discreetly, "Sir, please enjoy your meal and be on your way. Those 3 are local ruffians, often indulging in free food and drink, and they have powerful backing. They will likely return to trouble you." Gongsun Yan expressed his gratitude with a slight bow and began to eat and drink at a leisurely pace. Unlike before, he sought to avoid trouble. Yet he was not one to shy away from confrontation. After a quarter of an hour, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he settled his bill and prepared to leave. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Whose horse is this? Are you unaware of the wartime restrictions on horses? As Gongsun Yan and the tavern owner stepped outside, they observed several officials surrounding his chestnut horse. In the distance, the silhouettes of the 3 earlier men could be discerned. Gongsun Yan approached and declared, "This is my horse." "Oh, and what is your business? Do you possess a permit?" The leading official scrutinized Gongsun Yan for a moment, noting the long, protruding backpack slung over his shoulders and the parcel in his hand, which clearly indicated he was not on official business. Thus, he adopted an arrogant tone in his inquiry. Gongsun Yan pondered briefly. It was evident that these individuals were seeking trouble. Likely, the escort agency's insignia would not suffice. So he produced the token granted to him by the general of the Pillar State, waving it before the man and inquiring, "Do you recognize this military token?" The official hesitated, uncertain, as he was not familiar with military tokens but felt embarrassed to admit his ignorance. At that moment, one of his colleagues whispered, "This fellow is certainly not a military man. Otherwise, why would he not be resting at the military post and instead be drinking here privately?" Upon hearing this, the leading official's eyes brightened, and he raised his voice. "Do you think you can deceive us with a mere token? You wish to impersonate a military officer? Come with us. Are you certain this is a counterfeit token?" Gongsun Yan raised the token and questioned. The official hesitated once more, observing Gongsun Yan's composed demeanor, causing him to second-guess himself. The last thing he wanted was to offend a genuine military officer. Sensing their indecisiveness, Gongsun Yan chose not to waste any more time. He approached the horse, untied its reins, mounted, and ostentatiously proclaimed, "Have you not seen the direction I am heading? A bunch of blind fools." With that, he spurred the horse southward. As he rode away, heading toward the southern battlefield, the leading official broke into a cold sweat, scanning the surroundings only to find that the 3 men had vanished without a trace. Anger simmered within him, teeth clenched in frustration, secretly vowing to find an opportunity to teach those ruffians a lesson. After leaving the small town, Gongsun Yan, with a heart full of longing, continued to hasten his journey. On the 5th day, he arrived at the southernmost city of Changyuan in the state of Changyuan, situated at the edge of the Shuangmang mountain range. The city was under heightened security due to wartime conditions. Approaching the northern gate of Changyuan, Gongsun Yan presented the black gold escort badge given to him by Dong Qinyou. The gate guards, after a brief inquiry, allowed him passage. This escort badge alleviated many troubles along the way. To avoid revealing his whereabouts, he refrained from using the token given by Guofeng. Having navigated previous troubles in the small town, Gongsun Yan decided to traverse the Shuangmang mountain range on foot, planning to devise a strategy to reach the capital of Huaqin after returning to his homeland. Before crossing the border, he wished to ascertain whether there was a branch of the Tongda escort agency in Changyuan, as he intended to return the horse to them. Otherwise, he would have to sell or gift it away. He wandered near the northern gate with the horse and soon discovered a sign for the Tongda escort agency. However, its scale was considerably smaller than that in the capital, likely due to its proximity to the front lines, and it appeared quite desolate. Gongsun Yan approached the agency, and a clerk emerged to assist him. Upon explaining his purpose and showing his escort badge, the clerk warmly ushered him inside and took the horse to the backyard. Before long, the clerk returned accompanied by a young man. The clerk introduced him as Dong Qinyou, the head of the Changyuan branch. Perhaps due to their shared youth or a desire to befriend Gongsun Yan, Dong Qinyou and Gongsun Yan connected instantly, with Dong Qinyou insisting on treating him to a feast. Initially, Gongsun Yan had planned to stealthily enter the North Mang Mountain at night and seek an opportunity to cross the border. But he could not express this intention outright and thus decided to stay for the night. During the banquet, the two exchanged toasts and engaged in delightful conversation. Gongsun Yan took this opportunity to learn much about the state of Changyuan, the city of Changyuan, and the surrounding areas. Gaining a general understanding of the ongoing conflicts between Chang and Hua, he discovered that the current ruler of Changyuan, Yuanjin, was a resolute and warlike individual who had enforced strict laws and penalties since ascending to the throne. Externally, he engaged in relentless military campaigns, leading his citizens to be fervently militaristic and eager to fight. Intriguingly, while Changyuan was embroiled in conflict with the state of Beian and engaged in battles to the south with Huaqin, even its nominal ally, the state of Xiasu, had begun to experience tensions in recent years. However, there was an unexpected peace with the kingdom of Huishao to the northeast. This naturally led to doubts and speculations. One would expect Changyuan to maintain cordial relations with its neighboring states, all members of the Jishui kingdom, yet it coexisted harmoniously with Huishao. Nevertheless, such worldly disputes were not within Gongsun Yan's immediate contemplation. His pressing concern was how to successfully cross the border back to his homeland. After finishing his meal and drinks, Gongsun Yan expressed his gratitude to Dong Qingyu and took his leave, stating his intention to set out early the next morning, thus foregoing a formal farewell. Dong Qingyu offered to send him off with a carriage, but Gongsun Yan politely declined. Upon entering the room, Gongsun Yan set down his travel bag and commenced a meditative practice, sitting cross-legged. Since departing from Xianlin City, he had seized every opportunity to cultivate his skills, exercising restraint in his diet as well. However, the surrounding environment often constrained him, forcing him to practice intermittently. As the hour of Yin approached, Gongsun Yan quietly shouldered his bag and stealthily exited the escort agency, heading towards the southern gate. He had already inquired, and the gates of Changyuan City opened at the hour of Mao each morning. Upon arriving at the southern city gate, it was indeed the hour of Mao, and the gate stood open, allowing Gongsun Yan to pass through effortlessly. Once outside the city, he unleashed his agility and sped towards the northern Mang Mountains, the dawn illuminating the sky. To avoid attracting attention, Gongsun Yan soon veered off the main road into the woods, advancing southward at remarkable speed. Within just over an hour, he entered the northern Mang Mountains. Despite the ongoing hostilities, the defenses here were rather lax, likely due to the habitual subjugation of the Huachin Kingdom's people, who seldom ventured across borders. With ease, Gongsun Yan traversed the northern Mang Mountains and entered the Great Canyon of the Shuangmang Mountains. He estimated that this region fell within the territory of Wujin Ridge, not far from the site of his previous ambush at Black Mountain Gorge, with the Red Cliff Ridge of the southern Mang Mountains visible across the way. For safety's sake, he decided to navigate eastward through the dense forests of the canyon, biding his time to cross back into his homeland. By the following hour of Mao, Gongsun Yan found himself racing along the southern path of the southern Mang Mountains. Under the cover of night, he had successfully crossed the mountains without incident. As dawn broke, the landscape began to materialize before him, though still somewhat indistinct. It evoked a deep sense of nostalgia within Gongsun Yan. After nearly 3 years, he was back on familiar soil, stirring emotions within him. The hardships he endured during his years of wandering enriched his experiences and broadened his knowledge. His martial prowess and intellect had undergone a profound transformation, and he had matured both physically and mentally. Once a fugitive, he now returned not in a grandiose fashion, but with a formidable presence. Gongsun Yan reflected, it was time for those who had wronged his father and brought shame upon his family to face retribution. He resolved to first journey to the capital, seeking an opportunity to secure an official position before plotting his next steps. Returning home as a fugitive would bring complications. He possessed a badge signifying his rank among the top 30 in the kingdom's great competition, which entitled him to assume a military role in any nation within the realm. He learned from nearby villagers that 2 cities lay not far ahead, Zhenbaiguan, the seat of the northern military governor, and Tanqing, a significant trade hub in the northern part of Huachin Kingdom. There, he might find a carriage to the capital or rent a steed, perhaps even discover a branch of the escort agency. With these thoughts in mind, he took a moment to rest in the woods by the roadside, rearranging his belongings and altering his appearance to resemble that of Chu Bao before heading towards Tanqing, deliberately avoiding the route through Zhenbaiguan. By midday, Gongsun Yan arrived in Tanqing, which was heavily fortified and scrutinized. Presenting his escort badge, he was permitted to enter after a brief inquiry from the gate guards. The scale of Tanqing is comparable to that of Anhua, yet the architectural style exhibits slight variations, predominantly featuring brick and wood structures, characterized by white walls and blue tiles, with eaves adorned by dugong brackets. The overall appearance is fresh and elegant, evoking a sense of familiarity for Gongsun Yan, perhaps due to the ongoing conflict. The streets within the city are sparsely populated, with only a few hurried passers-by. Gongsun Yan initially meandered near the northern gate, failing to locate any post stations. Upon inquiring with a local, he discovered that the prolonged warfare between the 2 nations had led to a near-complete cessation of cross-border trade, resulting in all merchant associations, post houses, and escort agencies being concentrated near the southern gate. Thus, Gongsun Yan proceeded towards the southern gate. Passing by a bookstore, he seized the opportunity to purchase a map of Huachin Kingdom. Upon reaching the vicinity of the southern gate, he was greeted by the conspicuous sign of Tongda Escort Agency. its golden letters strikingly prominent. Momentarily hesitating, he pondered before ultimately choosing to head toward a nearby civilian post, believing it prudent to remain inconspicuous for his safety. Quickly, Gongsun Yan negotiated a rental price for a horse, made slight adjustments, and set off, galloping toward the southern capital. He rode day and night for several days. And one day, in a place known as Wholeheartedly Mountain, he found himself galloping through the verdant hills and forests. As he passed the foot of a mountain, the sudden sound of arrows slicing through the air rang out above him, followed by an arrow striking the ground ahead. Instantly, Gongsun Yan reined in his horse, halting his advance. Looking up, he saw two masked figures clad in black, brandishing knives atop the mountain, who loudly commanded, "Friend, please stop. We are currently engaged in business ahead. Kindly take another route." Listening intently, Gongsun Yan discerned faintly the sounds of struggle and shouting, accompanied by the clashing of blades. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How much longer do you require to conclude your affairs?" "Humph, you ungrateful fool. Is this a question you ought to ask? We kindly advised you. Do you intend to linger here?" One of them bellowed. At this moment, the initial speaker seemed to notice something, exchanged a glance with his companion, and stated, "If this friend must traverse this path, we shall not obstruct him. Please proceed." With that, the two swiftly vanished into the dense woods. Gongsun Yan refrained from further conversation and urged his horse onward, emboldened by his skills, viewing the mountain bandits with disdain. As he rounded the mountain's foot, the sounds of combat intensified, and he soon beheld two factions engaged in a fierce struggle. As he approached, both sides gradually ceased their fighting, their gazes converging on him, revealing expressions of suspicion. Among them, a burly masked man wielding a machete, evidently the leader of the masked group, pointed his blade at Gongsun Yan and shouted, "Halt! Who are you, young man? What trickery do you intend? Do not be rude. Allow this young hero to pass." As the words echoed, a figure emerged from the thicket on the hillside, similarly veiled in black, with a sword hanging at his waist, suggesting he was a middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the masked individuals parted to create a path, signaling Gongsun Yan to proceed. He uttered no response and continued to advance at a leisurely pace on his horse. Ahead on the road stood a sleek automobile and several armored vehicles, surrounded by a group of guards clad in protective attire. As they noticed Gongsun Yan approaching on horseback, they made an effort to part ways. However, the narrowness of the path allowed only a slight retreat, and they remained vigilant, scrutinizing Gongsun Yan's intentions, both parties perplexed by the other's motives. As Gongsun Yan rode past, he discreetly scanned the scene with his peripheral vision and realized that the number of guards was significantly fewer than that of the masked assailants. A few guards lay prostrate by the roadside, evidently incapacitated. Suddenly, he noticed several banners discarded on the ground, embroidered with the characters for Tongda. A chill ran through him. He recognized this as the emblem of the Tongda escort agency, now victim to an ambush. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He had refrained from renting a horse from the Tongda agency to avoid revealing his whereabouts, only to stumble upon this calamity. Although his time with the escort personnel was brief, he felt a certain camaraderie and an instinctive desire to assist them. Lost in thought, his horse had already traversed the ranks of the guards, and as he advanced further, he was about to breach the encirclement formed by the masked figures. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding gripped him, compelling him to leap from his mount to a nearby tree. At that very moment, a flying arrow whizzed past the spot he had just vacated. Gongsun Yan inwardly sighed in relief, maintaining an outward calm as he stood on a branch and called out to the masked assailants, "What do you intend? Huh? What do you think this is? A performance? You can watch or walk away as you please," replied a middle-aged man, casually approaching, his sword sheathed at his waist. "Oh, do you wish to detain me?" Gongsun Yan retorted. The man, refusing to engage further, gestured for his subordinates to attack Gongsun Yan. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan leaped down from the tree, ready to confront them. At that moment, he could not wield his prized Jinglong sword and had to resort to his soft sword instead. He charged towards the masked figures, drawing his soft sword with lightning speed. With a swift flick of his arm, a head flew high into the air, followed by another as he deftly swung his weapon again. Gasps of shock erupted from those around as the robbers recoiled in fear. This marked Gongsun Yan's inaugural use of the soft sword in battle, and he was astonished by its devastating effectiveness. The middle-aged masked man, equally taken aback, realized the difficulty of mastering such a weapon, which was seldom employed in the martial world. Recognizing its rarity, he abandoned his initial disdain and tentatively inquired, "Are you a member of the Zhongli or Ichi family?" This could be a misunderstanding. The Zhongli and Ichi families were renowned martial clans in the kingdom of Jishui, famous for their expertise with the soft sword. The direct lineage of the Ichi family resided in Qingzhou, while the Zhongli family was based in Yulon of Xiaoshu Kingdom. With Ichi Chang being merely a branch of the Ichi family, Gongsun Yan was startled by this recognition. His first use of the soft sword had revealed his lineage, heightening his wariness. He did not wish to embroil Ichi Chang in trouble, so he feigned indifference and retorted, "Misunderstanding? Are you not of the Zhongli family, then?" "Not at all. Not at all." The man stammered in response. "My name is not convenient to disclose. Since you are a member of the Zhongli family, we acknowledge our offense and leave the matter to your discretion. Perhaps I may visit another day to express my apologies?" Although Gongsun Yan's retort does not explicitly reveal his family affiliation, it subtly implies that he is indeed a scion of the Zhongli lineage. The middle-aged man clearly wishes to avoid provoking such an adversary and thus adopts a posture of compromise. Given this context, might I implore the esteemed leader of the Tongda escort agency to show leniency, as I have friends among you? Gongsun Yan skillfully pressed on, seizing the moment to make further demands. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. Despite his masked visage, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Suppressing his rising ire, he spoke in a low, measured tone. "You should realize that we are not mere common robbers. These men are lethal assassins, bound by a deadly oath. I kindly ask you to refrain from interfering in this matter. If you choose to depart, we shall not impede your exit." "Humph. But I am determined to intervene," Gongsun Yan retorted defiantly. "If you insist on such a course, then I shall engage you in a few exchanges. However, let it be known that blades are blind. Should you suffer injury, do not hold us accountable for the lack of warning." With that, the middle-aged man gestured for his companions to withdraw, then stepped forward with deliberate grace, standing poised and waiting for Gongsun Yan to approach for combat. In the realm of masters, one glance reveals the truth. Observing the man's stance, Gongsun Yan immediately discerned that he was facing a formidable opponent, undoubtedly one with lightning-fast draw speed. He contemplated whether to strike with lethal intent or to dissuade the adversary from continuing. After a moment's deliberation, Gongsun Yan declared, "Since you have chosen to engage, I shall not hold my tongue. However, my weapon is rather unique and solely designed for lethal intent. Do not claim I did not forewarn you. Lethal techniques? Feel free to make your move. If I cannot withstand it, it is a testament to my lack of skill," the middle-aged man quipped, a hint of mockery in his tone. At that moment, Gongsun Yan had already sheathed his soft sword. The conspicuous long package he bore hinted at the special weapon he wielded. Without further ado, Gongsun Yan resolved within himself and swiftly unleashed his attack. The sounds of clashing echoed thrice, clang, clang, thud, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground, lifeless, leaving all witnesses in shock. It was revealed that Gongsun Yan had executed his ultimate technique, 3 crows at the summit, launching 3 projectiles in rapid succession. Caught off guard and despite his remarkable speed, the middle-aged man managed to deflect the first 2 projectiles but could not evade the third, succumbing to its impact. "You coward! You resort to underhanded tactics. For injuring my brother, I shall have your life." A burly figure brandishing a machete advanced furiously. Yet, with another swift sound, thud, the man too collapsed to the ground. "Brothers, attack!" the escort leader bellowed, seizing the opportunity as the remaining escort members surged forth to confront their foes. A fierce battle erupted once more, the masked assailants fighting desperately. However, without a leader, they quickly succumbed, leaving behind a grim tableau of corpses. The escorts did not pursue the fleeing robbers. Their code mandated the protection of lives and goods along the journey. Among them, several bore injuries. And while a few maintained watchful vigilance, the majority busied themselves tending to the wounded and clearing the scene. The leader of the escort, recognizing the situation had been resolved, hastily approached Gongsun Yan with 2 companions, bowing and clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, young hero, for your righteous assistance. I, Dong Juanhao of the Tongda Escort Agency, express my sincere thanks. There's no need for such formalities. It was merely a trivial effort, and besides, I acted out of self-preservation." Gongsun Yan replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively as he neatly stowed away the flying dart, preparing to continue his journey. "May I inquire, young hero, which escort head from the Tongda Escort Agency is your acquaintance? Should we convey a message?" Dong Juanhao asked once more. "Oh, I was merely speaking casually, looking for an excuse." "You need not dwell on it," Gongsun Yan responded. At that moment, a young escort approached and whispered something into Dong Juanhao's ear. Upon hearing this, Dong's expression turned grave. He seemed to have something to say to Gongsun Yan but hesitated, appearing troubled. Seeing this, Gongsun Yan encouraged him. If there is something on your mind, Dong escort head, please feel free to speak. Ah, young hero, we might be in serious trouble. Let us speak in private. With that, the group followed the young escort to a secluded area by the roadside, where the bodies of the robbers lay. They reached the corpse of a middle-aged man, whose mask had been removed. Dong Juanhao stepped forward to examine the body closely, his face suddenly turning pale. It is quick sword Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan? Is he well known? Gongsun Yan inquired, intrigued. Indeed, he is more than just well known. There is a saying in the martial world, when the quick sword is unsheathed, even gods and ghosts are stirred. He is also the deputy leader of the Go Mountain sect. Dong Juanhao replied with a hint of bitterness. When Dong Juanhao first heard reports from his subordinates suggesting the robbers might be affiliated with the Go Mountain sect, an ominous feeling had settled in his heart. The realization that the deceased was indeed the deputy leader of the sect filled his countenance with dread, for it meant great trouble for the escort agency. The Go Mountain sect? How does it compare to the Xianmu Palace? Gongsun Yan asked. The Xianmu Palace? It cannot be compared. However, the Go Mountain sect is one of the 13 major sects and the foremost sect in Huachin Nation. It is certainly not a foe we can afford to provoke. Dong Juanhao replied. Yet, he pondered to himself, this young man seems unaware of the Go Mountain sect. He must be a scion of a noble family out for experience. Yet his attire does not suggest he hails from a wealthy background. Could he be a disciple of a reclusive master? At that moment, a martial artist accompanied an elderly man in splendid white attire who approached Gongsun Yan. The elder clasped his hands and bowed, saying, I am Fan Qishan of Washinjiwan, here to express my gratitude for your assistance, young hero. May I ask if you are heading towards the capital? Gongsun Yan observed the elderly man's amiable demeanor and respectfully returned the greeting, saying, There is no need for formality, esteemed sir. You have guessed correctly. I am indeed on my way to the capital. May I be so bold as to invite the young hero to share my carriage to the capital? A glimmer of longing shone in Fan Qishan's eyes. My master is the proprietor of Huaxing Yuan, the martial artist beside him added. Oh, Gongsun Yan replied, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Noticing Gongsun Yan's indifferent demeanor, which suggested he was entirely unaware of Huaxing Yuan's esteemed reputation, Dong Juanhao felt his previous assumption solidify, while the martial artist displayed a hint of irritation. It became clear that Huaxing Yuan was renowned alongside Wan Qitang and Zhu Baoge, constituting one of the 3 major commercial establishments in Huachin Kingdom, with branches scattered across the nation. Although these 3 enterprises engaged in various trades, their specializations diverged. Wan Qitang primarily dealt in an array of weapons, martial arts texts, and related training supplies. Zhu Baoge focused on gold and silver jewelry, precious stones, and opulent garments, while Huaxing Yuan specialized in the trade of precious medicinal herbs, medical texts, and rare commodities. Each of these 3 major firms operated within their respective domains, typically avoiding significant conflict in business, and were said to possess wealth rivaling that of nations. Seeing Gongsun Yan remain silent, Fan Qishan took no offense and sincerely added, Young hero, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to make your acquaintance and, if possible, provide you with some insights regarding the capital. Then I shall impose upon you, Elder Fan. Gongsun Yan expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. Fan Qishan's subsequent remark reminded him that since he intended to seek employment in the capital, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the surroundings in advance. Dong Juanhao felt a surge of surprise. Fan Qishan's willingness to lower himself to befriend Gongsun Yan indicated his grace and subtly highlighted Gongsun Yan's exceptional nature. It was well known that these seasoned merchants were driven by profit, and it would be wise to cultivate a closer relationship with this youth. However, for the moment, it was imperative to focus on addressing the impending crisis. Gongsun Yan followed Fan Qishan to the carriage, which was a deep red sedan chair, slightly longer than a typical one, yet otherwise appearing quite ordinary. Fan Qishan personally drew back the curtain to invite Gongsun Yan inside. As Gongsun Yan ascended and prepared to enter, he was immediately enveloped by an air of opulence. The interior dazzled with gilded decor, intricately carved beams, and a purple sandalwood couch adorned with an ivory mat. Before the couch was a small table laden with delicacies and an array of travel necessities. Suddenly, Gongsun Yan recalled his disheveled appearance after the long journey, his hair a tangled mess and his attire in disarray, seeming rather incongruous with the lavish carriage. And his face flushed with embarrassment. Just as he hesitated, he heard Fan Qishan say, "Young hero, Please do not be constrained by trivialities. Make yourself comfortable. Reluctantly, Gongsun Yan chose to sit on the side, but Fan Qishan insisted he take a seat on the couch. Yielding to the host's wishes, he complied, yet found himself slightly uneasy in the confined space shared with a stranger. Sensing his discomfort, Fan Qishan attempted to initiate a conversation to alleviate the awkwardness, but struggled to find a suitable topic. Just then, they heard the martial artist outside remark, "Sir, Dong Biao, head of the Tong Dai escort agency, insists that we share a carriage to transport the corpses of those from the Gushan faction." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Fan Qishan stepped down from the carriage, followed closely by Gongsun Yan. Noticing Fan Qishan's descent, Dong Juanhao hurried over, bowing respectfully with clasped fists, and said, "I apologize for troubling you, Elder Fan. We inadvertently harmed the Gu Mountain sect this time. It is said that enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened in enmity. I kindly ask if you could spare 2 horse-drawn carriages to transport these deceased back to the capital, to prevent their bodies from being left to rot in the wilderness, and to leave some room for negotiation with the Gu Mountain sect. My Dongda escort agency travels the rivers and lakes all year round, and I truly do not wish to create such a formidable enemy." Fan Qishan, seeing the sincerity in his words, found it difficult to rebut immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he responded tactfully, "It is not that I am unwilling to show respect to the escort leader. The urgency of the cargo is paramount. Otherwise, I would not have come personally to oversee the transport. As you know, goods are sealed before departure, and breaking the seal lightly would violate the rules of our trade. Moreover, as merchants, we seek auspiciousness in our dealings. What kind of business is it to transport corpses within the caravan? Not to mention, the remuneration for this escort mission is substantial. Should your agency encounter robbers, it is only fitting to retaliate, is it not?" His words left Dong Juanhao speechless. Caught in a dilemma, uncertain how to proceed, Gongsun Yan stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension with a jest. "It seems I have been too rash and forceful, causing you both to face difficulties." "Not at all. This is not the young hero's fault. We are immensely grateful for your assistance." Both Dong Juanhao and Fan Qishan quickly retorted in unison. Gongsun Yan waved his hand dismissively and continued, "You need not be troubled. I shall remain in the capital for a while. Let the matter rest upon my shoulders. They surely would not dare to make a public fuss. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to massed ambushes." His words lightened the expressions of both men. Dong Juanhao quickly responded, "How could we dare to do such a thing? The young hero acted out of righteousness, and in the end, we would simply shift all responsibility onto him. How could our escort agency bear such a burden? It matters not. After all, those who escaped will eventually reveal the truth. Moreover, you can feign ignorance of their identities and deal with them as ordinary robbers, which would be far more advantageous," Gongsun Yan added with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, both men awakened to a realization, inwardly admiring Gongsun Yan's maturity and meticulous thought. This way, the Gu Mountain sect would indeed find it difficult to spread their grievances, leaving them to suffer in silence. "Before I forget, may I inquire about your esteemed name, young hero? Are you perhaps a disciple of the Zhongli family?" Dong Juanhao seized the opportunity to ask. "Oh, no. I am called Chu Bao," he replied. "Oh, then we thank you once more, young hero Chu." Dong Juanhao clasped his fist in gratitude, but suddenly seemed to recall something. His mouth agape in astonishment as he gazed at Gongsun Yan. Fan Qishan's eyes also sparkled with excitement as he turned to Gongsun Yan, asking, "Young hero Chu, were you not ranked among the top 30 in this year's national competition?" "He, merely fortunate. Indeed, it is the valiant hero Chu. I am in your debt." Fan Qishan and Dong Juanhao hastily bowed in respect, and Gongsun Yan reciprocated with a fist clasp. Dong Juanhao thought to himself, no wonder this fellow exudes such confidence. He dared to challenge even the 3 sword masters on the arena, let alone the Gu Mountain sect. With this assurance in mind, he promptly instructed his subordinates to handle the simple burial of the Gu Mountain sect members before the escort team resumed their journey. Gongsun Yan and Fan Qishan returned to the carriage, and after revealing their identities, the previous awkwardness dissipated. Fan Qishan candidly explained to Gongsun Yan that the cargo they were transporting consisted of valuable ginseng, deer antlers, mink fur, and rare East pearls, among other precious medicinal materials and items. This shipment was hard-won, and the journey allowed for no carelessness whatsoever. He elaborated that although ginseng, deer antlers, and mink fur are widely sourced from various regions, the highest quality is found in the easternmost areas of the Shuangmang mountain range. Due to the recent conflicts between the 2 nations, the production of these goods had significantly declined, while demand in the capital remained unabated. resulting in a steep rise in prices. Recognizing the business opportunity, Fan Qishan personally sought out old connections to procure this batch of goods and also acquired a selection of East pearls unique to Haiqing of Huaqin Kingdom. To ensure security, he had hired the formidable Tongda escort agency to safeguard the shipment, but unexpectedly encountered difficulties along the way. Having grown up in the remote regions of Huaqin Kingdom, Gongsun Yan was unfamiliar with the intricacies of Huashenjiwan. He was curious as to why the capital required such an abundance of valuable medicinal materials like ginseng and deer antlers. Were there truly so many critically ill patients each year? Fan Qishan patiently elucidated that these precious substances were primarily supplied to the royal family and high-ranking officials as health supplements, which ordinary families could scarcely afford. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Yan appeared somewhat skeptical, a look of disdain crossing his face. Noticing this, Fan Qishan continued to explain, since ancient times, it has been revered to draw beauty from nature to nourish the body. Take ginseng, for instance. It is known to calm the mind, alleviate fears, enhance vision, and bolster intelligence. Long-term use can fend off a multitude of ailments and prolong life. I cannot wholly concur, Gongsun Yan replied. It is often said that all medicines bear a degree of toxicity and users should exercise caution. Physicians emphasize that the weak should be fortified and the damaged should be replenished. Only those who are truly weak or depleted require supplementation. Ginseng can indeed restore vital energy and avert danger when used appropriately. It is certainly beneficial when one is in a state of deficiency. However, should one encounter the initial symptoms of an external ailment without signs of weakness, consumption may inadvertently entrap the malady, allowing it to linger and worsen, ultimately leading to illness. Oh, are you also well-versed in pharmacology, hero of Chu? Fan Qishan exclaimed, astonished. I have perused a few medical texts in my youth and gleaned some knowledge, Gongsun Yan replied modestly. Please, do not call me a hero. For my rank in the recent competition was merely fortuitous. Should such titles be spread, it would invite ridicule. Since you are so humble, I shall not stand on ceremony and will refer to you as young master henceforth. I did not anticipate that young master Chu possessed knowledge of the healing arts. Thus, we have much to discuss as we travel. The two then engaged in a lively conversation about medical knowledge, anecdotes, and various insights. As their discourse deepened, Fan Qishan was increasingly astonished by Gongsun Yan's profound understanding of pharmacology and medicinal properties, leading him to doubt whether Gongsun Yan was indeed a martial artist, suspecting instead that he hailed from a family of physicians. As their discussion turned to matters of healing and injury treatment, Fan Qishan's admiration for Gongsun Yan grew, further affirming his suspicions. As the caravan traversed through the night and day, the topics of conversation between the two gradually broadened, ranging from the collection and storage of rare medicinal herbs to the intricacies of trade, from the three major commercial enterprises in the capital to the four prominent families, from various sects in the martial world to the esteemed nobility, and even touching upon the royal lineage of Huaqin nation. In this manner, Gongsun Yan began to acquire a rudimentary understanding of the nobility and the general landscape of the capital. Eventually, Fan Qishan redirected the conversation towards matters of commerce and transportation, expressing with a hint of melancholy, to be candid, young Master Chu, although our three enterprises appear to operate independently, there are numerous underhanded tactics at play. Take this recent incident of the convoy ambush, for instance. It is highly likely that Wanqi Tang conspired with the members of the Go Mountain sect. What is their motive for such actions? Alas, it is nothing but covetousness for our Washing Yuan herbal and medicinal trade. Over the years, Ding Haodong, the proprietor of Wanqi Tang, has sent individuals to persuade me to relinquish our business in health and trauma-related herbs and remedies to them. It is indeed a fanciful dream. Fan Qishan exclaimed indignantly. Well, they could simply engage in the business themselves. Why must they seek your consent? Sigh, young Master Chu, you truly do not understand. There is a saying in the capital, the iron of Wanqi Tang, the elixir of Huaxing Yuan, the fine wine of Qinxianglu, and the antiques of Jubao Pavilion. These establishments boast histories spanning over a millennium, predating even the current royal lineage. In the flourishing days of our Huaxing Yuan, elixirs were exceedingly rare. Many of the remedies we possess today are derived from those ancient formulas, and it is the alchemical manuscripts passed down from my ancestors that they truly covet. I was unaware of such a rich history surrounding your commercial establishment. Do you still practice alchemy? Although Gongsun Yan was well-versed in medicine, his knowledge of alchemical arts was scant. He possessed only a copy of the Jinshi Yaodian, gifted by Rong Yu, which he often perused. should the opportunity arise. He desired to acquire some skills in alchemy. Sigh. Those arts have long been lost to time. No one has cultivated them, and thus, alchemical creations have faded from the market. Subsequently, our family has had to focus primarily on the trade of herbs and remedies. And now even those are becoming difficult to sustain. It truly brings shame upon my ancestors. Fan Qishan lamented. Gongsun Yan fell into silence in the realm of commerce. He felt ill-equipped to assist Fan Qishan. Moreover, given that they were strangers, he had no insight into the character of the other, even if he possessed the means. He would not reveal his thoughts. Observing Gongsun Yan's silence, Fan Qishan too became pensive. Initially, he had aimed to befriend Gongsun Yan, both as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance and to ascertain whether he had any influential connections that could benefit his family. Yet during their conversation, he discerned that Gongsun Yan possessed profound knowledge in medicine, which sparked an idea within him. Sharing his family's treasured alchemical manuscripts and tools with Gongsun Yan might prove mutually beneficial, fostering friendship while revitalizing his family's legacy. However, he was not yet prepared to trust Gongsun Yan completely and resolved to further assess his character. With this thought in mind, he tentatively inquired, "Young Master Chu, are you in the capital on business? Do you have any friends or acquaintances in the city?" "Oh, I must confess to you, Master Fan. This is my first visit to the capital, and I have no acquaintances here." Gongsun Yan did not disclose the purpose of his journey to the capital. "Ah, if the young Master Chu does not mind, might he consider staying at my humble abode? My residence is quite spacious, allowing the young master to come and go freely." Upon hearing this, Fan Qishan felt a surge of joy within him and promptly extended the invitation. "Oh, there is no need for your concern, Master Fan. I am rather accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle and find confinement intolerable. It would be far more liberating to stay at an inn. In that case, why not reside at our own inn? It is conveniently located in the southern part of the city, not far from our commercial establishment. Qingzhou Building, Jubioj, and Wanketing are all nearby, making it exceedingly convenient for coming and going." "Ah, that would be quite troublesome for you, Master Fan. However, I shall bear the cost of my stay. Otherwise, I will have to seek another inn." Seeing Fan Qishan's earnestness, Gongsun Yan felt reluctant to decline his offer but insisted on covering his own expenses, for he wished to avoid being indebted to anyone. "Very well then. Since Master Chu is being so polite, let him stay in a standard private room, with meals included at no charge. It is a matter of face for me, as I would feel utterly embarrassed otherwise. After all, this is but a small gesture compared to the assistance you have rendered to me." Fan Qishan appeared genuinely anxious, his demeanor flushed with embarrassment. "All right then." Gongsun Yan could only nod in resignation. 7 days later, the escort team finally arrived at the capital. The capital of the Huachin Kingdom appeared similar to other capitals, possessing a solemn and grand atmosphere, yet imbued with a hint of ethereal charm. Thanks to Master Fan, the convoy passed through the city gates with ease, as everyone led their horses, driving southward around the inner city. Seated in the carriage, Gongsun Yan gazed out the window, observing the neat and spacious streets of the capital, with rivers meandering through, and buildings primarily constructed of blue bricks and small tiles, featuring prominent horsehead walls. Most walls were meticulously crafted of exposed brick, with many houses showcasing unique stone gate designs, characterized by spaciousness, simple embellishments, and a grand yet harmonious presence, mingling elegance with robustness. On either side, governmental offices, temples, venues, and residences stood in abundance, while shops, taverns, and establishments thrived. The streets bustled with activity, teeming with travelers, creating a lively and prosperous scene, echoing with music and dance. In stark contrast to the busy and tense atmosphere of the capital of the Chao Yuan Kingdom, desiring to avoid drawing attention to himself, Gongsun Yan disembarked from the carriage shortly after entering the city, leading his rented horse to return it to the public stable. Before parting, Fan Qishan repeatedly urged him to stay at their inn, specifying that he need only mention the name of his martial arts instructor, thus respecting Gongsun Yan's wish for discretion. Dong Juanhao also extended repeated invitations for Gongsun Yan to visit the Tongda escort agency at his convenience. The convoy swiftly reached the southern district, halting in front of the gate of the Washinjuan commercial establishment. The shopkeeper and Fan's chief steward, along with others, came forth to welcome Fan Qishan. At this moment, Dong Chunyong, the head of the Tongda escort agency's Huachin Kingdom branch, had already arrived, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they led the convoy into the courtyard of the establishment, where they began the verification process. Since Fan Qishan was personally overseeing the cargo, the verification proceeded smoothly. And after the exchange of silver and goods, they bid farewell. Subsequently summoned the martial artist accompanying him on the escort mission, instructing him to arrange suitable accommodations for Gongsun Yan at his inn while ensuring that his name remained undisclosed. He advised that any urgent matters could be communicated to him at any time, before finally retiring to rest. Gongsun Yan swiftly located the inn where he had rented a horse and, after returning the steed, began to stroll through the bustling streets. He appeared travel-worn, his attire disheveled, with an odd, elongated package slung across his back, presenting an image of disarray. Whether on the street or within shops, he inevitably attracted disdainful glances. Initially oblivious to their scrutiny, he later caught a glimpse of his reflection in a shop mirror, prompting a sudden realization of his appearance. Hastily, he made his way towards the inn mentioned by. Upon arriving in the southern part of the city, he soon found the inn named Qingzhou. The gilded sign above the entrance was conspicuous, with red lanterns hanging beneath the eaves. The inn, facing south and rising 5 stories high, boasted walls of polished blue bricks, flying eaves, and intricately carved beams, exuding an aura of elegance intertwined with opulence. As Gongsun Yan approached the entrance, he was intercepted by a clerk who coldly inquired, "Are you here to stay, sir?" "Indeed," Gongsun Yan replied courteously. "Oh, I apologize, but our rates are rather high. Is it that you doubt my ability to afford it?" Gongsun Yan's expression abruptly turned icy. The clerk remained silent, blocking the path without budging. Young and impetuous, Gongsun Yan's temper flared as he declared, "Step aside." Seeing him enraged, the clerk felt a twinge of apprehension. Just as he hesitated, a voice resonated from within the inn's lobby. "Shintao, what are you doing?" No sooner had the words been spoken than a middle-aged man clad in a long robe emerged. Upon observing the two, he instantly grasped the situation. After scrutinizing Gongsun Yan, his expression shifted in surprise, followed by a welcoming smile. "Are you the young master from Chu, introduced by Zhang Wei?" "Yes." "Ah, at last, you have arrived. Everything has been prepared for you. Please, follow me." He then addressed the clerk, "Go settle the wages at the counter. You need not return." The clerk, Shin Tao, stood there, dumbfounded, taken aback by his sudden dismissal. The middle-aged man paid him no mind as he escorted Gongsun Yan into the inn's lobby, introducing himself as the proprietor. They traversed the lobby to the rear courtyard, where 3-story guest rooms flanked the east, north, and west sides. Additional side doors led to the accounting office, wine cellar, kitchen, storage room, and dormitory, while the side courtyard provided space for horses and carriages. As they passed through the back hall and entered another courtyard, Gongsun Yan felt a sense of clarity. This area resembled a spacious Sihiyuan, with single-story guest rooms facing east, north, and west. The courtyard was refreshing and elegant, lush with greenery, with several small doors leading presumably to deeper recesses of the estate. Fan Hong entered a courtyard through a small middle gate, accompanied by Gongsun Yan. Before them unfolded a picturesque scene: a water pavilion, artificial hills, a small bridge over flowing water, and lush flowers and grasses surrounding them. In the distance, under the cover of towering ancient trees, stood a quaint house of blue bricks and tiles, giving the entire garden an air of profound tranquility. As they crossed the small bridge and approached the house, a young maid, seemingly no older than a child, rushed out to greet them, bowing politely. Xiao Jun greets the shopkeeper. "Greetings, young master," she exclaimed. "Young Master Chu, Xiao Jun is the maid here. If you have any tasks, feel free to instruct her." "I shall not intrude," Fan Hong said with a clasped fist, before turning to leave. Gongsun Yan regarded the blue brick house, which was clearly no ordinary guest room. Yet he chose not to ponder it further and stepped inside. The room was elegantly decorated, filled with the fragrant aroma of sandalwood. Xiao Jun showed him around the bedroom, study, living room, and washroom, pointing to a side room and mentioning that she resided there, always available if needed. Gongsun Yan instructed her to prepare a bath for him, then entered his room to organize his belongings. Shortly thereafter, he heard Xiao Jun calling him for his bath. He entered the washroom with a change of clean clothes and found Xiao Jun standing by the bathtub, ready to assist him. He waved her away, requesting that she not disturb him unless necessary in the future. Half an hour later, Gongsun Yan emerged from his room, radiant and refreshed. Xiao Jun immediately approached with tea, complimenting him. "Young master, you look so handsome." He smiled slightly, accepted the tea, took a sip, and casually inquired, "Are you a local?" "Yes. I was born in the capital. Is there anything you wish to know?" She replied respectfully. "Do you know where the general's mansion is located?" "Yes. It is on Dongmen Street in the East City," Xiao Jun answered with deference. "Oh, I will take a stroll. Please do not tamper with my belongings in the package." Gongsun Yan thought to himself, recalling that he had entered the city from the West City, and if he had come from the East City, he would have seen it. "Rest assured, young master, we are all well-mannered." Xiao Jun replied obediently. Gongsun Yan exited the inn and arrived at Chongqing Street in the South City, the most bustling thoroughfare in the capital. He noticed numerous shops along the roadside, their signs and lanterns illuminated, revealing that dusk had begun to fall. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to peruse the street to purchase a map of the capital before visiting the general's mansion the following day. It was early May, the height of summer, and the gentle evening breeze swept away the day's heat. The streets grew increasingly crowded as various merchants set up stalls in front of their shops, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that captivated the eye. The lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, while the tantalizing aromas wafting from food stalls tempted the palate with a variety of delectable dishes. Gongsun Yan strolled for a brief while before perusing the tomes in a bookstore, where he also acquired a map of the capital city of Huachin. Upon exiting the shop, he was greeted by the bustling streets, alive with laughter and lively chatter. This vivid scene inevitably evoked thoughts of the soldiers stationed at the borders, stirring within him a blend of melancholy and a subtle sense of pride, as he too had once spent an indelible period along the frontier. Not wishing to linger amidst the throngs in the marketplace, Gongsun Yan hurried back to the inn and retreated to his chamber. He forewent a meal, seizing every opportunity to minimize his sustenance, as his cultivation practices continued intermittently. Upon his return, Xiao Jun illuminated every lamp in the room, informed him that his changed garments had been washed, and then presented him with tea before departing. Gongsun Yan entered the study, unfurling the map upon the table for a meticulous examination. As he continued his exploration of the bookshelf, he stumbled upon maps of the capital city of Huachin, as well as those of the nations of Xiasu and Jishui. A wry smile crossed his lips as he reflected on his own folly in purchasing a map. It was indeed redundant. As he delved deeper, he noted that the volumes on the shelves predominantly encompassed subjects such as etiquette, literature, history, geography, and mathematics, suggesting a focused intent. His curiosity piqued. He called for Xiao Jun and inquired, "Xiao Jun, may I ask, is this truly a guest room?" "Indeed, young master," she replied. "We have a total of 3 such rooms, and this one possesses the finest location." "Oh, who typically resides in such accommodations? Are guests frequent?" "Most are sons of affluent families who come to the capital to partake in examinations. They must reserve in advance." "There are also rooms available in the front courtyard with slightly less favorable conditions," Xiao Jun explained. "Examinations? What kind of examinations?" "There are 2 types, the annual entrance examination for Huachin Academy and the civil service selection examination, which is further divided into literary and martial officials," she elucidated. "Oh, when do these examinations occur?" "The entrance examination takes place every October. The top 10 may directly enter Xiasu Academy for their studies and also qualify for selection into Jishui Academy. The civil service selection exam occurs in June, and registration is open now," Xiao Jun detailed with clarity, having frequently interacted with candidates. "Do you know the daily rate for such rooms?" "Apologies, young master, but I am unaware. The costs vary according to each guest's circumstances. Some bring family members for support, while certain friends of our proprietor may stay free of charge. You could inquire with Manager Fan for specifics," she replied. "Very well, you may take your leave now. Call for you if I require assistance." "Certainly, young master. Do rest well. I am always at your service," she said with a respectful bow before departing. After absorbing the maid's explanations, Gongsun Yan felt a surge of inspiration. He resolved to first visit the general's office to gauge the situation, and if necessary, he would consider registering for the selection examination for martial officials. The following morning, Gongsun Yan arrived at Dongmen Street, which was known to be the thoroughfare of the government offices. As he walked along, he beheld various official buildings such as the reception office, the administrative office, and the engineering office, alongside the Imperial Hospital and the Examination Institute. All the structures were uniformly designed in marble style, with soldiers stationed at each office, wielding their halberds, giving the street an air of solemnity and grandeur. With scarcely any pedestrians, at the easternmost end of Dongmen Street stood the general's office, facing south, across the street from the criminal justice office. Flanking the entrance were 2 imposing stone sculptures of white tigers, glaring fiercely at the Xieji statues positioned across the way at the criminal justice office, enhancing the intimidating atmosphere. Gongsun Yan paused from a distance, observing the scene for a while. He noticed very few people entering or exiting. After waiting patiently, He finally saw a military officer hastily approach the general's office. After being stopped by the guards at the entrance, he presented his token for inspection before being allowed entry. Gongsun Yan hesitated for a moment before turning to leave, suddenly feeling a sense of bewilderment. If he were to enter, he would not know whom to seek or which department to approach for employment. Despite possessing the insignia of the grand national competition, it felt inappropriate to present himself so directly. Unintentionally, he found himself near the examination institute. Although it was another government office, the atmosphere here was considerably more relaxed than that of the general's office. Gongsun Yan decided to register for the examination here first. As he approached, a soldier raised his hand to signal him to stop. Gongsun Yan bowed slightly and inquired, "Excuse me, is this where one registers for the civil service selection examination?" The soldier looked at him with a hint of confusion and replied, "This is a national institution. We do not handle such trivial matters. You should head to the National Capital Office on Ximen Street." "Ah, thank you." Gongsun Yan bowed again and turned to leave, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having overlooked such a simple fact. It was the season for registration, yet the place felt quite desolate. With a moment's reflection, he realized the oversight. Hastily, Gongsun Yan made his way to Ximen Street. By the afternoon, he finally arrived at Ximen Street, where the crowd was evidently larger than that of Dongmen Street. As he turned from Kaiyuan Road onto Ximen Street, he noticed a long line outside a government office. Upon inquiring, he confirmed it was indeed the National Capital Office where individuals were queuing to register for the civil service selection examination. He promptly took his place at the end of the line. This time, he was more cautious. While waiting, he asked those ahead of him about the specific requirements for registration. A kind-hearted individual, noticing Gongsun Yan's confusion, patiently explained the details. To his dismay, Gongsun Yan learned that the examination required a guarantor to provide a letter of assurance. This posed a significant challenge for him, as he had no acquaintances in the capital to act as a guarantor. After contemplating his options, he resolved to seek out Fan Qishan for assistance, knowing that without a guarantor, he would have to return empty-handed. On his way back to the inn, Gongsun Yan felt utterly dejected, realizing that his hopeful journey had ended in disappointment. Upon his return to the room, Xiao Jun quickly offered him tea, standing quietly by, hesitant to speak. After a while, Gongsun Yan asked, "Where does Zhang Wei usually spend his time?" To which Xiao Jun replied, "I am afraid I do not know anyone by the name of Zhang Wei." Gongsun Yan was somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, he understood. Zhang Wei was Fan Qishan's personal bodyguard, typically by his side, and since Fan Qishan seldom frequented such places, it was no wonder she did not recognize him. He resolved to go directly to the commercial establishment to find Fan Qishan. In the morning, when he visited the general's office, he had passed by Washenjuan, which was merely separated from the inn by a narrow lane. Both Washenjuan and Washengju were situated on Prosperity Street, facing south, and were identical 5-story structures adorned with blue bricks, flying eaves, and glazed roofs. With a simplistic yet grand decor, 2 stone-carved auspicious beasts, Pishio, were displayed at the entrance. The first floor of the establishment primarily dealt in sundries, offering a plethora of daily necessities. The second floor specialized in herbs and medical supplies such as gauze and bandages. The third floor catered to various supplements. The fourth floor was dedicated to weapons and tools, and the fifth floor showcased precious herbs, rare items, and jewelry. Gongsun Yan soon arrived at the commercial establishment, and by then it was already evening. The number of customers inside was dwindling. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan enter, a clerk hurried over to attend to him. "May I inquire if Master Fan is present?" Gongsun Yan asked. Master Fan, the clerk, appeared puzzled. "Oh, are you looking for our proprietor? May I ask your surname?" "Esteemed guest?" At that moment, the manager of the first floor hurried over upon hearing the exchange. "Oh, my surname is Chu." "Ah, it is Master Chu who has graced us with his presence. Master Fan has instructed us to notify him immediately upon your arrival. I shall send someone to inform him at once." "Oh, there's no need for that. Simply tell me where he is, and I shall go to see him." "Allow me to escort Master Chu to him," replied the manager, leading Gongsun Yan to the back hall while calling out loudly, Master Chu has arrived." "Ah, please, please." With that exclamation, Fan Qishan rushed out, his demeanor warm and sincere. Upon seeing Fan Qishan, Gongsun Yan promptly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I apologize for the intrusion. Master Fan, it is rather presumptuous of me. I trust you will forgive any impropriety." "Not at all. I have been eagerly anticipating your visit, Master Chu. I have just returned and have much to attend to. I regret not being able to visit you sooner. I hope you will excuse me." As they exchanged pleasantries, they entered the back hall to take their seats. The opulence of Huaxinjiwan was evident in the extraordinary decor of the back hall, furnished entirely with mahogany, showcasing a minimalist yet grand aesthetic, understated luxury. Under the illumination, the table and chairs gleamed, and the surrounding porcelain vases, flower arrangements, and antique shelves were arranged in a harmonious and elegant manner. Barely seated, a maid soon presented tea, which Gongsun Yan took, savoring a sip before placing the cup down. Master Fan, I shall be direct. I have come with a request. Oh, please, do not hesitate, Master Chu. Thus, Gongsun Yan laid bare his intentions of seeking employment in the capital and his desire to take the civil service examination. Upon hearing this, Fan Qishan fell into contemplation. Then, with a serious expression, asked Gongsun Yan, Master Chu, we met in times of peril. I shall speak candidly. I wish to inquire whether you seek merely a position in the capital, or do you aspire to achieve fame and success? Perhaps even rise to the ranks of high officials? Oh, is there a distinction? Certainly, there exists a distinction. If young Master Chu merely seeks an official position, the mere possession of a plaque indicating a top 30 finish in the national competition suffices. In this regard, I can arrange for a recommendation to the general's office. However, if one aspires to gain significant favor from the royal family, I must candidly state that young Master Chu must participate in the official selection of Huachin Kingdom. Oh, is there something of particular significance? Is the official selection of Huachin Kingdom more pivotal than the national competition? Alas, I anticipated your inquiry, young Master Chu. While the national competition holds importance, it heavily depends on one's identity and connections. Although participants on the 1,000 list possess opportunities for military positions within the 13 countries of Jishui, non-natives lacking substantial backing will find it arduous to secure key roles. In contrast, the official selection necessitates a guarantor, and all candidates are local natives, making their backgrounds well-known and thus more reliable. Gongsun Yan nodded. After listening to Fan Qishan's explanation, he realized he had previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. It appears that seeking a prominent position in the general's office is indeed no trivial endeavor. Young Master Chu, may I inquire? From your accent, it seems you are a native of Huachin Kingdom, yet the information on the 1,000 list from the national competition indicates you are from the Xiasu Kingdom. Is there perhaps a mistake? Oh no, my ancestors are indeed from Huachin Kingdom. Ah, splendid. In that case, how about this? I will first communicate your circumstances to the official in charge at the general's office, and we shall assess their response for further steps. No need for that. I shall register for the official selection examination myself, thereby entering the general's office in a legitimate manner. I would merely require your esteemed sponsorship. Elder Fan, Gongsun Yan asserted resolutely. That is certainly manageable. I shall arrange for it at once. Young Master Chu, would you be so kind as to lend me your competition plaque temporarily? No problem. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan retrieved the silver plaque inlaid with gold and handed it to Fan Qishan. Fan Qishan silently praised him. He had also been testing whether Gongsun Yan trusted him. Seeing no hesitation from Gongsun Yan brought him great joy. He examined the plaque carefully. It was his first encounter with a plaque from the top 30 of the national competition. Even with his extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of excitement. He secured it carefully and assured Gongsun Yan, rest assured, young Master Chu, I will inform you once the registration is complete. After a brief conversation, Gongsun Yan took his leave and returned to the inn. The following day, just past noon, while Gongsun Yan was in his room practicing his cultivation, he suddenly sensed someone entering the courtyard. His awareness had become quite keen. Any movement within 60 zhang would not escape his notice. Gongsun Yan swiftly concluded his practice and rose. Soon, the cheerful laughter of Fan Qishan could be heard from outside. Young Master Chu, we have come to pay you a visit. Gongsun Yan promptly exited his room, and Xiaojun hurried out as well. Upon realizing it was Fan Qishan in person, she appeared somewhat flustered, hastily bowing and murmuring what seemed to be apologies. Gongsun Yan respectfully clasped his hands in greeting to Fan Qishan, saying, Elder Fan, should you have matters to discuss, a mere notification would suffice. It is truly an honor for you to come personally. Aha, young Master Chu, please do not stand on ceremony. I am here to introduce someone to you. Fan Qishan gestured towards a middle-aged man dressed as a general beside him and said, This is General Zhao Baohua, an officer of the capital prefecture. Upon hearing that young Master Chu has arrived in Huachin Kingdom and intends to take the civil service examination, he insisted on paying you a visit. Zhao Baohua pays his respects to the esteemed hero, Chu. Zhao Baohua cupped his fists in greeting. Please, there is no need for such formality. Just call me Chu Bao. Gongsun Yan quickly responded, returning the gesture. Then I shall follow old Fan's lead and address you as young Master Chu. Very well. Please, come in. Gongsun Yan extended his hand, inviting them into the living room, accompanied by Zhang Wei and Fan Hong. After they took their seats, Xiaojun swiftly served tea and quietly stood to the side. Are you comfortable here, young Master Chu? The first to speak was Fan Qishan. Old Fan is too kind. This place is quite pleasant. Oh, should you require anything, feel free to ask Fan Hong. Do not hesitate. Indeed, please inform me of any needs you may have, and I will do my utmost to assist. Fan Hong promptly rose and respectfully replied. Feeling somewhat anxious as he had originally thought Gongsun Yan was merely a friend of Zhang Wei, but now realized he was a friend of the master. Master, I have not seen Manager Fan for quite some time. I would like to step outside for a few words. Excuse us, young Master Chu, General Zhao. We shall take our leave for a moment, Zhang Wei said, bowing to the group before exchanging glances with Fan Hong, and they exited together, with Fan Hong gesturing for Xiaojun to follow. Once the room was free of extraneous company, Zhao Baohua spoke up. Young Master Chu, to speak candidly, I have come at the behest of the esteemed official to inquire whether you intend to take up a position in the general's office. Oh, are there no military positions available in other departments? Besides, a man of honor should serve his country on the battlefield. Where else would he go if not to the front lines? Gongsun Yan feigned surprise in his response. Hearing this, Zhao Baohua displayed a wry smile, thinking to himself that although this fellow possessed great martial prowess, his wisdom was rather ordinary, and his experience in the world was akin to a blank slate. He patiently elaborated, Young Master Chu, you may not be aware that aside from the various legions under the general's office, other institutions such as the Imperial Guards, the Protocol Office, the Administrative Office, the Supervisory Court, the Examination Institute, and numerous cities also have military positions. The royal households boast a multitude of military officials, and our capital prefecture is no exception. Oh, I see. However, as the saying goes, civil officials wield the pen to secure peace, while military officers wield the sword to establish stability. I believe it is better for military officers to engage in warfare, Gongsun Yan tactfully articulated. Young Master Chu makes a valid point. However, while engaging in warfare and defending the borders is indeed a noble way to serve the country, quelling rebellions and maintaining order is equally vital. Our capital prefecture bears the significant responsibility of safeguarding the royal family and ensuring the city's security. The esteemed official is indeed eager to recruit talented individuals, should young Master Chu decide to serve in the capital prefecture. You need not take the examination but could assume a position directly. May I inquire about your thoughts on this? Zhao Baohua directly revealed his intention, looking at Gongsun Yan with anticipation for his response. Gongsun Yan glanced at Fan Qishan, contemplated for a moment, then replied, How about this? I shall first register for the examination, and we can discuss matters further once the results are announced. Very well. However, I wish for young Master Chu to comprehend that serving the nation is not confined solely to joining the general's office. There are numerous other departments through which one can fulfill such aspirations. Zhao Baohua could only momentarily relent, his expression fraught with concern, and he had no desire to continue the idle chatter. Thus he took his leave with Fan Qishan, while Gongsun Yan rose to see them off. Upon exiting the inn's courtyard, Fan Qishan invited Zhao Baohua to a private room on the second floor of the main building, where, after the maidservant served tea, he remarked, This young man possesses a resolute will. It may be challenging to persuade him. I shall counsel him further after his examination. General Zhao need not rush. Alas, it is not so simple. Once he registers for the examination, he will undoubtedly be a leading contender, attracting throngs to the capital, making the challenge even greater than. Oh, I had not considered that, Fan Qishan admitted, somewhat helplessly. Well, I must trouble you this time. I shall return to report to the esteemed lord. Let him decide on the matter. With that, Zhao Baohua took his leave. Fan Qishan then returned to Gongsun Yan's room. Upon his return, Gongsun Yan was not surprised. Is young Master Chu truly not considering a position in the capital's office? Serving there is the most envied role in the capital. Haha. The capital's office likely only oversees matters of the city. I do not favor overly comfortable positions, Gongsun Yan replied. Haha. It seems young Master Chu harbors grand ambitions. You are destined for greatness. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Fan Qishan exclaimed with hearty laughter. Oh, by the way, I sense that General Zhao is not particularly keen on my taking a position in the general's office. Is there something to that? Heh. Young Master Chu's perception is indeed sharp. You have discerned that, he said, taking a sip of tea before inquiring. Are you aware of the great General Shangguan Wu Jia? I am aware. Do you also know that he's the father-in-law of the current crown prince? Oh, I was not aware of that. I would be grateful if you could enlighten me, Elder Fan. Gongsun Yan offered a respectful bow. Ah, this is hardly a secret. Our Huachin Kingdom's Yong family royal lineage boasts a history of over 1,000 years. The current ruler, Yong Cheng, has 9 sons and 5 daughters. The eldest son, the Duke of Shenghua, Yong Xiang, is the crown prince, and he is wed to the great general's eldest daughter, Shangguan Feihong. Throughout history, the royal families of Huachin have customarily formed marital alliances with their ministers, particularly the great general, and this dynasty is no exception. However, the current great general is not of noble birth. Shangguan Wu Jia rose through the ranks by military merit, which is not in itself objectionable. Nevertheless, his flamboyant personality and unyielding nature, once in power, have inevitably led to arrogance and an overwhelming thirst for authority, engendering discontent among the court officials. After sipping his tea, Fan Qishan continued, in recent years, the Crown Prince Yong Xiang has also been leveraging this influence, gradually increasing his voice within the court, suggesting a potential early ascension to power, which has greatly displeased the ruler. It is said that a rift has formed between father and son, which cannot bode well for the populace. Rumor has it that the third prince, Duke of Fugua, Yongzhe, has long been at odds with the crown prince. He has participated in the governance of the court for many years, forming his own faction around him. He is now capable of standing on equal footing with the crown prince within the court, and it is inevitable that the officials harbor various sentiments. Currently, the great general's faction is formidable, yet the Duke of Fugua's influence is not insignificant, likely supported by the ruler from behind the scenes. It remains to be seen who will ultimately prevail. Fan Qishan's remarks illuminated many matters for Gongsun Yan, providing him with a deeper understanding of the current state of the capital and the power center. He had no desire to become entangled in the vortex of this power struggle. However, should the opportunity arise to topple Shangguan Wuji, he would welcome it. At a crucial moment, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Fan Qishan departed with Zhang Wei. The following morning, Gongsun Yan made a symbolic visit to the main hall of the inn for breakfast before retreating to his room to continue his cultivation. As the hour of the snake approached, he sensed someone entering the courtyard. He ceased his practice and stepped out of his room. Upon reaching the living room, he heard the familiar voice of Xiao Jun. The servant pays respects to the master and the guest. Aha, young Master Chu. We have come to pay you another visit. Fan Qishan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Gongsun Yan emerged to find Fan Qishan and Zhang Wei accompanying Zhao Baohua, along with a resolute-looking middle-aged man. As Gongsun Yan approached, Zhao Baohua stepped forward, introducing the newcomer. Young Master Chu, this is Lord Yin Chaji, the vice president of the supervisory court. He has come to pay his respects upon hearing of your return to serve the nation. Young Master Chu, welcome back. I apologize for my tardiness, Yin Chaji said as he stepped forward and performed a respectful bow. Gongsun Yan quickly returned the gesture, politely responding. This humble Chu Bao pays respects to Lord Yan. It is truly an honor to have you visit. Aha, not at all. Young Master Chu is a true hero among men. It is our fortune to be acquainted and to have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Fan Qishan interjected at this moment, casting an inquiring glance at the others. Seeing Gongsun Yan smile in silence, Yin Chaji spoke directly. Young Master Chu, let us follow your lead. Gongsun Yan nodded with a smile, and the group proceeded to the inn's private room. Upon entering the elegantly appointed chamber, everyone took their seats. Once the maidservant served tea and refreshments and retired, Yin Chaji initiated the conversation. I have heard that your ancestors hail from our Huachin kingdom, but I am curious about your family's origins. I was told by my elders that we are from the vicinity of Nanmang Mountain, near the Xiasu kingdom. Gongsun Yan replied without hesitation. Oh, so you are from the Xiasu kingdom. Do you reside near the Shuangmang mountain range? Yes, in the vicinity of Anhua city. Many people there trace their ancestry back to Huachin kingdom. Gongsun Yan replied earnestly, fully aware that they were probing into his background. But he had prepared his responses in advance. The conversation continued, with Yin Chaji and Zhao Baohua focusing on Gongsun Yan's origins, personal journey, and future aspirations. They clearly sought to fathom his background and intentions more deeply. However, Gongsun Yan's replies remained clear and meticulous, leaving no room for doubt. Though his answers may not have fully satisfied them, they were undeniably impeccable. Gradually, Yin Chaji spoke less, eventually adopting the role of a mere observer, often lost in thought. The gathering continued until noon when Fan Qishan proposed holding a banquet in the main hall of the inn to prolong the conversation. However, Yin Chaji refused, opting instead to take his leave. Before departing, he addressed Gongsun Yan, stating, "Indeed, young Master Chu is a paragon among men, possessing extraordinary eloquence. Originally, the head of the institute intended to visit the inn in person, but alas, the sovereign summoned him unexpectedly, leaving me to represent him. Might I accompany the head of the institute tomorrow to pay a visit to young Master Chu? Would that be convenient for you?" Gongsun Yan, fully aware of Yin Chaji's subtle probing, responded with utmost decorum, "I am unworthy of troubling the esteemed head of the institute. The very fact that Lord Yin deigns to visit me is already such an honor. Since the head wishes to meet, I shall make my way to the supervisory institute early tomorrow. I hope that is acceptable." Yin Chaji, recognizing Gongsun Yan's perceptive nature and appropriate response, silently commended him, relieved that he did not encounter someone lacking in discernment. Yet, he maintained his outward politeness, saying, "Then I shall trouble you, young Master Chu. At the break of dawn tomorrow, I will send a carriage to fetch you. All you need do is await it at the inn." Observing Gongsun Yan's continued courtesy, he added, "You may not be aware that the Supervisory Institute is located within the inner city. Without a token, access can be rather inconvenient. So there is no need for formality. We shall meet at our institute tomorrow." Having said this, Yin Chaji turned to leave with Zhao Baohua. Fan Qishan and Gongsun Yan rose to see them off. Once they had departed, Fan Qishan produced a significant token and handed it to Gongsun Yan, saying, "You should keep this token, young Master Chu. I believe you need not register for the examination. I suggest we first visit the head of the institute tomorrow." Gongsun Yan accepted the token and secured it. Then, addressing Fan Qishan, he said, "I have a small favor to ask of you, Elder Fan. Please, young Master Chu. There is no need for formality. Speak freely," Fan Qishan replied promptly. "My sword sheath is somewhat conspicuous. I would appreciate it if Elder Fan could arrange for someone to create a cover for it. That is no issue at all. Simply hand over the sword sheath to me, and I shall instruct someone to attend to it," Fan Qishan assured him. Without further ado, Gongsun Yan returned to his quarters with Fan Qishan and the others. Once inside, he unwrapped a long package in their presence and withdrew the treasured sword, presenting it to Fan Qishan. Initially, both Fan Qishan and Zhang Wei found it amusing, thinking him overly cautious. However, as Fan Qishan examined the sword meticulously, a solemn expression overtook his face. A silent understanding passed between him and Zhang Wei, both experts in their own right, who began to harbor suspicions. With a sudden motion, Fan Qishan unsheathed the sword, revealing a dazzling glint that emanated an intimidating chill, causing the room's temperature to plummet. "Indeed, it is the startling dragon," Fan Qishan declared gravely. He returned the sword to Gongsun Yan, retaining the sheath, and remarked, "Young Master Chu, were it not for your illustrious heritage, you would surely be a person of extraordinary fortune to possess such a sword. In the future, you need not worry about your name echoing throughout the world. However, it is true that carrying this sword into official establishments poses certain inconveniences. Rest assured, I will instruct Zhang Wei to find someone to craft an outer sheath that will not damage the original." Without delay, the two departed. Meanwhile, Yin Chaji and Zhao Baohua sat within a carriage, engaged in discussion regarding Gongsun Yan. Zhao Baohua inquired, "What is your opinion of this individual, Director Yin?" "Indeed, he is a person of remarkable composure and astuteness, speaking with impeccable precision, a rare talent indeed. Yet, one cannot ascertain his true intentions." Yin Chaji inquired further, "General Zhao, what is your assessment of his martial prowess? Is it truly formidable?" I too find this perplexing. I cannot discern his rank. However, given his impressive standing in the grand competition, he must have at least attained the status of a martial general." The two continued to discuss Gongsun Yan extensively. The following morning, as the hour of Qin approached, Gongsun Yan emerged from the inn clad in a flowing azure robe. Shortly thereafter, a striking four-horse carriage approached in the distance, its chestnut-colored body conspicuously vibrant. A soldier was at the reins, guiding the carriage to a halt before Gongsun Yan. An officer disembarked and, with a respectful gesture, addressed him, "Might I inquire if you're Lord Chu?" "Indeed," Gongsun Yan replied with a slight nod, not overly concerned with the title. "Director Yin has sent me to escort you, my lord. Please, step aboard." Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan ascended into the carriage, which promptly set off towards the inner city. They soon arrived at the inner city, where the guards meticulously checked each individual's identification tokens before separately questioning Gongsun Yan. Only after his attendant produced a special pass were they granted entry. As the carriage traversed the inner city, Gongsun Yan observed the surroundings through the window. It was his inaugural visit to the capital's inner precinct, and he noted that the streets were more orderly and well-kept than those of the outer city. With smooth roads and imposing, elegant buildings lining the way, the shops, though numerous, exuded an air of sophistication and exclusivity, lacking the bustling vibrancy of the outer city. The inner city primarily housed dignitaries, noble families, and affluent merchants. Thus its amenities were decidedly more upscale than those of the outer city, accompanied by correspondingly higher expenses. In truth, Fan Shishan also possessed a business and residence within the inner city, though he seldom resided there, visiting only as necessary for business matters, preferring instead the tranquility of his country estate. The carriage soon halted before a grand and imposing government office, flanked by sentinels and stone sculptures of mythical beasts. As Gongsun Yan alighted from the carriage, Yin Chaji was already there to greet him, descending the steps while extending a welcome. "Welcome, young Master Chu, to the supervisory court. The head of the court is awaiting you within." Gongsun Yan offered a respectful bow. "I am grateful to Director Yin for the introduction." The two ascended the steps and entered the supervisory court, traversing the hall to the rear chamber, where they found an elderly gentleman in official attire seated with an austere demeanor. Yin Chaji approached the elder, introducing Gongsun Yan. "My lord, this is young Master Chu." The elder inclined his head slightly, casting a sharp gaze over Gongsun Yan before gesturing to a seat on the right. "Please, take a seat." Yin Chaji then settled in the seat opposite Gongsun Yan. After the maidservant presented tea, the elder spoke. "Young Master Chu, do you intend to accept a position in the Huaqin Kingdom?" "Indeed," Gongsun Yan affirmed. "What compels you to seek a role in the general's office?" "Oh, I have journeyed from the Shuangmeng mountain range and witnessed the escalating conflict ahead. This is indeed a pivotal moment for our nation to enlist capable individuals. As one trained in martial arts and hailing from the Huaqin Kingdom, I find it imperative to serve my country in this time of peril," explained Gongsun Yan. "Oh, Master Chu has come from the Shuangmeng Mountains. You must have passed through the Northern Army Mansion. Since you wish to serve the nation, why not directly join the Northern Army Corps? Why venture all the way to the capital seeking employment?" The head of the academy inquired incisively. "I am not of humble origins. I have made a name for myself in the grand tournament of the kingdom. A true man should serve his country with great fervor. How could I diminish myself among the ranks of the ordinary?" Gongsun Yan responded with dignified composure. "Aha, a splendid declaration of fervor. What then shall we say about Master Chu's refusal to accept the invitation from Prince Changrui of the Upper Kingdom? Surely, serving there would allow for greater ambition to flourish?" The head of the academy, secretly impressed, continued his probing. "Indeed, the capital is teeming with talent, and exceptional individuals abound like fish crossing a river. Remaining there would merely be embellishing an already splendid tapestry, perhaps even reducing oneself to mere ornamentation. How then could one speak of ambition? Furthermore, I am a descendant of the Huaqin Kingdom. When my homeland is in distress, it is my duty to come forth and offer my service," Gongsun Yan eloquently articulated. Upon hearing this, the head of the academy nodded in agreement and said, "In that case, I shall speak candidly with Master Chu. We wish to enlist you as an inspector in the Grand General's office. What are your thoughts on this proposition?" "Inspector?" Gongsun Yan inquired. "Indeed. You would represent the royal family in military affairs, overseeing generals and managing the army. The fundamental responsibilities include monitoring and enforcing justice, reporting discrepancies. This position carries significant weight." The head of the academy solemnly explained. "Such an important position. Why choose me for this role?" Gongsun Yan questioned. "Alas, we find ourselves in a difficult situation. We do not wish to conceal the truth from you. In recent years, the Supervisory Bureau has dispatched 5 inspectors to the Grand General's office, none of whom lasted beyond 6 months, all meeting their demise in the line of duty, particularly within the jurisdiction of the Northern Army." Hearing this, Gongsun Yan's expression turned serious as he pondered the implications. Gaining entry into the Northern Army Corps as an inspector would undeniably be a superior choice for him. Noticing his contemplative silence, the head of the academy continued, "Of course, if Master Chu finds this burdensome, we will not press the matter. However, we sincerely hope you will accept this responsibility, as it is the will of the sovereign and the third prince." "Oh, the sovereign and the Duke of State are aware of this matter?" Gongsun Yan asked in astonishment. "Certainly. Such a significant issue must be reported to the sovereign for a decision, and the Supervisory Bureau falls under the purview of the Duke of State. So he must also be informed," the head of the academy replied. "Well, it is not that I am being difficult, rather. I fear my limitations may lead to disappointing the sovereign and the head of the bureau. If I were to perish in this endeavor, it would be but a minor loss to myself, yet failing the nation would render me a historic sinner. Haha. Master Chu, please rest assured. I possess enough discernment. If you are unfit for this position, then surely no one else will be competent. Observing Gongsun Yan's shifting tone, the head of the academy felt elated. He turned to Yin Chaji and commanded, "Instruct them to prepare a carriage immediately. I shall accompany Master Chu to the royal city to meet the sovereign." Half an hour later, the head of the courtyard, accompanied by Gongsun Yan, entered the royal city. The entire city was adorned with a crimson hue, its rooftops covered in colorful glazed tiles. After passing through several checkpoints, their carriage arrived before the grand hall of the palace. The two disembarked, and the main hall, with its red walls and golden roof, was adorned with vermilion pillars and gilded windows, exuding a majestic aura. Surrounding it were stone-carved railings, amplifying its grandeur and opulence. As soon as they alighted, a guard approached, evidently recognizing the head of the courtyard. "Greetings, Director Qi. Is your lord here to meet the sovereign?" Upon receiving a nod from the head, the guard promptly escorted them into the hall, leading them through a corridor lined with red carpets to the sovereign's study. After the guard announced their arrival, they entered the study. Gongsun Yan beheld a man seated behind a table, wearing a crown and a bright yellow robe, who appeared to be of middle age. His countenance was stern, exuding an aura of authority without any display of anger. Beside him sat a young man adorned with a small crown and dressed in purple official attire. Director Qi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I present to you, Your Majesty, the young Master Chu." He then turned to the young man, offering his respects. "Greetings, Duke of State." Gongsun Yan followed suit, bowing in acknowledgement. The sovereign scrutinized Gongsun Yan closely, while the Duke of State rose to return the gesture, saying, "Please, take a seat." The two settled into seats opposite the Duke. Both the sovereign and the Duke continued to observe Gongsun Yan, intrigued by his calm demeanor and composed presence. In situations like this, many would be trembling with anxiety. Yet Gongsun Yan displayed no signs of fear. Little did they know, Gongsun Yan had encountered celestial beings revered as divine in the eyes of mortals, and had spent time in their company, rendering him indifferent to the emotions of earthly rulers. Noticing Gongsun Yan's silence, the sovereign, Yongqing, was the first to speak. "Hero Chu, do you have intentions of assuming the position of military inspector in the Inspection Institute of our Huachin Kingdom?" In truth, he had already been informed of Gongsun Yan's stance, but wished to confirm it in person. In response, Gongsun Yan rose and, with neither subservience nor arrogance, stated, "I am deeply honored by your majesty and the esteemed official's regard. I am willing to accept this position." "Excellent. Since Hero Chu is so agreeable, I shall not delay. I hereby appoint you as General of the Pacifying Forces, overseeing the military inspection. You shall assume your duties immediately. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Your Majesty. I assure you that I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently and strive to meet your expectations." Gongsun Yan bowed again, altering his address as he made his promise. General Chu, simply do your best. Here is my golden dragon order. Please accept it. Within the military, you may act at your discretion, prioritizing your safety above all else. I await your good news." Yongqing then produced a token and instructed Gongsun Yan. Following this, Director Qi rose to take his leave alongside Gongsun Yan, with the Duke of State following suit. As the three exited the Grand Hall, the Duke addressed Gongsun Yan. "I appreciate your willingness to oversee the military. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, so I hope you remain vigilant." "Thank you, Duke. I shall keep your words close to heart." Gongsun Yan hastily returned the courtesy. Upon his first encounter with the Duke of State, he noted the latter's sincere and humble demeanor, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with royal offspring, which endeared him greatly. As a carriage approached, the two bid farewell to the Duke and departed from the royal capital. The Duke then returned to his study, where he found the sovereign deep in contemplation. He respectfully inquired, "Your Majesty, while the Chu general exhibits a composed demeanor and remarkable poise, might it be somewhat hasty to appoint him as the commander of the military supervisory office?" "Indeed. When assigning duties, one must act with sincerity. From the gathered intelligence, this individual possesses formidable martial prowess, is decisive in battle, prioritizes righteousness over personal gain, and is both earnest and modest. If we treat him with kindness, he will naturally strive diligently for our cause. If utilized wisely, he could become a powerful asset in our hands." After a brief pause, Yongqing continued, "You must endeavor to facilitate his endeavors, closely monitor his movements, and promptly report any matters of significance." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Yongzhe replied before taking his leave. Gongsun Yan swiftly returned to the supervisory office, where the head summoned Yin Chaji to gather the senior officials for a meeting in the conference hall. There, the sovereign's appointment was announced, and Gongsun Yan was introduced to the assembly before the head personally guided him to familiarize himself with the various departments, stirring considerable discussion among the staff. Following this, Yin Chaji accompanied Gongsun Yan to obtain his official attire, inscribe his identity plaque, and manage various administrative tasks, which were only concluded by the time of the evening bell. The two dined at the supervisory office's communal kitchen, during which Yin Chaji remarked, "Time is of the essence. General Chu's study remains unorganized, and I have been concurrently managing the commander of the military supervisory office position. There are numerous matters to hand over to you." "Oh, Director Yin, there is no need for haste. I believe it would be prudent for you to continue overseeing things for now. I will soon be visiting the general's office." "My role here is merely nominal," Gongsun Yan responded. "As for accommodation, does General Chu intend to reside in the official quarters at the rear? Or will he seek lodging elsewhere? All expenses will be covered by the office." "Oh, a room in the rear quarters will suffice. As I will be reporting to the general's office in a few days and will not be residing here long," Gongsun Yan replied. "Regarding the appointment of deputies, I can provide a list of suitable candidates from within the office for your consideration. General Chu may also propose any individuals he deems appropriate." "Oh, there is no need for such formality. I am unfamiliar with this place. Please designate those whom you find suitable, Director Yin," Gongsun Yan said, genuinely lacking any knowledge of the supervisory office and preferring to convey an air of trust in its arrangements. Once the meal concluded, Yin Chaji personally arranged for a carriage to escort Gongsun Yan back to the inn where he would temporarily reside. After bidding farewell to Gongsun Yan, Yin Chaji sought out the deputy head, where he expressed his confusion. "Director, why has the sovereign specifically appointed him as the commander of the military supervisory office? This is a third-rank position, whereas, in the past, even the top scorer of the imperial examinations would typically only attain a fifth rank. Huh? Do you believe the top 30 scores in the national competition pale in comparison to the top scorer of our Huachin Kingdom's civil service examinations?" The deputy head retorted. "He hails from an esteemed lineage and is a favored candidate of Prince Chongrui. To assign him a position of lesser stature would indeed be a slight against the prince. Moreover, this individual possesses formidable martial prowess, coupled with audacity and meticulousness, making him exceptionally suited for the role of military supervisor on the arena, where he has even dared to strike down members of the Shenwu Palace." Yin Chaji suddenly realized that he had indeed overlooked this aspect, while Gongsun Yan returned to the Inspection Institute to attend to mundane affairs. The official document appointing him as the head of the Military Supervision Department had already been personally dispatched from the Duke of Guogua's estate to the major government offices in the capital. This led to a stir within the political arena as individuals speculated about Gongsun Yan's origins. Those well-informed recognized him as a notable figure on the prestigious 100-man list. At that moment, in front of a grand and heavily guarded residence on the eastern side of the inner city, a swiftly approaching horse-drawn carriage came to an abrupt halt. A young man, dressed in plain attire and over 30 years of age, alighted from the carriage, closely followed by a sword-bearing guard. They were evidently familiar faces here. As the guard saluted and allowed them passage, with one quickly running inside to deliver news. Upon entering through the main gate, the steward had already arrived. Having heard the news, and upon seeing the young man, promptly bowed and said, "Your servant greets the Duke of Xiang. I shall take the son-in-law to see the master at once." The young man, with a sinister countenance, was none other than the current heir apparent, Duke of Xiang Yongxiang, and also the son-in-law of the Grand General Shangguan Wujia. As they had arrived at the Grand General's residence, the steward escorted Yongxiang into the guest hall, where a robust, resolute elder sat beside the table, none other than the esteemed Duke of Wuan, Shangguan Wujia. Upon Yongxiang's entrance, he slightly inclined his body and said, "The old minister greets the Duke of Xiang." Yongxiang did not respond verbally, but sat directly in the left seat at the table. A maid promptly brought tea before retreating with the steward. Yongxiang spoke, "Father-in-law, are you aware of my father's appointment of a military supervisor?" "Oh, I have just heard of this matter and was contemplating discussing it with you." "Humph. It must certainly be that Bu Guosan who proposed it. It seems he does not trust you, father-in-law." Bu Guosan is a nickname for Duke Yongza, known among the populace for his ability to resolve any issue with merely 3 ideas whenever the third prince intervenes, hence the moniker. He likely has greater concern for the position of Duke of Xiang, the heir apparent. Duke Wuan replied with a smile. He then continued, however, they have consecutively lost several military supervisors. It is only natural to send someone else. My concern lies in the rather unusual background of this Chu Bao. Oh, do you have any news, father-in-law? Indeed, I have gathered some information. Although it is all publicly available, his true identity and background remain elusive. I have recently learned that he hails from the northern region of the Shuangmeng mountain range and, along the way, rescued the owner of Huaxinjuan, Fan Qishan, while slaying the deputy leader of the Gu Mountain sect, Zhan Yun. This fellow is ruthless and decisive, a formidable character. Humph. How many nails can a man made of iron drive? Let him head to the Northern Legion, with your brother Bao stationed there. We shall see what kind of waves he can stir. Indeed, with Leopard Brother watching over him, I feel considerably more at ease. However, caution remains imperative. It would be prudent to dispatch a contingent from the ironclad camp to escort him, ensuring his safe passage. Subsequently, they may remain there to safeguard him. I shall discreetly inform the Gishan faction of his journey to the Northern Legion, so that if we can resolve this matter promptly, we shall leave nothing to chance. Upon returning to the inn, Gongsun Yan found Fan Qishan and Zhang Wei already awaiting his arrival. As he entered, Fan Qishan hurriedly took the sword sheath from Zhang Wei's hands and presented it to Gongsun Yan, saying, "Young Master Chu, pray examine this and see if it meets your satisfaction." Gongsun Yan accepted the sheath and scrutinized it closely. Crafted from crocodile skin, its appearance was unremarkable, even displaying signs of wear and age, making it inconspicuous when worn. Gongsun Yan was exceedingly pleased. He clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "I am truly grateful for your efforts, Elder Fan." "Not at all, not at all. We are not strangers, young Master Chu. Please do not be so formal. May I inquire how your meeting at the Supervisory Institute went?" "Oh, I was just about to share that with Elder Fan. I first met with Chief Chi at the Supervisory Institute, and subsequently, I entered the royal city to meet with the sovereign and the Duke of State. I have been appointed as the military supervisor." "Ah, congratulations, young Master Chu, or rather, General Chu. The sovereign's direct appointment as military supervisor carries significant weight." "Aha," Fan Qishan exclaimed with hearty laughter. He then instructed Zhang Wei to prepare a modest banquet for Gongsun Yan, knowing that he preferred to celebrate discreetly. Once Zhang Wei departed, Fan Qishan retrieved a silk-wrapped package from his bosom, carefully unwrapping it to reveal a yellowed parchment book inscribed with the 4 characters Dan Ji Zong Yao. His hands trembled slightly as he presented the book to Gongsun Yan, saying, "General Chu, this is an ancient alchemical manuscript passed down through my family. I now bestow it upon you. Please keep it safe." "Oh, Elder Fan, this is far too precious for me to accept. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, General. Allow me to finish my explanation." After settling beside the table in the guest hall, he continued, "This manuscript has been in my family for nearly 10 millennia. Each patriarch, on their deathbed, has repeatedly instructed to safeguard our ancestors' legacy and to ensure its resurgence and brilliance, yet each generation has ultimately fallen short." He took a sip of tea, his expression tinged with melancholy, and continued, "As the years have passed, many have become aware of our family's possession of this alchemical manuscript, inciting countless covetous desires, leading to several near extinctions of our clan. Fortunately, in this era, few pursue immortality, rendering this tome akin to a useless relic, with many believing it holds only minor medicinal benefits. My family has strived for generations, with numerous ancestors possessing remarkable talents, yet the results have been disheartening. Aside from the addition of a few remedies, it has proven to be of little substantial use. This manuscript has become more of a burden than a boon." As he spoke, a look of concern crossed Fan Qishan's face. "I observe that you, General, though not hailing from a family of healers, possess a profound understanding of medicinal arts. Coupled with your innate intelligence and quick wit, I believe that, given time, you will master the art of alchemy. Thus, I propose that this manuscript finds a home with you. However, I do have one humble request." He took a sip of tea and continued, "If General one day masters the art of alchemy, I implore you to choose a descendant from the Fan family to be your disciple, thereby passing down this secret technique of our ancestors. I wonder if the general could grant this request?" Upon finishing his words, he gazed at Gongsun Yan with an expression of anticipation. Gongsun Yan appeared somewhat troubled, for he understood that Fan Qishan's final statement was merely a pretext. Accepting his secret techniques would inevitably incur a significant debt of gratitude to the Fan family. Noticing Gongsun Yan's discomfort, Fan Qishan hastily added, General Chu need not harbor any difficult thoughts. Consider this as assisting my family in handling this hot potato, if you will. Thus, Chu could not decline the honor, and he vowed that should he gain any insight in the future, he would undoubtedly repay the kindness of the Fan family. Fan Qishan, upon hearing this, was filled with joy, and the two continued their conversation for a while before proceeding to the dining hall for a meal. The following morning, Gongsun Yan donned his military attire, carrying a package, and stepped out of the inn in full regalia. Fan Qishan arrived with Zhang Wei to bid him farewell, as they had agreed the night before that Gongsun Yan would depart on this day. Before parting, both sides exchanged courteous formalities, their hearts imbued with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, they were fully aware that in the course of life, such gatherings and separations are inevitably destined to occur, and any future reunions would hinge solely on fate. Unbeknownst to them, this farewell would not be resolved until several years later, by which time Gongsun Yan would have already achieved great renown. As Gongsun Yan entered the inspection bureau, Yin Chaji approached him, gesturing to a young officer behind him. General Chu, this is the assistant officer we have selected for you. Yuan Cheng. If there are no objections, he will accompany you from now on. The workspace has also been prepared. He will guide you there. The young officer, noticing the package in Gongsun Yan's hand, promptly stepped forward to take it, bowing respectfully as he said, I will lead the way. General, please. Upon entering the room marked with the insignia of the supervisory office, Yuan Cheng opened the door for Gongsun Yan. Before them lay a clean and well-lit office, furnished with a long table at the front and an official's chair behind it, while circular chairs were arranged on either side. Gongsun Yan strode confidently to the table and took a seat, gesturing for Yuan Cheng to sit beside him. However, Yuan Cheng replied, It suffices for me to stand and respond. Ah, do share your circumstances, Gongsun Yan prompted. Returning, General, I am but 18 years of age. Hailing from Wanqing in the Qingzhou mountain range. From an early age, I accompanied my father into the mountains to hunt and practice martial arts. Last year, I participated in the martial examination and secured third place, subsequently being recruited into the Supervisory Institute as a guard. Oh, so it was just last year that you joined the Supervisory Institute? Indeed, yesterday Director Yin appointed me as the General's aide, which took me by surprise. I have only recently joined the Institute, and my qualifications are still limited. I fear I may not meet the discerning eye of the General. Oh, who else resides in your household? What are their occupations? Replying to the esteemed one. I lost my father in a tragic hunting accident when I was merely 12 years old. Since then, I have lived alone in the mountains, with no other family to speak of. Oh, so you are an orphan? Gongsun Yan inquired. Well, one could certainly say that my father took me away from the family at a young age, leaving me devoid of close companions. Gongsun Yan fell into deep contemplation, secretly admiring the astuteness of the academy head and Yin Chaji. They wary of offending Gongsun Yan by appointing someone with a convoluted background, deliberately sought a person of such unblemished lineage to serve as his deputy, which reflects their thoughtful consideration. He promptly said, Please return to your residence to organize your belongings, and then accompany me to the General's office for your official duties. Gongsun Yan subsequently arrived at the main room of the courtyard, where Yin Chaji was also present. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan enter, both of them quickly rose. The head of the courtyard inquired, Does General Chu require anything further from us? None. I believe it is time for me to report to the General's office, Gongsun Yan replied, waving his hand. Oh, is General Chu not going to familiarize himself with the courtyard for a while? Matters concerning the military inspector are not urgent, the head of the courtyard remarked. No. Since my responsibility is to serve as the military inspector, it is better to head to the army sooner rather than later. After pondering for a moment, the head of the courtyard said to Yin Chaji, You go prepare the carriage. I shall accompany General Chu. Oh, there is no need to trouble yourself. I can simply take Yuan Cheng with me, Gongsun Yan interjected. That is out of the question. General Chu has been personally appointed by the sovereign as the military inspector, and it is only proper that we accompany you, the head of the courtyard insisted. He then retrieved a brocade box from a cabinet, opened it to reveal a golden seal, and handed it to Gongsun Yan, saying, This is the military inspector's great seal. Please take good care of it. Remember, it must not be lost. Gongsun Yan accepted it and carefully secured it. The two then returned to Gongsun Yan's room, where Yuan Cheng had already returned, carrying a small package along with Gongsun Yan's. Upon seeing their arrival, Yuan Cheng quickly bowed and said, Greetings, head of the courtyard. General, I am ready. Very well. Let us depart. The three made their way to the entrance of the Inspection Institute, where Yin Chaji was already waiting. They then boarded the carriage and proceeded to the general's office. As customary, the general's office was heavily guarded. After Yin Chaji presented the official document, the guards allowed them entry. Upon entering the hall, a steward approached them, evidently recognizing Yin Chaji, and inquired, "Does Director Yin wish to see the Grand General? I shall announce your arrival." "No need. We shall go directly," Yin Chaji replied. The steward immediately led the way, with Yin Chaji and the head of the courtyard following closely behind Gongsun Yan. They traversed the hall and arrived at the back hall of the general's office, where they found two officials seated at a table. One clad in a small crown was Duke Xiang, and the other, wearing a dark silk cap, was Grand General Shangguan Wujia. Upon their entrance, the two men exhibited slight surprise, clearly engaged in discussion prior to their arrival. Just as the steward was about to speak, Yin Chaji stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "I, Yin Chaji, pay my respects to Duke Xiang. And to the Grand General. Our head of the courtyard has come to pay his respects to you both." "Ah, what brings Director Yin here?" "The subordinates were unaware of the proper etiquette and failed to welcome you in a timely manner. I hope Director Qi can overlook this lapse," Shangguan Wujia remarked, remaining seated with an expression devoid of apology, casting a sharp glare at the steward. "Director Qi has arrived. Please take a seat," Duke Xiang added, displaying a more courteous demeanor. Everyone took their seats in turn, while Yuan Cheng stood behind Gongsun Yan. At this moment, Gongsun Yan's gaze was fixed intently on Shangguan Wujia, a surge of hostility rising within him. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive youth of yesteryears, and he swiftly concealed the murderous intent that had begun to surface. It seemed that he sensed something amiss as Shangguan Wujia turned his gaze towards Gongsun Yan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He spoke, "If I am not mistaken, this must be the esteemed General Chu Bao, appointed by the sovereign as the supervising general." As soon as he uttered these words, a wave of unease surged within him. Chu Bao, the name seemed rather peculiar. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Gongsun Yan. Upon hearing this, Dean Qi promptly interjected, I had yet to introduce him. This is the sovereign's appointed supervising general of the Supervisory Institute, General Chu Bao. Henceforth, General Chu shall serve as the supervising envoy of the general headquarters." He then turned to introduce the two to Gongsun Yan. Gongsun Yan rose, clasping his fist in salute, and stated with composed dignity, "I have been dispatched by the sovereign to assume the role of supervising envoy. I kindly request the esteemed general and your highness to facilitate my duties. Should I inadvertently overstep, I hope for your gracious forgiveness." General Chu, you flatter us. It is indeed our duty to protect the nation and strengthen the military. Overseeing the generals and regulating the troops is essential for maintaining control. We should be grateful for your presence on the front lines to assess the military situation," declared Duke Xiang with righteous fervor. The general headquarters oversees 3 legions and a fleet. I wonder from which unit General Chu plans to commence?" Duke Xiang inquired further. I have yet to determine that. I shall defer to Duke Xiang and the esteemed general's arrangements," Gongsun Yan replied, feigning nonchalance, fully aware they intended to assign him to the Northern Legion. Upon hearing this, Duke Xiang glanced at Shangguan Wujia, seemingly seeking his affirmation. Yet Shangguan Wujia remained contemplative and silent. Yongxiang's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, the two had agreed to send Chu Bao to the Northern Legion, but now he sensed a hint of hesitation. Little did he know, Shangguan Wujia had developed an inexplicable aversion to the name Chu Bao, causing his original plan to waver. Noticing Shangguan Wujia's continued silence, Yongxiang took it upon himself to declare, "Since General Chu has expressed this, and given the pressing situation at the Northern Front, we shall trouble you to oversee the military there. This not only demonstrates the sovereign's regard for the frontline soldiers and boosts morale, but also provides an additional avenue for discerning the military situation." After pausing, he seemed to recall something and asked, "Oh, did my father not assign any guards to General Chu prior to your arrival?" "Oh, Duke. The sovereign feared that an excessive retinue might burden the army and lead to misunderstandings. Thus, we have been instructed to assign only one aide to General Chu, which would facilitate a more agile and flexible approach," Dean Qi interjected swiftly. "Oh, I see. However, since my father places his trust in General Chu, we shall also do our utmost to support you. Let us allocate a detachment from the General Headquarters Ironclad Battalion to escort General Chu to the front lines. They shall remain there as your personal guard. Let it be 30 men, Shangguan Wujia announced. Duke Xiang glanced at Shangguan Wujia. Initially, they had agreed on a detachment of 20 cavalry, yet the number had been unexpectedly increased. However, he did not reveal any displeasure, merely inquiring, When does General Chu plan to depart? Grateful for the sovereign's favor and the support of all esteemed officials, I feel the weight of responsibility immensely. I yearn to fly to the front lines without delay. Thus, I have resolved to depart today. Gongsun Yan stood and replied, "What? Today?" The Duke of Xiang and the Grand General gasped in succession. The head of the Qi Academy and Yin Chaji exchanged perplexed glances. Surely, the general of Chu need not rush to a conclusion. Moreover, matters within the military must adhere to certain protocols. General Chu's departure in a few days will not hinder any proceedings, as Yang Xiang remarked. Matters within the military have always been of utmost urgency. Could there possibly be any extraordinary affairs that require attention? Gongsun Yan feigned ignorance and inquired. How could he be unaware that the 30 men assigned to him were there to monitor his every move? There was no way to shake them off. So he decided to catch them off guard. Just as Yang Xiang was about to elaborate, Shangguan Wujia interjected. Let us proceed as General Chu suggests. We shall depart in an hour. Having spoken, he summoned his deputy and instructed him to prepare all pertinent matters. The head of the Qi Academy requested Yin Chaji to accompany Gongsun Yan and the others to the military and political department within the residence to handle the necessary documents for the frontier and the travel permits, while he himself remained in the back hall to converse with the two gentlemen. An hour later, a contingent of 30 cavalrymen stood silently before the general's residence, clad in iron helmets and armor, each bearing a saber at their waist. Their steeds were also adorned in protective black coverings, exuding an air of solemnity and an icy demeanor. At the forefront of the formation stood 2 soldiers, each leading a fully equipped white horse. At that moment, Gongsun Yan and Yuan Qing emerged from the general's residence, surrounded by the Duke of Xianghua, the Grand General, and a throng of others. Given that this was the military inspector's departure and a selection by the sovereign, it was imperative to make a grand display. Just then, a robust officer stepped forth from the ranks, saluting the assembly and proclaiming in a resonant voice, Lieutenant Jia Chengwu of the Iron Armor Camp at the General's residence is here to receive the military inspector. All personnel are assembled and ready to embark at your command. Gongsun Yan and Yuan Qing descended the steps, turning to bow respectfully to the gathered crowd. They then took the reins and mounted their horses, shouting a rallying cry to depart. Swiftly, they galloped towards the eastern gate, closely followed by a contingent of armored cavalry. At this moment, it was yet to reach noon. Qi Yuan's chief and Yin Chaji also bid farewell with folded hands to Yang Xiang and Shangguan Wujia before each returned to their respective offices. Upon arriving in the inner hall, Yang Xiang inquired, why did father-in-law decide to dispatch 10 additional men to monitor him? Is there something amiss? Do you perceive the murderous intent emanating from him? No, but I sense a certain hostility. I vaguely felt a surge of lethal intent, yet he conceals it well. His name is rather peculiar. Could it be mere coincidence? With Shangguan Wujia's reminder, Yang Xiang began to sense an underlying disquiet. If this Chu Bao truly hailed from the kingdom of Xiasu, it seemed improbable that he would venture so far to become their adversary. It puzzled him greatly. The man's martial prowess was equally enigmatic, elusive to discern. His physique, demeanor, and youth suggested he might be disguising his true appearance, yet no flaws could be detected. Shangguan Wujia further queried, has father-in-law notified the Go Mountain faction? Indeed, a messenger set forth an hour ago, and I instructed Jia Qingwu to delay him as much as possible along the way. Despite their meticulous preparations, both the father-in-law and son-in-law displayed expressions of concern. On the official road north of the capital of Huachin Kingdom, a troop of riders surged forward with remarkable speed. This contingent of 32, all mounted on black steeds and clad in black armor, encircled 2 riders on white horses. As evening approached, the procession halted at a relay station, a military way station designated for the transfer of documents, intelligence personnel, and officials in transit, providing food, lodging, and horse exchanges. Along the main thoroughfares of Huachin Kingdom, relay stations were established every several dozen to 100 miles, with even greater frequency for civilian stations. The lead rider, Jia Qingwu, rode up to Gongsun Yan and inquired whether they should rest at the station. Gongsun Yan nodded in agreement. After the station guards verified their documentation, they were promptly granted entry, and the relay station master came out to greet them. Gongsun Yan instructed his companions to dine with the station master while he ventured alone to the adjacent stable, summoning a stable hand to inquire about the horse's care over the years. Learning that the stable hand was an expert, he asked about the speed and endurance of the horses in their charge. The stable hand, without hesitation, asserted that all the black horses were exceptional specimens, having undergone rigorous selection and training. Not only were they swift, but their stamina and load-bearing capabilities were also outstanding, rendering their horses irreplaceable. In contrast, the two white horses were notably inferior, possessing acceptable speed but lacking in endurance and load capacity, akin to the horses here. After processing this information, Gongsun Yan formulated a plan and instructed the stable hand to ensure the warhorses were well fed with the finest fodder before his departure. Upon entering the dining hall, he found it bustling with noise. However, as he walked in, the clamor subsided instantly. Gongsun Yan announced, "We shall depart in 1 hour." A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. We are leaving already?" Voices arose, questioning and discussing, albeit in hushed tones. The group traveled in silence, with most members knowing only that they were tasked with escorting the military supervisor to the front lines, lacking any detailed information. Gongsun Yan said nothing further. He approached a smaller table where Yuanqing awaited him for a meal. With a gesture, Gongsun signaled for him to sit and begin dining. An hour later, the team set off on schedule, with Gongsun taking the lead. His exceptional night vision and recent familiarity with the route made him relatively more adept at navigating the terrain. However, traveling by night inevitably slowed their pace compared to daytime. In the early hours of the following day, the caravan paused briefly at another relay station before continuing their journey. In the morning, as they passed through a small town, Gongsun instructed Jia Qingwu to take a few men to procure some provisions and fodder for their needs. He himself entered the town with Yuanqing to purchase some supplies. By evening, they once again rested at a relay station, enjoying a meal before embarking on another night journey. Unlike the first night, their speed had increased significantly. Thanks to the luminous powder Gongsun had purchased in the small town, he had applied the powder to strips of cloth, which each member wrapped around their arms, making them highly visible in the darkness and greatly enhancing the pace of the caravan. With a reliable speed established, Gongsun increased the frequency of rest breaks during the night. At each pause, he commanded the troops to scatter and gather branches and shrubs, using them to kindle a fire to repel mosquitoes. The soldiers rested near the fire, and Gongsun himself took the initiative to gather branches, primarily from lemon and sour juju trees. When he sat down to rest, he always chose a spot upwind of the fire, with Yuanqing by his side. Occasionally, some soldiers would catch game, roasting it over the fire to accompany their rations, adding a touch of enjoyment to their weary journey. For 5 consecutive days, they maintained this pattern of travel, camping in the wilderness. This proved to be a trial for the soldiers of the heavily armored battalion, accustomed to a life of ease and comfort. Discontent began to brew among the ranks, and grievances surfaced. At this juncture, Captain Jia Qingwu felt a sense of relief. Throughout the journey, he had been filled with anxiety, as the deputy commander of the military supervisor had repeatedly urged him to delay their pace, ensuring they stopped at every relay station and allowing the soldiers to drink a bit for relaxation. Little did he expect that the military supervisor would act so unorthodoxly, prioritizing relentless travel over rest. Now, seeing the shift in the soldiers' morale, he could not help but feel a flicker of satisfaction. On the 6th night, having traversed more than half the journey, they were only 3 days away from entering the territory of the Northern Legion. After dinner, Gongsun, as was his custom, commanded the team to set off again for a night march. At this moment, some soldiers began to murmur, "We are so tired. We can't go on. We're not even going to battle. Why must we rush so desperately? Do they not regard us as human? Who travels like this without rest? Even if the King of Heaven were to come, I would refuse to move. I just want a bath and a good night's sleep." The discontent rippled through the ranks, igniting a fervor among the men. Jia Qingwu rose silently, remaining still, while Yuanqing cast a nervous glance towards Gongsun Yan, noticing the peculiar expressions of those around him. Gongsun Yan smirked coldly, his gaze shifting to Jia Qingwu as he inquired, "Is this also your intention?" "My lord, whether it is my intention has become inconsequential. Everyone is weary. I believe it would be prudent to rest for a day. Arriving at the military camp a day early or late holds little significance. Moreover, these horses genuinely require respite. Pushing them further would render them useless," Jia Qingwu replied. "Humph. What if I insist on continuing our journey?" Gongsun Yan retorted icily. "Then the commander must proceed alone," Jia Qingwu answered decisively. Gongsun Yan ceased further argument, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Many averted their eyes at his scrutiny, while others regarded him with mockery, arms crossed. Jia Qingwu's expression was impassive, his demeanor stern. Gongsun Yan turned and walked into the courtyard of the relay station, softly commanding, "Everyone come out." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with clarity. The relay station's steward hurriedly emerged, anxious and unsettled. for he had served there for many years and had never encountered such a situation. Was a mutiny about to unfold? Jia Qingwu emerged as well, his countenance growing increasingly grim, followed by all the soldiers. Yuan Sheng stood behind Gongsun Yan, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, a slight tremor coursing through his hand. In the courtyard, Gongsun Yan addressed Jia Qingwu. "Draw your sword." Jia Qingwu remained motionless, his voice low. "Must you insist, my lord? You have 10 breaths." Gongsun Yan commanded sharply. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Jia Qingwu's expression was a tumultuous blend of complexity and hesitation. As the 10 breaths elapsed, he clenched his jaw, his visage contorting with a fierce resolve. His hand swiftly drew the saber, but with a sudden clang, it clattered to the ground as his arm fell limply. He staggered momentarily before collapsing, lifeless, to the earth. Gasps of shock erupted, swiftly engulfing the area in an eerie silence. Gongsun Yan stood there, seemingly not having made a move, yet everyone understood that his speed was simply too swift. The gazes directed towards him gradually filled with trepidation. Throughout the days of marching, this military supervisor had spoken little. Coupled with his slender frame and unremarkable appearance, many were unaware of his origins and background, harboring a tinge of disdain in their hearts. Yet, it was this unassuming figure who, with a single strike, had ruthlessly slain their captain, demonstrating a merciless nature that sent chills through the hearts of those leading the group. "He has killed the captain, brothers. Let us fight him," shouted a tall soldier. "Fight me? Try channeling your energy now," Gongsun Yan retorted with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the soldiers began to circulate their energy, and the moment they did, they were met with a cacophony of gasps and anguished cries. At that moment, the tall soldier questioned, "Did you poison us?" "Humph." Gongsun Yan remained noncommittal. It turned out that the luminous powder Gongsun Yan had purchased days prior was a primary ingredient in a bone-corroding poison. Having studied medicinal texts since childhood, he was well-versed in pharmacology and knew that when combined with lemon or sour jujube, it would possess the ability to corrode bones. Each time he ignited a bonfire, he mixed in the luminous powder along with some branches from lemon or sour jujube trees, creating smoke with a certain toxicity. This was also why he always positioned himself upwind of Yuan Sheng during their bonfire gatherings. Seeing Gongsun Yan silent, the tall soldier exchanged glances with 2 others, and together, they shouted in unison as they drew their blades to attack him. In an instant, Gongsun Yan soared into the air, a glint of cold light flashing in his hand. With a series of muffled thuds, 3 bodies collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A chill swept through the crowd, and panic gripped everyone. In contrast, Gongsun Yan remained composed, standing in his previous position as if he had not moved at all. Time seemed to freeze, and the soldiers stood frozen in place, too fearful to budge. After a long silence, an older soldier hesitantly spoke up. "My lord, what must we do for you to spare us?" "Humph. In military affairs, orders must be followed without exception. Disobedience warrants execution. The leader has already faced justice. What do you intend to do now?" At this moment, the soldier boldly stepped forward, cupping his fists in a deep bow. "My lord, we acknowledge our error. We beseech you to forgive us for our offense. From now on, we are willing to follow you, pledging our lives and loyalty. Yes, my lord, we were wrong. It was Captain Jia who incited us, claiming the journey was too arduous, urging us to rebel, saying you would not punish us. Indeed, my lord, we had no idea the situation was so dire. We implore you to show mercy." As one soldier spoke up, the crowd began to stir, each soldier advocating for themselves, shifting the blame onto the deceased 4, revealing the basest aspects of human nature. Gongsun Yan stood in silence for a long while, and when the clamor subsided, he spoke. "I am not a bloodthirsty fiend, nor do I possess an insatiable lust for power, but once I make a decision, I shall see it through to the end. Now, I present you with 2 paths. One is to accompany me northward and serve as my guards. The other is to depart and return to the capital. For I shall compose a letter for you to convey. The decision is yours to make." To my surprise, all chose to remain, expressing their gratitude towards Gongsun Yan for his benevolence. Gongsun Yan, in turn, refrained from imposing further trials upon them, producing a pre-prepared antidote for Yuan Sheng to distribute. He addressed the station master, saying, "You have witnessed the situation here. Report it truthfully. I will also send a letter back to the general's office. Furthermore, although Jia Qingwu and his companions disobeyed orders and caused disturbances, they have performed commendably in their duties of protection along the way. Their merits and faults balance each other out. Prepare 4 coffins for their burial on site tomorrow. Additionally, while they have erred, their crimes are not unforgivable. Write to the general's office, indicating it is my wish to provide compensation to each of their families." As his words fell, those who had been heading to the dining hall turned back and bowed in unison, clasping their fists in respect, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, we are deeply moved by your noble intentions. We shall remain loyal and devoted to you henceforth." The thunderous declaration left Gongsun Yan momentarily taken aback, for his unpretentious gesture had truly won the hearts of these soldiers. He gestured for them to rest briefly, instructing them to prepare for departure in an hour. Thus, a looming crisis was nipped in the bud by Gongsun Yan. He and Yuan Cheng subsequently followed the station master to the rear courtyard, where the station master directed the attendants to arrange the 4 corpses. Gongsun Yan approached, personally searching the bodies, with particular focus on Jia Qingzhou. He discovered official documents, maps, letters, and banknotes, ultimately uncovering a secret letter, which he discreetly pocketed, handing the remaining items to Yuan Cheng for future management. Upon returning to the room assigned by the station master, Gongsun Yan opened the secret letter, which indeed was addressed to Shang Wanbao. The contents were straightforward, instructing him to maintain control over the troops and, as before, to seize the opportunity to eliminate the military supervisor. After reading, Gongsun Yan smirked inwardly, recognizing the letter as potential evidence of a conspiracy against the military supervisor. In the ensuing days, free from hindrances, the pace of their march quickened considerably. By mid-May, they finally arrived at the Northern Army Corps. Upon reaching Jinbei Pass, gazing upon the imposing black walls, roofs, and gates, Gongsun Yan was engulfed by a torrent of emotions. 3 years prior, he had arrived here as a convict, and now, 3 years later, he was making a formidable return. He was determined to vindicate himself and reveal the truth of that era to the world. With a flick of his whip, he led the charge towards the city gates. The sentinels, noticing the approaching cavalry from afar, called out urgently, "Who approaches?" "This is the Northern Army office at Jinbei Pass. All entrants must dismount and proceed on foot." In response, Yuan Cheng urged his horse forward and proclaimed loudly, "The military supervisor appointed by the sovereign, General Chu Bao, is here. Why do you not come forth to pay your respects?" Upon hearing the news, a deputy general stationed at the city hastily descended from the ramparts. After verifying the official documents, he admitted Gongsun Yan and his companions into the city. The northern garrison, though modest in size, soon led the party to the entrance of the Northern Army Mansion on the North Military Street adjacent to the Bell and Drum Tower. Just as Gongsun Yan dismounted, a throng of individuals emerged from within the mansion, surrounding a young general, none other than the valiant General Shang Wanbao, who had recently been promoted to general of the Northern Garrison, commanding the Northern Army. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan, Shang Wanbao halted, looking down from his elevated position, and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed military supervisor. I apologize for my tardy reception. Your Excellency is too kind. I come at the behest of our sovereign to oversee military affairs. And as we shall be colleagues henceforth, I trust you will extend your assistance and support," Gongsun Yan replied, suppressing his indignation with a facade of cordiality. "Indeed, with your arrival, you are now one of us in the Northern Army. It is a fortuitous occasion for us to join forces with General Chu in defending our northern borders and alleviating the burdens of our sovereign. Henceforth, your concerns will be my concerns, and let us all endeavor with utmost dedication," Shang Guanbao responded, surveying the surroundings with an air of self-importance, as though he were the master of the domain. Gongsun Yan was then invited into the guest hall of the Northern Army Mansion, while the Iron Armored Battalion was directed to a side hall to rest. The ensuing discussions naturally revolved around the establishment of the Military Supervision Office, arrangements for accommodations, and other administrative matters, most of which were deftly handled by Yuan Cheng. To Gongsun Yan's astonishment, everything progressed remarkably smoothly. After Shang Wanbao delegated the necessary tasks, he returned to his residence with his military strategists. Once settled, he turned to his strategist, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on this individual?" The strategist, surnamed Ku, appeared to be a competent middle-aged man. The previous strategist had perished in the Black Mountain Gorge battle, and this one had been appointed by Shangwan Wuji from the capital, having served in the Northern Army for nearly 3 years. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This individual speaks little, remains low-key and composed, exhibiting a resolute character. He may not be an easy adversary. The general should exercise caution." Here, even a person of remarkable ability cannot escape my grasp," Shang Wanbao retorted. Then asked a subordinate deputy general, "Have we established contact with the captain of the Iron Armored Battalion who accompanied him?" Reporting to the general, "I have inquired." And the soldiers stated that on their way, Captain Jia Qingwu and 3 others disobeyed orders and have already been executed by the military supervisor, came the response. What? Executed? Shangguan Bao's countenance darkened at the news, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. He slammed his hand on the table, pacing back and forth, seething, indeed. A decisive and ruthless character. He then inquired, what of the others? Have any reports come in? None. It seems they are quite apprehensive about engaging with us. I have left word that they may approach us if they require assistance, but thus far, no one has come forward. Humph. It seems there is little hope left. I wonder what kind of enchantment this fellow has cast upon them. Send someone to investigate. We must ascertain the events of that day. Subsequently, Shangguan Bao and his strategists began to conspire over countermeasures in light of the unforeseen developments. Gongsun Yan, accompanied by his guards, followed a steward from the northern military manor to the nearby military and political department. This location had been recently decided upon for the supervision office, conveniently situated close to the northern military manor to facilitate discussions. Furthermore, all critical archives and documents of the northern military manor were stored here for ease of access. As for their accommodation, Gongsun Yan and his entourage were assigned to a courtyard behind the military and political department, which had previously housed a military supervisor and had remained vacant since his demise. The steward sought Gongsun Yan's approval before leading him to inspect the premises, which comprised a quadrangular courtyard with a covered corridor and 12 single-story rooms, ample enough for their needs. Satisfied with the arrangement, Gongsun Yan promptly cleaned the space and moved in. The following day, Gongsun Yan commenced his official duties, joining Yuan Cheng in the archives room of the military and political department. Their first task involved categorizing a list of rewards and punishments issued by the northern military manor over recent years, followed by a meticulous examination of the relevant documents. Indeed, the volume of records was vast and intricate, rendering a complete review an unrealistic endeavor without several years' time. His true objective was to locate the records pertaining to his father, Gongsun Yan. Given the relatively recent time frame, he swiftly found the documentation regarding Gongsun Yan, and upon reading the files, his expression turned grave. He carefully perused the pages, his brow furrowing in concentration, and soon his indignation ignited. It became evident that the records detailing Gongsun Yan's alleged misdeeds were largely devoid of evidence, with the documentation lacking substantiation. Only a single denunciation letter was present, claiming that his conduct was improper, his demeanor lackadaisical, often indulging in solitary revelry, resulting in a significant decline in his medical skills, thereby inflicting substantial losses upon the military and the nation. Furthermore, it accused him of privately consuming military supplies and squandering valuable resources. At that moment, Gongsun Yan realized that the condemnation of his father had been primarily based on this denunciation letter, with little alteration to its phrasing. From this, he inferred that the injury inflicted upon Gongsun Yan by Shangguan Bao, in a fit of rage, might have been significantly influenced by this letter. Continuing his review of the records related to rewards and punishments, Gongsun Yan uncovered another anomaly. In recent years, the Northern Army had received numerous commendations for its remarkable military achievements, which had led to Shangguan Bao's promotion to General of the Northern Defense, commanding the Northern Military Manor. The most pivotal battle recorded was the Black Mountain Gorge engagement at Wujin Ridge on Mount Beimang, noted as one of the few cross-border offensives in recent years, yielding a splendid victory with nearly 20,000 enemies slain. Gongsun Yan examined the date of this battle, coinciding with the treacherous conflict that had forced him to flee abroad. A cold smile crept upon his lips as a plan began to form in his mind. The next day, Gongsun Yan instructed the steward to procure a captain familiar with the troop deployments of the Northern Army to serve as a guide. Accompanied by Yuan Cheng and his guards, they commenced a tour of the border garrison. No sooner had they set off than an envoy from the military and political department hurriedly informed Shangguan Bao, in what appeared to be a casual endeavor. Gongsun Yan directed the guide to take them to the nearest military camp after exiting the northern defense gate, leading them toward the location of the Bingyin Army camp. The Bingyin Army, belonging to the Northern Legion, is the elite force of the Northern Corps and the birthplace of the Shangguan family's rise to prominence. Shangguan Wuji first embarked on his military career with the Bingyin Army, followed by his two sons, Shangguan Hu and Shangguan Bao, who also served in this esteemed unit. Tragically, his third son, the valiant General Shangguan Hu, met his demise here in a fierce battle. Upon the army's arrival at the foot of Tianmen Ridge and Nanmang Mountain, the soldiers dismounted as per tradition, leading their horses in formation toward the barracks. Yuan Cheng produced his command token and completed the necessary procedures for entry. This marked Gongsun Yan's second visit to the Bingyin Army, returning to the place of his previous exile, evoking a torrent of emotions within him. Although he had spent less than 3 months in the Bingyin army, it had left an indelible mark upon his memory. Originally commanded by Shangguan Bao, the Bingyin army is now under the leadership of Murong Lai, a trusted confidant of Shangguan Bao. Upon learning of Gongsun Yan's inspection, he promptly assembled the troops to greet him. Gongsun Yan, however, did not linger on the formalities. He first observed the troops' drills, followed by an inspection of the soldiers' armaments, accommodation conditions, and logistical support, before finally arriving at the medical quarters. Upon reaching the medical quarters, he was met at the entrance by Duanmu Xianjun, accompanied by several medical attendants. Xianjun's obsequious smile and sycophantic demeanor filled Gongsun Yan with disdain. A quick glance revealed that he recognized 2 or 3 of the medical staff, while the others were unfamiliar faces. Jiang Qi was notably absent. He promptly inquired, "Is this all the personnel at the medical quarters?" "Oh, my lord, there are a few others attending to the wounded and cannot be spared," Duanmu Xianjun hastily replied. Subsequently, Gongsun Yan pretended to inspect the medical quarters alongside Duanmu Xianjun and then addressed the commander, saying, "The environment here is quite satisfactory. Please arrange for 2 offices and accommodations for us in the last row of houses. I intend to stay for several days and ensure my guards are housed nearby. Furthermore, I require access to the barracks reward and punishment records, as well as the medical records at all times. Prepare everything, and remember, I want the complete records of the past 5 years." Upon hearing this, Commander Murong Lai was slightly taken aback, but did not dwell on it, promptly instructing Duanmu Xianjun and his subordinate officers to comply with the orders. Gongsun Yan's purpose for coming to the Northern Legion was revenge. He had initially planned to seize the opportunity to assassinate Shangguan Bao. However, the sights and experiences he encountered upon his arrival led him to reassess his strategy. He resolved first to uncover evidence of his father's wrongful condemnation to vindicate him, and only then would he confront Shangguan Bao with justification. Yet, being young and inexperienced, lacking knowledge of the political arena, he realized he would need assistance to achieve his goals. Thus, he thought of Jiang Qi, who had previously aided him. Though he was uncertain if Jiang was still serving in the medical quarters, he decided to settle in for the time being. Murong Lai and Duanmu Xianjun promptly executed Gongsun Yan's directives, organizing everything swiftly. Murong Lai then took his leave, discreetly advising Duanmu Xianjun to keep a close watch on Gongsun Yan's movements and report any significant developments immediately. Gongsun Yan entered the prearranged room and surveyed the surroundings. Satisfied with the well-equipped bed, desk, and other amenities, he nodded approvingly. He then summoned Yuan Qing, instructing him to set up sentries nearby, ensuring they maintained a distance of 10 feet from his quarters. No one was to approach without his express permission. Afterward, he changed out of his official attire into civilian clothing and quietly wandered through the military medical facility. Gongsun Yan expertly made his way to room 6. Finding it still occupied by wounded soldiers, he approached the former treatment room of Jiang Qi and, true to his expectations, heard Jiang Qi's voice attending to a patient. A wave of relief washed over him, as he had harbored concerns for Jiang Qi since their last parting at Heishan Gorge, where neither had known the fate of the other. At that moment, Jiang Qi was changing the dressings of a wounded soldier, assisted by a medical attendant who was neither Su Xian nor Fong Ning. Gongsun Yan felt a twinge of sadness, surmising that those 2 attendants had likely perished. Upon noticing Gongsun Yan's presence, the medical attendant regarded him with a questioning gaze, inquiring, "Are you here to see Dr. Jiang?" "Yes," Gongsun Yan replied. "Then please wait outside. Once I finish here, I will bring you in," the attendant said politely. "Understood," Gongsun Yan replied, stepping outside to wait. Before long, the attendant escorted the wounded soldier out and ushered Gongsun Yan inside. Jiang Qi looked at him with curiosity. Gongsun Yan felt a swell of emotion. 3 years had passed, yet Jiang Qi remained as refined as ever, his gaze unwavering but now imbued with a greater air of maturity and composure. Noticing Gongsun Yan's silence, Jiang Qi asked, "Do you require my assistance? I have some wounded individuals at my location that I would like you to examine." Gongsun Yan responded, "Oh, private patients? Please disrobe so I may assess you," Jiang Qi replied. Seeing Gongsun Yan hesitating, appearing somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Qi found it amusing. The notion of modesty in front of a physician seemed unnecessary, especially between men. Nonetheless, he waved the attendant away for privacy. Once the attendant had exited, Gongsun Yan bowed respectfully and spoke in his original voice. "I have come to see you, sir." "Oh," Jiang Qi initially seemed indifferent, but suddenly recognized the voice as familiar. He looked at Gongsun Yan with astonishment. "Who are you?" Please take a closer look at who I am. Gongsun Yan said as he removed his mask. You are a... Jiangqi clearly recognized Gongsun Yan, but struggled to believe it. Nevertheless, his seasoned demeanor prevented him from calling out his name. It has been nearly 3 years since we parted at Heishan Gorge. How have you fared, sir? Gongsun Yan whispered. Ah, it truly is you. Indeed, heaven has eyes. Goodness prevails, Jiangqi exclaimed, then suddenly became serious, admonishing, you should put your mask back on. It would be disastrous if someone familiar saw you. After a brief pause, he anxiously asked, how did you manage to get in here? Didn't you know that the military inspectors were here just now? Gongsun Yan did not directly answer his question. Oh, I learned afterward that they did not come to this area. As if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, you haven't come in with the inspector general, have you? Gongsun Yan chuckled softly, producing an official seal and presenting it to Jiangqi. With a mixture of suspicion and curiosity, Jiangqi reached out to take the seal, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, his hand trembled, and he spoke with a quaver in his voice. Ah, this is the great seal of the inspector general. You came here with the esteemed inspector general? Gongsun Yan raised a finger to his own nose and whispered, I am indeed the inspector general. Nonsense. Such jesting is not to be taken lightly. Jiangqi rebuked sternly. After a brief pause, noticing Gongsun Yan's silence and his smile directed at him, Jiangqi felt his heart skip a beat. Trembling, he asked, are you truly the inspector general? Indeed. Gongsun Yan nodded emphatically. I apologize for my earlier foolishness. I hope you will forgive me. Jiangqi hastily bowed in respect. Standing before him was truly the esteemed inspector general. Although he was well versed in the ways of the world, the sudden appearance of a third-rank official still left him somewhat astounded. Gongsun Yan stepped forward and helped him to his feet, saying, Uncle Jiang, let us dispense with formalities between us. Jiangqi shuddered at the title. The term uncle felt too heavy for him to bear, as he had merely assisted a little in the past. During the tumultuous escape from Black Mountain Gorge, he had prioritized his own safety and failed to bring Gongsun Yan along. Although he later applied for a death compensation for Gongsun Yan, the knot in his heart remained unresolved, leaving him visibly awkward. Gongsun Yan, well aware of his sentiments, spoke sincerely. I am deeply grateful for your past kindness, Uncle Jiang. It is etched in my heart. He continued, one cannot rely on others indefinitely. The events of the past unfolded unexpectedly. Fortune and misfortune are determined by fate, and one's destiny is ultimately in one's own hands. You need not hold any regrets, though it is rare to hear such understanding. I must admit that I was indeed flustered at the time and failed to think clearly. I have felt a lingering guilt ever since. Jiangqi replied, it is fortunate that you possess such abundant fortune. Under heaven's favor, you have turned adversity into safety. Haha, where is this heaven's favor? In the end, everything relies on oneself. Had I not learned the art of herb gathering from my father in my early years, I might have perished in Black Mountain Gorge long ago. Gongsun Yan remarked, somewhat self-deprecatingly. With their identities now laid bare, their subsequent conversation flowed much more easily. Gongsun Yan shared with Jiangqi the circumstances of the past 3 years, detailing the trials and tribulations he faced. Even someone as worldly as Jiangqi could not help but gasp in astonishment at the hardships recounted. Upon hearing Gongsun Yan's experiences, Jiangqi had an epiphany. He had previously assumed Gongsun Yan was an imposter posing as the inspector general. Now, understanding that all his achievements were earned through his own efforts, he felt a surge of admiration. Subsequently, Jiangqi recounted the events of the past 3 years to Gongsun Yan, including the application for the death compensation, which caused Gongsun Yan's expression to dim. Jiangqi took it upon himself to offer reassurance. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation began to delve into more pressing matters. As Gongsun Yan said, Uncle Jiang, I wish to clear my father's name from unjust accusations. I have uncovered the slanderous letter from Duanmu Stinjun, but I fear that this evidence alone may not suffice. Might you be able to assist in this matter? Indeed, this poses no issue. The challenge lies in the involvement of Shang Guanbao, who currently commands the Northern Army. As long as he remains in power, it will be arduous to hold Duanmu Stinjun accountable for his transgressions. Jiangqi responded, does Uncle Jiang have any strategies? I have also discovered that during the recent battle at Heishan Gorge, Shang Guanbao unjustly claimed credit and rewards. It is likely he has many other clandestine affairs. Oh, I was unaware of that. You must realize that individuals in our positions find it quite difficult to ascertain military secrets. Jiangqi replied. The two then fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, a spark of inspiration flickered in Jiangqi's eyes, and he exclaimed, there exists someone who certainly knows the truth. Perhaps you could seek him out. Who? Please, Uncle Jiang, enlighten me. Gongsun Yan inquired eagerly. Former General Huaming Shan of the northern town. Huaming Shan? Where is he currently located? Alas, he has been dismissed from his post. It is said that he remains within the military, striving to redeem himself, though I am unaware of his precise whereabouts. Gongsun Yan fell silent, pondering for a moment before he began discussing the ensuing matters with Jiang Qi. Approximately half an hour later, Gongsun Yan stealthily returned to his quarters. He subsequently summoned Yuan Qing, instructing him to notify Duanmu Xianjun to visit him. Before long, Duanmu Xianjun arrived at Gongsun Yan's chamber, visibly apprehensive. Noticing Gongsun Yan's stern demeanor, he mustered his courage to inquire. I have come before you, my lord. May I know what tasks you require of me? Oh, how many medical officers do you currently have at your disposal? In response, Duanmu Xianjun replied, including myself, there are a total of 10. Oh, could you assign someone to assist me in organizing these medical records? I require each medical officer's treatment records from the past 5 years to be meticulously transcribed. Only the most diligent individuals shall suffice, for any inaccuracies will result in dismissal and punishment. He pointed sternly at the mound of documents piled upon the table. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xianjuan's heart sank. He was loath to undertake such a thankless task. Furrowing his brow, he recalled someone and hastily said, I have a candidate in mind, though I cannot guarantee his willingness to serve you. He possesses a somewhat rebellious disposition. Oh, go summon him and inquire. Gongsun Yan thought to himself, amused. Duanmu Xianjun promptly sent for him, and soon after, he arrived with Jiang Qi before Gongsun Yan, somewhat obsequiously stating, My lord, this is Deputy Medical Officer Jiang Qi from the Military Medical Department. He then turned to Jiang Qi with a stern expression, admonishing, upon encountering the military supervisor, you ought to pay your respects without delay. I have come before the military supervisor. Jiang Qi replied with composure, bowing respectfully. Oh, Medical Officer Jiang, would you be willing to transcribe these treatment records for me? Gongsun Yan feigned curiosity. Well, I still have a considerable number of injured persons to attend to each day. Jiang Qi hesitated in his response. Oh, so you are unwilling to assist? Gongsun Yan feigned a frown. Medical Officer Jiang, to serve my lord is a privilege. Your current tasks may be set aside for the moment. Duanmu Xianjun felt a sense of satisfaction at this. Then, very well. Jiang Qi reluctantly agreed. My lord, I have arranged all matters here. However, I must attend to some other responsibilities. Should you require anything, I am at your service. I shall take my leave now. Observing this, Duanmu Xianjun hastily excused himself and departed. Gongsun Yan, somewhat impatient, waved his hand dismissively at him. After he departed, Gongsun Yan exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Qi, who could now rightfully remain here to gather evidence. Gongsun Yan then summoned 2 guards with a modest understanding of literature and instructed them to heed Jiang Qi's commands, before leading the others back to the northern town gate with great fanfare. Upon returning to the military administration's archives, Gongsun Yan swiftly located the dossier of the former northern town general, Huaming Shan. He meticulously perused the documents, noting that Huaming Shan had been demoted for the offenses of cowardice in combat and inadequate border defense, and now served in the Jiangwu army under a sentence of disgrace. This detail was etched in Gongsun Yan's memory. The following day, Gongsun Yan and his entourage set out once more, accompanied by a military guide, to inspect the camps, this time traversing eastward along the southern Mang Mountains. Meanwhile, Shangguan Bao and his cohort closely monitored Gongsun Yan's movements to devise timely countermeasures. Upon learning that Gongsun Yan had spent only a day in the Bingyin army before hastily returning to the military administration, he anxiously inquired of Chief Strategist Ko. What is this fellow up to? Has he uncovered something already? Surely not. According to Murong Lai's report, he has established his office within the military medical facility and has dispatched personnel to compile records of rewards and penalties alongside medical documentation. Results cannot possibly materialize so swiftly. Ko replied. But why then is he perusing the records of awards and penalties? Could it be that he has discovered something? Shangguan Bao asked, a hint of worry in his tone. That is unlikely. Scouts have reported that they traveled eastward after leaving the northern town gate. If they had truly uncovered anything, they would have headed west. Ko affirmed confidently. I think we should simply eliminate this fellow on the road, Shangguan Bao suggested disdainfully. That would be unwise. He has only been here for less than half a month. Such an act would be too conspicuous and might raise the suspicions of the sovereign and the Duke of State, Ko cautioned. On the 3rd day after departing the northern town gate, Gongsun Yan and his party arrived at the Jiangwu army's encampment. It became evident that the deployment of troops along the border was not merely a matter of numerical order, but rather required frequent rotations to confuse the enemy. The commander of the Jingwu army, Huang Qiliang, upon learning of the inspector's arrival, promptly assembled a welcoming formation at the camp's entrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Huang Qiliang escorted Gongsun Yan and his entourage around the camp. Prior to their arrival, all commanders had been apprised by Shangwan Bao, thus the preparations were meticulously arranged, and the Jingwu army was no exception. After a brief tour of the camp with Huang Qiliang, Gongsun Yan requested accommodations in the military medical facility, citing its tranquility. Huang Qiliang could only comply and immediately informed Shangwan Bao. In truth, Gongsun Yan relished the advantages of residing within the military medical facility, as it facilitated his operations with the constant influx of injured soldiers. As night fell, Gongsun Yan donned a casual outfit and departed the medical facility discreetly. Armed with the prearranged medical facility insignia, determined to personally seek out Huamingshan. In the stillness of the night, the military camp was shrouded in an atmosphere of vigilance, with patrols occasionally roaming the grounds. Gongsun Yan, armed with the token from the military physician's office, found it considerably easier to navigate his way. Disguised as a servant, he quickly located the quarters of General Huamingshan. The dim light of the evening concealed him from the watchful eyes of the sentinels. General Hua's quarters were situated in the heart of the camp, guarded by soldiers at the entrance. Gongsun Yan introduced himself as a messenger from the military physician's office delivering medicine to General Hua. Although the guards were somewhat curious, they ultimately permitted him entry. Upon entering Huamingshan's room, Gongsun Yan observed a middle-aged man, over 40, engrossed in a book under the soft glow of a lamp. When he noticed the unexpected visitor, Hua looked up abruptly and inquired with caution, "Who are you?" Gongsun Yan turned to close the door quietly and asked softly, "Are you General Huamingshan, the former commander of the Northern Frontier?" "Ah, the Northern Frontier General? That is a title of the past." Huamingshan replied with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he fixed a tense gaze on Gongsun Yan, asking, "You are the Inspector General?" It was evident that Hua recognized Gongsun Yan, who had been present in the welcoming party earlier that day. Gongsun Yan nodded with a smile. "I have had the honor of meeting the Inspector General." Huamingshan quickly bowed in respect. "We are both officials of the same court, General Hua." "There is no need for such formality," Gongsun Yan replied courteously. Though Huamingshan had once held the esteemed title of Northern Frontier General, now demoted, he still likely ranked no lower than a third-grade official, placing him on equal footing with Gongsun Yan, albeit with the latter's position being somewhat more exceptional. As Huamingshan prepared to call for tea, Gongsun Yan waved his hand to stop him and quietly inquired, "Is this a convenient place for discussion, General Hua?" "It is quite all right," Huamingshan responded. "Since that is the case, I shall not veil my intentions, General. You must be aware of my purpose for visiting." Gongsun Yan stated directly. "The sovereign has become aware of the situation regarding that pair of in-laws, has he not?" Huamingshan asked. "Indeed. My objective here is to gather evidence of Shangwan Bao's treachery and his recent acts of cruelty against loyal subjects within the Northern Army. Should the opportunity arise, it would not be out of the question to seize his military authority. Would you be willing to lend your support, General Hua?" "Oh, it is not that I am unwilling, but given my current circumstances, what could I possibly do?" Huamingshan replied with a wry smile. "Oh, what if I were to say that this is the will of the sovereign and the Duke of State?" With that, Gongsun Yan produced the sovereign's Golden Dragon Order. Upon seeing the Golden Dragon Order, Huamingshan was taken aback. He immediately bowed deeply in reverence, exclaiming, "I was unaware that the Inspector General possessed the Golden Dragon Order. I implore your forgiveness for my previous neglect." Gongsun Yan hastily extended his hand to assist him upright, saying, "General Hua, you are being overly formal. There is no need for such reverence." Gongsun Yan had not anticipated the potent influence of the Golden Dragon Order. As someone not well versed in the intricacies of court politics, he was oblivious to the power it wielded. Its mere presence signified his authority to grant life or death. Gongsun Yan continued, "There is no need for the general to undertake any specific actions. Merely to speak freely would suffice, and when the time comes, your testimony will be invaluable. Of course, if you can leverage your influence within the military to amass some strength, that would be even more advantageous." "Ah, this is not a daunting task. With my seasoned visage, I possess a certain degree of influence within the military. Now that I have garnered the trust and directive of both the sovereign and the military supervisor, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to my duties." How could Huamingshan be unaware of Gongsun Yan's intentions, intertwining the sovereign in his discourse. Indeed, I am inclined to inquire, General Hua. Could you elucidate the basis for your accusation of fearing the enemy and failing to defend our borders? Alas, it is not that I shy away from battle. Rather, the troops of the Chaoyuan kingdom are well-trained and fiercely combative. Should our forces engage them head-on, we would gain no advantage and only suffer casualties. Thus, a defensive stance. Waiting for an opportune moment is the wisest strategy. Listening to Hu Mingshan's words, Gongsun Yan resonated deeply, having traversed from the capital of Chaoyuan, where he witnessed the nation's full mobilization and the terrifying prospect of a citizen army. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Huachin Kingdom remained one of leisure and merriment. Oblivious to the looming threat of their adversaries, the two then embarked on a lengthy discussion throughout the night, delving into the misdeeds of Shangguan Wu and his son, the chaotic state of the military, border affairs, combat capabilities, and logistical support. During this discourse, Gongsun Yan recounted Shangguan Bao's embellishment of his achievements in the Black Mountain Gorge battle, to which Hu Mingshan added allegations of Shangguan Bao's ruthless actions against his own men. Their conversation continued until dawn, culminating in an agreement for Hu Mingshan to seize the opportunity to claim military power within the Jingwu army and to rendezvous at the Northern Military Command 7 days hence. Should this endeavor fail, Hu Mingshan vowed to personally journey to the Northern Military Command to testify against Shangguan Bao. After Gongsun Yan returned to the military medical station, he lingered another day at the Jingwu army, feigning a thorough review of various documents within the camp before resuming his eastward journey. He conducted a cursory inspection of another military camp before promptly retracing his steps back to the northern town pass, leaving the guide utterly perplexed, unable to discern his intentions. Upon returning to the military supervisor's office, Gongsun Yan began to scrutinize the documents related to Shangguan Bao's alleged misconduct, utilizing the leads provided by Hu Mingshan. He meticulously examined the records of Shangguan Bao's recent achievements, analyzing the causes, reports, enemy situations, locations, timings, and the sequences of events surrounding each incident. He uncovered numerous discrepancies. Yet he realized that a thorough investigation would demand considerable time and verification would prove challenging. Gongsun Yan resolved to leverage the Black Mountain Gorge battle as his focal point, a conflict in which he had participated firsthand and retained knowledge of many details. Furthermore, with Jiangqi as a witness, he felt confident in his ability to dismantle Shangguan Bao and his associates. In the ensuing days, Gongsun Yan concentrated on studying the records pertaining to the Black Mountain Gorge battle, a principal accomplishment that had facilitated Shangguan Bao's promotion to the commander of Northern Defense. With 2 days remaining until his rendezvous with Hu Mingshan, Gongsun Yan dispatched 5 men from the guard to feign an eastward march, thereby eluding any tailing scouts, and proceeded to the western Hongyao Ridge to bring back the centurion from his tenure. On the day designated for his meeting with Hu Mingshan, Gongsun Yan again sent out 5 men to the Bingyin army to retrieve Duanmu Xianjun and Jiangqi, while also bringing along Bai Zhanyang, Li Jin, Yu Shiyang, and others from the 39th Squad as witnesses, ensuring their timely return before noon. As early as the Battle of Black Mountain Gorge, Gongsun Yan had not spotted Bai Zhanyang and his companions. During his last inspection of the Bingyin army, he had taken note of them. Aware that they held a favorable opinion of his father, he believed they would be reliable witnesses in a critical moment, at the very least. They would not add to his troubles. As noon approached, those sent to retrieve Duanmu Xianjun and Jiangqi indeed returned with them. Without hesitation, Gongsun Yan led them to the Northern Army Manor, where he, along with Yuan Cheng, Duanmu Xianjun, Jiangqi, and 2 guards, entered the conference hall. He assigned 1 guard to stand by outside the hall with the members of the 39th Squad, while the remaining guards were stationed around the Northern Army Manor, instructing the officers to enter but not exit, and forbidding the soldiers from entering altogether. Upon hearing of Gongsun Yan's arrival, the manager of the Northern Army Manor hurried over to comply with his orders. Gongsun Yan instructed him to make slight modifications to the conference hall, to place 2 seats at the head facing south, with a table in the middle, and the customary rows of seats on either side. Since the restoration of the military supervisor's office, Gongsun Yan had gained a general understanding of the organizational structure of the Northern Army Manor, and his discussions with Hu Mingshan further solidified his grasp of the existing mechanisms. He requested the manager to present him with the list of current appointments within the Northern Army Manor. The list primarily included the Military Affairs Office, Military Administration Office, Ordnance Office, Transport Office, Finance Office, and the military supervisor's office, with the military affairs office being directly overseen by Shang Wanbao. Gongsun Yan took his seat at the head and instructed Yuan Cheng to arrange the documents on the table, also retrieving the military supervisor's great seal and placing it prominently on a stand draped in red cloth. Once everything was set, he commanded the manager to begin beating the drum to summon all key personnel of the Northern Army Manor for a discussion. As most of the offices were situated within the Northern Army Manor, it was stipulated that all personnel must arrive within 15 minutes of the drum striking, with the Military Administration Office, although slightly farther away, required to arrive within a quarter of an hour. As time passed, individuals began to trickle into the conference hall, but most were of lesser rank. By the end of the 15 minutes, nearly half of the seats remained unoccupied, with none from the Military Affairs Office in attendance. Naturally, Shang Wanbao was also absent. The gathered attendees quietly observed Gongsun Yan, who appeared calm and serene, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings, as he sat there with his eyes closed, in quiet contemplation. When the 2/4 of an hour elapsed, Gongsun Yan whispered instructions to Yuan Cheng standing behind him. Just then, a commotion arose outside the hall, and shortly thereafter, Shang Wanbao entered accompanied by a group. Upon seeing Gongsun Yan, he boisterously laughed. Haha. I was unaware that the military supervisor had pressing matters to discuss. We were just engaged in significant deliberations at the Military Affairs Office and could not arrive in time. I hope the military supervisor will forgive us. With this statement, Shang Wanbao deftly deflected all blame for their tardiness. Oh, is there something of such importance that it requires me to be excluded from your discussions? Gongsun Yan countered sharply. Oh, military supervisor, you overstate the matter. These are merely trivial affairs. I have heard that you have been exceedingly busy of late. How could we dare disturb your esteemed presence? Shang Wanbao replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Gongsun Yan chose not to pursue the matter further, as he did not wish to alarm the snake by striking the grass. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Observing Gongsun Yan's silence, Shang Wanbao confidently strode to the seat beside him, followed by the other attendees who took their places in turn. Once everyone was settled, Gongsun Yan spoke. I have gathered you all here today to seek your wisdom on certain issues. I hope for your cooperation. Should you respond with honesty and candor, I would be most grateful. However, should you attempt to deceive me with your eloquence, I shall not be lenient. After a brief pause, he perused some documents before continuing. I have recently reviewed several records concerning the military's rewards and punishments, and I have selected a few for verification. The officials present exchanged anxious glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. Yet, upon seeing Shang Wanbao sitting there nonchalantly with a cold smirk, they felt a sense of calm. Long before the meeting was arranged as per Gongsun Yan's instructions, Duanmu Xianjun had felt a sense of unease. He and Jiang Qi were the lowest-ranking officials in a gathering of high-ranking officers from the Northern Army. Stealing a glance at Jiang Qi, who stood expressionless, provided him with some solace. Duanmu Xianjun of the Military Physician's Office stepped forward to respond. Gongsun Yan commanded sternly. Present. Duanmu Xianjun replied, moving forward to bow respectfully. Duanmu. There is a letter accusing the former physician Gongsun Yan of the Military Physician's Office. Did you write it? Gongsun Yan suppressed his fury as he inquired. This. It was indeed penned by me, Duanmu Xianjun hesitantly replied after glancing at the letter. He cast a furtive look at Shang Wanbao, anxiety creeping into his heart. Shang Wanbao was taken aback. Gongsun Yan had died due to his injuries, and although 3 years had passed, the memory remained vivid. He felt some regret. But how could he admit fault for the transgressions of a lowly physician? The sudden inquiry from the military inspector filled him with unease. Oh, then allow me to inquire about the contents of your letter, and you must answer truthfully, Gongsun Yan said as he took the letter back from Duanmu Xianjun. After a moment, he asked, in your letter, you claim that Gongsun Yan frequently consumed medicinal materials without authorization, deriving much pleasure from it, thereby wasting substantial military resources. What do you mean by this? I observed that Gongsun Yan often trespassed into the southern Mang Mountains to gather medicinal herbs, consuming them secretly at night, Duanmu Xianjun explained. Oh, does one require permission to gather herbs from the mountains? Gongsun Yan inquired of the military political officer. Replying to the military inspector, the physician need only inform the military physician's office and does not require prior approval from the camp for each instance. The officer stood to respond. Very well, then who did Gongsun Yan need to inform when entering and exiting the camp? Gongsun Yan continued to question Duanmu Xianjun. To the inspector, he should have informed. Duanmu Xianjun faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. As I understand it, Gongsun Yan was indeed an officer in the military physician's office, possessing the authority to freely enter and exit the military camp without needing to inform anyone. Moreover, his utilization of self-harvested medicinal herbs, embodying the spirit of a healer's benevolence, widely benefiting the masses, is it not a commendable act? What fault could there possibly be? Gongsun Yan spoke sternly. Duan Muxi and Jun began to perspire. Furthermore, your correspondence also states that Gongsun Yan, taking advantage of his professional position, frequently interacts with injured soldiers under the guise of compassion, feigning concern and creating a detrimental influence among the troops. How do you explain this? Gongsun Yan continued to inquire. In response, my lord, Gongsun Yan often takes advantage of visiting the wounded to shirk his responsibilities, frequently mingling with the soldiers, Duan Muxi and Jun replied. Oh, once the injured recover, they are supposed to return to their units, are they not? Why would he need to visit them? My lord, may I answer this question? At that moment, Jiangqi interjected from below. Excellent. Step forward and respond. My lord, during times of frequent warfare, the military hospital is inundated with numerous injured needing treatment, leading to a scarcity of beds. Consequently, some soldiers must return to their units to recuperate, and the medical staff are required to frequently visit and provide care. Jiangqi bowed as he answered. My lord, Gongsun Yan is still pretending to show small favors to the soldiers, winning their hearts and persuading certain soldiers to avoid the battlefield, which is extremely detrimental. Duan Muxi and Jun hastily defended. Oh, this matter has become rather serious. However, your words alone lack substantiation. Let us summon the soldiers from the Bingyin army to speak on this matter. With that, Gongsun Yan signaled for Bai Zhanyong and the others to be brought in. It was only then that Duan Muxi and Jun realized the soldiers from the 39th squad who had come with him were there to testify, which made him somewhat anxious. He discreetly glanced at Shangguanbao, who remained unperturbed, allowing him to feel slightly more at ease. Bai Zhanyong entered the conference hall with his squad, bowing respectfully before Gongsun Yan and Shangguanbao, awaiting their inquiries. Soldiers of the Bingyin army, please state your positions, years of service, and names. Upon seeing the 5 soldiers step forward, Gongsun Yan deliberately remarked. Bai Zhanyong and the others complied and introduced themselves one by one. Gongsun Yan then asked, do you recognize the former medical officer Gongsun Yan? Indeed. The group exchanged glances before responding in unison. Then, please recount what he engaged in during his time in the military, detailing any misconduct or inappropriate remarks. Gongsun Yan continued. My lord, I seldom interacted with medical officer Gongsun. And when we did meet, it was primarily during his visits to treat the wounded. Members of my squad have all received treatment from medical officer Gongsun. Indeed, their lives were saved by him, Bai Zhanyong concluded, gesturing towards the 2 individuals beside him. Yes, our lives were indeed saved by medical officer Gongsun. Li Jin and Yu Shiliang echoed in unison. Oh, did he say anything to you during the treatment process? Gongsun Yan pressed on. My lord, medical officer Gongsun merely advised us not to exert ourselves too much until our injuries healed to avoid reopening our wounds. Beyond that, he said nothing else. Oh, very well. You may take your leave. Gongsun Yan waved his hand, signaling Bai Zhanyong and the others to withdraw, and then continued to inquire of Duan Muxi and Jun. Furthermore, you claim that Gongsun Yan has neglected his studies for an extended period, displayed an improper attitude towards his duties, exhibited a lax demeanor, frequently indulged in solitary revelry, and spent nights alone, resulting in a severe decline in his medical skills, causing significant losses to the military and the nation. How do you explain this? Esteemed Lord, Gongsun Yan, relying on the influence and reputation of his family, has become conceited in his talents. He neglects the pursuit of knowledge and self-improvement, often indulging in solitary drinking. His medical skills have evidently deteriorated, with the most glaring example being the unfortunate demise of the formidable General Shang Guanhu, which inflicted significant losses upon our Huaqin Kingdom's army. Duan Muxi and Jun feigned a look of sorrow and inquired, oh, by whom was the valiant general injured? What is the extent of the wounds? Gongsun Yan inquired. In response to your esteemed self, the valiant general has been grievously wounded in battle, struck by a multitude of arrows, each one landing in a vital area, rendering his recovery exceedingly arduous. Jiangqi interjected, humph. At the same time, Shangguanbao let out an angry snort. Oh, according to the words of Dr. Enmo, as a healer, there are no injuries or ailments that one cannot cure. Were all the wounded you treated in the military able to preserve their lives? Respectfully responding, the subordinate acknowledges that there have been fatalities among the injured, yet none among the senior commanders. Duanmu Xianjun retorted defiantly. Humph. A physician's benevolence lies in their compassion. For the act of saving lives transcends the distinctions of rank or title. Moreover, even the most skilled practitioners may find themselves powerless in the face of fate. Do not dare to quibble, Gongsun Yan exclaimed with a voice full of ire. After a brief pause, he addressed Jiang Qi, saying, Dr. Jiang, I have tasked you with compiling the medical records of each physician from the Bingyin army over the past 5 years. Have you completed this task? Your Excellency. Everything has been meticulously compiled and even signed off by Lord Duanmu, Jiang Qi responded, while presenting the statistical documents with both hands. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xinjuan's complexion turned pale in an instant. When he signed the document, he was unaware that Jiang Qi had included the medical records of Gongsun Yan and other soldiers who had already departed at the time. He thought Jiang Qi's actions were unnecessary and had no inkling they were aimed at him. Gongsun Yan took the document and examined it closely, noting that Jiang Qi's statistics were exceedingly detailed. Calculated annually, Gongsun Yan's success rate in treating the wounded ranked highest, while Jiang Qi and Duanmu Xinjuan's rates were closely matched. He raised the document in his hand and said to Duanmu Xianjun with a voice filled with resentment, This is your own signature. From the statistical results, the success rate of the medical officer Gongsun Yan in treating the injured was the highest of that time. Is this what you refer to as a notable decline in medical skills? I perceive that you are employing the adage, to add a sin. What need is there for an excuse? This is a clear manifestation of envy towards the talented and an act of slanderous accusation. After a brief pause, Gongsun Yan exclaimed loudly, Is the law enforcement team of the Northern Army present? Bring Duanmu Xianjun forth to be executed. My lord, I am wronged. Every word I utter is a reflection of the truth. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xianjun was taken aback, urgently raising his voice while occasionally glancing at Shangwan Bao. His expression tinged with a plea. The supervising official had yet to conduct a thorough inquiry, and the physician Duanmu had not confessed. Such a hasty disregard for human life seemed excessively rash, did it not? Shangwan Bao remarked sarcastically from the side. Interrogation? Ah, General Xiaoyong, this is the council hall, not a courtroom. So where does the notion of interrogation come from? I have invited him here merely to elucidate matters face to face, to confirm my own deductions. The verdict of guilt or innocence already resides within me. His confession is unnecessary. Gongsun Yan feigned a haughty demeanor, intentionally addressing Shangwan Bao as General Xiaoyong, deliberately omitting his title as the Northern General. Oh, so what you imply, sir, is that if you subjectively deem him guilty, he must indeed be a criminal. Shangwan Bao retorted with deliberate sarcasm. Precisely. If I deem him a criminal, then he is a criminal. Gongsun Yan's declaration left Shangwan Bao momentarily speechless. His face flushed with indignation. Observing the escalating tension, Duanmu Xianjun, in a fit of desperation, exclaimed, I wonder, sir, by whose persuasion are you so easily swayed by slander? Gongsun Yan is indeed a guilty man. Even his son is no paragon of virtue. He shot a venomous glance at Jiang Qi as he spoke. Oh, Gongsun Yan's son is also of ill repute? Gongsun Yan feigned surprise. Indeed, sir. His son, having taken up arms on his father's behalf, bore the weight of his father's sins. I, seeing his youth and frailty, appointed him as a medical aid. Who could have anticipated his ingratitude? He fled in fear of accountability during his first battle, betraying his country and causing our army significant losses. Oh, what is his name? When and where did he participate in this battle? How did he lead our forces to such a disastrous defeat? Gongsun Yan pressed with a series of inquiries. As Gongsun Yan's countenance lightened slightly, Duanmu Xianjun felt a flicker of hope and hastily replied, in response, Sir, his name is Gongsun Yan. He participated in the battle at Heishan Gorge in the 27th year of Jichang, in November. His treachery led to our army's ignominious retreat. Nonsense. Silence yourself. Shangwan Bao erupted in fury, rising abruptly to shout. The details of the defeat and his own self-serving promotions were unknown to the ordinary soldiers. Duanmu Xianjun, struck by the sudden outburst, turned pale. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi silently scoffed, recognizing that this man was courting his own demise. Gongsun Yan would not let him escape, and Shangwan Bao would be eager to see him eliminated. General Xiaoyong, please restrain your impatience. I have yet to conclude my inquiries. Gongsun Yan interjected with growing irritation, then turned to Duanmu Xianjun, stating solemnly, Duanmu Xianjun, how do you know that the Heishan Gorge battle ended in defeat? Sir. The defeat at Heishan Gorge is no secret within the army. You may inquire freely. Enough. Shangwan Bao slammed his hand on the table. Stepping forward as if to kick Duanmu Xianjun, Gongsun Yan deftly positioned himself in front of Shangwan Bao, fixing him with a steadfast gaze and asking, "Are you attempting to interfere with my questioning, General Xiaoyong?" Shangwan Bao halted, glaring at Gongsun Yan. At that moment, Chief Strategist Ke hurriedly approached, whispering to Shangwan Bao, who reluctantly returned to his seat. Duanmu Xianjun, now utterly despondent, trembled uncontrollably, his body quaking like a leaf in the wind. Gongsun Yan, resuming his seat, spoke leisurely. "In light of your last-minute revelation of some truths, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Let not your family's fate be entwined with your own. Go in peace." After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Yan noticed that no one had risen to summon the law enforcement team. With a cold snort, he suddenly sprang to his feet. In an instant, a flash of cold light pierced through the throat of Duanmu Xianjun, creating an exceedingly gruesome scene. Even the seasoned officers present, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a shiver of shock and dread. In stark contrast, Gongsun Yan remained composed, as if his body had not stirred at all. Little did the onlookers know that beneath his calm exterior, a tempest brewed within. After 3 long years, he had finally avenged himself upon his foe. A tumultuous wave of emotions washing over him. Duanmu Xianjuan's body swayed several times before collapsing to the ground. The overseer, upon witnessing this, hurriedly summoned others to remove the corpse. At that moment, Shangwan Bao exchanged a glance with military strategist Ku, both secretly relieved. After a brief pause, Gongsun Yan surveyed the crowd and inquired, "Is the commander of the military affairs department present?" "Your subordinate pays respects to the supervising military officer." A military officer promptly rose, cupping his hands in salute. Duanmu Xianjun, envious of the capable and slandering the loyal, has now been dealt with. I command the legal affairs department to promptly issue a decree to inform the entire army. Furthermore, all unfounded accusations and charges against medical officer Gongsun Yan must be rescinded and recorded with the General's office. Additionally, a supplemental compensation shall be granted in accordance with the standards for fallen soldiers. Yes, your subordinate will immediately arrange for this. The commander of the military affairs department promptly stood to carry out the orders. After Gongsun Yan made his arrangements, he seemingly nonchalantly picked up the documents and began to peruse them. Upon witnessing this, the individuals present felt a wave of tension sweep through the room. Uncertain of his next move, the hall fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a prolonged pause, Gongsun Yan suddenly spoke, addressing the valiant general. "I have reviewed the records of rewards and penalties from the Northern Military Office over the years. There is a record detailing your leadership in the victorious campaign against the Black Mountain Gorge of the Savage Kingdom, where you received commendations from both the monarch and the commandant's office, dated the 27th year of Jichong in November. This contradicts the account provided by Duanmu Xianjun. Can you elucidate this discrepancy?" At these words, a gasp rippled through the crowd. It appeared that Gongsun Yan was about to confront General Shangwan Bao, and there was palpable anxiety regarding his audacity to challenge authorities so brazenly. Although most of the officials present were Shangwan Bao's loyalists, a few merely feigned allegiance, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. "Lord Supervisor, I have something to say." Before Shangwan Bao could respond, an officer in attendance rose to his feet. Yuan Cheng leaned closer to Gongsun Yan, whispering that this individual was Lai Wenyong from the Military Affairs Office, holding the rank of infantry captain. One of Shangwan Bao's trusted aides, part of the 5 captains of the military corps. Gongsun Yan scrutinized Lai Wenyong coldly before retorting, "I am here to confer with General Xiaoyong. It is not your place to interject. If you have matters to discuss, save them for later. Since the Lord Supervisor has summoned us for deliberation, everyone present naturally possesses the right to speak." "Are you suggesting that you wish to silence dissent and reduce us to mere spectators?" Lai Wenyong defiantly countered. "Even in deliberation, there must be a distinction between roles. As I am presiding over this meeting today, everything must adhere to my directives. Do you habitually disregard the commands of your superiors?" Gongsun Yan retorted with a fierce demeanor. "Humph. The Northern Army's general leads our troops into battle, shedding blood for the defense of the borders, yet the Lord Supervisor creates unnecessary complications, obstructing our efforts, and even unjustly punishing military physicians. Do you not fear demoralizing the valiant defenders at the frontier? While the soldiers' valor in protecting the nation is indeed commendable, it is also a fact that some officers misrepresent military circumstances and falsely report victories. Some even commit heinous acts to usurp glory. Failing to thoroughly investigate these matters is detrimental to both the state and the military. I have been entrusted by the monarch to oversee military conduct, monitor rewards and punishments, and address discrepancies. How dare you openly obstruct me? Gongsun Yan exclaimed vehemently. Li Wenyong opened his mouth to further argue, but Gongsun Yan interjected loudly, General Yuan. Li Wenyong has defied authority, slandered me, and violated military law. Which rule has he contravened? Replying to the Lord. The military's 17 prohibitions state that harboring grievances and inciting anger against the commander, refusing to heed restraints, thus making it difficult to manage, constitutes a military crime punishable by execution. Yuan Cheng proclaimed in a loud voice. As soon as the words left his lips, Gongsun Yan sprang into action, a flash of cold steel illuminating the air. With a swift motion, Li Wenyong's head soared into the air, the entire sequence executed with such speed that he returned to his seat as if nothing had transpired. The scene was markedly more gruesome this time, leaving the onlookers in a state of profound shock. Li Wenyong was not to be compared with Duanmu Xianjun. He was a valiant general within the army, yet he was struck down before he could even react. Among those present, only Shang Wanbao seemed to respond. But he merely rose to draw his sword, standing there frozen with fury in his eyes. After a brief silence, Shang Wanbao erupted like a volcano, bellowing. Who granted you the authority to execute a frontier general without permission, military supervisor? Are you intending to oppose the valiant soldiers of our northern army? Gongsun Yan remained silent, raising a hand to reveal a gleaming golden token before the assembly, prompting an immediate gasp from the crowd. The Golden Dragon Order. Everyone stood dumbfounded. And even Shang Wanbao's eyes betrayed a look of disbelief. After a moment, as if struck by a realization, the assembly rose to pay homage to the Golden Dragon Order, and Shang Wanbao, suppressing his anger, bowed before it. Despite their immense courage, none dared to openly defy the sovereign at that moment. Once the homage was concluded, Gongsun Yan put away the Golden Dragon Order and addressed the assembly. You all have witnessed this. It is a token personally bestowed by the sovereign. I had no intention of revealing the Golden Dragon Order to avoid the appearance of overstepping my authority, but alas, some have questioned my power, leaving me no choice but to astonish you. He then turned to Shang Wanbao and inquired, Now, brave general, can you answer my earlier question? At this moment, Shang Wanbao no longer exhibited his initial arrogance. His expression was one of resignation. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, Military supervisor. Would you believe me if I said Duanmu Xianjun was spouting nonsense? Ah, that can be easily resolved. Yuan Cheng, go fetch the 100 long from Hongyao Ridge. Yuan Cheng promptly dashed out, and shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by the 100 long from Hongyao Ridge. It turned out that the 5 guards and the 100 long had only just arrived and had been resting in a side chamber. The assembly then realized that the military supervisor had been well prepared. Upon entering the conference hall, the 100 long, Li Jiqing, noticed Shang Wanbao and Gongsun Yan seated in the prominent positions. He did not recognize Gongsun Yan, but he was acquainted with Shang Wanbao. He hurriedly approached. Bowing deeply as he said, Li Jiqing, 100 long of the Hongyao Ridge, pays his respects to the esteemed general. Shang Wanbao regarded Gongsun Yan but chose not to respond. Gongsun Yan then asked, Li Jiqing, I am the military supervisor of the Northern Army, presiding over this meeting. I have several questions for you, and I expect your honest cooperation. Will you comply? Yes, my lord, I shall comply. Li Jiqing replied hastily. My inquiry is this. How many years have you served in the military? When did you commence your duties at Hongyao Ridge? My lord, I have served nearly a decade in the military and have been the 100 long at Hongyao Ridge for 5 years, Li Jiqing answered with utmost respect. Then you participated in the battle at Black Mountain Gorge in November of the 27th year of Jichong, did you? My lord, I did not engage in the actual combat. My role was in logistics. Oh, then tell me, how many troops were dispatched at the outset of the battle? My lord, due to the nature of the surprise attack, I am not privy to the exact numbers, but from my observations, it was approximately 3,000. Pray tell, who led the ambush? Inquired the lord. It was the valiant. No, it was the general of the Northern Defense who personally commanded the operation, Li Jiqing replied, his voice faltering as he stole glances at Shang Wanbao, whose expression remained inscrutable, providing Li with a modicum of reassurance. How many returned from that battle? The lord pressed further. Reportedly, during the ambush, the Northern Defense general and his men fought bravely, managing to break through and survive. Yet only a mere handful returned. Less than 10, he embellished, attempting to cast the general in a favorable light. Less than 10? Are you certain? Gongsun Yan inquired with intensity. Indeed, Oh, and this esteemed gentleman also managed to escape. Li Jiqing indicated towards Jiang Qi, who stood nearby. Oh, did Officer Jiang participate in that battle as well? Gongsun Yan pretended ignorance. Indeed, my lord, I was part of that engagement and was fortunate enough to survive, Jiang Qi replied. Subsequently, under Gongsun Yan's probing, Jiang Qi recounted the harrowing details of the battle, leaving the assembly in a state of suspense. Only Shangguan Bao and his companions appeared pallid. Although he harbored no fear of Gongsun Yan, being publicly exposed unsettled him. Eventually, he could contain himself no longer and bellowed, Inspector, do not heed these scoundrels who slander and distort the truth. The Battle of Heishan Gorge is a matter of utmost secrecy. The general's office has long since established the facts and even dispatched individuals to investigate. How can the words of these insignificant figures overturn what has been determined? I shall not be swayed by those who wield smooth tongues, yet I have already formed my own judgment regarding the truth. I seek no evidence. Merely peace of mind suffices. Gongsun Yan retorted with an air of authority. Oh, even if the facts do diverge from the truth, such matters should await a return to the general's office for deliberation. Surely, Inspector, you would not render a verdict at this moment. Shangguan Bao taunted with a cold smile. For he held the power of command and felt unperturbed by Gongsun Yan's scrutiny. The sovereign and the general's office have entrusted me to investigate military affairs, and I possess the authority to make determinations without needing to consult the general's office again, Gongsun Yan stated icily. You are exceedingly overbearing, Inspector. As a high-ranking official appointed by the sovereign, the determination of right and wrong cannot simply be subject to your whims. I hold the military token. What can you do to me? Shangguan Bao scoffed, brandishing a bronze tiger-shaped insignia with arrogance. Indeed, such is your nature. During your command of the Bingyin army, as a crucial officer at the border, you have failed to set an example, often shirking your duties, displaying arrogance, and neglecting orders. You have even conscripted soldiers for personal gain, oppressed your men, and wrongfully executed medical officers out of personal grievance. These are but a few of the allegations collected by the inspectorate against you, which you have had the opportunity to peruse, Gongsun Yan declared, gesturing towards the documents on the table. Seeing Shangguan Bao's disdainful demeanor, Gongsun Yan pressed on. Moreover, you have audaciously killed innocents to claim their accolades, deceiving the sovereign and rising to high rank. As a high-ranking official, you ought to diligently serve your country, yet since assuming command, you have instead engaged in conspiracies, indulged in illicit trade, and allowed your troops to become brigands, falsely reporting achievements, which has led to a demoralized army unwilling to heed orders. The second-rank official, enjoying abundant rewards, remains ungrateful and persistently engages in acts of defiance. If you are not punished, the public's wrath cannot be quelled. Gongsun Yan spoke with righteous indignation. In that moment, Shangguan Bao's face flushed with anger. His fury reached a boiling point as he gripped the hilt of his sword, his rage threatening to explode. The officers from the military council also rose, ready to draw their blades at a moment's command. Jiang Qi, however, felt a surge of emotions, secretly admiring Gongsun Yan. Indeed, a scholar should be regarded differently after 3 days apart. Only he knew that Gongsun Yan, having reached the age of ambition, was not only skilled in martial arts, but also unparalleled in intellect and courage. Given time, this young man would undoubtedly astonish the world. At that moment, a cacophony erupted outside, and soon after, a young officer rushed in, whispering to Shangguan Bao. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Bao's expression changed dramatically. He shot Gongsun Yan a few fierce glares before turning to exit. Haha, it has been ages since I last saw the valiant general. Where are you off to? Before he reached the door, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, and a middle-aged general strode in. It was none other than the former general of the north, Hua Mingshan. Shangguan Bao and the others halted, casting a furious glare at Hua Mingshan for a moment, then turned to see that Gongsun Yan remained seated, engrossed in his documents. Shangguan Bao bellowed, monitoring general, Hua Mingshan is a disgraced general. He should not be here unless seeking to redeem himself in battle. Is he plotting rebellion? The valiant general speaks too harshly. I am merely executing orders. I shall speak further after I have met with the monitoring general, Hua Mingshan replied, stepping forward and bowing respectfully to Gongsun Yan. Monitoring general, I have prepared everything as per your instructions. Aside from those present, no one outside shall disturb the monitoring general during this discussion. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Bao's face darkened, and he turned to scrutinize Gongsun Yan for a long moment before speaking through gritted teeth. Monitoring general, You truly have a keen strategy. What are your intentions? Gongsun Yan nodded slightly to Huang Mingshan and then spoke slowly. I appreciate the efforts of General Hua. I will address the matters at hand before we discuss further. He then turned to Shengwan Bao, saying, I have long heard of your formidable prowess and unmatched skills, General. I offer you an opportunity. Let us engage in a fair duel here, with victory determined solely by our abilities. Should you triumph by chance, I shall not pursue the matter further. What say you? But, my lord, Huang Mingshan interjected anxiously, fully aware of Shengwan Bao's combat skills, yet uncertain of Gongsun Yan's capabilities. A misstep could jeopardize his future. Gongsun Yan waved him off nonchalantly, rising and stepping into the arena, facing Shengwan Bao. Huang Mingshan quickly commanded the soldiers to clear the area, ensuring ample space for the two, while also keeping a watchful eye on Shengwan Bao's confidence. Shengwan Bao felt a twinge of anxiety. He regretted hastily agreeing to the duel. He was adept with the spear, while the sword he carried was merely for decoration and defense. Yet, his pride prevented him from backing down, and he steeled himself for the confrontation, thinking that while victory would be challenging, his life was not at risk. As they stood in the arena, locking eyes in silence, old grievances and new animosities surged within them. Gongsun Yan faced the bitter enmity of his father's murderer, an old grudge that could not be easily resolved. On the other hand, Shengwan Bao was confronted with new accusations that only deepened his resentment. Both were consumed by a desire to see the other dispatched swiftly by the sword. In that moment, the council hall was enveloped in a heavy silence. The assembled crowd wore somber expressions, their hearts gripped by anxiety, fully aware that regardless of the outcome, a storm of bloodshed was inevitable. With a thorough purge of the Northern Legion looming on the horizon, after a prolonged silence, a sudden flash of cold light pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. They beheld Gongsun Yan standing steadfast, seemingly unmoving, his sword still sheathed at his waist. In stark contrast, Shengwan Bao had only just drawn his sword, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Then, with a resounding clang, Shengwan Bao's sword clattered to the ground, his body swaying unsteadily. He gasped, reaching for his throat, but before he could act, he collapsed forward, lying motionless on the floor. The renowned general of the Northern Legion met his untimely demise, and the gathering was slow to grasp the magnitude of the moment. With Shengwan Bao's imposing figure crumpling to the ground, the formidable power of the Shengwan family, painstakingly built over the years, would soon come crashing down. The atmosphere turned instantly morbidly silent. Gongsun Yan stepped forward, stooping to check for signs of life in Shengwan Bao, and upon confirming his death, an impulse surged within him, a fervent wish to sever the head of this foe, and present it at his father's grave as a tribute. Striving to temper his emotions, he retrieved the tiger-shaped token that symbolized the authority of the general of the Northern Legion. Rising, he declared to the assembly with a commanding voice, effective immediately. Huang Mingshan shall assume the role of general of the Northern Legion, reinstating all previous positions and powers. Those who oppose shall be dealt with severely. General Hua. Accept this token. Huang Mingshan, his face alight with excitement, approached Gongsun Yan, bowing respectfully. I humbly thank your majesty and the esteemed supervisor. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. With unwavering loyalty to the nation, I vow to defend the northern frontier alongside all soldiers of the Northern Legion. Gongsun Yan nodded slightly, surveying the crowd before continuing. Those who followed Shengwan Bao may have their crimes mitigated at my discretion, and those who come forward to report may be rewarded and pardoned. I hope you can set aside personal grievances and sincerely follow General Hua in service to our country. Gongsun Yan then imparted a few final instructions to Huang Mingshan, urging him to report the events that transpired here to the Emperor and the Duke of State. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Qi before departing the supervisor's office with Yuan Cheng and his guards, with Jiang Qi trailing behind. Upon returning to the supervisor's office, Gongsun Yan instructed Yuan Cheng to prepare a detailed report of recent events for the Oversight Bureau. He then retreated to the rear residence of the supervisor's office with his guards and Jiang Qi. Once in his chamber, Gongsun Yan dismissed all extraneous personnel, leaving only the two of them. Adjusting his attire, he respectfully performed a deep bow to Jiang Qi, sincerely expressing, "Thank you, Uncle Jiang, for aiding me in avenging my father. This has allowed his name to be vindicated, and should my father's spirit be aware, he would be eternally grateful. I offer my gratitude here. Such formalities are unnecessary. I cannot bear such a display from you, my dear nephew. Moreover, today's success is solely due to your own strength. What we have done is merely to speak the truth with integrity." As Jiang Qi spoke, he hurriedly stepped forward to assist Gongsun Yan to his feet. Following this heart-stopping event, Jiangqi felt a profound admiration for Gongsun Yan, reflecting on the adage that one should not underestimate the young and impoverished. After 3 years, Gongsun Yan had matured to an astonishing degree, leaving others in his wake. The two continued their conversation about military affairs. Gongsun Yan, aware of Jiangqi's extensive experience and rich background, inquired in detail about the circumstances surrounding the Shangwan family, preparing himself for any eventualities. Ultimately, Gongsun Yan asked Jiangqi about his future plans, expressing his desire to recommend him to the supervisory court for the position of military inspector of the Northern Army Corps. Upon learning of Gongsun Yan's intentions, Jiangqi could not help but smile wryly, explaining that neither the supervisory court nor the Duke of State would consent to his appointment. They would undoubtedly discover that he was the cousin of Jiang Qian, the current prime minister of Huaqin Nation, who had close ties with the second prince, Duke Yongrui. Given the recent efforts to diminish the crown prince's influence within the Northern Army Corps, the sovereign and the Duke of State would not allow any unnecessary complications to arise. Gongsun Yan, unaware of the underlying reasons, had no desire to become embroiled in royal conflicts. Feeling a twinge of regret for Jiangqi's inability to secure the position, he resolved to conclude his affairs here and resign from his post. Observing Gongsun Yan's despondency, Jiangqi reassured him that he had intended to conclude his military training and return to the capital, and following these events, he was now prepared to leave the army ahead of schedule. Gongsun Yan remained silent, aware that time was not on their side. To avert any suspicion on the part of his companion, he advised Jiangqi to return to the camp promptly, cautioning him to conceal his true identity at all costs. After a heartfelt farewell, they parted ways. 3 days later, after attending to military matters as instructed by Gongsun Yan, Huamingshan arrived at the military supervisory office to report and discuss subsequent border defense strategies. To mitigate any adverse effects from recent events, they resolved to conduct a comprehensive inspection of the Northern Army's border fortifications, aiming to reassure the soldiers and gain a deeper understanding of the military's condition. Gongsun Yan and Huamingshan, accompanied by their guard, set off for Haiqing, the northeasternmost point of Huaqin Kingdom, and began their westward inspection. It was not until mid-September, after more than 3 months, that they completed their review of all the northern border defenses. Gongsun Yan gained a thorough insight into the military situation and advised Huamingshan to adopt a primarily defensive stance regarding future conflicts with the Changyuan Kingdom. On the final day of their inspection, Huamingshan arrived early at Gongsun Yan's temporary residence, only to find Yuancheng already waiting there. After a considerable time with no sign of activity, they made noise outside the door, yet received no response. Yuancheng, mustering his courage, called out loudly for Gongsun Yan, but still received no reply. They exchanged worried glances and, steeling themselves, pushed the door open, only to discover the room empty. On the table lay a golden